Chapter 1, Schoolgirl Confesses in Public. Male student's eyes reddened. Yesterday, I went to the home of the school's director, and the director's daughter was so enthusiastic about me that she said she would never marry me. The school director's daughter is nothing. My dad said, when I go to college, he'll get me the head of the city's daughter as a maid. Jiahao Private High School, 3rd floor corridor. A few boys who had just finished playing soccer walked by, and the paper towel that wiped their sweat was casually thrown to the ground. Chen Yan carried a broom and hurriedly ran over to clean up. He was a poor student who was specially recruited into this noble high school because of his excellent academic performance. Looking at the backs of a few people, he rolled his eyes. One by one, you know how to brag about being great. Why don't you go to ING heaven? I want to have a good father like you guys. You all tied together can't blow me. Bah! Suddenly, a mechanical sound rang in his ears. Ding! Bragging system has been bound. Chen Yan shook his head. Bragging into a real system? I have a system. He used to listen to a few novel-loving classmates discussing that anyone who has a system can go to the peak of life. He was instantly energized. System? What functions do you have? Tell me about it. Ding! This system has and only has one function, which is to automatically detect and collect the bragging content around the host, and transform the bragging content into real events to be added to the host. System's current level, Level 1. Detection radius, 10 meters. Collecting the content of bragging in the neighborhood to add on to me. Chen Yan rubbed his chin and frowned and murmured. But in an instant, he got excited. If someone brags next to me about being the son of the richest man, can I become the son of the richest man as well? Can. The system gave an affirmative reply. Chen Yan was overjoyed. More than 90% of the students in this aristocratic high school love to brag. With this system, won't they be developed in the future? System, tell me more about the grade in radius. The higher the level, the farther the detection radius. Your next level, Level 2. Detection radius, 40 meters. Then what would it take to raise? He had just asked halfway through the question when someone suddenly walked by behind him. It was Huang Liang, the physical fitness committee member of their class in his front seat. Yesterday Su Qingliang confessed to me. She said she liked me for 3 whole years, and was rejected by me on the spot. Huang Liang tilted his head triumphantly. The front seat was surprised. I blanch. Huang Liang, you're so awesome. Su Qingliang is the recognized high and cold school flower of Jiahao Middle School. The people who have chased after her can fill up 10 train cars. How dare you reject her? Really? Of course it's true. Huang Liang lifted his chin. I told her, there's a college entrance exam coming up. I need to study hard. Ding! Detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Just as the system voice fell, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from the end of the corridor, and a stunningly beautiful-looking girl rushed over in a flaming hurry. Huang Liang turned around at the sound and immediately grinned, taking the initiative to go forward and greet. Schoolgirl Su. Su Qingliang didn't even look at him, quickly swept past him and came in front of Chen Yan. Chen Yan, I have something to say to you. She was panting, and her autumn water-like eyes were full of deep love. The knot in Chen Yan's throat moved, and his heart fluttered wildly. Locking eyes with Su Qingliang, he felt as if he was about to fall in love. But in the next second, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, and the cold air pushed from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. He realized that all the boys in the corridor were looking at him, with eyes that looked like they wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Schoolgirl Su, don't talk. Su Qingliang raised her finger and hitched it to his lips. The male students who were looking this way were instantly frantic. That was Su School Flower, the dream goddess of the whole schoolboys. Her hand is so sacrosanct. How does she put it on Chen Yan's mouth? Sullying the hand of school beauty Su. Chen Yan, I will never rest with you. I will never share the same fate. Ignoring a gaze of indignation, Su Qingliang took a deep breath and said seriously, Chen Yan, since I enrolled in the first year of high school, I've fallen deeply in love with you, and every action and expression of yours is embedded in my mind. I've been silently concerned about you for 3 years, but I never dared to confess to you, and now that I'm about to graduate, I'm afraid that I'll regret it for the rest of my life. So, I like you, very seriously and earnestly. The corridor was silent, yet it seemed to be filled with the sound of glass falling to the ground. The unattainable goddess in the hearts of all the boys in the school actually liked a stinky hanger-on for 3 whole years, but also condescending to take the initiative to confess to him? Oh my god, what kind of sin was this? Line classmate, Chen Yan licked his lips, his throat a little dry. He wasn't sure how long the transformed bragging incident could last. What if he just said yes on the front foot and Su Line returned to normal on the back foot? If he offended Su Dashue, more than half of the boys in the whole school would try to screw him over. He slowly opened his mouth. Classmate Lime, I like you too, but we are now at a fork in the road of deciding our lives. I understand. Su Qingliang interrupted him and smiled sweetly. I also know that we shouldn't fall in love at this time. It's just that it's hard to hold some words in my heart, and now that I've said it, I feel lighter all over. She stretched out her delicate white hand. Let's work together for the rest of the time. Cheer up. Chen Yan wiped the sweat from his palm and lightly hitched onto her fingertips. Go for it. Seeing this scene, the boys all gritted their teeth, hating to immediately go forward and split Chen Yan into 5 pieces. The body thrown into the mountains to feed the wolves. The school beauty confessed to you, and you rejected without saying a word. Have you considered the school beauty's feelings? The worst thing is, the schoolgirl didn't even get mad. She even shook your hand and encouraged you. Is there any law left? Huang Liang stood not far away, clenching his fists. He had just bragged in front of the front seat, and in less than a minute, he was slapped in the face at light speed. Feeling the sarcastic laugh from the front seat, he lost his mind on the spot and rushed to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, what qualifications do you have to shake hands with Su University schoolgirl? Do you know that she is the goddess of our entire school? And what qualifications do you have to question Chen Yan? Without waiting for Chen Yan to retort, Su Qingliang spoke out in defense first. Huang Liang was dumbfounded. Lime, you even turned towards Chen Yan. What's wrong with facing him? Su Qingliang stretched her neck, her eyes full of dislike. Classmate Huang Liang, please say your name in full when you call me, or call me classmate Su. Am I very familiar with you? You just call me Lime? The sound of chiding spread, and more students gathered in the corridor. Huang Liang was embarrassed beyond measure, his fingers dead pinching his pants leg. Su Qingliang was the brightest star of Jiahao Middle School. Raising her hands and feet carried a full flow of traffic, and there was not a single chance of winning against her. He narrowed his eyes and turned to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, Su is the most beautiful school flower in our school. You're just a poor hanger-on, better have some self-awareness and stay away from Su. Huang Liang, I'm willing to approach Chen Yan and talk to you. Su Qingliang raised her hand and pointed at Huang Liang. Before she could finish her words, she was pressed down by Chen Yan. He's coming at me. It's better for me to talk to him. Aha! Su Qingliang nodded softly. Her attitude reversed 180 degrees. Chen Yan tugged on the collar of his school uniform and walked forward with a light smile. Student Huang, so what if I'm poor now? Can I be poor for the rest of my life? Have you heard of the saying? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid the youth to be poor. Ha ha ha. Huang Liang laughed out loud. Chen Yan, you are damn capable of blowing awesome. As long as I'm willing, even if I use money to smash it, I can smash it to the point where you'll never be able to get ahead. My father gives me $1 million a month pocket money. Have you ever seen $1 million? It's enough to buy your life. Chapter 2 Arrival of $1 million. Publicly punching mockers in the face. Ding. Detecting someone bragging within the scope of probing. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. A vibration came from Chen Yan's pants pocket. He pulled out a worn-out old man's phone. And just after waking up the screen, he saw an ICBC incoming text message with a note added. 1 million pocket money for this month. He couldn't help but laugh. In a matter of minutes before and after, Huang Liang had sent him a schoolgirl suitor and $1 million of pocket money. He was truly a great benefactor. You laugh your grandma whistle. Huang Liang pushed him and snatched his old man's phone and slammed it on the ground. Chen Yan, I'm warning you for the last ing time. Stay away from schoolgirl Su, or I'll have plenty of tricks to get you killed. Who are you going to get killed? Su Qingliang huffed and puffed as she stepped around Chen Yan and raised her hand to slap him. The sound of a crisp slap traveled through the corridor, followed by a growl. Huang Liang, who I'm willing to get close to has half a cent to do with you? If you dare to target Chen Yan again, I'm not done with you. After saying that, she squatted down and eagerly picked up the pieces on it. Chen Yan immediately grabbed her wrist and said softly, Lime, don't pick it up if it's already broken. What if it cuts your fingers? Su Qingliang nodded her head gently with a beak. Okay, listen to you. Chen Yan found the SIM card from the debris and swept up the remaining residue. Watching them as you and me. Huang Liang was so angry that he jumped to his feet. Su, Chen Yan is a poor bastard who can't even get $100,000. You won't be happy with him. He can't get it out. I can get it out just fine. Su Qingliang hugged her arms with the corner of her mouth. Chen Yan has good character, good study, and is also very ambitious. These are all things that money can't buy. I believe he will give me happiness. Chen Yan's heart warmed. He didn't expect Su Qingliang to believe in him so much. He sneered. Who said I can't get $100,000? Huang Liang was stunned. Chen Yan, do you want to hear what you're saying? That's $100,000. With that kind of money, as much as you can't even afford to use a smartphone. And you have to be here sweeping the hallways to earn your living expenses? Ha ha ha. The classmates collectively laughed, and there were even some who followed and mocked. Chen Yan, you don't blow the power. Who doesn't know that you're a poor student specially recruited in by the school? That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a better student, you wouldn't be qualified to touch any of us in this life. If you can come up with $100,000, the world would be full of millionaires. Chen Yan is not shocked. His bank card has just received $1 million. 100,000 he can still come out. Su Qingliang tugged his cuff. Chen Yan, don't fight with them. What I like is you as a person. With or without money. Chen Yan laughed and whispered with his ear. Then it's all the more reason I can't let others question your vision. Afterwards, he turned back to look at a few students across the room. A few of you. What if I can really come up with $100,000? Several classmates looked at each other, and one walked out and said in a conspiratorial manner, if you can take it out, I'll apologize to you in public and slap myself 10 times. That's right. If you can have $100,000, I'll slap myself too. Another student chimed in. Chen Yan looked at the other students with a dignified expression. Who else among you wants to slap yourselves? 6 or 7 people instantly stood out in the crowd. We all think you can't take it out. Fine. Then I'll show it to you all. He made a gesture to pull out his cell phone. Suddenly, Huang Liang raised his hand and shouted. Wait, what's wrong? Chen Yan asked. Huang Liang pulled up a bad smile. Just now you said that you'd pull out money to let these students slap themselves. But what if you can't pull it out? If I don't pull it out, do whatever you guys want. Chen Yan said confidently. Fine. Huang Liang raised his eyebrows and pointed to the few students who stood out. If you don't have $100,000, each of these people will slap you 10 times. Okay? Okay. Chen Yan quickly agreed, reached out and inserted his hand into his pants pocket, and then got confused, even shot a few times. The pocket is still empty. He just remembered that the phone was broken. What? Still want to pull 100,000 out of your pocket? Do you know that 100,000 has a thick pile? Huang Liang stuck his hands in his pockets, his face full of teasing. I advise you to admit your weakness earlier and let us slap you in pain. Maybe we can still look at the fact that you took the initiative to be a little lighter. Ha ha ha. The surrounding students laughed. Chen Yan slanted a glance at him and turned back to Su Qingliang. Qingliang, is it okay to borrow my cell phone? Yes. Su Qingliang pulled out a cell phone with a pink shell and a cool lami pendant. This one is for you. I'm just borrowing it. I'll return it to you later. Chen Yan took it, took off the cell phone case and changed the SIM card. Chen Yan, do you really have $100,000? If you don't have it, don't tough it out. With me here, they won't dare to slap you. Su Qingliang looked at him with a worried face. He raised his eyebrows. Are you willing to trust me? Willing. Su Qingliang nodded her head. It's good if you're willing. Chen Yan smiled, downloaded an ICBC app, and started authenticating again in front of everyone. Hey, Chen Waste, it's been so long, why haven't you shown everyone the money yet? Huang Liang hugged his bladder and looked at him contemptuously. It was just at this moment that the balance showed up. He turned his cell phone around. Come on, let's see how much money is here. A few of Huang Liang's men came forward. 10, 100, 1,000, $1 million? How can a poor guy like you have $1 million? The several people all stared in shock. Su Qingliang was also shocked and hurriedly took her cell phone to confirm. Really $1 million? Chen Yan, where did you get $1 million? Chen Yan smiled blandly. I earned it from working and studying all these years. In an instant, Su Qingliang's favorability towards him went up another level. To be able to be self-reliant at such a young age, to have money but still be so frugal, he was really the right person to be a husband. Chen Yan turned his head to look at the opposite few people. You guys think I don't have 100,000 deposits, but I can come up with $1 million. Now isn't it time to honor the promise? The eyes of Huang Liang's few people dodged, letting them slap themselves in public. Do they still want to lose face? Chen Yan, where did you get this money? You simply can't have this much money. Yes, you surely got this money from the wrong way. We don't count it as a loss. Chen Yan was exasperated by their shamelessness. If you don't want to fulfill the bet, just say so. Why find these reasons? He turned to look at the students behind him who were watching. Everyone saw it. These few students made a bet with me and wanted to renege on the debt when they lost the bet. If you have business dealings with them in the future, you have to pay attention. They don't speak honestly. Chen Yan, shut up. A short run of a classmate walked out with a face full of anger. His name was Lu Gao. He was the nephew of school board member Lu Fanghua, and he was also the little brother of class bully Qin Shubao. On weekdays, he hadn't flaunted his power in the class based on these two identities. He glared viciously at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, the bet just now is null and void. If you dare to make up about us again, beware that I'll ask my big brother to clean you up. Chapter 3, Taekwondo Black Belt 9th Degree. One kick knocks out class bully. You want to renege on your debt and still won't let anyone say anything? Young Lu, you're really bullish. Chen Yan cocked his head, his tone full of mockery. Unfortunately, I'm the most uneducated person. Even if your aunt comes today, you still have to fulfill the bet, or else you won't be able to gag me. Lu Gao clenched his teeth and took out his phone and dialed a number. When the call went through, He immediately turned on the speakerphone. Big brother, Chen Yan is screaming at me in the corridor. He's also getting especially close to Su Qinglong. You come quickly. What? Chen Yan that doesn't want to die? You tell him to wait for me. I'll go now. The phone hurriedly hung up. Chen Yan, you're wasted. Lu Gao had a bad smile on his face. My big brother will come over right away. Now immediately kowtow to us and apologize. I might still give you a way out. There will be no chance if you are late. The surrounding students all had gloating expressions on their faces. Getting so close to Su Big School Flower. You deserve to be brutally beaten up. Huang Liang stepped forward. Chen Yan, I advise you to do what Mr. Lu said. Mr. Qin is the most capable fighter in our class, and has connections with underground forces outside the school. If you don't want to be beaten to death, you should hurry up and kowtow to us and apologize. The few students in the back who had lost their bets also started to get active. Chen Yan, even if you win the bet, what can you do? Want us to slap ourselves? You're not qualified. Weigh yourself too. Dare to go against us. I have to teach you a lesson today. A few people hadn't gotten over it yet, when a rough roar suddenly came from outside. Get thee out of my way. Class bully Qin Shubao pushed through the crowd and walked over with a toothpick in his mouth. Some of the nymphomaniac female classmates' eyes glazed over when they saw him. Just as he stood still, Lu Gao immediately trotted over with a complimentary smile on his face. Big brother, that dog Chen Yan made up about me in front of so many classmates, and also intended to get his hands on the woman you're eyeing. You have to waste him. Qin Shubao nodded, narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice, Chen Yan, how do you want to die? That's right, how do you want to die? Lu Gao followed and agreed, raising his hand and raising his chin in a manner that was simply the dog trader Ben Trader. My big brother's Taekwondo black belt 9th degree strength. As long as you can say how to die, my big brother can satisfy you. Ding, detected within the scope of probing someone bragging. Is converting bragging content? Conversion successful. Chen Yan suddenly felt his body become lighter. This Lu Gao is also a great person, and he doesn't stop bragging about being powerful in 3 sentences. He didn't know exactly what level Qin Shubao was at, but he knew for sure that he didn't have a 9th degree black belt. With this strength, did he still need to fear Qin Shubao? Qin Shubao raised his chin proudly and said arrogantly, Chen Yan, if you don't squeak again, I'm going to make a move. Su Qinglian immediately blocked in front of Chen Yan. Qin Shubao, do you want to use your power to suppress others? Yes. What's wrong? Qin Shubao smiled crookedly. His fingertips flicked the broken hair in front of his forehead, pretending to be deep. Qin Lime, I advise you to stay away from him, lest you crash into blood. There was another burst of girls cheering and screaming all around. The eyes of those flamboyant female classmates were about to fall out. Chen Yan, stand out if you have the guts. Don't hide behind a woman. Lu Gao jumped and shouted. That's right, come out if you have the guts. Let's see who else can help you this time. Huang Liang followed suit and waved his arms. Chen Yan stepped forward, and Su Qingliang immediately tugged on his sleeve. Chen Yan, are you crazy? He's a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. You'll definitely suffer if you really fight. Chen Yan pressed down her hand and squeezed his eyes at her. Lime, you can just put your heart in your stomach. He's just a good talker. If he really fights, he's the one who'll suffer. When this statement came out, the whole audience laughed. Qin Shubao can be a work bully is 3 years of high school hard to fight out. Chen Yan's malnourished appearance. How can he be Qin Shubao's opponent? Chen Yan, don't blow it off, before big brother Qin is still angry. You hurry to give him a knee to beg for forgiveness. Maybe big brother Qin can still let you off. Yes, hurry up and kneel down for big brother Qin. At least you can suffer less. Chen Yan wrung his neck and moved his shoulders, raised his hand and hooked his finger at Qin Shubao. You, come here. Su Qinglian froze. For some reason, she somehow felt that Chen Yan's roar was full of confidence. She clenched her pink fist and shouted, Chen Yan, go for it. Everyone looked at her in unison. Qin Shubao became infuriated, spat out her toothpick, and immediately rushed up, raising her foot for a side kick. Chen Yan put up his arm to block. Not far away, Lu Gao held his bladder and laughed disdainfully. Schoolgirl Su, you have time to cheer and encourage. You might as well call an ambulance for Chen Yan before it's too late. My big brother is really furious this time. It might kill someone. No, I believe in Chen Yan. He definitely won't lose. Su Qinglian's eyes were firm. Lu Gao laughed loudly and turned his head to look at the onlookers. Did everyone hear that? Schoolmarm Su believes that Chen Yan can beat big brother Qin. A burst of laughter erupted from the surroundings once again. Su Qingliang clenched her teeth as her pretty face began to roll. Lu Gao continued, I'll put my words here today. If he, Chen Yan, can win, I'll go to the toilet and eat. That's what you said. You can't renege on it again, right? Chen Yan's voice suddenly appeared. Just now, after receiving a few moves from Qin Shubao, he realized that the other party didn't have any black belt strength at all, and at the end of the day, he was a white belt. more or less with a little bit of abnormality. Lu Gao's neck crooked. Will not. I'm going to renege. I'm a dog. Good. Remember your words. Chen Yan grinned and made a face towards Qin Shubao again. Big brother Qin, your little brother has high hopes for you. Step up. Don't act like a kidney-deficient male. Qin Shubao was enraged, roared and rushed up, aiming a high lift at Chen Yan's temple. Chen Yan's eyes flinched as he raised his leg at the same time. His speed was far faster than his opponent and he kicked Qin Shubao's neck first. Qin Shubao staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, completely losing his fighting ability. The entire room was instantly silent. The students were even doubting their eyes. Was this the same Chen Yan who was bullied in the past? On the contrary, Chen Yan looked at the fallen Qin Shubao with a lowered eyebrow and lightly grunted. You collapsed before I even exerted myself. Garbage. Su Qinglian came back from her shock and danced with joyful hands. Chen Yan, you are too good. Chen Yan squeezed his eyes. Key don't six. He looked at Lu Gao again, who immediately took a few steps back in fear. Chen Yan. What are you doing? Chen Yan stepped forward without haste. Didn't you say you'd eat if I won? When did I say that? Lu Gao extended to dodge, once again resisting. Su Qingliang couldn't stand it and said loudly and sarcastically, Lu Gao, are you still not a man? Why don't you keep your words again? Lu Gao bit his lip, his eyes filled with shame and anger. The people around him started pointing at him. He looked around, and then he tilted his neck and put on a posture of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. I'm not going to honor my word. What can you do to me? Anyone dare to force me to eat? You. Su Qinglian frowned. Chen Yan clapped his hands. Good. Very good. Since you don't want to be decent, young Lu, then only I can help you be decent. He grinned and took 2 more steps forward. Lu Gao backed up in panic. Chen Yan, what are you doing? We just made a bet. You don't take your future as a joke. Chen Yan didn't talk back, grabbed Lu Gao's collar and dragged him towards the toilet. Chapter 4. The school manager's aunt comes in person to stand up for her nephew. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. Lu Gao struggled hard. Chen Yan, let go of me. Let go of me. Chen Yan dragged Lu Gao in front, followed by a group of students who were watching. We're about to see Lu eating. I wonder what his aunt will do when she sees this. I guess there will be a good show in a while. Why didn't Mr. Lu call his aunt? Who would dare to do anything to him if his aunt came? The classmates were talking a lot. In the blink of an eye, the duo came to the restroom. Chen Yan, I'm warning you, if you really dare to make me eat, I'll make you suffer, Lu Gao warned. Chen Yan forcefully pulled him and continued to walk inside, not giving him any response at all. School manager Lu was Lu Gao's own aunt, in case he found an opportunity to call for help. This could not be fed. As for after feeding, he couldn't care less. After being bullied by these rich kids for 3 years, the small universe inside him had already exploded. Stop, all stand there for me. Just as he was about to drag Lu Gao into the restroom, a thick voice came from inside. Director of Instruction Arigato walked out with a grim face, carrying his pants. What's going on? He looked at Chen Yan and the two of them and asked. At this moment, it was as if Lu Gao had seen his savior and flung himself on his knees. Director, you have to save me. Chen Yan is going to feed me. Yao Wu class turned his head to look at Chen Yan. Is that so? Director, he's the one who bet with me. I'm asking you if it was. Without waiting for Chen Yan to explain, Classless interrupted sternly. Chen Yan nodded indignantly. Yes, you too, go to my office. Classless raised his hand and pointed to the other end of the corridor, then looked at the students who followed him. All of you disperse. Seeing that they couldn't see the hustle and bustle, the students dispersed one after another. Su Qinglime still wanted to follow, but was glared at by Classless. Lime, go back. I'm fine, Chen Yan said, striding towards the teaching office. The two of them walked towards the teaching office together. Lu Gao's expression was smug. Chen Yan, even if you drag me to the toilet, so what? My aunt is school manager Lu. As long as she's there, the director of instruction has to be on my side. Ding. Detected someone bragging within the scope of probing. Is converting bragging content? Conversion successful. Chen Yan was confused. Lu Gao bragged again? But what was the content of his bragging? Chen Yan frowned. His expression suddenly changed. Could it be that school manager Lu is not Lu Gao's aunt? For 3 years of enrollment, Lu Gao had been presenting himself as the school manager's nephew, and even the class teacher, the head teacher, and these people were convinced of him. I didn't expect this to be blown out of proportion by him. Chen Yan couldn't help but snicker. What are you laughing at? Lu Gao asked with a cold face. Chen Yan shook his head. Nothing, just thinking about how to make you eat in a while. The two were invited into the office. Class with or without moved a chair for Lu Gao and poured him a cup of tea, while Chen Yan was left out to dry. After serving Lu Gao, Classless slammed the table and pointed at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, do you know it's wrong? Wrong? Chen Yan lightly snorted. Lu Gao made a bet with me and denied it when he lost. What's wrong with me just helping him perform it? How dare you? You still dare to talk back to me? Yao Wu class once again slammed the table, frothing at the mouth. You're just a poor student with no money and no power, relying on that pitiful academic performance to barely make it into the school. And other people, Lu Gao, family has a business, and is a school board member. People casually a finger can run over you. With such a disparity in status, how dare you lay your hands on them? Class with or without didn't ask right or wrong the whole time, and was harboring Lu Gao, who was drinking tea while looking at Chen Yan playfully. Classmate Lu, how do you think this matter should be handled? Class with or without asked smilingly. Lu Gao thought about it and put down his teacup. No matter what, Chen Yan and I are classmates. I don't want to catch up with all of them. Let's do it this way. Let him write a 10,000 word review, and read it aloud in public when the flag is raised on Monday. And by the way, take another warning penalty. There is no class nodded and looked at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, look at this pattern of classmate Lu. Let's do what he says. If we don't hear your review at the flag raising on Monday, no matter who comes to plead for mercy, I'm going to fire you. Just then, an icy voice came from the door. Who are you going to fire? The door to the teaching office was pushed open, and a woman with glasses, smooth skin, and an unassuming temperament walked in. She was the school's only female school manager, Lu Fanghua. There was classless running up to Lu Fanghua with a fawning smile on his face. School manager Lu, what brings you here? On the side, Lu Gao's eyes began to dodge, putting down his water cup and drooping his head as he stood up. Lu Fanghua swept him a glance and asked proudly, what's going on? Yao Wu class immediately raised his hand and pointed at Chen Yan with an indignant face. School manager Lu, this poor student is causing trouble in school and has to feed Lu Gao students. Lu Fanghua looked at Chen Yan. Is that so? Yes. Chen Yan nodded bashfully. Chen Yan, this is school manager Lu. Show some respect. There was a class without class loudly chiding. You shut up. Lu Fanghua glared at him and looked at Chen Yan once again. Tell me carefully what's going on. Chen Yan briefly told the whole story. Lu Fanghua spared a glance at Lu Gao, who shrank his neck and subconsciously took 2 steps back. By chance, this action was seen by Yao Wu class. He thought it was the eye warning given by school manager Lu who wanted to bail out Lu Gao, so he volunteered to step forward. School manager Lu, let me handle this matter. Although it is your nephew who is at fault in the first place, but you believe in me, I will surely bail out your nephew. Big deal. He raised his hand and pointed at Chen Yan. The big deal is to expel this poor man on top of his bad reputation. Pa! Just after he finished his words, he was met with a slap on the face. Who gave you the right to fire Chen Yan? Lu Fanghua chided. There was no category of uncertainty, school manager Lu. How can I protect your nephew's reputation if I don't do this? My nephew? Lu Fanghua let out a light laugh and pointed at Lu Gao. You're saying he's my nephew? Isn't he? Both you and Lu Gao are surnamed Lu. That murderer from the walls of Lin City last year also has the surname Yao. Is he from the same family as you? Lu Fanghua's voice drew up a few degrees. There is no class. The school hierarchy promoted you to be the director of teaching. Is that how you became the director? Do you have any brains? Just now I heard you say at the door that you want Chen Yan to do a 10,000 word review. How about this? You go back and prepare 10,000 words too, and give me a good review of your behavior at the leadership team meeting on Monday. As for Lu Gao, fake school manager relatives, moral corruption and bad behavior, you watch the punishment. Lu Gao's legs went limp, and he sat on his butt on the ground. Finished. It's all over. The persona that had been painstakingly built for 3 years collapsed. There was no class looking down at him with eyes that looked like they wanted to kill. For such an imposter, he had to do a review on the leadership team. The future is considered completely bright. At this time, Lu Fanghua came to Chen Yan's side, raised her hand and touched Chen Yan's face. You stupid child. You don't know to call your aunt even if you are bullied. There is no class and Lu Gao were confused again. Isn't Chen Yan just a poor student specially recruited from outside? How did he become school manager Lu's nephew? Chen Yan smiled. I just don't want to cause trouble for you. Lu Fanghua patted his head again, her eyes full of love. My great-nephew understands things. Okay, and first go back. In the future, if something happens, give me a call. If anyone dares to look for trouble again, unless I am deposed as a school director, otherwise, I will let him eat his words. Lu Fanghua laughed in big strides. At the same time, the class bell rang. Chen Yan smiled and said, Director, classmate Lu, I don't want anyone else to know about the fact that the school manager is my aunt. If it gets out, you two know the consequences. Yes. Class with or without nodded frequently. Then I'm leaving too. I have to go back to class. Chen Yan stuck his hands in his pockets and turned around to go out the door. Class with or without bowed to see him off. Take care, Mr. Chen. Chen Yan had just taken a few steps out of the teaching office when he heard an angry roar coming from the teaching office. Lu Gao, you're killing me. He let out a light laugh and walked towards the classroom in big strides, but just as he reached the classroom door, he met the class teacher with a gloomy face. Chen Yan, why did you fight with your classmates? Chapter 5, The Nations Know. One academic bully, betting against the homeroom teacher. Chen Yan stopped by, looking at the face that was somewhat similar to Qin Shubao's. He knew that trouble was coming again. The class teacher's name is Hu Qin, Qin Shubao's own second aunt. In the past, every time it is her turn to class, the bell rings 5 minutes she may not be able to come to the classroom. Today how come so early? Is it to give the great nephew revenge? Asking you, are you dumb? Hu Qin pointedly said. Chen Yan's face was serious. Teacher, before chastising me, shouldn't you first ask your good nephew what he actually did? He was knocked out by you. What else could he have done? Hu Qin's eyes glared round. Chen Yan laughed lightly. This calf protects. Don't even pretend a little? Teacher, it was clearly Mr. Qin Shubao who found me in trouble first. I was only forced to fight back. Forced to fight back can fight like this? I think you're just a rich man hater. And you deliberately hit me hard. Hu Qin couldn't help but directly pour dirty water on Chen Yan. Chen Yan's face sank. Teacher, if you have to say so, we have to make a good break. The corridor above the CCTV. Or let's go to adjust the CCTV, so that everyone can comment. In the end, who first provoked the matter? Hu Qin's eyes are a bit evasive. Qin Shubao, what kind of person she knows very well. This monitor absolutely cannot be adjusted. There were too many rich kids in the class, in case any of them went back to talk nonsense and then affected the Qin family's company. Her good big sister would definitely skin her. She coughed twice, craned her neck and said unreasonably, who has the time to run the monitoring room with you? Do you know that my time is very valuable? There are 30 students in the class. If you delay me for a minute, you've wasted half an hour of the class time. Teacher, then how are you going to sit on my charges if you don't adjust the surveillance? Chen Yan sneered. Forget it this time. Hu Qin pointed to his seat. You go back to class first. The mock test is coming up soon. If you don't make it into the top 30 in your grade this mock test, I'll send you to the worst class of the year. The surrounding students immediately exchanged words. Top 30 in the grade. That's too much to ask. As good as Chen Yan is at studying, he can't compare to a school bully fed out of $10,000 a private lesson. Can't you see? That's old Hu deliberately tripping Chen Yan up. Keep your voices down. Hu Hansen's great-nephew just got beaten up. She's in a bad mood. What if she takes another shot at us? Listening to his classmates' comments, Chen Yan laughed lightly. What if I get into the front of the exam? The class instantly quieted down, and all eyes were directed at Chen Yan. Although Jiahao was an aristocratic high school that cultivated a large number of useless second-generation children, the gold content of the top 30 in the grade was still very high, and it was by no means something that could be obtained by eating through the books. Ha, Chen Yan, are you dreaming? Hu Qin's number 2 lapdog, Fong Jiqiong, stood up. She was the school committee member of the class and also had the best academic performance in the class. My best one was only 38 in my grade. And you, a person who hasn't even been in the top 50, are still delusional about getting into the top 30? If you can squeeze into the top 30, I'll be number 1 in the country. Ding! Detecting someone bragging within the scope of investigation. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. In the next second, Chen Yan felt that there was a lot more refuted knowledge in his mind. It turned out that the number 1 in the country had such a high knowledge reserve. He turned his head to look at Hu Qin. Teacher, you haven't said it yet. What will you do if I get into the top 30? Hu Qin gave a blank look. You're a student. It's your job to do well in the exams. It's not for me to learn. So what's the point of asking me? Chen Yan smiled lightly. But you also said, I can't get into the top 30. You have to change me to the worst class. If I get in, you don't need to do anything. It's a bit unequal. Hu Qin rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then took out Chen Yan's report card. His last exam, he scored 75th in the whole grade. 75. 5 points short of his 30th classmate. From the last practice test, a total of 1 month has passed. Within a month, want to improve so many points is almost impossible. Hu Qin had a bottom in his heart. What do you want? If I get into the top 30, I hope you'll apologize to me in public over the school radio for what happened today. No? Hu Qin asked. Chen Yan shook his head. Nope. Good. I promise you. Hu Qin smiled calmly. The class was once again lively. Chen Yan is stupid. This is obviously digging a hole for him and he still wants to jump into it. He's dying to save face. Who says otherwise? I just wonder, with such a stupid brain, how did he get the favor of University of Su's schoolgirl? What if the Miss Su is blind? I forbid you to insult my goddess like this. The students chattered privately. Chen Yan walked into the classroom calmly. Passing by Fong Jiqiong in the front row, he suddenly heard her laugh softly. Chen Yan, this is you jumping to your death. You can't blame the teacher. Fong Jiqiong's deskmate also followed and agreed. I heard that those rich second generation in the last class disdained poor and lowly goods like you. If you are sent to the last class, it is estimated that it is not certain whether you can survive until the college entrance examination. Chen Yan glanced down at the two. We'll see. Don't let me scare you. Who will be scared by you? Fong Jiqiang gave a blank look. You don't even weigh your weight before blowing. Just wait. There will be a day when you are educated. Chen Yan ignored it and went straight back to his seat. Turning over the books, he found that the knowledge recorded in the books seemed to have suddenly become much simpler. The number one knowledge reserve in the country was really extraordinary. A day passed by in a haphazard manner. Chen Yan communicated with the system a few times, and after learning that there was no time limit for the event of bragging coming true, his mood became even more excited. His schoolgirl suitor, black belt 9th degree, school manager Ant and schoolmaster Strength were all able to get permanent retention. It was simply beautiful. School was dismissed in the evening. Chen Yan packed up his books without any hurry. A commotion suddenly came from the doorway. He frowned, put on his book bag and walked over, only to find Su Qinglian standing at the door. Chen Yan, can I go with you? She took 2 steps forward and asked. Chen Yan nodded and smiled. Sure. The two of them kept their distance and walked outside the school building together. The people passing by all looked sideways. Chen Yan was a poor and smelly hanger-on. On what grounds could he gain the favor of Su University's school beauty? Qin Shubao followed behind them, watching the two walk side by side. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were embedded into his flesh. Chen Yan, there is 1 more month to the college entrance exam. Can you not work and study hard? Su Qinglian's voice was suppressed very low, and her head drooped, not daring to look at Chen Yan's face. Chen Yan let out a long breath and let out a laugh. Lime, I'm not the same as you guys. You guys were born with a golden spoon, and you can live this life smoothly, while I can only rely on my own efforts. But don't worry, I definitely won't affect the exams, that's all. Can I ask where you work? Su Qingliang rubbed the corner of her coat. Chen Yan said, Victory Road, Tulo Hat Barbecue. After leaving the school gate, Su Qingliang got on the nanny car that came to pick her up. Chen Yan, I'll let the nanny send you? No need. A matter of 2 steps. Just in time to exercise. Bye. Chen Yan waved his hand, turned around and ran towards the direction of Victory Road. Su Qingliang also took the car and left. Qin Shubao stood at the school entrance, his eyes gloomy. Victory Road, is it? Chapter 6, Ferrari of the Great Ming Treasure. A plate of peanuts and a mention of wine. Shangli Road, Tulo Hat Barbecue. Chen Yan, and the same as in the past, into the door threw down the school bag ready to work. Outside there are 2 tables of customers. Should have just sat down not long ago. Also do not know point did not order. He glanced at the sticky note on the bar. The owner of table 2 has been there, so I don't have to go. He took off his school uniform, tied on his apron, and was about to go to the back kitchen when the boss, Pang Liang, came to him with a bunch of red bills. Little Chen, this is your salary for this month and next month. Chen Yan was stunned and took it numbly, asking, Brother Pang, what are you doing? Pang Liang smiled. You're not going to take the college entrance exam soon. Yesterday I discussed with your sister-in-law. You won't be needed for this period of time. The college entrance exam is a turning point in life. Don't delay your future in order to earn $2. Chen Yan's heart was incredibly touched. He had been working in this small store for 3 years, and the owner and his wife got along very well. If he was suddenly asked not to come, he did not know what to do. At this time, the boss's wife also came over. Xiao Chen, put the money away. After today's work you'll go back to prepare for the exams. How hard you've worked these 3 years. Your brother Pang and I have all seen it in our eyes. Don't make a mistake when you're on the verge of the exams. Pang Liang slanted a glance at his daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law Pang immediately patted her mouth. Right. Why are you talking about unlucky words? You go back and prepare well for the exams, and strive to come back as a provincial top student, so that your brother and I can also get some glory. Ha ha, then I'll borrow sister-in-law Pang's good advice. If you really get into the provincial top grade, surely there will be no shortage of benefits for you guys. At least you have to advertise your small store. Chen Yan laughed. Okay, then I'll be waiting. Pang Liang patted him on the shoulder. When the time comes, I'll change the name of the store, and I won't call it anything else. I'll call it Scholar's House. It's just a row of small party houses. How dare you call it Scholar's House? Sister-in-law Peng bristled. Chen Yan laughed. Sister-in-law, this is Peng's ideal. We can't mock it. Yes, ha ha ha. Peng Lian laughed. Serve the skewers. A roar came from the back kitchen. Chen Yan ran over in a flash and looked at the list. It was for table 2. He carried the tray out. Just as he walked to table 2, he heard a customer on the table proudly say, My family's ancestors have also produced capable people. One served as the minister of the household department during the Hangu years, and was in charge of the treasure banknote promotion division. My family still has 1,000 well-preserved Daming treasure banknotes now. Ding, detected someone bragging within the scope of investigation. Is converting bragging content, conversion successful? Chen Yan was stunned. There was an unexpected surprise in the last string. The Great Ming Treasure banknote? Put now should be worth a lot of money, right? Only, where did those treasure banknotes go? System, transformed out of the treasure money in what place? Under the bed of the host's rental house, in a red wooden box. Oi! Chen Yan was secretly happy in his heart. He hurriedly ran back to the store and took out the cell phone sent by Su Qingliang to inquire about the information related to the Deming treasure banknotes. After checking, the current price of Deming treasure banknotes is generally between tens of thousands to more than 100,000, with those in good condition counting separately. If I remember correctly, just now that big brother said that 1,000 in good condition. This is a good way to get your money's worth. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000. Chen Yan broke his fingers and came to a shocking conclusion. If I sell all those Deming treasure banknotes, I can become a millionaire at the very least. Fat. He was so excited that he hurriedly put down his cell phone and ran to the back kitchen. Brother Pang, I'll load up a plate of boiled peanuts, and bring another beer. I'll settle the bill after work later. Chen Yan shouted, picked up the biggest plate in the store, loaded a plate full of peanuts, and went to the box to raise 6 bottles of beer. Pang Liang asked, are your classmates here? Just take it directly. You don't have to pay for it. Not my classmates. I'm going to take this stuff for some other stuff. Anyway, have to pay you later. After saying this, he carried peanuts and beer to table 2. A few big brothers, listening to you talk is really exciting. This is a little bit of my brother's intention. You continue. He placed the peanuts and wine on the table. Several people looked at him at the same time, and a man with tattooed flower arms, probably in his 30s, laughed out loud. Ha ha, it's still this little old brother who has the vision. Come on, brother toasts you. He poured a glass of wine and handed it to Chen Yan. Chen Yan took it and drank it all in one go. Brother, you guys keep chatting, I'll go sit on the side. If something happens, you guys just call me. No problem. Big Flower Arm waved his hand and turned back to continue blowing with a few friends. Chen Yan went to the next table to sit down, seemingly aimlessly looking at the street, but in fact always pay attention to the content of the table bragging. We have the ability to do not blow ancestors. Can sit here who do not have an ancestor? Some years ago, but where the life is not very good, early are extinct. That's right, let's talk about now. A thin man with a center parting and wearing backpack pants slammed the table. Let's start with me. He pinched a peanut and dropped it into his mouth and chewed. Do you guys know what it's like to drive a Ferrari one-handed? I used to have a Ferrari F8. It's always inviting to drive out. How many pretty little girls want to try out my co-driver? Ding, detecting someone bragging within the scope of investigation. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, a plate of peanuts and a few bottles of beer were so powerful. Although the F8 is not considered the top sports car under Ferrari, the selling price is also as high as more than 3 million. It. Driving out is just as windy. System, where did the sports car park for me? Downstairs of the host's rental house. License plate, Yune 52 CNB. The key has been sent to the host's pocket. Please pay attention to check. I blanch? Chen Yan hurriedly touched his pants pocket, and an object in the shape of a sports car clung to his leg. He pulled it out and saw that it was actually a mini Ferrari. It was exactly the same as the Ferrari car key he saw on TV. Cool. He felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest, but on second thought, his face sank again. That's not right. I don't have a driver's license. Even if I have a sports car, I can only park it downstairs. Woe is me. Ding, detected someone bragging within the scope of probing. Is converting bragging content, conversion successful? Chen Yan froze again as a current flashed through his mind. He touched his body and there was no change. Just now, he just paid attention to the Ferrari. Didn't all listen to what those people had bragged about. Class S professional racer driver's license has been sent to the host's pocket. Please pay attention to check it. Damn, really want to doze off and get a pillow. He pulled out the driver's license and glanced at it, then violently kissed it. Big brothers, I love you to death. Keep blowing, blow me some more good stuff. Just after muttering, not far away, Qin Shubao wrapped his arms around a sultry woman and walked this way. Behind him, followed by 6 or 7 spiritual boys. Chapter 7, Underground Queen Godmother. Thanks to Qin Shao for blowing a big cow. Chen Yan, I didn't realize that you're really working and studying here? Qin Shubao crooked his mouth with a teasing smile on his face. Chen Yan looked at him coldly. Does it have anything to do with you? Of course it does. Qin Shubao pulled open a stool and sat down, his legs smoothly resting on the table. You're a student of Jiahao Middle School. Aren't you afraid of disgracing Jiahao by coming to work in this kind of trashy restaurant? Chen Yan lightly grunted. I rely on my own hands to earn money. What's there to be ashamed of? If I want to lose face, it's also you people who only have their palms facing upwards. I can live without my family, but what about you guys? You can't even live without your parents. Good. The big brothers at the table next to them applauded together. Little brother. Well said. The money we earned with our own skills, even if it's a little less, it's still righteous to spend it. Chen Yan sidestepped and nodded his head in thanks, then turned back and said in a cold voice, Young Chen, if you only came here to make a few sarcastic remarks about me, then please get lost. I still have to work. Don't disturb me from making money. What if I don't? Qin Shubao raised an eyebrow. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Yan clenched his fists, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Qin Shubao immediately stood up and retreated to the middle of those spiritual boys. The image of being kicked over in the daytime was still fresh in his mind. He didn't want to be kicked over again. Returning to the middle of a few people, he was solid in his heart and resumed his rampage. I know you can fight, but even if you can fight again, what can you do? See, these are my brothers around me. So many people together. I don't believe you can beat it. The big brothers at the previous table were a bit unable to look on, and stood up one after another. Young man, it's your fault if more people bully fewer people. This little brother is very right with me. Try moving him. Chen Yan was touched for a moment in his heart. He had only given these people a plate of peanuts and a few bottles of wine, and they had already rewarded themselves with practical actions, and were willing to come forward at this time. Qin Shubao's face sank. Are you guys sure you want to go against me? What's wrong with antagonizing? What's wrong with me going against you? The center-back pants staggered out, copied a bottle of wine. Look at you all look like a ing knife mantis. Have the ability to go together? Less ing grinding. Qin Shubao's eyelids twitched. As the saying goes, the soft is afraid of the hard is afraid of the horizontal is afraid of the life-threatening. These few people were obviously drunk. Fighting with them, losing is a disgrace and winning is not honorable. He rolled his eyes and cleared his throat. Fine, then you guys go on, but don't blame me for not reminding you. My godmother is the underground queen of Cloud City, Jane Yao. If you hurt me, you guys think about the consequences. Ding, detected someone bragging within the scope of probing, transforming bragging content. Conversion successful. Cough cough cough. Chen Yan coughed twice, his face almost suffocating red. Good guy. Qin Shubao is also a good guy. Once he makes an effort, he sends himself an underground queen's godmother. How about it? Do you guys still want to continue? Qin Shubao raised his chin in an unbeatable manner. The few people instantly sobered up a lot. The title of Underground Queen of Cloud City is not a cover. It is rumored that there are 4 great Vajra under Jian Yao, each of them with explosive force value. And there are 36 heavenly deities and 72 earthly fiends. No one dares to mess with them in the eyes of Cloud City. Still want to go on? Come on. I'll stand here without moving and let you guys fight. Qin Shubao had a smile on his face. A few people didn't dare to come forward. His eyes glared. Why don't you get lost? I'll kill you if you slow down. A few people gave Chen Yan an apologetic look and ran away. In an instant, Chen Yan became a single person again. Qin Shubao laughed mockingly. Chen Yan, see clearly? You need to have a background to come out and hang out. Come on, kneel down and kowtow and apologize to master, and he'll let you off. The female companion beside him looked at him with a face of adoration, and yelled at Chen Yan again. Hear that? Qin Shao told you to kowtow and apologize. Don't hurry up. Chen Yan picked his ears and took 2 steps forward. You asked me to apologize. What if I don't? Then I'll beat you until you apologize. Brothers, go! Qin Shubao waved his hand and several people rushed up at the same time. Chen Yan took a deep breath and flew forward with lightning speed. Whip leg, side kick, positive stomp. With a perfect leg fling, several people were all knocked down, and Qin Shubao's face had an extra shoe print. He covered his face and climbed up. Chen Yan, you actually dare to make a move with me. Believe it or not, my godmother abolished you? To waste me or not is an afterthought. Chen Yan suddenly probed his hand, grabbed Qin Shubao's hair and dragged him towards the table that ran out of orders. Before that, you first settle the bill for this table. I didn't eat at this table. Why should I settle the bill? He struggled and shouted, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break free. His female companion also pounced on him, making a move to grab Chen Yan's face. You bastard, let go of my brother Qin. His godmother is Queen Jane. And, pa! With a crisp slapping sound, the female companion staggered a few steps, and a fiery red slap mark was added to her face. What's the matter with you? Which all shows you? Chen Yan crooked his neck and raised his slap again. Yell again. Big mouth will whip you to death. The female companion covered her face, her eyes full of fear. Young Qin, settle the bill. Chen Yan pointed to the QR code on the table. Chen Yan, do you know how much trouble you've caused? If you're capable of letting go of me, I'll call my godmother right now. If I don't waste you today, I won't be surnamed Qin for s sake. Qin Shubao gritted his teeth. Chen Yan immediately loosened his hand. Okay, then you shake people quickly. Let's see who will be wasted at that time. Qin Shubao immediately ran to the side and started flipping through the phone book. In the barbecue restaurant, Pang Liang and Mrs. Pang ran all the way behind Chen Yan. Xiao Chen, they seem to be gangsters. Don't be like them. Hurry up and let them go. We don't want the money for this table. Yes, little Chen, you're about to take the college entrance exam. You can't afford to have an accident at this time. Chen Yan turned back, looked at the young couple who cared about him, smiled and said, Brother Pang, Mrs. Pang, don't worry, he's not capable of much. But, Brother Pang's eyes were full of worry, and he still wanted to say something. Chen Yan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, it's really fine. He sighed, then you take it easy on yourself. If you can't, hurry up and run. A big man can bend but can't bend. Understood. Chen Yan smiled. You and Mrs. Pang go back first. Don't get hurt by mistake again later. The couple returned to the store. Not long after, a van stopped at the roadside. 7 or 8 punks with weapons in their hands came down from the car. The leader was a yellow hair. Qin Shubao immediately greeted him and turned to introduce to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, this is my godmother's subordinate 72 earthly fiends. Earth Beast Star Yellow Lion. Just ask you if you are afraid? The yellow lion also shook his head at this time and walked over, looking at Chen Yan contemptuously. Just your ing name is Chen Yan. Ah, dare to touch my Qin old brother. You don't want to ing live. Qin Shubao was so proud. Brother Yellow Lion. That little brat just insulted my godmother. You can't let him off lightly. Yellow Lion had his hands in his pockets. Just a little brat. I can destroy him with the snap of my fingers. He looked at Chen Yan again. Kid, come over and kowtow to me to make amends. I can still consider leaving you alive. Otherwise don't blame. How ing vulgar. Besides kowtowing to make amends you can't do anything else? Chen Yan interrupted him, copied a folding stool and rushed up. Ding dang zero dang dang. Chi da long dong dong dong. 2 minutes later, Chen Yan lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, threw the folding stool on the ground, and stepped on the yellow lion's head. Didn't you say that snapping your fingers can destroy me? Where's the fingertip? Flicked off? Call the queen of your house and ask her to come pick you up. Hurry up. Chapter 8 Godmother in Person. Sini in the future call Master Chen. Qin Shubao was lying on his back not far away, looking at this side of the situation and was alarmed. Chen Yan, hurry up and let brother Yellow Lion go, or else you'll have a good time. Yellow Lion also clenched his teeth, his mouth spraying blood foam. Little brat, don't need you to be crazy with me. Wait for the queen to come over. Surely. Chen Yan added 2 points to the strength of his feet. I'm calling now. You tread lightly. Yellow Lion wailed in pain and hurriedly felt out the phone and called Underground Queen Jinyao. The phone went through. A woman's lazy voice came from the receiver. Hello, who is it? Lord Queen, I'm the Yellow Lion of the Underground Beast Star. The Yellow Lion cried out and introduced himself. Little beast, what's the matter? Jianyao asked indifferently. The Yellow Lion swallowed his saliva. Lord Queen, I'm at the Victory Road 2 Lao Hat Barbecue. Someone here spoke out to humiliate you. I wanted to teach him a lesson for you, but I was beaten down by him instead. Please come and save me. Someone humiliated me? Oh, Jianyao laughed. You don't go out for a few years and someone forgets about me? Alright, you wait. I'll bring the 4 Great Vajra over right now. Beep beep beep. A busy tone came from the phone. Upon hearing that Queen Jane was going to bring the 4 Great Vajra, Yellow Lion immediately had a bottom line. He squinted his eyes and shouted, Kid, if I were you, I'd hurry up and run away while you can. Or else when my queen arrives, you'll die without even knowing how. Chen Yan laughed lightly, brought a stool with his backhand and settled down calmly. Chen Yan, are you pretending to be your mom here? You have the guts to be so calm once you meet my godmother. Qin Shubao yelled with teeth and claws. In less than 5 minutes, a Maybach with a Land Rover stopped at the roadside. A strong man came down from the passenger side of the Maybach, respectfully pulling open the backseat door. 3 people also came down from the Land Rover, separating the 2 sides of the Maybach's rear door. Several people stood still. A slender and smooth light poked out, and the diamond-studded high-heeled shoes glittered under the streetlight. Who spoke out to humiliate me? Jianyao walked over with an icy face. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise the moment her eyes locked with Chen Yan. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Yellow Lion hurriedly ran over and pointed at Chen Yan to complain. Lord Queen, you have to do it for me. That little brat spoke out to humiliate you. I was just trying to educate him, and he beat me up like this. You mean him? Jianyao also pointed at Chen Yan. That's right, it's him. Yellow Lion nodded heavily, the corner of his mouth raised. In his heart, he was fantasizing how Chen Yan would die when Jianyao's big slap slapped down. Slap! There was a buzzing in Yellow Lion's ears, and blood flowed out along his earholes. He stumbled 2 steps and looked at Jianyao again. He realized that Jianyao's face became incomparably cold. He hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, It's my subordinate's incompetence. Please don't be angry. Qin Shubao saw this and hurriedly ran over, excusing the Yellow Lion. Lord Queen, this matter really doesn't blame brother Yellow Lion. That little strength is too strong. So many of our brothers can't beat it. Snap. The same slap also exploded on Qin Shubao's face. However, he was more fortunate. Only a little blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Lord Queen, we are defending you. Why are you hitting us? At this time, Chen Yan came over smilingly and looked at Qin Shubao contemptuously. Young Qin, didn't you just say that Queen Jane is your godmother? How come you're calling the queen instead? Qin Shubao shivered. He was just blowing a bull. Who would have thought that Queen Jane would really come over? Jian Yao froze and pointed at Qin Shubao. He said he's my godson? That's right. Chen Yan nodded. Then you let him say it? The mouth is on him. What do I care? But then again, when did you get a new godson? How come I don't know? Listening to their conversation, Qin Shubao sensed a hint of something wrong. Jian Yao laughed. Chen Yan, from the beginning to the end, I only have one godson for you. I spent so much effort to train you to become a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo, and you're just going to let people rob you of your name? The moment these words came out, everyone present froze. Everyone who had been in the underground in Yun City knew that the underground queen, Jian Yao, had a godson. It was just that she protected her godson exceptionally well, and no one knew the exact name of her godson. Unexpectedly, this person was Chen Yan. Godmother, your little beast made up my story, instigated our mother-son relationship, and even threatened to abolish me. I'm scared. Chen Yan pretended to look aggrieved. Jian Yao's face sank. Yellow Lion immediately crawled over and kept kowtowing. Your Majesty, I didn't know that he was the young master. Otherwise, even if you gave me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to make a move on the young master. Please, Lord Queen, let me go. Jian Yao was unmoved and said coldly, Do 01. Scrap his 5 limbs and throw him to the street as a beggar. Yes. A burly man in a dark green suit stepped forward. Lord Queen, spare your life. I won't dare anymore. As Duo Wen landed a foot, the Yellow Lion let out a miserable cry. Not far from the side, Qin Shubao, who saw the Yellow Lion's downfall, immediately fainted in fear. Lord Queen, it's that surnamed Qin. He is my cousin. He asked me to come. Another miserable scream. Duo 1. Let me hear his voice again. Go back and receive 10 lashes yourself. Jian Yao's face was expressionless. At this moment, it was as if she was a demonic god that walked out of the 9 ghosts. She had been mixing underground for many years. There was no man beside her, not to mention no children. Chen Yan was the only affectionate support he had. If she dared to rough up Chen Yan, she would be touching his scales. Not long after, Duowen came back. Queen, the people are finished. Jian Yao nodded and looked at the fainted Qin Shubao again. Godson, what about that guy? Chen Yan laughed. No need to deal with it. There's always a teaser left around. He picked up a half-drunk bottle of beer and poured it on Qin Shubao's face. Qin Shubao came to his senses with a jolt and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Chen Yan, I didn't know that you are the queen's godson. Please let me go. Chen Yan raised his foot and stepped on his shoulder. Young Qin, call me Master Chen when you see me again. Do you hear me? Hear it clearly. Chen, Master Chen. Qin Shubao's face was sticking to the ground. Chen Yan nodded with satisfaction. That's a good boy. That table of guests just now was scared away by you before you settled the bill. I'll settle the bill. Qin Shubao immediately said. 10 times. No problem. He hurriedly climbed up and scanned the QR code on the corner of the table. Hearing the sound of the collection, Mr. and Mrs. Pang Liang trotted out, and seeing that these people across the table didn't seem to be good enough to offend, the two of them cowered and didn't dare to go forward. Godmother, I'm going to say goodbye to the boss. After 3 years of working for him, I always need to draw a conclusion. Chen Yan looked at Jian Yao. Jian Yao nodded. Go. He quickly ran to Mr. and Mrs. Pang Liang, brother and Mrs. Pang, I won't be coming tomorrow. I ruined some of your stuff just now. The extra portion of the bill should be enough to compensate you for the loss. Pang Liang sighed. It doesn't matter if it's a loss or not. Little Chen, your academic performance has always been quite good. I don't think those people are good people. Don't go down the wrong path. Chen Yan revealed a sunny smile. I won't. Brother Pang, Mrs. Pang, then I'll leave first. Well, go back and study hard. Get good grades in the college entrance exam. Got it. He said goodbye to them and returned to Jian Yao's side. Jian Yao said, Godson, why don't you go stay at my place for a while? It's almost time for the college entrance exam. I'll find some nannies to serve you. No need. Chen Yan waved his hand. I'm used to my little nest. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep in a different place. Then I'll let Growth and Holding State follow you around? The two of them are decathletes. They're good at medical cooking kung fu. She also pointed behind her to a burly man in a dirt-colored suit and a burly man in a dark red suit. Chen Yan quickly waved his hand. No, 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 I'm fine on my own. Godmother, I'll go home first. See you later. He scattered his legs and ran. Looking at his back, Jian Yao smiled softly. Hold and grow. Secretly protect the young master. Yes. The two strong men nodded heavily. Chen Yan ran furiously all the way back to his home, and just as he reached the downstairs of his home, he saw a fiery red Ferrari. I guess this is what those big brothers sent me. There's still a box of Deming treasure banknotes at home. Hurry back and take a look. Chapter 9. The schoolmaster is not ordinary. Half an hour to hand in the paper. Chen Yan lied down under the bed, rummaged for a while, and finally found a mahogany box. The chest looked old, and there was still ash falling on it. The things given by the system are so damn real. Even the dust comes along with it. He wiped off the dust and opened the chest. Inside, there were 4 large stacks of banknotes with blue characters printed on them neatly arranged. This is the Great Ming treasure banknote? He picked up one and looked at it. It was indeed well preserved, and other than the paper color being a bit yellow, it was just like newly produced. Earlier, he asked excessive Nyang. Nowadays, the Daming treasure banknotes that are well preserved basically have a unit price of more than $100,000. There are 1,000 sheets here. Does it not mean that he was a billionaire by now? He held up a treasure banknote and gently kissed it. I really love you guys. As he was talking, his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was from Su Qinglime. Hey, Lime, Chen Yan, are you home yet? Su Qinglime's soft voice came from the opposite side. Just now, I went to Tulo Hat Barbecue, and the boss said you've already gone home. What did you go there for? Chen Yan asked, then gave a bad smile. Did you miss me? Ha, I didn't, just simply passing by. Su Qingliang hurriedly defended. They told me, from tomorrow you don't have to go to work. You, study hard and try to get a good grade. Cheer up. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. Chen Yan let out a laugh. This little girl. He put away all the Daming treasure banknotes and turned off the lights to return to bed. What happened this day was simply like a dream. He never thought that something as magical as a system could actually appear on him. At some point, he entered dreamland. Once he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He changed into his school uniform, went downstairs to the breakfast store to buy 2 buns, and drove his Ferrari to school. This was an aristocratic school, and it was very common for students to drive to school. More than that, not to mention, just in their class, there were more than a dozen who drove to school. In order for these luxurious young masters and princesses to have a place to park their cars, the school even set up a parking lot across the street. The Ferrari F8 drove into the parking lot with a roar. Many students who went to school on foot through the parking lot had sideways glances. There are only a few good-looking cars in this school, and today there is suddenly more than one. What's going on? Chen Yan did not care about those strange eyes, got out of the car and went straight to the school building. At the door of the class, Su Qingliang leaned on the window of the corridor with her back. Seeing Chen Yan coming, she immediately jumped and ran over. Chen Yan let out a laugh. Are you waiting for me? Aha! Su Qingliang nodded heavily. The exam is coming up today. I heard that you made a bet with your homeroom teacher, so make sure you do well. I'm sure you'll be able to get into the top 30. That's for sure. Chen Yan laughed. At this time, Fong Jiqiong happened to pass by and heard the conversation between the two. She snorted and said, "You're just talking about dreams." Chen Yan turned his head and gave her a cold look. Why are you everywhere? Other people's words are none of your business? You want to pick up when you encounter a conversation handle. Are you a pot of piss? Fong Jiqiong was scolded, and immediately became angry. Chen Yan, you can't just tear your mouth off. What I said was wrong. Usually even the main of the top 50 cannot enter. Now suddenly said can enter the top 30. You lie to the ghost. She was wondering in her heart, what's wrong with Chen Yan? Since yesterday, it's like he's changed as a person. In the past he didn't dare to talk nonsense in the class. Even if the bullies came to his head, he endured them all. It's hard to believe that being confessed to by the school flower can also stack some strange buff. Fong Jiqiong, aren't you clear that always looking at people with the eyes of the past is prone to missteps? How do you know that I will definitely not be able to get into the top 30? Chen Yan had a smile on his face. Fong Jiqiong gritted her teeth. Okay, this is what you said. Do you dare to bet with me? Bet? Didn't we already fight yesterday? Chen Yan scratched his head. Fong Jiqiong sank her face. You just made a bet with Mr. Who yesterday? I'll bet with you today too. Fine, tell me what you want to bet. Chen Yan calmly said. Fong Jiqiong thought for a while. Let's put it this way. If you don't get into the top 30, besides being sent to the worst class by your teacher, you have to run 10 laps on the playground and you can't be with Su University schoolgirl. Chen Yan spread his hands. We weren't together in the first place. How can we fall in love at such a critical moment now? Su Qingliang nodded along. Chen Yan continued. In addition, you're a girl. Why do you let me give up Lime? It's hard to believe that you have that orientation? University Committee of Fong University, do you need me to book a counseling expert for you? Your kind of thinking is a disease. It needs to be cured. Fong Jichong's face was green for a while and white for a while, which I have. I just don't want to see you delaying the Sioux University schoolgirl. More don't say. I just ask you, dare to bet? Chen Yan let out a laugh. Isn't it just a small bet? What dare not? But, he dragged out a long tone. And Fong Jichong sneered. What? Scared? It's fine if you're afraid and don't want to bet. You just need to stop pestering schoolmarm Sue. Chen Yan shook his head. You're wrong. I'm thinking that simply running 10 laps in the school playground is too meaningless. Then what do you want? Fong Jichong pursued. He let out a long breath. If I get into the top 30, you run 10 laps around the playground with a radio loudspeaker. And the content of the broadcast is, just use your own voice to record a sentence that I'm a big dummy. Similarly, if I lose, I'll also run 10 laps with the loudspeaker on my back. And you decide the content of the shout. How about it? Fong Jichong sneered. Thought it was something else, since the betting term didn't even change. I naturally agree. You just wait to go to the school playground to run 10 laps. Fong Jichong went back to her class. Su Qingliang nervously looked at Chen Yan and asked, Are you really sure? Didn't you say you believed me just now? And now you don't? Chen Yan's voice picked up. Su Qingliang immediately shook her head. No, I'm just a little worried. Well, I'm going back to my own class. She lowered her head and quickly ran away. After running not more than a few steps, she turned back. Chen Yan, cheer up. Okay, you cheer too. Chen Yan waved his hand and entered the class. After cleaning up in the class, they started to string each other's exams. The test papers were sent down. Chen Yan just swept a glance and instantly smiled. In the past, when he saw the test paper, he had to ponder for a while before he dared to move his pen. But today, he felt as if he had seen the answers. All the questions just needed to be swept and he knew what to write. He waved his arm, the ballpoint pen in his hand as if it had wings, swishing in a burst, finished answering, glancing at his watch. Only half an hour had passed by now. He painfully ran to hand in the paper. The invigilator took a look and didn't say anything, letting him out. After walking on the playground for a while, the bell for the end of the exam rang. Chen Yan returned to the exam room and found Su Qinglian. Let's go eat together at noon. Su Qinglian nodded. They just came out of the classroom and bumped into Fong Jichong head-on. Fong Jichong snorted coldly. Just like you still have the nerve to say that you can take the top 30 exams? Handing in your papers half an hour after the exam started. Who gave you the courage? Chen Yan huffed. Qing Lime, do you smell that someone is farting around here? Su Qinglian covered her mouth and snickered, being pulled outside by Qing Yan. Chen Yan, no need for you to be arrogant. You can't be arrogant for long. Chapter 10, needing to go shopping together tomorrow. Needing someone to brag about it outside of going home in the evening. Cafeteria. Chen Yan and Su Qinglian typed their meals and found a place to sit down. Chen Yan, Fong Jichong and I were middle school classmates. I know her too well. You don't need to care about what she says. Su Qingliang said. Chen Yan smiled. I didn't care in the first place. Su Qingliang nodded. A touch of worry surfaced on her face. But you handed in your papers half an hour after the exam started. Are you sure it's okay? The two of you made a bet. Don't worry. There's absolutely no problem. Trust me. Chen Yan looked at her, his eyes full of determination. Su Qinglian raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a sunny smile. I believe you. The two were talking, when a person suddenly appeared next to them. It was Qin Shubao's other lapdog named Yang Keiji. Chen Yan, who told you to sit together with Sioux University school beauty? Yang Keiji yelled and overturned Chen Yan's dinner plate. Su Qinglian was so scared that she stood up with a scream on the spot, and there were many students around to watch. Chen Yan grimaced. Little Corky, you're quite fat. How dare you lift my plate? Yang Keiji let out a light laugh. Ha, what's wrong with me lifting your plate? Don't think that yesterday you used dishonorable means to win my big brother. You can be the king here. If you are sensible, get lost before it's too late. Give up this position to my boss. Otherwise how? Chen Yan asked. Yang Keiji's face turned steeply cold. Otherwise my boss will never let you go. Won't let me go? Chen Yan laughed lightly and couldn't help but think of Qin Shubao's kneeling and begging for mercy last night. Afterward, he cleared his throat and yelled, Qin Shubao, get your ass over here. The surrounding students were all shocked. Qin Shubao was also considered one of the famous little bullies in the school, and usually saw people with their noses turned to the sky. If Chen Yan didn't give him face, he was afraid that he would fight in a while. Yang Keiji laughed coldly. Kid, you don't need to pretend here. Wait for my boss to come over in a while. There will be the time when you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Chen Yan shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. Then, he heard a rush of footsteps coming from outside the crowd. The crowd dispersed to both sides, and Qin Shubao walked over. The moment he saw that it was Chen Yan calling out to him, His face twitched. If he had known it was this bogeyman, he should have pretended to be deaf just now. Chen Yan, what are you looking for me for? He whispered. Chen Yan turned his head and sneered. What did I tell you last night? Do you need me to give you another long memory? The surrounding students were even more confused. What is this situation? How did Chen Yan dare to talk to Qin Shubao like this? And looking at Qin Shubao's appearance, it seemed like he was still afraid of Chen Yan. Master Chen. He bit his lips. There was a sound of cold air being sucked in from the side. Boss, what did you call him? Yang Keiji couldn't believe his ears. Qin Shubao didn't answer. Calling Chen Yan Master Chen in front of so many people. Will he still mix in the future? Chen Yan smiled and got up. You heard right. He's calling me Master Chen. Between words, he took the dinner plate in Yang Keiji's hand and glanced at it. Not bad. All my favorites too. Qin Shubao, keep your dog under control. Don't let him come out and bite. Chen Yan grunted and looked at Su Qinglian. Qinglian, it's too noisy here. Let's eat somewhere else. Good. Su Qinglian got up and followed Chen Yan towards the corner. Just after taking 2 steps, Chen Yan turned back. Qin Shubao, I'm a person who dislikes wasting food the most. The ones that were knocked over by your dog's legs. Either you eat them clean or let him eat them clean. Let me know that if you guys waste them, you'll have to bear the consequences. Dropping these words, Chen Yan turned around and left. You, kneel down and eat clean for me. Qin Shubao gritted his teeth and stiffly pressed Yang Keiji to kneel down. Yang Keiji's face was as colorful as a pig's liver, but due to Qin Shubao's lustful authority, he could only pick up the rice on the floor a little bit. Changing seats, he and Su Qinglian re-sat down. Su Qinglian leaned on her chin and looked at him. Didn't see it. You're quite frugal. Practicing economy and hard work is our nation's traditional virtue. Chen Yan let out a laugh and picked up his chopsticks. Complimenting you for being fat and you're still panting. Su Qingliang picked the corner of her mouth and asked softly, tomorrow, do you have an arrangement? Chen Yan shook his head. Haven't thought about it. Anything? I want to find you to go shopping with me. Is that okay? Su Qingliang's voice lowered even more. This was the first time she took the initiative to invite a boy out. Chen Yan smiled and said, big school girl Su invited. Of course I'm free. What time tomorrow? The two of them made an appointment, and the noon hurriedly passed. In the afternoon, the exam continued. Chen Yan still turned in his papers in half an hour as he did in the morning. After school in the evening, Su Qinglu and Chen Yan walked outside the school together. How was your exam today? Chen Yan carried his hands behind his back, a smug look on his face. Of course it was good. Any hope of getting into the top 30? Definitely. Bah! The two were chatting happily. When Feng Jiqiang passed by, you're dreaming before you even go to sleep. Do you really think the top 30 is that good? Why is that foul odor wafting in again? Chen Yan raised his hand and fanned it in front of his nose, turned his head and said in surprise, yeah, isn't this the urine jar spirit? Get away from me. Your words smell too bad. Chen Yan, you dare to humiliate me? Seek death. Feng Jiqiang shouted in a frenzy. Chen Yan grunted coldly, I didn't provoke you, but you came up here to make yourself uncomfortable and you're blaming me? Let me remind you, don't be too optimistic. Be careful that joy brings sorrow. We'll see, when the results come down. See if I don't double the humiliation back. Feng Jiqiang stomped her feet straight in place. Chen Yan shrugged his shoulders and smiled at Su Qinglian. Su Qinglian covered her mouth and snickered. You're really pissed off. Lime, you're wrong. Chen Yan was instantly serious. Su Qinglian thought she really said something wrong. Carefully pondering over the sentence just now, Chen Yan suddenly came up with, she's not a human being. She's a pea-jar spirit. Ha ha ha. The two of them went out of the school gate with a laugh. Su Qinglian got into her own car, and Chen Yan drove his Ferrari towards home. When he arrived downstairs and parked his car, he took his school bag and jumped down with one hand on the car door, and was walking towards the hallway when a man who was on the phone came down on his face. Look at that lewd expression. Know that chatting is not a good thing. The two men brushed past each other, and Chen Yan vaguely heard each other talking about some adult topics. Ding! Detected someone bragging within the scope of probing. Is converting bragging content? Conversion successful. In the next second, Chen Yan felt that his body seemed to have undergone some intuitive changes, and hunched over and quickly ran upstairs. Back home, he threw down his school bag and immediately went into the bathroom. Hooking his fingers around the waist of his pants, he looked down. It was as if he heard birds chanting and elephants roaring. I blanched. Chapter 11 Obtaining the golden pupil of treasure appraisal, and meeting the schoolgirl for a good thing. Another beautiful day. Waking up in the morning, Chen Yan stretched. Today, he was going to the mall with Su Qingliang, so he had to dress up a bit. But when he opened his closet, he realized that he didn't have a few pieces of clothes that were up to par. After half a day of matching, he barely managed to put together a set of clothes that could still make sense. Looking at himself in the mirror, He pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled, giving a thumbs up. "You're so handsome." Between words, he saw the mahogany box in the corner of the bed, turned around and lifted the wooden box, taking a damning treasure banknote from inside. "I also don't know if the things given by the system can be sold when I take them to the antique shop. It just so happens that I'm free today. Try and go." He found a file bag, carefully packed the treasure banknote, took the car keys and went downstairs. Getting into the driver's seat, he started the vehicle, and a low growl came from the engine. He admired it beautifully for a few seconds and scurried out with a kick of the gas. According to the positioning information given by Su Qingliang, he came to the downstairs of Su's house. Just after parking the car, a woman around her early 20s walked towards him and scratched her head in front of him. "Little brother, your car is so beautiful. Can you let sister sit in it?" "Can't." Chen Yan decisively refused. The woman's expression was awkward for a moment. Then she continued to laugh. "Sister has never sat in such a nice car. Just let me sit." Chen Yan smiled and stretched out his hand. "This car is rented by me. If you want to sit for an hour 2,000, pay and get in." The woman's expression changed, and she took 2 steps backward in disgust. "Rented car? Are you pretending to be a chicken hare? Bad luck." After saying that, she turned around. Her footsteps flew away into the distance. Chen Yan lightly grunted and looked at the entrance of the building again. Not a moment later, Su Qinglian came out wearing a set of Lolita. "Wow, Chen Yan, you actually have such a nice car? How come I've never seen you drive one before?" She looked at the fire-red Ferrari in surprise. Chen Yan smiled. "I enrolled as a poor student. It's too high profile to drive this." "That's true too." Su Qinglian nodded, and then spun around in front of him. "Do you think I look good in this?" Chen Yan's eyes were about to fall out. Originally, the person was already very beautiful, and then with a set like this, it was simply beautiful. Beautiful, too beautiful. He gave a heartfelt exclamation. Su Qinglian went around to the right side of the car, sat on the passenger side, and raised one hand. "Let's go." Boom. The engine roared, and the two happily drove towards the outside of the neighborhood. "I got a Deming treasure banknote the other day. I'm afraid that it will be spoiled if I put it in my hands. Can we go find a place that sells antiques to take a look first?" "Out of the neighborhood?" Chen Yan asked softly. "Good. You go wherever you want. I just accompany you." Su Qingliang smiled and looked ahead. Chen Yan glanced at the side of her face, and the roar of an elephant came from his ears. "What are you thinking about? Don't think nonsense," he huffed and kept reminding himself in his mind. Shenlong Antique House, one of the top big antique houses in Yunchang. Chen Yan stopped the car, calmed down the manic elephant, picked up the precious banknotes and entered with Su Qingliang. Just as they reached the lobby, they heard a somewhat familiar voice. "Chen Yan, stand there and don't move." The duo followed the voice and saw a boy around their age walking towards them. The boy's name was Chu Yushi, and he was the class president of the class next to Chen Yan's. Chu Yushi walked up to the two, first smiled at Su Qinglian, and then looked at Chen Yan with a cold face. "What are you doing here? Does my coming here have anything to do with you?" Chen Yan asked with a light hum. Chu Yushi's face was serious. "This antique shop is run by my family. You can't enter if I say you're not allowed to." Afterwards, he looked at Su Qinglian, the corner of his mouth almost grinning behind his ears. "But Su, big schoolgirl, you can enter as you like. If you look at any of the antiques, just tell me. I'll give you a discount." Su Qinglian gave him a blank look. "No need. Since you don't welcome Chen Yan, let's just go." She pulled Chen Yan's sleeve, turned around and left. Chu Yushi was confused. Seeing Su Qinglian walking farther and farther away, he hurriedly ran over and blocked the doorway and kept compensating with a smile. "Big school flower Su, don't be angry. I'll let Chen Yan enter, okay?" Su Qinglian glanced at Chen Yan. Chen Yan nodded. Only then did she relent and let go of Chen Yan's sleeve. "Chen Yan said he's coming to sell an antique. Can you call your family's appraiser?" "What antique? Can you bring it out for me to take a look first? I know some basic appraisal too." Chen Yan took out the Deming treasure banknote and handed it to Chu Yushi. Chu Yushi took it, turned it over and looked at it several times. A trace of difficulty appeared on his face. "I haven't even seen this before. It can't be a fake, right?" Chen Yan laughed lightly. "You haven't seen many things. How can you be sure it's fake? It's better to call your family's treasure connoisseur to come out." Chu Yushi's face was gloomy. He wanted to take the opportunity to mock a few words, but when he met Su Qingliang's cold expression, he backed off. "Fine, wait for me here for a while." He ran to the back hall. Not long after, he brought out a man with a goatee. "Chen Yan, this is our antique firm's appraiser, Yang Blind. Show that piece of paper in your hand to Senior Yang." Chen Yan reached out and handed over the Daming treasure banknote. Yang Blind didn't even bring gloves, took it over and put it under the sunlight to have a look at it. His fingers were still rubbing it continuously, without the slightest consideration of whether it would be rubbed bad. Su Qinglian frowned, asked in a low voice, "Yang Blind Senior, you really antique appraiser? Looking at your technique it seems, considering the problem of face. She didn't say the words too fully. Yang Blind turned a deaf ear, but it was Chu Yushi beside her who stood out. Students, don't worry. Senior Yang has treasure identification golden pupil. Even without the help of tools, it's still the same to see the item's goodness in vintage. Ding! Detected someone bragging within the probing range. Transforming bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan felt a warmth in his eyes. Immediately, his vision in his left eye became incomparably clear. Looking around, but any antique that he looked closely at, the corresponding information would surface. I'll go. This is a divine skill. He looked back at Su Qingliang. I also don't know if it works for people watching, he murmured in his heart, and his attention began to focus. The corresponding information immediately surfaced. Pink Lolita suit, white socks, pink cotton underwear. Chen Yan's nostrils flared and he hurriedly raised his hand to cover it. This skill was not suitable for identifying women, especially beautiful women. He hurriedly pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket and blocked his nostrils. At this time, Yang Blind also finished his appraisal. This damning treasure banknote is fake. Fake? Chen Yan wrinkled his eyebrows and his eyes fell on the banknote. All the relevant information about the banknote surfaced, even the estimated market price, 210,000. You call this a fake? To bring over a fake? Chen Yan, do you want to be shameless? Chu Yushi crooked his neck and wrinkled his face. Big schoolgirl Su, I advise you that it's best to get someone else. This person is too hypocritical. Chen Yan coldly grunted. Obviously you don't have the strength, but you turn around and say that this thing of mine is fake. It's fine if I don't sell you. He drew back the precious banknote. Yang Blind, however, refused to do so. Who are you saying has no strength? Let me tell you, I learned from the king of treasure connoisseur, and treasure connoisseur gold pupil. See things never wrong. If you don't believe me, go out and ask. In the Tongchang antique world, who dares to say true when I say false? Chapter 12, the king of treasure appraisal's master in person. Elder Yang's face snapped. Ding! Detected someone bragging within the scope of probing. Is converting bragging content? Conversion successful. Chen Yan laughed again. It is said that the water in the antique business is very deep. 1 point of goods 9 points of bragging. It is true. From his birth to now, a total of contact so 2 antique practitioners. 2 people a person with him to blow once. Let him get the treasure identification gold pupil not to mention, but also more a treasure identification king master. Chen Yan blandly said, what if you really appraise wrong? Chu Yushi took over. No way. If the thing in your hand is real, I'll kneel down and call you daddy on the spot. Good. Remember what you said. Chen Yan pointed at him, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Who else in Tongchang is a great expert in appraising antiques? Find a few and take a look together? No need. Chu Yushi waved his hand. The king of treasure appraisal is in Tongchang right now. Let's bring the stuff to find the king of treasure appraisal to take a look. She is one of the nation's leading appraisal masters. If she says that your item is fake, you should recognize it, right? Yes. Chen Yan nodded, but did not have the intention to leave. Chu Yushi frowned. Go? Are you not leaving for fear of being poked and prodded on the spot by the king of treasure appraisal? Chen Yan shook his head and turned to Yang Blind. Since the treasure king is senior Yang Blind's master, let's directly invite the treasure king here. How good is that? It can also add some fame to your store. When Yang Blind heard this, his body suddenly trembled. But Chu Yushi said, that's not a problem. Senior Yang, can you please give the king of treasure appraisers a call? Yang Blind licked his lips. His eyes fluttered and said, go what? My master has a lot of work to do. How would she have time to come here? Really? Chen Yan immediately interrupted. Why do I think it's Senior Yang who doesn't dare to look for it? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The king of treasure connoisseur is my master. What wouldn't I dare to do? Yang Blind stood firm with his neck. Then I'll trouble you to make a phone call. Come or not to say something else can always? Chen Yan continued. Yang Blind put his hands in his pockets and snorted coldly. I'll call if you tell me to? Wouldn't I lose face then? I'm just asking you, to go or not to go? Not to go will prove that you are a thief. Chen Yan laughed lightly, but it's just a phone call you don't dare to call. I think you have on you. Since you don't fight, I will. At the same time the system gave him the master of treasure appraisal king. The phone number was also automatically deposited into his cell phone. He flipped through it and found the number and dialed it directly. Soon, the treasure appraisal king picked up. Hello, MS. Treasure connoisseur king. Chen Yan smiled and greeted. The other end of the phone froze for a moment. Chen Yan, what the hell are you up to again? Call master. MS. Treasure connoisseur Wang. I heard that you are in Tongchang. Can you please come to Jinlong Antique House? I want to sell a damning treasure banknote. Their appraiser said that my stuff is fake. Chen Yan continued to be serious. You can still sell fake goods? Wait, I'll be there now. The phone hung up. Standing at the door, Yang Blind's legs were trembling. The year before last, He represented Tongcheng to go to the Antique Association meeting, and had the honor of listening to the lecture of the Treasure King, and the voice on the phone just now was simply too similar to the Treasure King. It was hard to believe that Chen Yan could really invite the King of Treasure Appraisal. If the King of Treasure Appraisers really came, and then publicly exposed his identity, he would not be able to mix in the future. So he rolled his eyes. Kid, you don't have to bluff there. Security guards, kick him out. Several security guards immediately came in at the door. Chen Yan's face steeply sank. Yang blind, why don't you wait? Is it because you don't dare to wait? What do I not dare to do? I am the disciple of the Treasure King. The voice on your phone is not the Treasure King's at all. You are a liar. Yang blind colored and pointed at him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drive this liar out. Su Qingliang anxiously said. Wait, is there some misunderstanding? Chen Yan turned back and just wanted to comfort him with a couple of words, when he felt an empty space in his hand. Taking another look, his Daming Treasure banknote was snatched by Chu Yushi. Just you. You still dare to sell fake goods in my Zhenlong antique house. Let's see if I don't clean you up severely. He tore the Daming Treasure banknote to shreds and ordered the security guards. Beat him out of here. I'll see who dares. Just in the nick of time, a majestic voice came from the doorway. Zhao Linglong, the King of Treasure Appraisal, came gallantly clad in a white suit. Chu Yushi turned back and looked at her coldly. Who are you? How dare you stand in the way of this young man hitting the crooks? Do you want to get beaten up with them? Zhao Linglong grunted coldly. Chu family? That's really a lot of guts. A junior dares to threaten me? Does your Chu family not want to be in the antique industry anymore? Seeing her face, Yang blind sat on his butt. Chu Yushi turned her back to him, completely missing his reaction, and raised her hand to poke Zhao Linglong's shoulder. You're the helper that poor hanger-on. Chen Yan. Right, and you dare to pretend to be the King of Treasure Appraisal. Do you not want to live? Zhao Linglong was cold. The bodyguards behind her wanted to go forward, but she stopped them. Yo, you guys are acting pretty damn realistic. The bodyguards really dare to go on. Not afraid that you won't have the money to pay for it if you break it? Chu Yushi shook his head, his expression very beaten. He pointed behind him. The master Yang blind Yang behind me is the senior disciple of the King of Treasure Connoisseur. You are posing as senior Yang's master. It must be to cheat money, believe it or not. I will call the police right now, and arrest you guys? He was still smiling, but everyone looked at him like they were looking at a little cutie. The same. Senior Yang, we punctured the fake Treasure Appraisal King on the spot. Do you think if the Treasure Appraisal King knows about it, will she reward us heavily? Yang blind didn't speak, his body trembling non-stop. Senior Yang? Chu Yushi called out again. Yang blind snapped back to his senses and flew to Zhao Linglong's side, kneeling on the ground and slapping himself non-stop. Lord Treasure King, I didn't mean to impersonate your disciple. It's my fault. Slap, slap, slap. The slapping sound was very crisp. Chu Yushi tugged on his hand and shouted, Senior Yang, what are you apologizing to a fake for? Who said she's a fake? Yang blind yelled, this is the real Treasure Appraisal King. What? Chu Yushi's body shook a bit, nearly failing to stand still. The real Treasure Connoisseur King? Then I'm the one who is an imposter. Because I heard that the Treasure Connoisseur King's disciples' wages are expensive, so I impersonated her disciple. Yang blind shrank his neck. Chen Yan smiled. Things are clear now? He bent down and picked up a piece of Daming Treasure banknote fragment. MS. Treasure King, please see if this Daming Treasure banknote is real? Zhao Linglong frowned slightly and immediately took out a magnifying glass and looked at it again and again. The more she looked at it, the more wonderful her expression became. Really? It's real. Impossible. You guys must have colluded. Chu Yushi didn't believe it and roared. Yang blind hurriedly pulled his cuffs. The character of the King of Treasure Connoisseur is recognized in the industry. She won't fake just because of affinity. If she says it's real, then it must be real. No, it can't be. Chu Yushi was like losing his soul, his eyes instantly wooden. Chen Yan laughed. Chu Dishao, now that you are sure that my silver ticket is real, kneel down and call your father. Chu Yushi shook his head in disorientation. Chen Yan snapped. Don't kneel down yet. Who is so bold as to dare to make my son kneel? Another rough roar came from the doorway. Chapter 13, The Advent of the Real Father Doesn't Work. Call for help from the Queen's Lord. A burly man in a suit walked in hurriedly. Dad. As soon as Chu Yushi saw the visitor, he immediately ran over and knelt on the ground. Dad. That bastard Chen Yan made me kneel on the ground and kowtow to him as dad. The burly man pulled Chu Yushi up. Why are you crying? Look at your little talent. After scolding, he faced Zhao Linglong and bowed slightly. King of Treasure. I don't know what kind of mistake my son made. How could you watch him kneel down to a nobody? Zhao Linglong hummed lightly. Chu Renmei. Are you sure Chen Yan is a nobody? I've never heard of this person's name before. I think he must be out to woo people. Chu Renmei affirmed, not noticing Yang blind who was frantically winking at him from the side. Good. I'll tell you then. Zhao Linglong took 2 steps to Chen Yan's side and put a hand on his shoulder. Chen Yan is my Zhao Linglong's only shut-in disciple. Do you still think he's a nobody? Chu Renmei's expression froze. His face was incomparably ugly. Jian, treasure king. This joke isn't funny at all. Zhao Linglong laughed lightly. I never like to joke with strangers. Besides, she bent down and picked up a piece of Daming treasure banknote fragment. This Daming treasure banknote is extremely intact. Your treasure connoisseur here can't appraise it, so he said it's fake. Your son therefore bet with my disciple. Now that the result has been divided, so your son can fulfill the bet. Is there a problem? Chu Renmei lowered her head, so angry that her arms were trembling. Zhao Linglong was the first sister of the national antique world. What was the damn rebellious son doing messing with her for nothing? He turned back violently and slapped Chu Yushi on the face. You damned retrograde son. You just know how to cause trouble for old me. Still not apologizing to the king of treasure appreciation and her beloved disciple. Chu Yushi covered his face and moved to Zhao Linglong and Chen Yan in small steps. King of Jianbao, Chen Yan, I was wrong, please forgive me. Zhao Linglong hugged her arms. Is an apology like offsetting a bet? Chu Renmei hurriedly took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Chu Yushi, king of the connoisseur. My son has admitted that he was wrong. Let's just forget about it. They are all young people. Why do you need to cross swords? He took out a check again. How much is the torn up one of the Daming treasure banknotes worth? I'll double the compensation to Chen students. Zhao Linglong grunted coldly. Do you think we lack money? Chu Renmei. A bet is a bet. You have to admit when you lose. Unless you don't want to continue running your family's antique house. Chu Renmei's expression instantly went cold. There is no room for mitigation at all? No. Zhao Linglong faintly said. Chu Renmei collected the check and let out a cold smile. Zhao Linglong, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you have some skills in the treasure appraisal industry. You don't even look at where this is? I'll leave my words here today. If you don't accept my apology, I can make it impossible for you to walk out of Cloud City. The underground queen of Cloud City has an old relationship with me. I don't care if you're the underground queen or the underground queen. If you don't honor the bet, I'll block you industry-wide. Zhao Linglong's eyes glared. Chen Yan stood aside and suddenly let out a laugh. It's not good to lift anyone out but the underground queen. That was his godmother. He laughed lightly. My master is right. If Chu Yushi doesn't honor the bet, your house will wait for the door to close. Rampant. Chu Renmei grunted heavily, took out the phone and started dialing. You guys wait for me. In a while I'll get the queen over here, and you guys won't even have a door to beg for mercy. Su Qinglian got nervous and pulled Chen Yan's sleeve. Chen Yan, let's forget about it. We can't afford the underground queen's methods. Chen Yan turned back and smiled. Don't worry, he'll only humiliate himself. Su Qingliang didn't speak again. Her hands clenched in death. Her heart was incomparably nervous. Not long after, the phone went through. Hello, Lord Queen. Chu Renmei pulled up a fawning smile. I'm Chu Renmei from Jinlong Antique House. A few bold goods have come to our store, calling you a waste in front of me, saying that you can't control Cloud City at all. Come over and take a look. What? What a big dog dare. I'm retired, not dead. Jian Yao's furious voice came from the receiver. She was then heard shouting over there. Guangmu, do 01. Order a few brothers to follow me. When Chu Renmei heard this, he became even happier. Your Majesty, I'm here to await your arrival. Hanging up the phone, he tilted his neck and let out a sneer. Kid, you heard it. Lord Queen will be here soon with his subordinates, Wide-Eyed Vajra and Multivenient Vajra. Those two are ruthless characters who kill without blinking an eye. I'll give you a chance. Immediately kneel down and kowtow to me and my son to make amends. Maybe I can still let you guys go if I'm soft. Right, there's also you. He pointed at Zhao Linglong again. You also have to apologize to me on your knees and slap yourself 100 times. Otherwise, you won't want to leave this door alive. Zhao Linglong sneered and turned to Chen Yan. Apprentice brother, do you think he wants to be a dog? Like, Chen Yan nodded. Especially like the dead dog hanging outside the dog meat restaurant. Chen Yan, all you have left is your tongue. Chu Yushi yelled. Let's see how you can still act like a bully when the queen comes. I'll make you kneel in front of me and lick the soles of my shoes clean. Chu Shao, with such a big mouth. You're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. Chen Yan teasingly looked at him. Chu Yushi gritted his teeth and wanted to rush forward to beat up Chen Yan. Chu Renmei pulled him back. What's your hurry? In a moment, when the queen's people arrive, someone will naturally clean him up. Why do we need to do it? Saying that, he even stood on his tiptoes to look out. Why are you in such a hurry? Chen Yan let out a light laugh. Aren't you afraid that when the queen and her men arrive, you'll be the one to suffer in the end? No way. Chu Renmei's tone was firm as she continued to look out the door. Chen Yan yawned. I'm serious. Even if the queen comes, the ones who will suffer in the end will definitely be you guys. Why don't you guys hurry up and run while you can? If you're late, you won't have a chance. You shut up. Chu Runmei yelled. The queen was invited by us. How could she let us suffer? Don't think you can scare us by saying a few words. Play psychological warfare with me. You're still young. Chen Yan shrugged. Good words are hard to persuade damn ghosts. After waiting for another 2 minutes, a Maybach with a Land Rover stopped at the curb. Chu Runmei immediately smiled. Zhao Linglong, Chen Yan, your end is here. He ran out with his ass in the air, pulled open the car door for Jian Yao, and nodded his head all the way to welcome Jian Yao into the hall. Lord Queen, the ones who defamed you are those two across the street. He pointed at Zhao Linglong and Chen Yan. They said that you don't deserve to be the underground queen of Yun City. You're a feudal wannabe. Jian Yao's eyes instantly went ice cold. Are you sure? Chapter 14, much more comfortable after taking out the breath. Godmother and master robbing people. Sure, too sure. That's what they said about you. Chu Runmei danced around. However, in the next second, a big slap was whistled in his face. The sound of the slap was crisp. Chu Runmei was staggered by the slap. He covered his face and asked with an incredulous expression. Lord Queen, the ones who cursed you were them. What are you doing hitting me? Hitting you? Not killing you is light. Jian Yao yelled. Seeing this, Chu Yushi hurriedly ran over and flopped down at Jian Yao's feet. Lord Queen, calm down. These are their words, not my father's. Jian Yao lowered her head and coldly looked at Chu Yushi. Splat. Another loud slap. Chu Yushi also had an additional slap mark on his face. Lord Queen, why are you even hitting me? We are clearly defending you. Chu Yushi covered his face. The corner of his mouth still had a trace of blood. Do you guys want to know why? Jian Yao coldly said. The father and son nodded at the same time. Jian Yao raised her arm. Then she saw Chen Yan walk over and take her small arm. Godmother. The entire hall was suddenly silent. The Chu family's father and son, Su Qinglian and Yang Blind, all looked at Chen Yan in shock. Underground Queen Jian Yao is actually Chen Yan's godmother? Su Qinglian covered her small mouth and murmured incredulously. Only Zhao Linglong had a bland face, obviously knowing it already. Jian Yao lowered her head and looked at the Chu family's father and son. Now you know why I beat you? Chu Runmei swallowed his saliva. His eyes gradually dulled. Finished? This is completely finished. Chu Yushi's eyes rolled, kneeling straight once again. Lord Queen, even if he's your godson, it doesn't change the fact that he's slandering behind his back. Jian Yao's eyebrows furrowed. Seeing this, Chu Runmei immediately crawled over to cover Chu Yushi's mouth, apologizing repeatedly. Lord Queen, my son knows he's wrong. He spoke out of turn. Please forgive him this time. Jian Yao didn't rush to make a statement. Turned her head to Chen Yan. Son, what do you say? Chen Yan let out a long sigh. It's a good idea. Fulfill the previous bet, and by the way, just compensate me for the Daming treasure banknote. Jian Yao looked at the pieces on the ground and asked, You're talking about this? That's right. This one of mine is a well-preserved and authentic one. They insisted that it's fake and tore it up for me. We have to make them pay the price. Good. Jian Yao nodded and looked at the treasure appraisal king again. Ms. Zhao, how much is this treasure banknote worth? Zhao Linglong calmly said. According to the degree of preservation and the inscription on it, the estimated market price is around $250,000. $250,000? It was $40,000 higher than the valuation given by the system. Not bad. This master was pro. Upon hearing this price, Chu Runmei had some meat pain. He is a brave man. Let him collect money. Collect how much he does not mind too much. But if to go out money, out a little bit he is difficult. But now, he and his son are in the hands of Jian Yao. Is dead or alive all depends on the words of others. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll double the compensation to Mr. Chen. Your Majesty, can you let us go? Jian Yao looked at him with downcast eyes. How can twice be enough? Pay out 10 times. Chu Runmei froze. His heart throbbed again. 10 times won't do. 250 is too bad. Just make it a whole. Compensate 3 million. Jian Yao immediately added. Chu Runmei's heart twitched for the third time, but just tore a Daming treasure banknote worth more than $200,000. In a flash to compensate 3 million. How many antiques must be sold to sell back? If I had known this, I would have let my son kneel down and call out to his father. You don't want to pay? Jian Yao asked in a cold voice. Compensation. I'll compensate. I'll compensate. Chu Runmei didn't dare to delay. Immediately took out a check and filled in the numbers, tearing it off and handing it over to Chen Yan. Mr. Chen, this is the compensation. Chen Yan took it over, looked at the numbers on it, and hemmed and hawed. That's more like it. And then, he looked at Chu Yushi. Now it's your turn. Fulfill the bet. Chu Yushi's body trembled and looked towards his father. But Chu Runmei was now unable to protect himself. Even if he wanted to protect his son, he was still unable to do so. Kowtow, and call your father. He turned his head, tightly closed his eyes and stopped looking. Chu Yushi looked at Chen Yan. His heart crossed. and bang 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 kowtowed 3 times towards the ground. Dad, the voice is too small to hear. Chen Yan hugged his arms and laughed lightly. Dad. Shu Yushi gritted his teeth and raised his voice a few points. Chen Yan swung his palm round and gave him a slap. You didn't eat. Your voice is too small to hear. Shu Yushi covered his face, closed his eyes tightly and shouted. Dad. Chen Yan flew up and kicked him out. I don't have a son like you. Afterwards, he let out a long breath, dusted off his clothes and turned to look at Jian Yao. Godmother. I'm relieved. Good. It's my turn after you're done being comfortable. Jian Yao smiled faintly. Wide eyes. Many wonders. The two of them are too fond of making up nonsense. Crack their teeth, cut off their tongues, and then break their legs and throw them on the street. When the Chu family's father and son heard this, they immediately fell into an ice cave. Hurrying to crawl in front of Jian Yao, they slapped themselves. Lord Queen, it's us who are obsessed. It's us who are wrong. Please let us go. Jian Yao wrinkled her face and raised her chin. The two great warriors, Guangmu and Duowen, immediately stepped forward, and immediately afterward, a miserable scream erupted from inside the hall. Chen Yan covered Su Qinglian's ears and walked outside. The images here were too bloody and not suitable for a young girl who had just reached adulthood to watch. The security guards at the entrance saw the two of them walking and immediately made way. Joke, the godson of the underground queen, does anyone dare to stop? Jian Yao turned her head to look at Young Blind again. What is your name? My name is Young Blind. Yang Blind replied with a trembling voice. Jian Yao nodded. It's quite blind. Let him become truly blind. Yang Blind was so scared that his legs couldn't stop trembling, and he couldn't stand up even if he wanted to run. Soon, his miserable screams came from the hall again. Zhao Linglong walked up and let out a laugh. You, still as ruthless as before. How can I make others afraid of me if I'm not ruthless? Jian Yao let out a laugh. Let's go. Chen Yan and his girlfriend are still waiting outside. The two of them went out the door one after the other. In front of the entrance of Jinlong Antique House, Jian Yao walked over with an exquisite handbag. Chen Yan, bring this female classmate to sit at Godmother's place for a while. Godmother, let's. Chen Yan wanted to refuse, but the words had just left his mouth when Zhao Linglong also hurried over. There's no fun in going to her place. It's better to come with me and go to an antique auction. Zhao Linglong, what's so fun about antiques? How good is it to let them go to my place? What's the point of going to your place? To listen to people screaming? The two of them were at loggerheads. Seeing this, Chen Yan immediately ran away and pushed Su Qingliang into the car. Godmother, master, I have other things to do. You two do what you need to do. With a foot on the gas, the car scurried out with a whoosh. Chapter 15, Sending the mall owner as a cousin. Onion Cake is really a great person. After exchanging the check for Chu Renmei's compensation, the two of them went straight to the mall. Caillou Mansion, the largest and most luxurious mall in Cloud City. Su Qinglime walked around the women's clothing area and didn't say which store to go into to take a look. Lime, don't you have anything you want to buy? Chen Yan asked softly. Su Qinglime shook her head. I haven't thought about what to buy. Can you recommend a set for me? Chen Yan was a bit embarrassed. He also only had money in the last couple of days. He had never paid attention to women's clothing before, much less had an eye for matching. He scratched his head. Actually, you look pretty good like this. I don't know what to recommend. You like it? Then I'll wear it to you often in the future. Su Qinglian smiled sweetly, her big watery eyes blinking and blinking. Chen Yan had a deer in the headlights in his heart. Ever since he looked at Su Qinglian with his treasure-hunting golden pupil, he was a little afraid to look directly at the other party. In his heart, he inexplicably had the feeling that he was a voyeur. The two of them wandered around for a while longer. Su Qinglian suddenly ran towards the front. Go to the one in front and take a look. I used to often buy clothes from their house. Chen Yan silently followed. Just after stepping into the store, a mountainous black shadow steeply blocked in front of him. Chen Yan, who let you in? Chen Yan was stunned. Can you still meet a familiar face while shopping in a mall? He took half a step back and a face like a scallion pancake appeared in front of him. Bing Bing? He instantly screamed. Why are you here? Bing Jiao is Chen Yan's classmate, although the name is more gentle, but the person well, height 1 meter 9, weight 300 pounds. One person can occupy two people's seats. Early to hear her say, she has a when the mall owner's cousin. It is difficult not to be this mall? Why can't I be here? Bing Qiuqiu pinched her waist and squinted at Chen Yan with a contemptuous face. Su Qinglian rushed over when she saw this. Bing Jiao looked at her again and said in a conspiratorial manner, Big school flower Su, who do you think it's not good for you to find to accompany you on a shopping spree, but you have to find a poor hangman? You're not afraid of losing your status. Su Qinglian's expression immediately turned cold. Does it matter to you who I let accompany me? If you are jealous, find a male classmate to accompany you. Bing's face sank, like a freshly cooked pig's liver. She wanted to find someone to accompany her, but who would want to accompany her? The whole class stood together, taller than her boys only one. She also took the initiative to chase individual petite, but people in the way of the visual impact that she brought. They all stayed away from her. Being explicitly stated by Su Qingliang, she was upset in her heart and turned to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, you and Su big schoolgirl shopping together are putting your person in a lower class. If I were you, I'd cover my head and get out before it's too late. Chen Yan laughed lightly. Why should I roll? Lime hasn't even disliked me. You're an unwanted scallion pancake screaming ass. Bing Bing's tiger's body shook. The nickname scallion pancake was given to her by her classmates, and everyone laughed at her for having a round, large and acne-ridden face. She gritted her teeth in indignation and clenched her hands steeply. Just as she was about to do so, the store manager came rushing in and angrily questioned. How can you say that? Who are you calling a scallion pancake? Is there any point of quality? You don't have to be afraid. I'm here to back you up. Let's see who else dares to humiliate you. Chen Yan looked at the store manager. The long is not bad. Just, why did she speak for Bing Ming? Bing Xiaoxiao tugged on her sleeve and frowned at her again. As the words fell, several security guards rushed in. I'll see which one of you dares to touch him. Su Qingliang droned and blocked in front of Chen Yan. The store manager was instantly in a dilemma. Su Qingliang is the store's actual big patron. Every month to come to spend 30 to 50,000, but the one behind her is her. If you let her be bullied in the store today, you definitely won't be able to go back without a severe beating. She awkwardly pulled up the corner of her mouth, forced a smile. Miss Su, just now the situation you also saw. Is this gentleman to misspeak out of turn? I this store manager if I don't care. In the future for fear that no one is willing to enter the store. That's right, we must make him kneel down and apologize to me today. Otherwise I'll have my cousin waste him. Bing Huang proudly raised his chin. Several security guards raised their batons to go forward. Su Qinglu coldly lowered her face. I brought Chen Yan here. You guys try to touch him? I'll try. Su Qinglime, you don't weigh yourself either. This is my cousin's turf. It's your turn to be wild? Bing Xiaoxian shouted in a frenzy. The store manager hurriedly pulled her back and shook his head at her, but she shook her hand away and glared at the store manager again. Leave me alone if you don't want to suffer. The store manager's movements paused, and the hand that had been shaken away was slowly lowered. Don't give me a beating on him yet. She pointed at Chen Yan and roared. The security guard was about to step forward again. Chen Yan quickly raised his hand. Don't. Everyone wait a little bit. MS. Bing, you always say your cousin is so-and-so. We don't even know who your cousin is. Can you tell us so we can see her? Bing held up his arms and said triumphantly with his thumbs up. My cousin is the owner of this mall. Luo Yunshu. Ding. Detected someone bragging within the probe range. Transforming bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan secretly snickered. It was so happy to meet another child girl who gave away her dependence. Knowing my identity, please ask schoolgirl Su to get out of the way. I want to settle a personal conflict with Chen Yan. Su Qinglian looked at her and then at Chen Yan, her eyebrows furrowing higher and higher. Luo Yunshu was a new star that had just risen in Yun City in recent years. At less than 30 years old, she was able to sit on hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, and was the guest of honor for many of Cloud City's veteran big bosses. The Su family had recently wanted to meet with her to discuss cooperation. If they really offended her, the Su family wouldn't feel good either. But Chen Yan, Su Qinglian's heart crossed. First of all, no matter what happens to the Su family, at least at this moment, she can't let Chen Yan get hurt. She was calculating in her heart what she had to do to turn the situation around. She saw Chen Yan suddenly patting his chest. Goo, scared the baby to death. Isn't it just a shopping mall owner's cousin? I thought it was the city chief's big secretary. Come, don't you want to resolve the conflict? Let them compete with me. With the strength of a 9th degree black belt, it was still more than enough to try to deal with a few security guards. Bing was instantly confused. Luo Yunshu was the boss of Kaiyue Mansion, a bull that resounded throughout Cloud City. How come Chen Yan wasn't scared at all? Chen Yan, you are scared silly, right? That's right, my cousin is so bullish. Pa! Before the words were finished, Chen Yan violently swung his arm. A crisp slapping sound rang out. You waste your mom's words with me. Let them do it. Hurry up. Bing Bing retreated 2 steps, and the surrounding security guards shrank their necks in fear. Chen Yan, don't be impulsive. Su Qinglian immediately pulled Chen Yan and pushed him outward with force. Her cousin is not to be messed with. Hurry up and run. They won't dare to do anything to me. The store manager also came back to his senses at this time. Stop him, he beat up your boss's cousin. If you don't waste him, watch out for your rice bowls. Bing also covered her face and pointed at Chen Yan with tears in her eyes. That's right. I want you to break his limbs and throw him in front of the mall for exhibition. The security guards raised and rolled up their sleeves and were about to charge upwards. Right at this moment, an ice-cold voice came from the doorway. I'll see which one of you dares to make a move. Chapter 16, Cousin's High-Profile Parenting. Schoolgirls date to the park. A windy figure walked in from outside. The security guards took half a step back when they saw her. What are you all doing? Don't give me a hand yet. My cousin is Luo Yunshu. Bing Yunshu yelled hysterically. Luo Yunshu squinted at her with a look of disgust. You don't recognize me? Why should I recognize you? Who the hell are you? Bingshu opened her teeth and claws. The store manager stepped forward to stop her, but she pushed her aside. Who am I? Ha! Luo Yunshu laughed lightly. Then her eyes changed and her show-you-like slap swung out. Slap! Another resounding slap. Bing Jiao was staggered by the slap. She covered her fuzzy head and shouted, Are you security guards all dead men? Can't you see that this young lady is being beaten? Why don't you throw this meddling out? The security guards still no one dared to move. The store manager hurriedly ran over and pulled Bing Shout. Shout! Stop it! She's, what do I care who she is? Bing Xiao Chao shook her off and gave her a slap in the face. I'm Luo Yunshu's cousin. How dare you little Thai store manager call me by my first name? Call me Miss Chow Chiao. The store manager was smacked. Bing Jiao turned back and pointed at Luo Yunshu. You guys hurry up and cripple that and throw her out, or I'll have my cousin fire you. Luo Yunshu suddenly laughed. How come I've never heard that I have a lanky cousin like you? Of course you don't. You. Halfway through her sentence, Bing Bing finally noticed a hint of something wrong and turned her head to look at the store manager. Who is she? I'm of course the boss's cousin Luo Yunshu you're talking about. Luo Yunshu grunted and looked at the store manager again. If I'm not mistaken, this fat bastard who speaks out of turn should be your cousin, right? The store manager trembled, his knees softening as he directly knelt on the ground. Boss, it's my fault, please let my cousin go. She's just a bit savage and capricious. Her nature isn't bad. Savage and capricious? Just a little bit? I didn't see it. Luo Yunshu glared at her and raised her voice an octave. Then she pointed her finger back at Chen Yan. Look at me clearly, that person is my own cousin. If it wasn't for the fact that I happened to be patrolling the mall today, my cousin would have been bullied by you pair of. The store manager and the Bing Bong's body shuddered at the same time, too shocked to speak. Chen Yan was actually Luo Yunshu's cousin? Su Qingliang was also full of surprise. Just now she was thinking about how to protect Chen Yan, but she didn't expect a shocking reversal. That Bing Bing was an imposter from head to toe. And you guys, Luo Yunshu looked at the surrounding security guards again. You believe whatever they say? Don't you even have the most basic ability to tell the difference? Now I order you all to immediately dispose of these two disgusting people. The store manager panicked and kept kowtowing. Boss, we're wrong. I promise I won't dare to do it again. She rushed to pull Bing Jiang down on her knees together. Jiang Jiang, hurry up and admit your mistake. If we don't admit our mistake, we'll be finished. Only then did Bing Xian come back from the shock and started apologizing. Boss Luo, I was wrong. I shouldn't have impersonated your cousin. I also did it because I admire you too much. Chen Yan, we're in the same class. You also help me beg for mercy. Please. How noisy. Luo Yunshu frowned and glared at the several security guards. Move faster. Finish dealing with them. Go to the finance to fill out the fine slip yourself. One person will be fined 1 month's salary. And if you dare to make the same mistake again, get the hell out of Kaiyuan Mansion. Yes. The security guards nodded heavily and swarmed around, dragging Bing Bing and her cousin out. The store finally quieted down. Luo Yunshu came to Chen Yan's side and raised her hand to touch his face. Kissing cousin. You're in shock, aren't you? Chen Yan shivered and hastily took a step back. No. Hiding what? Still afraid that cousin will eat you? Luo Yunshu came up again. Chen Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt a burst of heat in his body. Cousin, we are siblings. Have you forgotten? I'm adopted. Luo Yunshu took 2 steps forward and whispered in his ear. You even peeked at my bath when you were a kid? Feeling the hot breath on his ear, the elephant in Chen Yan's dantian roared once again. He catapulted back 2 more steps and fled as if he were fleeing for his life to Su Qinglian's side, tugging on her sleeve and dragging her out. Cousin, I am leaving with my classmates first. That, you just keep patrolling the mall. Bye. Just as he walked to the door, Luo Yunshu's shout came from behind him. Slow down. Chen Yan stopped in his tracks, and the knot in his throat couldn't help but move a little. Luo Yunshu circled around in front of him, her eyes swept around his waist, and she let out a light laugh. Opening her handbag, she took out a black card from inside. Nua. Here, take this card and spend as much as you want at the mall. No need for you to spend any money. Afterwards, she looked at Su Qinglian. If I remember correctly, you're the Su family's little girl, right? Su Qinglian froze. Luo boss knows me? Of course, Jiahao's #1 schoolgirl. I used to be from Jiahao as well. Of course I know. Luo Yunshu smiled. Don't call me boss Luo in the future either. It seems strange. Just call me cousin like Chen Yan. Cousin. Su Qinglian bent over obediently. Good. Luo Yunshu nodded. I remember that the Su family seemed to want to find me to talk about some cooperation the other day. You go back and tell your family to go to my office on Monday afternoon to talk about it in detail. Thank you, Luo. Thank you, cousin. Su Qingliang bowed excitedly. You guys go have fun. I still have work to do, so I won't accompany you. Luo Yunshu waved her hand. The duo bid farewell to Luo Yunshu and walked away quickly. After 2 hours of wandering around the mall, the two of them came out with large bags. Chen Yan, it's really hard to see. You actually have such a powerful cousin. Getting into the car, Su Qingliang said with a smile. Chen Yan started the car and turned the steering wheel. Low profile. Arriving downstairs at Su Qinglian's house, Su Qinglian got out of the car carrying her things, stood by the side of the car and asked with a red face, "Tomorrow I want to go to the park to study. Are you free?" "Yes," Chen Yan replied with a smile. "Then we'll see you tomorrow. Don't give up." After saying that, Su Qinglian quickly ran away. Chen Yan raised his eyebrows and also went back to the rental house. Evening. He was about to go to bed after washing up, when a message came from Weishin. "Cousin, is it in?" "Kissing cousin." Chen Yan replied, "In." "Cousin, I've chosen a few sets of clothes. Help me see which one looks good." Ding bell ding bell ding bell. Several pictures flew over one after another. Chen Yan clicked on them and immediately felt his nostrils flare. They were all pictures from 15 o'clock in the morning. "Cousin, kissing cousin, which one do you feel looks good?" Chen Yan, "Cousin, I am still just a kid. Cousin, come on, you're an adult." Chen Yan, "Then I am also a child. I have to study tomorrow. First do not chat with you. Good night." He hurriedly turned off the screen, covered his head to force himself to sleep. Chapter 17, Becoming an Extreme Fortune Teller? Judging people with a single word has prison sentence. Cousin, come. In the haze, Luo Yunshu was half lying on the sofa in her sarong, her green onion jade fingers hooking the ties on her skirt. "Come and eat your sister. I know you've been thinking about your sister for a long time. You are my cousin. Chen Yan's mouth is dry. We don't have a blood relationship. What are you afraid of? Beautiful dream to the most critical moment. Chen Yan woke up violently, raising his eyes to look around. This was his rented house. No cousin, no sofa, no tulle skirt, no. Chen Yan, Chen Yan, are you still a human being? Even if there is no blood relationship, she is still your cousin. Chen Yan lightly slapped himself and muttered in a low voice, lifting the quilt. Blanche, I just changed the sheets yesterday. He hurriedly got out of bed for a good cleanup, and picked one of those clothes he bought yesterday that was more suitable for sports and changed into it, before taking the car keys and going out. When he arrived at the downstairs of Su Qinglian's house, he gave Su Qinglian a call. "Hey, Chen Yan, have you arrived?" Inside the phone, Su Qinglian's voice was sweet and vaguely carried some anticipation. Chen Yan said, arrived downstairs at your house. Wait for me. Go downstairs immediately. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. Chen Yan smiled and put away the phone. Not a moment later, Su Qingliang ran out holding 2 books and sat directly on the co-pilot. She wore a soft green Lolita suit today, looking vibrant. The car started and drove towards the nearby park. On the way, she glanced at Chen Yan from time to time. "Why do I feel that you've become handsome today?" Chen Yan held the steering wheel with one hand, a smug look on his face. "Which day am I not handsome? Wretch, say you're fat and you're still panting." Su Qingliang gave him a blank look. The duo chatted a few words from time to time, and turned their eyes to the park. Parking the car, they walked inside one after the other. On the park's wooded path, Su Qingliang hugged her book and walked side by side with Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, where do you plan to go to college in the future?" Chen Yan shook his head. "I haven't thought about it. Do you have a target university?" Su Qingliang skimmed her lips. "I haven't thought about it either. With my grades, except for the top ones in the country that might be a little bit of a struggle, the rest are all fine. Then wouldn't you have a lot to choose from?" Chen Yan said. "Yes." Su Qingliang nodded her head and her voice suddenly became smaller. "So I want to ask you where you plan to go?" Chen Yan scratched his head awkwardly. Ever since gaining Su Qingliang's favor, the other party had always been more proactive. On the contrary, it was him who had never taken the initiative to do anything. He was clear that he could rely on the system to take the college entrance exam without any worries, but Su Qingliang couldn't. He had to be responsible for the people who liked him. Even if there was really something in his heart, he would have to wait until after graduation. The two were silent and speechless, maintaining a subtle distance, walking side by side. After walking for a while, just when Chen Yan was thinking about how to break the deadlock, an old Taoist priest suddenly came out from the roadside. Looking at his disguise, he was no different from the old godly men commonly seen in movies and TV dramas. "Two of you, please stay." The old magician waved his duster and blocked in front of the two of them. Chen Yan immediately took a step forward and blocked in front of Su Qinglian, looking at the godly cleric vigilantly. "What are you doing?" The old godly cleric heatedly smiled. "The poor Taoist sees that he is destined to be with the two of you. and wants to give you a free fortune telling. We don't believe in it. Go and tell it to someone else. Chen Yan waved his hand, wanting to drive away the magician. Su Qingliang, however, pulled him back. Anyway, he said it's free, let him take a look. Upon hearing this, the old godly clerk was instantly happy, pinching his beard in a fake manner and circling around the two of them. I observe that the two of you have a red and moist hull of the seal. It is the image of a red luan entering the life. I think they must be fond of each other. But again, for some reason, the relationship has not been formalized yet. Su Qingliang inwardly greatly agreed, her pretty face slightly red as she looked at Chen Yan. The old magus narrowed his eyes and smiled, cleared his throat and continued, but on the two of you, I detected another aura of death. And with this aura, you guys are afraid that it will be very difficult to go all the way to the end. Su Qinglian's heart stung inexplicably and asked with a nervous face, what should we do then? The old magus opened his satchel and took out a QR code from it. VNI 500. I'll crack it for you guys. Su Qinglian immediately pulled out her cell phone. It was about her and Chen Yan's relationship. She couldn't care less, but just $500. It was nothing to her. When she was about to scan the code, Chen Yan pulled her back. Qing Lime, no need to believe him. He's just a charlatan. Who said I'm a liar? I'm the one who came down from Longhu Mountain, and I've been painstakingly studying fortune-telling and physiognomy for decades. And I dare say that in this world, if I claim to be the second in fortune-telling and physiognomy, no one will dare to say the first. Ding! Detected someone bragging within the scope of probing. Is converting bragging content? Transformation successful. Chen Yan felt a warmth in his right eye. Immediately, it was as if there was an additional mysterious power in his body. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you guys more. Just say whether you give this money or not. If not, I'll leave immediately. The old cleric shook the QR code in his hand. Su Qinglian wanted to scan it. Chen Yan pulled her back. Lime, don't believe him. He's a complete godly man. Hey you little brat, you don't believe me so I can stop looking. What makes you say I'm a godly clown? The old godly clerk rolled up his sleeves and took 2 steps forward. Is it wrong to say that you're a godly cleric? Chen Yan snorted coldly. His eyes wandered around the godly cleric's body, and he vaguely saw the godly cleric being put on a silver bracelet. If you can really read and calculate, you can calculate that you have a prison sentence today. Joke, how could I possibly have a prison sentence? The old magus threw back his face and laughed. If you want to cheat in front of me, you're still a bit young. He pointed to a short distance behind him, where a bunch of elderly people were working out. Go ask them, am I accurate or not? How many people take money to eliminate disasters in my place? I see that you have the fate to give you a free fortune telling. Do not believe me even if, but also out of words to denigrate me. The old clergyman said more and more angry, rushed to the back of those old men and women who are exercising and shouted, everyone quickly come to see there is a person who said I am a liar. Hearing his shout, several grandparents ran over and gathered around the old magus. Old magus, what's wrong with you? The old magus pointed at Chen Yan. He said I'm a liar. You guys tell him, am I a liar? As soon as his words fell, those old men and women nearby immediately became righteously indignant. Young man, you can disbelieve, but you can't talk about the old gods like that. Yes, the old fairy is very spiritual. You quickly apologize to him, and this will be over. Su Qinglian tugged Chen Yan's sleeve nervously. Chen Yan, what can we do now? Chen Yan smiled and pacified. Don't worry, he won't be able to jump around for long. How can you talk like this child? A year over 70 old lady kept tapping the cane in her hand. The master counted can be accurate. You hurry to apologize to him. Otherwise you don't want to go. That's right, if you don't give an apology, we'll surround you. Don't believe you dare to make a move with us. Chen Yan did not move, looked at his watch. Okay, then we will wait and see. 3, 2, 1. The countdown voice just fell. Not far away, a few police officers walked over. Chapter 18, the old magus is punctured. Changing others' fate creates backlash. Get out of the way, all of you. What are so many people gathering together for? A police officer shouted. They came into the middle of the crowd and ran head-on right into the old godly cleric. This time out, they were here to arrest the old godly cleric, but the old godly cleric was still oblivious to this, and was still smugly lifting his chin. Comrade police, you've come just in time. The old lady on crutches walked up tremblingly, pointing at Chen Yan. This youngster is speaking out of his mouth and insulting the old god. You guys quickly arrest him. The policeman was confused. Who is the old god immortal? The old lady pointed at the godly man again. The policeman laughed and asked, Ma'am, you're saying he's the old god immortal? That's right, he's very accurate in his calculations. All of us believe in him, the old lady said. A bunch of people around also agreed. The policeman smiled and gave a wink to his companion. The companion immediately took out a silver bracelet and fastened it on the old magician. The old clergyman was confused, and the crowd of onlookers were also confused. Comrade Police, are you guys mistaken? He's an old godly man. How can you arrest him? Yes, he can tell us things accurately, and even saved me from a disaster. How can you arrest him? The people were all filled with righteous indignation, and began to criticize the police officers for their faults. The old clergyman also struggled twice. I am a Taoist priest from Manhwa Mountain. Why are you arresting me? The leading policeman spread his hands. Then show me your Taoist license. As soon as I mentioned the Taoist license, the old Taoist priest's eyes were a bit dodgy looking. I forgot to bring it. The policeman let out a laugh. What forgot to bring? Is not at all right. He turned around and let go of his voice and said, it's just that today in front of everyone, I also give you a little bit of popularization. The Taoist robe that this old cleric is wearing is the Taoist robe of the Taoist priests of Maoshan Mountain. If the Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain go down to the mountain, they usually wear navy blue or white Taoist robes. First of all, the way he dresses is wrong. Secondly, our country does not restrict religious sects such as Taoism and Buddhism, but it does regulate religions. All naturalized Taoist priests will be issued Taoist certificates, and monks and nuns will have conversion certificates, and he can't even get a Taoist certificate, so he's a fake Taoist priest. Lastly, his so-called reading people's faces is just through observation, saying things that can be seen on the surface, and then luring you into the trap step by step. The people around were still unwilling to believe it. No, he was able to accurately tell the illness on my body. How could he be a liar? An old man coughed twice and said. The policeman looked at him and pondered for a while. Grandpa, you worked in a glass factory when you were young, right? The old man froze for a moment. How do you know? Could it be that you know me? The policeman shook his head. I don't know you. We just met for the first time today. Then how do you know what I used to do? The old man asked. The policeman began to explain. The frequency of your coughing and the symptoms clearly indicate that you have a lung disease. The sound of your breathing proves that you have difficulty breathing. There is a large scar on the back of your hand that looks like it was cut by a sharp instrument. Combining the above points, my initial guess is that you may have worked in a glass factory when you were young, and that you suffered from silicosis due to the inhalation of silica dust. The crowd began to talk to each other, and their hearts were obviously shaken. The policeman took advantage of the situation to speculate on a few more people. Only one person speculated wrongly. The rest were all right. He smiled and said, Moncler Jackets Outlet. Speculation wrong is inevitable. So is this liar. The whole park has so many older people, even if only half of the guesses, so that half of the people believe him, he will be able to cheat a lot of money. If you run into a fortune teller for you in the future, keep your eyes peeled. The crowd believed it now. Good you liar, beat you to death you bastard. How much they believed in the old magician in the beginning. How hard they spat on him now. Chen Yan smiled and prepared to take Su Qinglian away, when he suddenly saw that the policeman leading the group had a knife inserted into his chest, and the person who committed the murder was none other than this old godly man. His eyes changed and he stood still and looked around. Su Qinglian curiously asked, Chen Yan, what are you looking for? Help me see if there are any small wooden boards or stone pieces. In short, something that can block the dagger. His voice seemed a little anxious. Su Qingliang looked around, and in the flow of her gaze, she saw the small notepad in her arms. Will this do? Chen Yan nodded his head and took the notepad to catch up with the police in front. Wait a minute, comrade policeman. The policeman who was leading the group looked back and asked, young man, you behaved very well just now. I forgot to praise you twice. Do you have anything else? Chen Yan took out his notepad, inserted it into his jacket pocket, and solemnly reminded, don't ever take it out before you return to the bureau. After saying that, he turned around and ran. The policeman looked confused, laughed softly, and led the people back. Returning to Su Qingliang's side, Su Qingliang looked at him with radiant eyes. Chen Yan, how come you're so good that you were able to guess that he has a prison sentence? Chen Yan smiled smugly. Because I can count. Then how much did you calculate your test scores this time? Su Qingliang blinked her big eyes. Chen Yan pretended to pinch his fingers. I guess I'll be number 1 in the exam. Oops. I'm not joking with you, Su Qingliang said. Chen Yan's expression was solemn. I'm not joking with you either. I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, then how about we make a bet? Okay, what do you want to bet? Chen Yan thought for a while. His eyes turned on Su Qinglian. If I win first place, you promise me one condition, okay? Su Qinglian didn't even think about it and immediately nodded. No problem, let's go. Let's find a place to study, Chen Yan said. Good. The duo walked towards the gazebo. Just after walking a few steps, Chen Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his legs went soft and directly to the ground. Su Qingliang was startled. Chen Yan, what's wrong with you? Chen Yan covered his chest and took a few hard breaths, inquiring in his mind. System, what's wrong with me? This is the backlash brought about by the host's direct intervention in the fate of others. Friendly reminder, if the host changes the destiny of all non-system associated people, the side effects will be borne by the host personally. This is the first time. The backlash is relatively light. In the future, if the host continues to intervene in other people's destinies, the backlash will be more severe than once. Chen Yan covered his chest for a while before recovering. Looking at his pale face, Su Qinglian's eyes were filled with tears. Chen Yan, don't scare me. I'll call 120. She took out her cell phone and just pressed 2 keys, but was stopped by Chen Yan. Chen Yan let out a long breath. I'm fine. Let's go study. You're like this. Why study? Go, I'll send you home. Su Qingliang wiped her tear stains and assisted him towards the park entrance. After moving around for a while, he felt much better. No wonder people who are truly versed in fortune telling don't read fortunes easily. The backlash is surprisingly so severe. In the future, you have to be more careful when reading fortunes for people again. Chen Yan sighed. By the time he reached the park entrance, he had completely recovered. Give me the car key, I'll send you home. Su Qingliang spread her hands. He let out a laugh. Don't worry, I've completely recovered. It's better for me to send you. Just as he was pulling out the keys, in the parking lot, 2 women dressed in floral dresses leaned against his car, taking a selfie with their cell phones. Chapter 19, 2 windswept beauties fall back. Stay away from my baby car. 2 windswept beauties. Can you please stay away from my car? Chen Yan pulled a forced smile and reminded. Those 2 women instantly turned their heads to look at Chen Yan. After seeing that he was just wearing casual clothes, they instantly frowned. Where did you get this rotten garlic from? This is a Ferrari. Can you afford to drive it? The leopard-printed woman leaning against the car door had a crooked corner of her mouth and a very disdainful expression. That's right. Don't even look at how much this car costs. For you to drive it is simply dropping the value of this car. Another black silk woman sitting on the front of the car also followed and spoke out in mockery. While belittling Chen Yan, she also didn't forget to look at Su Qinglian. Little beauty, it looks like you haven't experienced the social beatings. This man knows at a glance that he's only a high-mouthed goods. Don't believe him. Su Qinglian looked at the 2 people across from her like a little cutie. She looked at the 2 people on the opposite side of the table. Other people don't know Chen Yan, but she still can't? No. One treasure connoisseur in the domestic treasure appraisal industry. King of treasure connoisseur? The underground queen of Yunchang is his godmother, and the owner of Caillou Mansion is his cousin. All of these characters are destined to be a dragon and phoenix among people. Not to mention that Chen Yan is also related to 3 of them. What she didn't know was that in fact, Jiahao school manager Lu and Chen Yan also had a relationship. Little beauty, why don't you say anything anymore? Are you enlightened after being reminded by your sisters? The leopard print woman twisted her crotch and walked over. Chen Yan skimmed his mouth and completely ignored her, going around with Su Qinglian on the left and right. The leopard print froze for a moment and was about to get mad when she saw Chen Yan pull out the car key and gently press it. The car door unlocked. The 2 women were stunned and watched woodenly as Chen Yan got into the car. Just sat down. The 2 women immediately came over. A face to please, little brother. Just now as the sisters' eyes are clumsy. Can let the sisters on your car to sit for a while? Can't. Chen Yan directly refused. The 2 women still didn't give up. Little brother, at a glance you are not an ordinary person. Sisters have never sat in a Ferrari. Just take us for a ride. Sisters can give you a lot of benefits. Oh. Saying that, the 2 of them were going to stick to Chen Yan. Their behavior disgusted Su Qinglian. Can you 2 stay away from us? It's affecting our driving. Those 2 women looked at Su Qinglian at the same time, revealing a weathered smile. Little sister, this handsome man hasn't said anything yet, so stop talking. Yeah, one look at you and I know you haven't experienced it. You can't do what the sisters can. Afterwards, they looked at Chen Yan. Little brother, sisters are not joking with you. If you like excitement, sisters can be together, as long as you drive that little sister off. Chen Yan looked at the 2 coldly. Get lost. I'm renting this car. I have to pay for scratching it. This excuse was used once before and the effect was very good. Using it again, I guess it shouldn't be bad either. As expected, after listening to him say so, the leopard print woman immediately disgusted back 2 steps. The original is a rental car. Thought you more capable of it. Not I say you, like you so vain people, can also cheat the little girl. Still want me to serve you? Dream on. Chen Yan laughed softly. Then didn't you just stick upwards too? The leopard print woman stuttered for a moment, followed by a turn of the eyes. That is to see you young. Want to find you to have fun to find an excuse. My boyfriend is driving a Koenigsegg. Ding. Detected someone bragging within the scope of probing. Is converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan laughed lightly. In that case, you go back to your boyfriend's car. My car is too cheap to pull a big Buddha like you. The leopard print grunted heavily, turned around and left. After walking not 2 steps, she came back to pull Black Silk. Let's go. They are just renting a car. What are we doing? Black Silk raised her hand and shook her off. turned around and held the car door with both hands. Even if it's rented, I'm willing to let me sit in it. Then you stay here. I'm leaving. Leopard Print twisted her head and left. Black Silk came a little closer. Little brother, we're the only two left now. As long as you whisk away that untouched little girl, I'll come any way you want. Chen Yan grinned and dodged away with a look of disgust. Big sister, I'm really not your type. Can you stay away from my car? Black Silk still doesn't back off. Deadpan grinning. Call what big sister ah? Call baby. As long as you call baby, I'll be yours all day today. Okay. Chen Yan took her really no way out, cleared his throat and said, Big sister, can you leave my baby car far away? Roll ah. Black Silk woman froze for a moment, just stood up straight and ready to open spray. Chen Yan a foot throttle scampered out. Su Qinglian covered her mouth in the passenger seat and giggled. You're so bad, talking about people like that. They should be sad. Does it matter to me if she's sad or not? If she really scratches my car, I will be sad. Chen Yan muttered. Then, what if I accidentally scratched your car? Su Qingliang lowered her head and asked in a small voice. You. Chen Yan glanced at her. You're different from them. Su Qinglian smiled, her eyes full of sweetness. Turning her eyes, she arrived at the downstairs of her house. I'm sorry for disrupting your revision plan today, Chen Yan said softly. Su Qinglian shrugged. It doesn't matter. I know most of what I need to review today anyway. I'll just look at something else at home in the afternoon. Alright, you review well. I'll go back first. The two briefly said goodbye and watched Su Qingliang enter the building. Chen Yan turned the steering wheel and left. Back home, there was an extra Koenigsegg Agera downstairs. Driving out for 2 turns, the driving experience was really different from a Ferrari. This is a luxury car of more than $20 million. And the $3 million Ferrari is certainly incomparable. After turning around for a while and attracting countless gazes, he went home again. Looking at the 2 luxury cars, he had a bit of a headache. This neighborhood was the kind of ordinary neighborhood that couldn't be any more ordinary. Parking the cars downstairs like this, what if they got scratched? Thinking about it, he circled around the neighborhood twice. Fortunately, there was an empty garage for sale nearby. He spent $200,000 and bought 2 empty garages. All the work is done. The sky is already dark. Back home, lying on the newly changed sheets, Chen Yan took out his cell phone and casually swiped through short videos. With the strength of the nation's #1 schoolmaster, there is no need to study at all? After watching for a long time until his eyes were a bit sore, he put the phone down. The next day, it was the beginning of another week. Chen Yan drove his low-profile Ferrari to school. As soon as he entered the class, a piercing voice came steeply. Chen Yan, why did you come so late today? Hurry up and get your tools and go clean the building. Chen Yan turned his head with a cold face, and saw the class teacher's #1 lapdog walking over this way. Chapter 20 The school committee is difficult, forced to take over the work of cleaning the corridor. Chen Yan said in a cold voice, it seems like I shouldn't be cleaning the corridor today, right? If you, a poor student, don't clean the corridor, who will? Fang Jiqiang pinched her waist, her eyes glaring. You're about to get out of this class. Why don't you take advantage of this last bit of time to make a good contribution to the class, and leave a good impression on your classmates? If you want to leave a good impression, go yourself. Don't blather in front of me. Chen Yan also ignored it and walked towards his seat with his backpack. He usually did have to be responsible for cleaning the corridors, but only in the afternoon recess. The morning recess was always handled by another poor student in the class. However, that poor student was better than him, and followed Fang Jiqiang all day long, being Fang Jiqiang's little dog's leg. Fang Jiqiang was rebutted in public. Her heart was very upset. 2 steps ran to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, what do you want? Still want to hang out in this class? That's right. The school committee is giving you a chance to perform. In case you perform well, the class teacher's heart will be soft. Maybe you'll stay. Puppy-leg Jia Zhonglua said. Chen Yan's gaze deflected and landed on him, humming lightly in disdain. Jia Zhonglua, both of us are poor students. Can't you have some backbone and live upright like a man? Why do you have to be a lapdog for someone? Or is it that you have something else in mind for the other student, and because of your low status, you want to use this method to get touched by the school committee? Jia Zhonglua jumped up with a wail as if his tail had been stepped on. Chen Yan, I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. I just worship the school committee for studying well. Do you think everyone is like you, full of flowery thoughts? Chen Yan waved his hand impatiently. Alright, what's the point of talking so much nonsense? I'm just asking you, are you going to sweep the corridor or not? No, mister. Fang said to give you a chance to perform this morning. Jia Zhonglua's neck stiffened. Good, remember what you said. Chen Yan pointed at him and turned his head to yell. Qin Shubao, get your ass over here. When he shouted this, Fang Jiqiang's heart thumped, remembering what happened in the cafeteria the other day. His neck shrank and he turned his head away. The other students in the class were the same. All of them walked as far away as possible as if they hadn't heard. Jia Yanglua was surprised for a moment, then revealed a sneer. Chen Yan, are you crazy? You dare to talk to the class bully like that? Don't want to live? In Jia Hao's cafeteria, the meals were all expensive as hell, and these poor students basically wouldn't go there to eat. So, what happened in the cafeteria that day? He didn't know at all. He looked at Chen Yan with his hands on his waist. Chen Yan, I really didn't expect it. Being confessed to by the schoolgirl in public once. Your brain is stupid. That day you were able to win Big Brother Chen 2 times by fluke. Do you really think you're invincible? Shouting at Big Brother Chen like that. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you later? Then he has to ask if he has the guts first. Chen Yan let out a light laugh. Ha, you're saying he doesn't have the guts. Haven't you heard that Big Brother Chen's godmother is the underground queen of Cloud City? Jia Junlu gave a thumbs up and was proud as if he was the underground queen's godson. Just then, Xin Shubao came, hearing what Jia Junlu said, and inadvertently remembering the night he was slapped in the face. His anger rubbed off on him. However, Jia Junlu didn't notice it in the slightest and came to Xin Shubao's side smilingly. Big brother, this kid Chen Yan spoke out against you. Do you want to teach him a lesson? I'll hold his arm for you. Xin Shubao immediately swung his palm and slapped it down fiercely. Slap. 1 second. Jia Zhanglu was still full of smiles. The next second, his teeth crumbled out, his body spun around twice in a row, and he didn't stop until he hit the wall behind him. You still dare to yell at Master Chen? Do you want to die or don't you want to live? Xin Shubao roared with glaring eyes. Jia Donglua covered his face and looked at him in confusion. Big brother, you aren't hitting the wrong person. It's Chen Yan who spoke out against you. I've always respected you. I go to your mom. Xin Shubao raised his leg and hit another nesting foot. Jia Zhanglu covered his stomach and hunched over the ground like a shrimp. Try one more ing line to me bitch, and I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Xin Shubao yelled. Who in the class now doesn't know that Master Chen is the boss of the class? You've been with Fong Jiqiang for 3 years, and Fong Jiqiang didn't even tell you about this? Afterwards, he turned around and faced Chen Yan with a smile on his face. Master Chen, if this little brat talks nonsense again, you can just tell me. I can't clean up others, but I can still clean him up. Okay. Chen Yan nodded his head indifferently and pointed to the class hygiene corner. Go get the tools to clean the corridor. Xin Shubao froze and said doubtfully. Sweep the corridor? Yes? Is there a problem? Chen Yan asked back. No. Xin Shubao waved his hands repeatedly and looked at Jia Zhanglua again. But I remember, shouldn't it be Jia Zhanglua who cleaned the corridor in the morning? Oh, it was Fong Jiqiang who asked me to go. She said she wanted me to contribute more to the class. Chen Yan said indifferently. When Fong Jiqiang, who was hiding in the doorway, heard this, cold sweat came down. She just wanted to disgust Chen Yan. How could she have ever thought that Chen Yan would ask the class bully to clean up? Xin Shubao gritted his teeth and yelled. Fong Jiqiang, get over here. Fong Jiqiang didn't dare to come over, shrinking her neck and backing away. Those few at the door, all eaters, send her over. Even though Xin Shubao now recognized himself as the second in the class, the crowd still feared his lustful authority. A few people went forward and pushed Fong Jiqiang over. Big brother Qin, I was joking. You joke about your mom. Xin Shubao neck raised. This is my Master Chen. You dare to joke with him? Looking for death? He pointed to the sanitary corner. Don't you want Master Chen to sweep the corridor? Fine. From today onwards, the corridors will be yours to sweep, morning and afternoon. And if there's the slightest bit of uncleanliness, I'll have plenty of ways to make sure you can't take the college entrance exams. Go now. Fong Jiqiang shivered a bit and went to the sanitary corner with his head down. Xin Shubao was Hu Qin's great nephew, as well as the underground queen's godson, and his family also had a large industry, so she really couldn't afford to offend him. Picking up the broom, she bit her lip and ran out. Master Chen, are you still satisfied with this treatment? Xin Shubao turned back and smiled again. Chen Yan gently nodded. Okay, this time barely counts as you handled it well. Go back. Good Lu. In the future, if you have anything, feel free to order. Xin Shubao retreated, glanced at Jia Zhanglu again and grabbed his neck collar. Less playing dead here. Stay away from my Master Chen. Not long after, the class bell rang. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, Hu Qin entered the class with a stack of papers and report cards. Chapter 21, Exam Results. Chen Yan recognized for cheating. Cough. Hu Qin came to the podium and coughed lightly twice before she started speaking. All the students looked at her with an expectant face, but she wasn't in a hurry at all and took another sip of water before slowly picking up the report card. I will now read out the results of our class in this mock exam. There are 6 people who made it into the top 100 of the whole grade, and 3 people who made it into the top 50 of the whole grade, with the best result being. She trailed off in a long voice. One by one, the students began to get anxious. Chen Yan leaned back in his chair with a bemused face. The one with the best grades was definitely him. That goes without saying? He had the golden finger of being the #1 student in the country, so getting the first place would be easy. Many of his classmates also glanced at him from time to time, wondering if he had made it into the top 30 or not. Hu Qin put down his report card and raised his hand to point at Fong Jiqiong. Congratulations to Fong Jiqiong. He scored 36th in his grade, which is also the best score in our class. Yay! Fong Jiqiong immediately jumped up, and after clapping her hands excitedly, she looked at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, didn't you say that you could get into the top 30 in your grade? How come you didn't even pass me? In front of Hu Qin, she was much bolder. At least she could not be afraid of Qin Shubao's threat. Chen Yan didn't pay attention to her and frowned to himself. It's impossible. System, that national first attribute is sure it's right? The system gift will never have any problems. His face immediately turned cold. Teacher, what about my grades? Hearing him ask this, Hu Qin immediately caught fire. I haven't even talked about you yet. How dare you have the nerve to ask? She slapped the table and stared at Chen Yan with a gloomy face. Tell everyone again, we have a rat in this exam. In order to get into the top 30, he even went so far as to cheat on the exam. Am I right, Chen Yan? The students immediately exclaimed in shock. Qin Shubao, who was sitting down, had a long look in his eyes. Isn't this ing over? What is Chen Yan's status? He forgot to tell Second Aunt. Second Aunt criticized Chen Yan in front of so many people. Once Chen Yan got angry, Second Aunt would be completely wasted. Teacher, I think there might be some misunderstanding here. He hurriedly raised his hand and stood up, not wanting Second Aunt to continue being wrong. But Hu Qin glared at him. Who told you to speak casually? Sit down. Teacher, sit down. Her voice raised a dozen decibels and her expression became even more hideous. At the same time, Chen Yan turned his head to look at Qin Shubao, meeting his icy cold eyes. Qin Shubao shrunk his neck and sat down. Hu Qin looked straight at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, what else do you have to explain about your cheating behavior? Chen Yan bashfully asked. May I ask teacher how many points I scored on the test and what place I came in? You still have the nerve to ask? Hu Qin flung the report card in his hand. You scored a high score of 746 through cheating, becoming the person with the highest score since the founding of Jiahao. The students were all shocked. 746 points. This was not a score that could be obtained by cheating alone. Chen Yan laughed lightly. Teacher, you've been teaching for so many years. Don't you have any basic concepts about scores? This is 746 points for me. Even if I cheated, it's still hard to get such a high score. Besides, I didn't spend more than half an hour answering questions in every subject test. You can go and look at the surveillance. Did I have time to cheat? No need to be sophomoric. Hu Qin didn't listen at all and said bluntly. I said you cheated, you cheated. You immediately pack up your things and get out of my class. Chen Yan's expression cooled down. Surname Hu, do you think I don't know what's in your heart? Isn't it because you don't want to enforce the bet that you bit the bullet and said I cheated? Can you be any more despicable? Chen Yan, do you talk to your teacher like that? Hu Qin slapped the table 3 more times in a row. The thumping sound echoed in the classroom, and the students all shrunk their necks, not daring to squeak. Fong Jiqiong was the only one. She and Hu Qin were grasshoppers on the same rope. Once she admitted that Chen Yan wasn't cheating, she had to follow along to fulfill the bet. She didn't want to go to the playground and run with a loudspeaker on her back, letting the whole school know that she was a fool. With her heart crossed, she immediately spoke out and sneered. Chen Yan, if you make a mistake, you have to dare to admit it. People like you who don't even dare to admit your mistakes. What qualifications do you have to stay in our class? Why are you everywhere? Chen Yan turned his head. His eyes circled around her. If you don't speak I still can't remember. Back then someone had said that if I scored in the top 30, I would run laps on the playground with a loudspeaker on my back. Do you not want to break the contract too? Chen Yan, you've had enough. I order you to get out of here right now immediately. Hu Qin shouted. Chen Yan turned back and snorted coldly. Are you sure you want me to get out? Sure, don't get out yet. Don't delay the other students in class. Hu Qin pointed at the door. When class is over in a while, come with me to the teaching office to transfer to another class. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know how thick the sky is. Get out. Chen Yan moved out from his seat. He also saw that Hu Qin was determined to run down one road. He was helpless. In the class, he was the student and Hu Qin was the teacher, and there was no way he could do anything to the teacher. Before he also said that he did not want to bother the school manager aunt. Now it seems that it is necessary to go to the aunt's office to drink tea. It's okay for me to leave. Don't regret it later. Chen Yan dropped the sentence and took big steps towards the door. Chen Yan, the atmosphere of this class will only get better without you. Same poor student. I despise you. Jia Wenglua did not spare any mockery. Fong Jiqiong also followed and agreed. that's right, looking like a human being, but so underhanded in private. Now you know how to cheat. In the future, you may still be able to do something illegal and disorderly. Chen Yan slanted a glance at the two men, not bothering to talk to them. Everything will wait until after he has tasted his aunt's tea. Let's see if they can still laugh at that time. He walked quickly towards the door. As soon as he opened the door, he bumped into Lu Fanghua, who was about to enter. School manager Lu, he greeted. In front of so many classmates, he didn't want to directly indicate his relationship with his aunt. Lu Fanghua did the same, nodding bashfully and asking in a calm voice, "Just now in the corridor I heard your class making a lot of noise. What happened?" Hu Qin immediately changed into a complimentary smile and ran to her side in 2 steps. School manager Lu, it's a student who doesn't know any better. He cheated and still didn't admit it. Just now I criticized his behavior in public. Cheating? Who is it? Lu Fanghua asked. Hu Qin pointed at Chen Yan. That's him. Lu Fanghua immediately froze. Are you sure? Sure. Hu Qin nodded heavily. This student's past grades were average, but this time he suddenly scored number 1. There's definitely something fishy going on inside. If you don't believe me, you can ask your classmates. After saying that, she glanced at Fang Jiqiong. That's right, school manager Lu. He used to always test after 50th in his grade. This time he suddenly tested first. He must have cheated. Lu Fanghua looked back at Chen Yan and asked, "Did you cheat?" Chapter 22 must fulfill the bet or be expelled. Chen Yan smiled and said, "School manager Lu, I scored 746 points in this exam. This score is hard to do even if you cheat." Right. Lu Fanghua nodded her head. But Hu Qin said, that doesn't exclude the possibility that he cheated. His past results have been average, suddenly getting the first in the whole year. If he didn't cheat, how could he do it? Chen Yan laughed coldly. Teacher, you're not right to talk like this. I said I'd let you go to the monitor. The monitor can prove everything, but you stubbornly think I'm cheating. We can't be subjective in everything, right? In the past, my grades were average because I didn't want to be too high profile, and if it wasn't for you and the school board insisting on making a bet with me, I wouldn't have bothered to show my true strength. And now that my grades are in front of you, you're pouring dirt on me. So isn't it just that you don't want to honor the bet? Hu Qin's face was green for a while, hurriedly explaining to Lu Fanghua, school manager Lu, it's not what he said. He's just not wanting to admit to cheating and making excuses for himself. Lu Fanghua's face was gloomy. What kind of heart her great-nephew had she knew? He definitely couldn't do the matter of cheating. Since that's the case, let's adjust the surveillance. She pulled out her cell phone with an icy face. Chen Yan, which examination center are you in? Exam Center 3. Chen Yan replied softly. Lu Fanghua immediately made a call to the security room side. Call me a copy of the surveillance of the 3rd examination center of the senior class last Friday and send it to the senior class 21. After saying that, she directly hung up the phone and turned her head to look at Hu Qin again. Teacher Hu, it's best if everything is as you said. If Chen Yan didn't find out anything, I need you to give me a reasonable explanation. Hu Qin was apprehensive in his heart, but the smile on his face didn't diminish. Don't worry, school manager Lu, I assure you, this guy definitely cheated. Lu Fanghua didn't say anything. After waiting for about 5 minutes or so, the surveillance video was delivered. She took the flash drive and came to the podium. Please ask the whole class to take a look together, whether Chen Yan cheated or not. Putting down the blackout curtains, she turned on the projector. The surveillance of the examination room was projected. The students were all staring at the curtain and watching carefully. Chen Yan had been writing furiously since the start of the exam, without the slightest move of distraction. Halfway through a class, the surveillance was all scrutinized. The entire class of 40 to 50 pairs of eyes didn't see that Chen Yan was cheating. Lu Fanghua looked at Hu Qin and asked, "Ms. Hu, what else do you have to say?" Hu Qin's throat was dry and she couldn't speak for a moment. She looked at Chen Yan again. Mr. Chen Yan, now that it has been proven that you didn't cheat, what are your demands? Chen Yan waved his hand. I can't talk about the requirements. I only hope that my homeroom teacher and fellow school committee members can follow the content of the original bet and implement it properly. Hu Qin's attitude instantly softened. Chen Yan, the teacher admitted that he was wrong. Can the betting matter be? I am at least a teacher. You have to give me some face, right? Fang Jiqiong also followed and echoed. Chen Yan, in the past, we didn't know your real strength, and treated you too lightly. I promise that I won't doubt you anymore in the future. Can you let me go this time? Chen Yan picked his ears, with a teasing smile on his face. Teacher, school committee member, you two don't beg for mercy. I still prefer your untamed appearance. Hu Qin and Fang Jiqiong both had ugly faces, but school manager Lu was here and they didn't dare to get angry. Chen Yan turned to face his aunt. School manager Lu, people can't stand without trust. I think that since the teachers and fellow school committee members made a bet with me in the first place, they have to admit it when they lose. Lu Fanghua gently nodded her head. Hu Qin hurriedly interjected. Chen Yan, when the teacher treated you that way, it was also to inspire you to study. The teacher has long seen that you are not an ordinary person. If you don't use some special means, how can I see such a good result from you? Teacher's starting point is good. Is the method may not be too correct? You, teacher, Chen Yan impatiently interrupted. Have you heard of that saying? Heaven's sins are forgivable, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Since you said that this is to motivate me, then bother to motivate other students as well. Do you dare? The corners of Hu Qin's mouth twitched, unable to speak. Her own background wasn't very solid, and when she first entered this school, she had borrowed the light of Qin Shubao's father. These students in the class, most of them have rich backgrounds, except for a few soft persimmons. How dare she pinch others? Can't say anything? Chen Yan laughed lightly. In that case, don't yell that you're inspiring me. Besides, apologizing to a student isn't necessarily something unseemly. I don't ask for much. I don't need you to make a long speech. 1,000 words will do. Just find a recess time today and recite it emotionally on the school radio. Hu Qin see him oil and salt, and know that the reason is not good. Turn his head to look at school manager Lu. Want to let the school manager to help say a few words. But how did she know that school manager Lu and Chen Yan were in cahoots? Lu Fanghua cleared her throat. Student Chen Yan is right. Teacher Hu, prepare a letter of apology. I'll set aside 40 minutes for you to read it carefully and thoughtfully during recess. School manager Lu. Hu Qin tightly locked her brows and lowered her voice. If I apologize in front of the entire school, how will I be able to gain a foothold in the school in the future? Either apologize or pack up and get out. Your choice. Lu Fenghua's face was expressionless. Then she glanced at Feng Jiqiang. You don't learn at a young age. You net learn how to spread blackmail. Although I don't know what you and Chen Yan bet on. I'll warn you. Fulfill the bet according to the bet. If you don't fulfill the bet, get out of Jiahao. After saying that, she looked at Chen Yan again. Chen Yan, learn your lesson well and earn a top student back for the school in the future. I'll leave first. If the two of them don't fulfill the bet, go directly to my office and look for me. Good. Chen Yan nodded his head and watched Lu Fanghua leave, then looked at Hu Qin with a smile. Teacher, can I go back now? Hu Qin was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't do anything about him. Gritting her teeth, she said, go back. In the blink of an eye, it was time for recess. The students heard the bell and were about to head to the playground when Lu Fanghua's voice suddenly came from inside the radio. Classmates, today's recess drill is cancelled. Teacher Hu of the senior class 21, please come to the radio room immediately after you hear the announcement. Repeat, Teacher Hu of senior class 21, please come to the radio room immediately after hearing the announcement. The entire school was curious. What did the cancellation of recess have to do with senior class 21's Teacher Hu? Chen Yan came to Feng Jiqiang's side without haste. Student Feng, shouldn't we go fulfill the bet as well? I don't have a loudspeaker. Feng Jiqiang said with an excuse. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth picked up as he took out his cell phone. Don't worry, I got a writer to deliver it just now during class. Chapter 23 Class teacher and school counselor fulfill their bet. Misunderstanding the school flower. Chen Yan, do you have to force me to death to be happy? Feng Jiqiang instantly broke down in tears. I'm a pretty little girl. You let me run on the playground with a horn on my back, and you have to shout at me for being a big idiot. Am I still alive? Chen Yan smiled lightly. Then don't bet with me in the first place. I know I'm wrong. I definitely won't bet with you in the future. Just let me off this time, please. Feng Jiqiang folded her hands, her eyes full of pleading. Chen Yan let out a long sigh. Fine, then don't go. Who made my heart soft? The corners of Feng Jiqiang's mouth instantly lifted up, and she was about to make a declaration of gratitude, when Chen Yan's words changed. In a while, I'll go to the school manager's office to sit down, and I guess it won't take much longer than the evening for you to receive a dismissal notice. He turned around and walked towards the door. Feng Jiqiang panicked. Her family had spent a lot of effort in order to come to Jiahao in the first place, seeing that there was only a month left before graduation. If she was expelled from the school, wouldn't all the previous years be wasted? Don't go, she shouted, tears running down her cheeks. I'll go, can't I? On the playground, Feng Jiqiang took a loudspeaker and started recording. I'm a big dummy. She had a red face and her voice was lowered, afraid of being seen by others. Chen Yan frowned. The sound is too low. In the beginning, we only said recording. We didn't say that the sound must be big. Feng Jiqiang sophomorically argued. Not waiting for her to finish, Chen Yan turned around. Forget it, let's go find the school manager. Feng Jiqiang's teeth were all clenched as she re-recorded into the loudspeaker. I'm a big dummy. This time it was so loud that it was almost with a roar. It works this time. She looked at Chen Yan, her eyes spewing anger. On the outskirts of the playground, many people heard the commotion over here and came over, standing at a distance and pointing at her. Start running. 10 laps in total. I'll count them for you. Chen Yan raised his hand. Fong Jichong stomped her foot and stepped onto the track with the horn on her back. I'm a big stupid fork. I'm a big stupid fork. I'm a big stupid fork. Fong Jichong's shouts looped through the speakers. Fong Jichong covered her face in shame, revealing only two eyes outside. The crowd of onlookers grew, filling the outside of the playground. Just as she ran to the fifth lap, the radio sounded again. Hey hey, testing twice. The students all turned their heads to look at the school building again. Hu Qin, who was sitting in the broadcasting room, saw the scene outside and immediately felt like she was on pins and needles. Turning her head, school manager Lu was beside her, his face grim. She could only take a deep breath and spoke stiffly. I'm Hu Qin, the teacher of senior class XXI, and I'm now apologizing to my classmate Chen Yan in public in front of the entire school. Senior class 39, Su Qingliang was reviewing. Chen Yan took the first place and she felt that she was farther away from Chen Yan. She wanted to catch up with Chen Yan, but her grades hadn't been particularly good, so she could only redouble her efforts. Hu Qin's voice suddenly came from the radio and she looked up sharply. Chen Yan was able to make their homeroom teacher take the initiative to apologize. How did he do that? She was a million times surprised when she suddenly noticed that there were a lot of people on the playground, and the sound looped over the loudspeaker came through. She leaned over the window and her eyes searched the crowd sharply, finally locking onto one person, her eyes softening instantly. He really has to be better than I thought. And at this moment, it was as if Chen Yan also felt that someone was paying attention to him behind his back. He turned back his head. After looking around in the pile of people, he couldn't find where exactly the person who was paying attention to him was. Could it be that I'm feeling it wrong? He scratched his head, turned back, and continued to enjoy Fong Jichong running laps. The apologies ended, and Fong Jichong also entered the last lap. Feeling a bit bored, Chen Yan squeezed through the crowd and went back to the school building. Just as he reached the class entrance, he heard Su Qingliang's voice ringing in his ears. Chen Yan! Chen Yan stopped and turned his head. A figure full of youthfulness was running towards him. Chen Yan, congratulations, you got the first grade in the whole year. Thanks. Chen Yan nodded his head in thanks. Su Qingliang looked at him. Her heart was inexplicably a bit sentimental. Seeing her mood change, Chen Yan asked, Lime, what's wrong with you? I only scored 658 points this time. It's too much different from you. Su Qingliang lowered her head. I want to go to the same university as you in the future. Chen Yan smiled. No problem. I can also apply toward the school you go to. No. Su Qingliang shook her head. Your score is so high. There are more good schools to choose from than me. I don't want you to miss out on your future because of me. Then, I will blame myself for the rest of my life. Chen Yan rubbed his chin, thought for a moment and said, You promised before. Said if I took the first place, you promised me a condition. Is it still true? Of course. Su Qingliang said, as long as it does not violate the principle, I can promise you. Chen Yan smiled and took 2 steps forward, close to her side. An aroma entered his nose, and an intoxicated expression appeared on Chen Yan's face. I want to. Su Qingliang's pretty face was red, and her mind flashed through many dirty images. He won't want me to. Her hands clutched the corner of her clothes with death. The deer in her chest fluttered and fluttered. If he really wants to be with me, then do I give it to him or not? So tangled. Just at this moment, Chen Yan faintly opened his mouth. I want to give you tuition. Do you agree? Ha? Su Qingliang froze for a moment. Your request is to give me remedial lessons? Chen Yan nodded his head. His eyes were very clear. Yes. Is it hard to believe that you want me to have other ideas? Su Qingliang's face turned even redder, shyly stomping her feet again and again. You guy, you're annoying. Then do you use it or not? Use it. Then, every day at noon in the future, we'll find a quiet place in the cafeteria to cram. Good. Su Qingliang had just agreed, when a thick male voice came from her ears. Classmate Su, how can you let him tutor you? She and Chen Yan turned their heads at the same time, and saw a graceful male student looking at them with a gloomy face. The male student's name was Yuan Hua, and he was the record holder for first place in their grade. He had never fallen from second place since his first year of high school. His essay even won the grand prize in the province's essay competition, and the title of his essay was My Provincial Father. This time, he was compared down by Chen Yan. He already had a belly full of fire, and when he saw Chen Yan getting so close to the schoolgirl, he was even more furious. Mr. Yuan, who do I want to tutor me? What does it have to do with you? Su Qingliang questioned in a cold voice. Yuan Hua ran forward in 2 steps. Chen Yan took the first place in the exam just this one time, while I play steadily all year round. Even if I have to make up lessons, I should be the one to do it. Although your family is just a middle-of-the-road business family in Yun City, I've never disliked you. If you want to make up lessons, you can totally look for me. Even if you have other ideas, we can talk about them in private. Why do you need to find such a poor bastard to trample on yourself? Student Yuan, you can shut up if you don't know how to talk. Su Qinglian glared and leaned towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan also stepped forward and blocked in front of Su Qinglian. Yuan student, I can understand this lesson in high school, so I don't need you to bother. Please turn around and leave. Don't say what you have to say. Chen Yan, Yuan Hua clenched his fist and pointed at him several times. If you can understand, I can be a gold medal lecturer for S sake. Chapter 24, Luo Yunshu seeks help. Encounters 4 goblins on Demon Ridge Mountain. Ding! Detected someone bragging within the probe range. Transforming bragging content. Transformation successful. Chen Yan didn't feel any changes in his body. He was a bit strange. In the past, when he got any ability, his body would feel different. Maybe he would know when he tutored Su Qingliang at noon. He cleared his throat and looked at Yuan Hua and smiled smugly. You're right about everything. You're a gold medal lecturer. But Su doesn't use you. What can you do? If I were you, I would painfully go back to review and see if I can snatch the first place back. Okay, Chen Yan. Remember this, when I come back from the college entrance exam as a provincial top student, let's see if I don't humiliate you to death. Yuan Hua ran away in anger. Chen Yan blinked, always feeling that something was missing. Chen Yan, then I'll go back too. Su Qingliang waved her hand. Chen Yan smiled. Good. By the way, I might not be able to make up for the class at noon today. I have to go home. No problem. We'll start again when we want to make up. The two separated. Chen Yan returned to his class. Only then did he remember what was wrong. System, just now Yuan Hua obviously blew his mind. Why didn't you give me a reward? The host's knowledge reserve is already #1 in the country. The provincial scholar is no longer applicable to the host, so there is no transformation. Oh, that's so. Chen Yan grinned. The day passed by in a blur. In the evening after school, after saying goodbye to Su Qinglian, he drove his Ferrari towards home. Feeling the cool breeze of the night, he couldn't help but remember the bits and pieces of the past 2 days with Su Qingliang, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he reached the downstairs of his home, he parked the car in the garage and just walked back, when he heard someone shouting at him from behind. Chen Yan! Chen Yan turned back and saw Luo Yunshu running over quickly. He instinctively took 2 steps back and couldn't help but think of that day's dream. Cousin, what are you doing here looking for me so late at night? Luo Yunshu said with a nervous face. Can you lend me your Koenigsegg? Chen Yan was startled. The Koenigsegg was something he had just acquired. How did Luo Yunshu know about it? Could it be that, every time he changed, it would cause a butterfly effect, and the people related to him would also have more or less of certain related memories? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the car keys, Luo Yunshu urged. There's a bastard who wants to chase me. I've rejected him many times. Tonight he asked me to duel in Demon Ridge Mountain. As long as I win, he won't even bother me in the future. That Camaro of mine can't pick up speed. Otherwise I wouldn't have come to borrow a car from you. Chen Yan was startled. Demon Ridge Mountain is the most dangerous mountain near Cloud City. The mountain road is winding and has many sharp curves, so if you're not careful, you may lose your car. If they dueled at Demon Ridge Mountain, were they not afraid of dying on the mountain? Cousin, is your driving skills enough? He asked in a low voice. Luo Yunshu hugged her arms. It's not enough, but it's also necessary to go on or how to get rid of that dog skin. Just say borrow or not. Borrow. Of course. Not just a sports car. How can have cousin important? Chen Yan opened the Koenigsegg garage, took the key from the wall. I'm just worried about my cousin's safety. Or, I'll go with you. Really? Luo Yunshu was full of surprise. Cousin was a driver with S-class professional racing car driving qualifications. If he was willing to help, winning that bastard would simply be too easy. Of course it's true. Chen Yan pulled open the car door and skimmed his head at her. Let's go. To Demon Ridge Mountain. Luo Yunshu jumped up in excitement and hurriedly got into the passenger seat. Grabbing Chen Yan's hand, cousin, if you can help me win this match, whatever favor you want cousin will promise you. Chen Yan suddenly felt his ears getting hot, and then, his face also got hot. It was also fortunate that it was nighttime and it was dark to see his face clearly, otherwise he would definitely be mocked by Luo Yunshu again. Cousin, fasten your seatbelt, let's go. Good. Set off. Luo Yunshu raised her hand and shouted happily, completely not noticing Chen Yan's change. Chen Yan took a deep breath and put his foot on the gas pedal. With a fluttering drive, they arrived at Demon Ridge Mountain. At this moment, on the Demon Ridge Mountain, many people had already gathered. When Chen Yan stopped the car, many people looked over. I blanch. Koenigsegg. I didn't see it wrong. In my impression, there's only one Koenigsegg in our Cloud City. Cloud in 92 CNB. It's really that one. Several people marveled and walked this way. Luo Yunshu arrogantly pushed open the car door and got out. Upon seeing her, several people's faces instantly changed. Luo Yunshu, why is it you? Why can't it be me? Luo Yunshu curled her long hair and laughed lightly. In order to distance yourself from Shen Xiao, you really put in the blood. Even managed to get the only Koenigsegg in Yunchang. Tell me, what did you pay for? A man with dyed green hair and earrings had a bad smile on his face. Another red-haired man next to him pushed him. Little Green. If you can talk, talk. If you can't talk, shut up. Let Shen Xiao know that you're talking about your sister-in-law like that, and you'll have your ass handed to you. Who is your sister-in-law? Luo Yunshu's eyes glared. I don't have any relationship with the surname Shen. If you talk nonsense again, I'll split you. The red and green hairs looked at her at the same time with a teasing face. At this time, another yellow hair walked over. Not now, but won't it be in a while? Do you really think that bringing in a Koenigsegg will make up for your driving flaws? Exactly. Green hair's mouth twisted. Without that skill, even if you bring the fastest car in the world, it's still useless. At this time, Chen Yan pushed open the car door and came down, slowly walking to his cousin. Cousin, what's the situation? Luo Yunshu said. Nothing, but it's just that traitor's surname Shen. Don't pay attention to them. Several people's eyes changed when they saw Chen Yan. I blanch. Luo Yunshu, don't tell me you like this little punk. Is he an adult? Don't you dare commit a crime. Green hair laughed teasingly. Green bastard. So your mouth shut if you can't talk. This is my cousin. Luo Yunshu shouted. Besides, who are you calling a puny minor? My cousin is exactly 18 years old this year. Oh, green hair laughed in a different way. Turned 18, not far away. Another woman with dyed blue hair walked over. What are you all yelling about? Blue hair came to Luo Yunshu's side and grabbed her arm. Yunshu, we used to be on such good terms. I don't know what happened to you lately. You've changed like a person. Listen to my advice. It's better to be with Shen Xiao. His family is powerful and influential. If you're with him, you're not going to dishonor your reputation. Tonight's match, Shen Xiao is determined to win. You can't win him. Luo Yunshu broke away. You also said that we were on good terms in the past. From the time you became a traitor to surname Shen, the two of us broke up. Besides, who says I'm going to lose? I have my cousin. My cousin can definitely win. Chapter 25, Grassland volunteered to send $10 million, and Shen Xiao drove up in a McLaren. He can win? Ha ha ha. Green hair laughed indulgently. Luo Yunshu, are you dreaming without waiting for sleep? Don't you know that Xiaoshen's car skills are the strongest in our Cloud City? If your cousin can win, I'll give him my entire fortune. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth picked up. How much is your entire fortune? Green hair raised his chin proudly. It's not much. It's just over 9 million. If you can win against Shen Xiao, I'll borrow money to put together $10 million for you. This is what you said. Don't regret it. Chen Yan's eyes narrowed. A good person who rushes to send money is really rare to see. It's hard to meet one. You have to grasp it. I don't regret it. Green hair hugged his arms. But what if you lose? Whatever you say, Chen Yan said confidently. Good. Green hair crossed his legs and pointed to his crotch. If you lose, I want you to drill through my crotch like a dog. No problem. Chen Yan agreed with alacrity. The blue hair standing beside Luo Yunshu immediately ran over. Cousin, don't bet with him. Shen Xiao's car skills are unrivaled in Yun City. He has never lost a race. Chen Yan slanted her a glance. Who is your cousin? Don't climb relatives here. Blue hair's expression froze and a wave of anger surged to his heart. Kid, I'm kindly persuading you. What's your attitude? Green hair waved at her. Blue, come back. He's just an ungrateful cargo. Let him know in a while what happens when he offends our Cloud City 4. Chen Yan couldn't help but snicker. Just you guys? You're still the 4 masters of Cloud City? I think it's clearly the 4 fools of Cloud City. Each one of you is as brain dead as the other. And you still have the nerve to call yourselves the 4 masters of Cloud City? You really aren't afraid to disgrace Cloud City. What did you say? Green hair immediately became furious, pointing at him and yelling, you little brat, do you want to die? After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. Red hair originally wanted to stop, but then thought that it would be good to let him teach Chen Yan a lesson. So he raised his hand halfway and put it down again. Luo Yunshu always had a light smile on her face. Cousin is a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Is he still afraid that he won't be able to deal with a straw man? In the blink of an eye, green hair arrived in front of Chen Yan. Just as he raised his fist, he saw a black shadow flash by. Chen Yan kicked him in the face with lightning speed. He staggered 2 steps and felt a heat in his nose. Raising his hand to touch it, his nose was bleeding. You asshole, how dare you fight back? Another black shadow flashed by, and he had an extra shoe print on his face. He sat on his butt on the ground and looked at Chen Yan as if he was looking at a monster. If you still want to compete, I don't mind getting real. If you dare to touch my brother Green, I'll Yellow hair raised his fist and charged this way. Before he could reach close, a car horn sounded in the distance. A McLaren P1 made a perfect drift and stopped in front of several people. The car door opened and a man in studded clothes walked down. What are you guys doing? Chen Zilian walked over slowly with his hands in his pockets. Yellow hair pointed at Chen Yan with a hideous expression. Xiao Shun. This asshole bullied Xiao Lu. Oh, Chen Zilian glanced at green hair, who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state, and let out a light sneer. Being put down by a high school student. You're really a disgrace to your Cloud City 4. Green hair's old face turned red with shame. Chen Zilian ignored him and turned his head to look at Luo Yunshu. Yunshu, you'll be my girlfriend after tonight. Luo Yunshu skimmed her mouth in disgust. Xiao Shun, that's only if you win me. What's so hard about winning you? Looking at the racing world of Yun Chang, there's no one who's my opponent yet. Shen Zirin raised his chin. With a haughty face, I also said before, as long as you find helpers, as long as you can win me, it all counts. That's what you said. Luo Yunshu came to Chen Yan's side and raised her hand to hold Chen Yan's arm. This is my cousin Chen Yan. He will fight against you tonight. Chen Yan raised his eyebrows and put on a provocative expression. Shen Zilian froze and laughed as if he was possessed. Luo Yunshu, have you got it wrong? If you want to be my girlfriend, just say so. Get a student to compete with me. Amuse me? Luo Yunshu's arm tightened slightly and her whole body pressed against Chen Yan's body. Chen Yan reflexively moved his arm and accidentally touched the bun. The bun filling was quite tight. He felt like he was going to hear the elephants and birds chanting again. Damn it, he muttered in his heart. How did I run into that guy who can blow awesome and still get on my nerves in the first place? Made me annoyed to death now. His movements were so light that Luo Yunshu didn't notice. Looking at Shen Zirin, he said, my cousin is very strong. The one who loses this match will definitely be you. Okay. Shen Zilian was still laughing. If he can win against me, I'll agree to your previous request and stay away from you from now on. That's what you said. Cousin, let's get in the car. Luo Yunshu pulled his arm towards the car. Chen Yan once again bumped into the bag. The symphony of bird cries and elephant chirps that had been suppressed finally erupted. He hurriedly got into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and stared straight ahead with both eyes. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Are you nervous? It was too dark outside. Luo Yunshu didn't even notice Chen Yan's change and asked with concern. Chen Yan shook his head. It's fine. A small competition is not enough to make me nervous. He swallowed and moved his car to the starting point. Shen Zilian lowered the window, looked at Chen Yan's Koenigsegg and mocked. Racing is all about talent and skill. Do you really think you can win me by driving a Koenigsegg over? Dream on. Chen Yan turned his head to look at him and laughed softly. Whether it's a dream or not you'll know in a while. I just hope that Shen Xiao can keep his words like a man. Of course. He looked back at the front. His foot stepped on the gas, and the engine made a humming sound. Redhead walked to the front of the car and slowly raised the flag. Wait! Chen Yan shouted. Shen Zilian grunted lightly. What? Want to admit defeat? No, it's not enough to race you. Chen Yan lightly replied back, turning his head to look at green hair. Hey, that prairie, does what you just said count? If I win against your family Shen Xiao, you'll give me $10 million. Green hair crooked his neck disdainfully. Of course it counts. That's good. You can start now. Chen Yan held the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes burning with wariness. Red hair raised his flag. 3, 2, 1, go! Two sharp sounds rang out, accompanied by a puff of white smoke. The car scurried out. There was often fog in the Demon Ridge Mountain at night, and Chen Yan drove the car rapidly through the gusts of white fog. In the 3,000 meters ahead, there were almost no curves, and the two cars almost didn't pull away from each other. After a short while, the first big curve appeared. Chen Yan stepped on the gas pedal and rushed over with unabated speed. Ah! Luo Yunshu screamed as she covered her eyes in fear. Chapter 26 Easily winning the race. Wanting to see my cousin's life. The route they chose was just enough to complete a closed loop. On the finishing position, the green hair cursed loudly. Damn little. Still dare to make a move with me. A moment later when he crawls through my crotch, I will ing fart and collapse him to death. Humph. That little brat. Not too old to be crazy. After this time, I guess I can't raise my head for a long time. Blue hair also followed with a chorus. Red hair did not say anything and looked at his cell phone. The car drove out for more than 10 minutes. According to Shen Xiao's past performance, probably another 6 or 7 minutes will be back. He had just thought so when the light of headlights appeared at the foot of the mountain. Shen Xiao is back. Let me see if I can see the headlights of the car behind me. Green hair exclaimed excitedly. Red hair furrowed his brows. That's not right. Xiao Shen usually isn't this fast. Yellow hair walked up and let out a light laugh. Can today be the same as usual? Today is a performance in front of his favorite chick. Of course he has to bring out his best. Blue hair also ran over to join in the fun. In the entire Cloud City racing world, no one knows this road in Demon Ridge Mountain better than Shen Xiao. And other than Shen Xiao, there won't be anyone driving faster. The headlights were getting closer and closer. Not long after, the sound of the engine also came over. The other three were still smug. Only red hair, His face was unusually ugly. Xin Xiao is lost. What? Green hair raised his eyebrows. Big Red. What nonsense are you saying? Xiao Xin is about to reach the finish line. How could he lose? That car isn't even Xiao Xin's. Redhead glared. Little Green. You're going to lose your $10 million. Little Green instantly tensed up and hurriedly looked at the headlights of the speeding car. Impossible. You must be lying to me. It's impossible for Xin Xiao to lose. He muttered to himself, but he already had an answer in his heart. Big Red usually had very few lapses in judgment. His eyes widened as he silently prayed in his heart. Big Red is wrong. Big Red must be wrong. Unfortunately, the moment the car crossed the finish line, his legs went completely soft and he sat on his butt as if he had lost his soul. How could it be him? Why is it him? The car stopped and Chen Yan got down from the driver's seat. He went around to the other side of the car, opened the door and helped Luo Yunshu down. At this moment, Luo Yunshu's legs were weak, and the shock in her eyes hadn't dissipated. Cousin, we won, Chen Yan whispered in her ear. Luo Yunshu turned her head numbly, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Won? Aha!" Chen Yan nodded heavily. She immediately jumped up excitedly. "Won! Yay! Cough cough cough." Just now, Chen Yan drove too fiercely, and every corner passed by was exceptionally thrilling. She had almost screamed from the beginning to the end, and her throat had long since gone up in smoke. "Alright, stop yelling." Chen Yan patted her back. The two of them walked in front of the four fools of Cloud City. Chen Yan looked at Green Hair, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and grinned. "Grand Prairie, I won. Shouldn't you cash in your $10 million? Green Hair had a jolt and raised his head to stare at Chen Yan. "You cheated. You must have cheated. You couldn't have won against Xin Xiao." Luo Yunshu pinched her throat. "Green bastard, can't you afford to lose? Anyone who's traveled this road knows that there's no shortcut to this road at all. Hurry up and pay up or I'll cut off your family's downstream channels." Green Hair clenched his fists, his arms trembling. He had dared to call out to Luo Yunshu before because he felt that Luo Yunshu was bound to lose. Now that she had won, she didn't have to be with Xin Xiao, and she was still the same big shot who could dominate the fate of many families. Green Hair gritted his teeth and pulled out his cell phone to look at it. "Big Red, I'm still short of $350,000. Lend it to me first, I'll pay you back tomorrow." Big Red sank his face and transferred $350,000 to Green Hair. Chen Yan gave him his bank card number, and soon, the transferred $10 million arrived. Chen Yan smiled and looked at his cell phone. "It's been several minutes since we arrived at the end of the line, and your family, Shen Xiao, doesn't appear to be back. It's just too meaningless." He turned around and pulled Luo Yunshu towards the car, turning his back to the four fools of Yunchang as he walked. "When your Shen Xiao comes back, tell him that my cousin and I will leave first, and tell him to stay away from my cousin in the future." The Cloud City four fools' faces were unusually ugly. After watching Chen Yan get into the car, they finally realized that headlights had appeared again at the foot of the mountain. Chen Yan turned the car around without any haste and drove towards the bottom of the mountain, and on the way, he happened to be on the wrong side of Shen Zilian, who had just gone up the mountain. Shen Zilian braked urgently and jumped out of the car to watch Chen Yan as they went far away. "Ah," he roared in resentment. "Luo Yunshu, don't think you can make me let you go just because you beat me." Ah, he really couldn't figure out how a student could have such good driving skills. Many of the bends in Demon Ridge Mountain were on the wall. He couldn't help but slow down slightly when he reached these curves. But Chen Yan and the others, not only did they not slow down, they even dared to step on the gas. They were so lucky that they managed to pass every curve. The four fools of Cloud City ran over. Big Red said with a sullen face, "Shen Xiao, that little brat told me to tell you that you lost the race and to stay away from his cousin in the future." "Dream on," Shen Zilian glared. "I, Shen Zilian, have never been unable to get what I want." The corners of Blue Hair's mouth twisted, and she walked up with a fierce smile. "Shen Xiao, don't be angry first. I know that little brat situation." She stuck in Shen Zilian's ear and muttered a pass. Shen Zilian's eyes gradually became grim. "Ja, how is it? Humph." Chen Yan drove and escorted Luo Yunshu home. Along the way, Luo Yunshu's mouth couldn't stop talking. By the time she arrived downstairs, her voice was even hoarser. "Cousin, you can actually talk less," Chen Yan faintly said. "It's not okay for me to be excited. I can even think of what the narcissist's face will look like after he returns to the finish line." Luo Yunshu's face was filled with joy. Chen Yan couldn't help but let out a laugh as he looked at her happy face. Suddenly, he was a little curious. Luo Yunshu was beautiful and had such a flexible mind. How did she end up in a situation where she was adopted? He took a deep breath and held his breath as his gaze fell on his cousin. A few seconds later, a mist rose in front of his cousin. A bloody and horrifying picture unfolded before his eyes. "Run, let you run again? I'm taking your kidney. Cousin, save me." Drop. The images flashed one after another. It was finally fixed on Luo Yunshu's dead, pale face. Chen Yan wanted to see the person who killed Luo Yunshu. but he felt his eyes go black. Cousin, Chen Yan, what's wrong with you? Cousin's hoarse voice surrounded his ears and became more and more blurred. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yan rubbed his swollen head and sat up. What the hell is going on? His heart was filled with curiosity. Who exactly are those people who want to kill my cousin? As he was muttering, he felt a cool breeze coming from his ears. Turning his head to look, Luo Yunshu was lying beside him in her thin clothes. Chapter 27 Waking up in my cousin's bed. A big misunderstanding. Ah! Chen Yan screamed. Luo Yunshu sat up with a flutter. What's wrong? She hurriedly looked around, and because of the excessive movement, the straps of her camisole undershirt slipped off her shoulders. Chen Yan hurriedly closed his eyes and turned his head away from looking. Luo Yunshu also covered her chest and turned her back. Cousin, yesterday you somehow suddenly fainted. I brought you back and arranged for the doctor to check you. Nothing happened to you. I was too worried about you to sleep in the same bed with you. Don't think too much. She hurriedly rolled over and got off the ground, putting on her coat. Chen Yan did not move, still closed his eyes. Alright, Luo Yunshu whispered. Chen Yan lifted the quilt. Then, both of their gazes moved down and glared at the same time. He hurriedly covered the quilt. Cousin, that is a normal reaction. I swear to God, I definitely don't have any improper thoughts about you. Luo Yunshu's face flushed red, and without replying, she hurriedly ran out. Before, she teased Chen Yan in the mall because she knew that nothing would happen in that kind of occasion. But now, the environment was so private. Once something happened, how could they get along in the future? Even though both she and her cousin knew in their hearts that they were only nominal cousins, it was hard to step over the bottom line of ethics and morality. After her cousin left for a while, Chen Yan calmed down the restlessness in her body and went to the bathroom to prepare to clean up. The moment he stood in front of the mirror, his eyes changed. Luo Yunshu, what have you done to me? He yelled. In the mirror, he was wearing heavy eyeliner, a small zombie-like miserable white base makeup and a reddish face. Makeup remover is behind the mirror. A pink bottle. I'm going to make you breakfast. Block all signals. Chen Yan roared. After removing his makeup and eating breakfast, Chen Yan drove to school. Just before arriving at the class entrance, Su Qingliang jogged over. Chen Yan, can you make up for me at noon today? No problem, Chen Yan said with a smile. Su Qingliang nodded heavily and was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly realized that there was a woman's hair on Chen Yan. She moved closer to Chen Yan and sniffled. There was also a woman's perfume odor. Her face instantly pulled down and she said angrily, Chen Yan, you asshole. After saying that, she turned around and left. Chen Yan was confused. I'm an asshole? How am I an asshole? He hurriedly chased after her. Lime, what's wrong with me? Why did you scold me? Su Qinglian didn't say anything and continued to walk in the direction of the class. Chen Yan was wronged. He sped up again and chased after her, blocking in front of her. Lime, I really don't know what's wrong with me. Can you tell me? Even if you let me die, can you let me be an understanding ghost? Su Qingliang blackened her face and pulled up the hair on his body. Look at this. What is this? You just live alone. How can you stick on a woman's hair? And the perfume smell on you? What else do you have to say? Chen Yan took a look and burst out laughing. So it's because of this that hair is. Ding bell. He was about to explain when the class bell rang. Su Qingliang said in a low voice, I'm going back to class. Don't block me. After saying that, she bypassed Chen Yan and directly entered the classroom. Chen Yan froze. His open mouth moved twice, but he didn't make any sound. Forget it. I'll explain to her after class. He returned to the classroom with a sigh. In class, Chen Yan looked out the window with his chin in a pestle, his eyes full of despondency. Although he and Su Qinglian were not officially together yet, they understood each other's feelings. If he couldn't explain this matter today, it would probably bring some bad effects to their relationship. He took out his phone to contact Luo Yunshu. Chen Yan, cousin, I'm stuck with your hair and the smell of your perfume. Su Qingliang misunderstood. Help me explain. After a long interval, a new message popped up. Luo Yunshu, you have my perfume smell on you. It's her nose that committed the crime. Chen Yan, cousin, did not joke with you? Su Qinglian really misunderstood. You help me explain. Luo Yunshu, yo, my cousin is in love? Cousin's so sad but, for the sake of you being my cousin, let me help you explain it. You negative man. Alas, my life is bitter. Chen Yan had a black line on his head. Cousin has always been very high and cold in front of outsiders. Only in front of her family, she would show her different like. Chen Yan, cousin, the Chinese movie world owes you a Golden Chrysanthemum Award. Can we stop acting? Picking his feet in embarrassment. The message had just been sent out when Chen Yan felt the light in front of him dim. With a turn of his eyes, a pair of polished leather shoes appeared at his feet. He slowly raised his head, and Mr. Shi, the Prince of Physics, stood aside with a full sky star pinched on his head. Chen Yan, what time is it? You're still playing with your cell phone? Look at me. What kind of headache have I gotten for your college entrance exams? Chen Yan gave an awkward laugh and put his cell phone back into his pocket. Playing with his cell phone in class was indeed his fault, and he didn't want to contradict it. But Prince Chi was still unforgiving. You think you're great just because you were number one in the whole grade once? Let me tell you, for someone like you who gets one good test and then tails off, you won't be of much use in society, and you'll be a bricklifter on a construction site in the future. Chen Yan's face sank slightly, but still calmly said, Ms. Wang, can we talk about things properly and not rise to the level of personal attacks? Did I attack you? What I said was the truth. I also think that I am flattering you by saying that you will go to move bricks in the future. With your capital, you can only go out to be a young master in a bar. Look at all the students here. Every single one of them has a better background than you. Compared to them, you're nothing. Chen Yan clenched his fists. He was already in a bad mood before class, and now that he was personally attacked by Prince Chi, his suppressed anger was about to explode. Prince Chi was completely unaware of this and poked him in the chest with a book. I worked hard to organize the compulsory questions for the college entrance exams for you guys under a sky full of stars. How many of them did you memorize? Chen Yan grunted coldly, Mr. Wang, do I need to tell you about your past glorious achievements? When have you ever gotten the questions you pressed right? Prince Chi's face stiffened. His face steeply reddened, and his tone pulled up a few degrees. Who told you to contradict your teacher? Who are you to accuse me? As he spoke, the classroom door opened and Lu Fanghua walked in, but he didn't even notice, and continued to mouth off. Do you know that once the bell rings, I'm the biggest in this class? Even if the school board member comes and I educate him, he can't just retort, and you're still pretending with me. Who are you? Ahem. His words just fell. Behind him came the voice of Lu Fanghua clearing her throat. Teacher Wang, come out for a moment. Chapter 28, Refusing a Guaranteed Place. All the boys in Su Qingliang's class come to him. Prince Chi's face grew long. The class laughed. What are you laughing at? All be quiet. Study hall. He yelled and turned around to go out of the classroom. Inside the classroom, there was silence. The students all pricked their ears. Less than 10 seconds after Prince Chi left the room, a burst of hysterical curses came from the corridor. Every now and then, the sound of a slap could also be heard. A full 10 minutes passed before Prince Chi pushed open the door in a state of disarray. His tie was askew, his face had several more slap marks, and his hair was in disarray. Chen Yan, school manager Lu is calling you out. Speaking again, his arrogance was much lower. Chen Yan got up and went straight out the door. Auntie, you're looking for me? There were no bystanders here, and Chen Yan didn't need to claim his position. Lu Fanghua huffed and puffed. Why didn't you him just now? Did you learn your skills for nothing? Chen Yan laughed. It's not good to hit the teacher. In the classroom, Lu Fanghua straightened her collar. Her tone returned to calm. I got you a guaranteed place in Qingbei. Go back at night and prepare your materials. Hand them in tomorrow. Auntie, no need. Not waiting for her to say what materials to prepare, Chen Yan immediately interrupted. Auntie, I'm not easy to read 3 years of high school. If even the college entrance exams have not participated in, it is inevitable that there will be regrets. Can you give the guaranteed place to Su Qinglian in class 19? Lu Fanghua raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of gossip. Su Qinglian? That school beauty from your grade, right? Is she in love with you yet? No. Chen Yan shook his head with a solemn face. The two of us said well. For the time being, we're still only revolutionary comrades who deal with the college entrance exams together, and we'll talk about something else after the entrance exams are over. Che, little kid teeth, still revolutionary comrades. Lu Fanghua laughed softly, then her expression turned serious. You said that this matter might not be too good for me. I'm not the only one who is staring at Qingbei's quota. There is only one in the whole school. If you don't want it, the one who will take the quota may be Yuan Hua. Chen Yan frowned. Personally speaking, he didn't want to give the place to Yuan Hua. However, he still wanted to accompany Su Qinglian for the college entrance exam. In case Su Qinglian couldn't get into Qingbei, wouldn't he have to live apart if he went there himself? Then give it to Yuan Hua. I'm going to take the exam on my own, Chen Yan solemnly said. Eldest nephew, this is not the time to get carried away. I know that Su Qinglian girl is good, and I look at her and like her, but you will definitely regret it in the future if you give up your future for her. Lu Fanghua persuaded bitterly. Chen Yan smiled. Auntie, are you not believing in my strength? Don't worry, even if I don't use this guaranteed place, I can still become the center of everyone's attention. Lu Fanghua sighed. Alas, forget it, you stubborn bastard. I really can't do anything about you. Chen Yan grinned. My dearest aunt, don't be angry. May I ask if you have anything else? If there's nothing, great nephew, I have to go back to class. Lu Fanghua slanted a glance at him and couldn't help but let out another laugh. Go back to the old mansion at night. Your grandfather wants to see you. Old mansion? Chen Yan frowned slightly. After a moment of contemplation, an old mansion surfaced in his mind. The route to go was also all clear to him. Good, he agreed. After returning to the class and sitting for a few moments, the bell rang. Chen Yan left his seat and prepared to go find Su Qingliang to explain clearly. Just as he went out the door, he bumped into about 10 boys head-on. Most of the people in here looked familiar to him. All of them were from the senior 39 class. Chen Yan, are you the only one who upset Su? The one leading the way was the class president of their class. As soon as he heard a noise in the corridor, Qin Shubao immediately ran over, pointed across the street and shouted, "What the do you all want?" Afterwards, he came to Chen Yan's side and asked in a low voice, "Master Chen, should I give your godmother a call and ask her to call some people over?" Chen Yan laughed lightly, "A bunch of rabble. There's no need to call anyone. I blanch your mom. You're pretty crazy. You still don't want to call someone even though there are so many of us? Okay, don't blame us for not reminding you. Protect your head when you get beaten up, so you don't get beaten up like a little cutie." The leader of the 19th class tilted his head and pointed at Chen Yan. Qin Shubao was going to charge upwards. He knew too well what Chen Yan's status was. If he could be injured because of protecting Chen Yan, he would be able to brush his face on the queen's side in the future. Looking at Cloud City, there are not many people who can make the queen look favorably on them. The deal of protecting Chen Yan was not a loss. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge up, but Chen Yan stopped him. "What's your hurry? I'm enough on my own." As the words fell, his eyes changed. Several people across the street immediately rolled up their sleeves. The battle between the two sides was imminent. Right at this moment, a delicate roar came from behind. "Stop it all." Su Qinglian squeezed through the crowd and came in front of Chen Yan. Her eyes were red and swollen. It looked like she had cried. Seeing her like this, the group of boys behind her were all pissed off. The class president asked, "Classmate Su, that bastard has made you so angry. Why are you still turning towards him? Let's teach him a good lesson." Another boy chimed in, "That's right, schoolgirl Su, go back to your class. Let's teach the Su doesn't know the sky and the earth a good lesson. And also show others that we in class 19 can't be messed with." The boys of class 19 rolled up their sleeves one by one, with a bit of ruthlessness in their eyes. Su Qingliang huffed and said loudly, "All right, Chen Yan and I just have a little problem. It has nothing to do with you guys. You guys go back." The boys looked at each other, each with a gloomy face. The prettiest girl in their class liking a boy from an outside class had already made them very upset, and now for the sake of a boy from an outside class, even shouting at a boy from their own class, the boys were even more upset in their hearts. Su Qingliang ignored them and looked back at Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, my cousin sent me a message. I know I misunderstood you. I'm sorry." Her attitude was very sincere, which in turn made Chen Yan a little overwhelmed. We are just a little tiny misunderstanding. No need to apologize." Su Qingliang shook her head. "No, I have to apologize. It's me who didn't believe you misunderstood you. I can't feel good in my heart if I don't apologize. But," she paused in her words and took a deep breath, "if there is a day in the future when you don't like me, or like someone else, be sure to tell me. I definitely won't pester you, okay? Don't say those demoralizing words. Hurry up and wipe your tears." Chen Yan comforted in a low voice, "Quite a pretty little girl. What if she cries her eyes out?" Su Qinglian broke into a smile and looked at him seriously. "Then we'll go to the cafeteria at noon to make up for the lesson?" "No problem." Chen Yan nodded. Su Qinglian said happily, "It's a deal. I'll wait for you at noon. I'll go back to class first. It's too ugly to have eyes crying like this. Go back." Chen Yan waved his hand and watched her walk through the crowd and back to her class. Just as he was about to leave, the class president of class 19 said in a cold voice, "Chen Yan, stop right there." Chen Yan turned back and looked at him coldly. "Something wrong?" The class president came closer. "You pissed off Su. You pissed off our entire class 19. If you're a man, next class period. The grove behind the teaching building will be a contest." Chapter 29, Class 19 students surrounded and beaten. The person who saved them before is looking for them. One class passed by in a blur. The bell rang for the end of class, and the students in the corridor gradually increased. Behind the teaching building, the grove, Chen Yan stood in front of a group of people with his hands in his pockets. Qin Shubao clenched his fists. His face was very gloomy. "Master Chen, in a while, let me give you a head start. Put down a few of them first, and it will be easier for you to deal with the rest." "No need." Chen Yan's face was expressionless. "A bunch of little shrimps are just a bunch of little shrimps. It's not so bad that I'll let you resist damage for me." He withdrew his hand and moved all his joints. 200 meters away, holding Gua. "What are you still looking at? Hurry over." One of the four great Vajra under Jian Yao, Growth Vajra, said with a tense face. "Little young master is facing so many people. If he gets hurt, Sister Yao can skin us both alive." Holding the kingdom Vajra was lying on the wall with binoculars. holding a piece of tail grass in his mouth, and smiled crookedly. Confucius said, "What are you panicking about? Young master is a 9th-degree black belt expert. There are not many in the entire Cloud City that can beat him. Just those few heads of rotten garlic are not enough for young master to warm up. You can't be serious. Have you forgotten about what happened in the park last time?" Growth grinned and rubbed his back. "If you hadn't said to take a look again, would I have been able to accompany you to get whipped? Why don't you remember what you've been through? Ouch. Let you wait here, you wait. In case there is really something, you tell Sister Yao that I pulled you to prevent you from going on. Skinning can also be me and artificial, okay?" Holding the country disgustedly glanced at the Growth. Growth grunted and honestly plopped down on the wall again. "Give me the binoculars. I'll take a look too." In the woods, Chen Yan looked at the group of people on the opposite side with an extremely disdainful expression. "Do you want to go one by one or all together? Give a quick word." The leader of the 19th class gritted his teeth and pointed at Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, there's no need for you to be rampant. If you don't beat the out of you today, I'll count your as ing clean. Brothers, give it to me." With his shout, all the boys in class 19 all pounced on him. Chen Yan's eyes changed and he kicked out with a thunderous force. The boy directly across from him was kicked, and he turned around and kicked out with a different leg. Qin Shubao wrinkled his face, his eyebrows occasionally twitching twice. "Too brutal. Looks like Master Chen still showed mercy when he beat me." In just 2 minutes before and after, a dozen or so boys fell to the east, crouching or lying down, their faces covered with bruises. Chen Yan stood blandly where he was and didn't even breathe much. "Master Chen, you're too awesome. You're my idol." Qin Shubao trotted over. The once mighty and unyielding big class bully turned into a little fanboy. He looked towards those male students in class 19 and sneered. "You guys still want to fight Master Chen? You don't even piss on yourselves to see what kind of behavior you have. If you dare to mess with my Master Chen again, believe it or not your legs will be puckered and stuffed into your butt eyes." Stuff, he too a. After taunting the boys of class 19, Qin Shubao turned around and realized that Chen Yan had already walked back. "Master Chen, wait for me." He quickly chased after him. The last class of the morning was also sparse. When the bell rang, Chen Yan looked for an exercise book and headed out. Just as he reached the corridor, Su Qingliang and her fellow female classmate walked over side by side. "Chen Yan, Lulu asked me to accompany her to buy something. Wait for me in the cafeteria after you finish eating. I'll be back in 10 minutes at most." "Good." Chen Yan nodded and watched the duo leave. He walked downstairs unhurriedly. Just after walking to the first floor hall, he suddenly noticed a hint of something wrong. Why were so many people gathered at the entrance of the teaching building? He frowned and continued to walk out. After leaving the gate, the class president of class 19 shouted, "That's Chen Yan. Surround him for me." A large group of male students immediately surged up and surrounded Chen Yan in the center. At a rough glance, this circle was estimated to have more than 50 people. Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh lightly. "You guys really look up to me." So many people came over at once. The squad leader grunted coldly. "Chen Yan, we were careless in the grove. Let's see what you'll do with these people now. If you know what to do, you should kneel down and apologize. Promise to stay away from Sue in the future. Otherwise, I'll send you to ICU today." Chen Yan craned his neck. "Really? Big class president? Then you have to be prepared. I can't beat so many people, but I can stare you down and beat you alone. If you want me to go into the ICU, I'll drag someone along with me anyhow." The squad leader's face changed steeply, and he hurriedly dodged towards the pile of people. But Chen Yan's speed was obviously faster than him, and without waiting for him to hide, he had already grabbed his collar. "Chen Yan, let go, or else I'll waste you today," the class president shouted in panic. Chen Yan laughed lightly. "Come on, let's see whether I or you will waste first." Saying that, he raised his hand. The squad leader was so scared that he covered his head and screamed, "Stop!" At this time, a shout came from the periphery of the crowd. Chen Yan stopped his hand, and all the people around him looked outside the circle. A person in casual clothes ran this way at a fast pace. Chen Yan took a look. Wasn't this the cop he saved earlier? In order to save him, his own heart still hurt for a while. He pushed through the crowd and came to Chen Yan, who immediately let go of his hand. Other people might not know the identity of this one, but he knew it very well. He was a good student who obeyed the law, but he couldn't do those things that violated the law. The class president fled as if he was running for his life and hid into the pile of people, cowering and not daring to come out. "Student Chen Yan, thank you for saving me that day," the policeman said as if no one else was there. Chen Yan smiled and waved his hand. "It's just something you did casually. It's too much to say thank you." Seeing the two chatting calmly, the squad leader yelled at the policeman across several people. "Where the hell did you come from? Hurry up and get out of here. If you're late, I'll beat you up together." The policeman's face steeply chilled, pulling out his officer's license. "I'm Zhang Yi, the security captain of the Lin Tian district of Cloud City. Try moving me?" Why don't you hurry up and disperse? A few people from the opposite side came closer to take a look. It's really a cop. A male student wearing an earring dangled. What's so great about the police? Today I'm going to clean up that bastard Chen Yan. If you're sensible, you'll hurry up and get lost, or I'll let someone peel your skin off. Zheng Yi froze. He had entered the police station for so many years, and had arrested at least 3 digits or more of criminals, and no one had ever dared to yell like this. His face sank. This student, seeing as you're still a student, I'll give you a verbal warning once. If you speak out of turn again. Before he finished speaking, the student raised his chin. What's wrong with speaking out of turn? My father is Li Gang. My eldest uncle Li Shuangjiang. I am Li Ming, the eldest grandson of the Li family's son. Try moving me. Li Gang? Li Shuangjiang? Chairman and president of the Li Ming Group? Zheng Yi asked without a ripple on his face. That's right. Li Ming smiled proudly, pointing at Zheng Yi's crooked mouth. My family is giving the provincial government to do the project. Contact with the provincial government's big shot. You again ing put aside in front of me then lie. I'll let you get laid off in a minute to get out. Get lost. Chapter 30 Identity Exposure. In order to give up hundreds of billions of family property in the heart of justice. Chen Yan expression low, whispered in Zheng Yi's ear, they are very background. Or, you still don't care, Zheng Yi said with a righteous face. I became a police officer to protect people's lives and property. And when I encountered the ones with backgrounds, I backed down. How can I stand up to the solemn oath I took under the police badge? He looked at Li Ming. You immediately call your father and your eldest uncle right now and tell them to skin me. Hurry up. Still quite capable of pretending. Dawn snorted lightly. Ha, let's see how long you can pretend. He pulled out his cell phone and started to make a call. At the same time, Zheng Yi also pulled out his cell phone and edited a message to send out. That's right, it's Zheng Yi, the security captain of the Lin Tian district of Cloud City. Dad, you must make him peel his skin and get out. Dawn shouted at the phone, her voice full of aggression. The other side of the phone didn't know what to say, whimpering and explaining, ending the call. Li Ming put down the phone, contemptuously laughed. Hey, surnamed Zhang, I give my father to call the phone. At most 3 minutes, you will have to ing honorably laid off. If you now kneel down and beg me, I can also give my father a call to plead for mercy, to assign you to a farther away from the place, at least to keep your job. If you're late, you won't have a chance. Zheng Yi didn't say anything and glanced at his watch. Still ing loaded. Dawn lightly grunted. Fine, I'll let you pretend for 2 more minutes. When I strip you of your official clothes later, let's see what you can take to pretend with me. Chen Yan looked at Zheng Yi somewhat nervously. Just based on the 2 words he just said, Zheng Yi was definitely a good cop. He didn't want to affect Zheng Yi's future because of his own matter. Officer Zhang, how about? He had just opened his mouth when Li Ming's phone rang and he looked down at the time. It's pretty fast, 2.5 minutes and it's done. Worthy of being my dad. He picked up the phone and put it in front of Zheng Yi. I'll put it on speakerphone. You listen to me. Zheng Yi lifted his hand without expression. Please. Li Ming picked up the phone and said triumphantly, Dad, did that Zhang skin come off? I'll skin you down. On the other side of the phone, came Li Gang's angry roar. You little, in the end outside offended who? Why did Zulong Industry cut off my family's goods? People have clearly said that you are the one who caused the problem. You're going to ing kill the Li family. Li Ming's expression froze. He had been quite honest lately. He hadn't messed with anyone. The only one he had messed with was. He raised his eyes to Zheng Yi and his eyes grew whiter and whiter. The old boss of Zulong Group seemed to be called Zheng Zulong, surnamed Zhang. Dad, I know, he said numbly, hung up the phone, and looked at Zheng Yi with a complex expression. The people present all heard the content of the call, and one by one, their eyes were filled with shock. The Zulong Group covered a wide range of fields such as real estate, entertainment, medicine and forestry, and was one of the leading enterprises in the province. Officer Zhang, I was wrong, please let the Li family off the hook. Zheng Yi coldly grunted. Don't beg me, I still prefer the look of you with no one in sight. Li Ming's face was so ugly that his legs were about to kneel down. Don't kneel. Zheng Yi pulled him back. If you dare to kneel, I will only block the Li family even more viciously. But, think of it as paying for your mistake. Afterwards, Zheng Yi looked at the others. You guys hurry up and disperse, or you'll be invited back for tea. The people present all shrank their necks and dispersed. No one dared to talk more nonsense. Chen Yan, I heard that your school cafeteria has good food. Don't mind if I go there and treat you to a meal. After everyone dispersed, Zheng Yi said with a smile. Chen Yan said, good, then I'll ask Officer Zhang to break the bank. The 2 of them went to the cafeteria, ordered 2 school specialties, took 2 more drinks, and came to sit by the window. Student Chen Yan, thank you again for stepping in that day. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I'd be buried in the dirt right now. But I'm curious, How did you know that godly man was going to lay hands on me? Chen Yan smacked his lips. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know either? Anyway, it's strange. It just feels like you'll be in danger. He had shown his cousin his body before, and only a few seconds later he couldn't carry it off. He didn't want people to come over and ask him about the future, and he didn't want to be revolted because of it. Zhang Yi laughed. This I believe. I've also had this experience. Obviously driving on patrol, suddenly wanting to stop. Then I can meet a fugitive. All more than once. Ha ha, come on, take a sip. The two picked up the drink, touched the bottle, and blew a mouthful into the bottle, putting down the drink. Chen Yan looked at Zhang Yi suspiciously. Officer Zhang, I'm curious. You obviously have such a good family. Why do you still want to become a police officer? Maybe for the sake of justice in my heart. Zhang Yi pulled up the corner of his mouth, looking proud. I've always loved to fight for justice since I was a kid, and growing up I couldn't stand to see those sins. Then you can't be so desperate. You have to personally be there to catch a godly man. Chen Yan asked again. Zhang Yi shook his head. I can't not go. I made a bet with my family. I must become a hand of our bureau before 35 years old. If I can't do it, I have to resign and go home to inherit $100 billion of family property. If I don't put up a fight, where will I get the performance? Chen Yan almost sprayed. The fact that the system didn't move was enough to prove that Zhang Yi wasn't bragging, but he clearly wasn't bragging, but it sounded. At this time, two figures ran in the distance. Su Qingliang stopped in front of the table. Chen Yan, I'm back. Between words, she saw Zhang Yi opposite Chen Yan. Aren't you the one from the park that day? Zhang Yi stretched out his hand. Lin Tian District Security Captain. Hello Officer Zhang. My name is Su Qinglian. Su Qinglian smiled and shook his hand. You were really divine that day. You were able to guess the identities of those grandmasters and grandmothers in a few words. The two chatted enthusiastically. The one called Lulu beside Su Qinglian asked with a surprised face. Chen Yan, what's wrong with me? Chen Yan's face instantly sank. It's strange that I wasn't beaten into the hospital by those people, right? No. Lulu's face panicked. Su Qingliang looked at Chen Yan in doubt. What's going on? Chen Yan told what happened at the entrance of the teaching building. Su Qingliang immediately turned her head to look at Lulu. Lulu's body trembled. Ching, Lime, I'm also doing this for your own good. Chen Yan is just. Enough. Su Qingliang interrupted with a petulant drink. I don't need others to make decisions for me. You go back. We are no longer friends in the future. Lime, I've said I don't have a friend like you. What else do you want? Su Qinglian roared. Lulu stomped her foot, indignantly gouged out Chen Yan and turned to leave. Zhang Yi's gaze turned between Su Qinglian and Chen Yan, picked up the drink and took a big gulp. Mr. Su, there are still some things in my bureau, so I'll go back first. If there is any trouble in the future, as long as it doesn't violate moral laws, you can come to me. Good. Chen Yan nodded his head, saw Zhang Yi leave, and turned to Su Qingliang. Did you eat at noon? Finished eating. Then let's start making up for it. Chapter 31, Going to the Old Mansion. Meeting Luo Yunshu's strange adoptive mother and sister. The duo was mending in the corner of the cafeteria, causing quite a stir. The countless strange gazes coming and going made Su Qingliang feel irritated. Chen Yan, let's stop here today. Tomorrow after we eat, we'll go to the gazebo behind the school. There are less people there. Chen Yan nodded. No problem. The two hurriedly left the cafeteria. Nothing interesting happened in the afternoon classes either. Since Hu Qin was forced to apologize on the radio, he didn't bother Chen Yan when he came to class. He would just ignore him intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Yan didn't care about this. Ignoring him was also a good thing. At least in this period of time before high school graduation, his ears could be quieter. Unconsciously, it was evening and school was over. When the bell rang, Chen Yan's cell phone rang along with it. His cell phone case hadn't been changed, and the pendant on it hadn't been taken off. Along with the ringing of the bell, the pendant began to flash. Hey, Auntie! Chen Yan picked up and it was Lu Fanghua calling. Lu Fanghua said, Xiao Yan, don't forget to go to the old mansion tonight. You haven't been there for a long time. Do you still remember the way? Do you want me to wait for you? No, you go first. I'll be there later, Chen Yan said with a smile. At school, he deliberately kept his distance from Lu Fanghua, mainly because he also didn't want those teachers to know that he was the school manager's nephew. Before, when Lu Gao posed as Lu Fanghua's nephew, how many teachers surrounded him? Chen Yan didn't want to become a monkey in the zoo. Hanging up the phone, he packed up the books on his desk. He walked outside the school with Su Qinglian with empty hands. After sending Su Qinglian to her family's car, he ran to the parking lot again, got into his own Ferrari, and drove to the old mansion along the vague memories. It took more than 20 minutes before he found the location of the old mansion. It was a large European-style villa. In front of the villa, there were 5 luxury cars parked. He parked the car and had just gotten out when he heard a sarcastic voice from behind him. Mom, is that the homeless cousin Chen Yan that I haven't seen in how many years? Chen Yan frowned slightly. Following the voice, a girl wearing a pink JK with an okay look was full of dislike. Beside her, there was also a woman in her 40s with a few similarities in appearance to Lu Fanghua. Chen Yan carefully searched in his memory and finally found some fragmented information. This woman was called Lu Fangfang. Just like Lu Fanghua, she followed Chen Yan's grandmother's surname, and was the youngest of the second generation of the Chen family. The girl beside her was her own daughter, named Luo Tianyi. Humph, even drove a Ferrari here. Just like him, driving a luxury car is just like a beggar. Chen Yan blackened his face and came in front of the mother-daughter duo. The height of 178 was not high, but it was enough to intimidate the mother and daughter. Chen Yan, what do you want? This is the old mansion, not a place for you to be wild. Lu Fangfang pulled Luo Tianyi behind her, her eyes glaring. Chen Yan said indifferently, little aunt, if cousin is sick you should hurry up and take her for treatment. Don't delay. Who are you saying is sick? Your cousin is not sick. She is healthy. Lu Fangfang pinched her waist with both hands. Colorful. Chen Yan laughed lightly. Why are you so willing to eat if you're not sick? Even her speech carries a smell of. Chen Yan, who are you talking about? Luo Tianyi jumped up high and pointed at Chen Yan. I can help you if you don't want your fingers. Chen Yan swept his gaze. Luo Tianyi instantly wilted. Chen Yan didn't bother with this pair of mouth-stinking mother and daughter anymore and turned towards the entrance of the old mansion. Previously, he was still wondering why Luo Yunshu was still living outside when she clearly had a home. Now he sort of understood. With such a strange pair of mother and daughter at home, a normal person would have to find a way to run outside. Mom, look at him. Luo Tianyi stomped her foot, her face full of sultry resentment. Lu Fangfang comforted her. Daughter, he is a fatherless and motherless goods. We don't see eye to eye with him. Chen Yan entered the old mansion. The living room was empty. He took out his phone and sent a message to Luo Yunshu. Chen Yan, cousin, did you come to the old house tonight? Luo Yunshu, no. What would an adopted daughter like me go to? It's not convenient. Chen Yan was about to reply when a sound of footsteps came from behind him. Turning back, he saw Lu Fanghua walking over with a girl who looked 7 times similar to her. Chen Yan, let me introduce you. This is your cousin's son Ningxin. Ningxin. He's the cousin Chen Yan that I told you about. The one you studied exceptionally well and scored 746 points on a full 750. Son Ningxin happily came to Chen Yan's side and sat on Chen Yan's arm. Cousin, are you really that good? I heard my mom say it the day before yesterday and couldn't believe it's true. Chen Yan scratched his head. It is indeed true. But, it was just a fluke. A fluke is fine. Teach me how to get a fluke to get 746. I want to get a fluke too. While the two were talking, Luo Tianyi followed Lu Fangfang through the door, listening to the two talking about academic performance. Snorted, what's the use of studying well? In the future is not still working for someone. That's right. If you have the energy to study, why don't you come out and learn some specialties, and start your own business in the future? It's better than looking at other people's eyes. Lu Fangfang stretched her neck. Chen Yan's eyebrows wrinkled. Is this pair of mother and daughter dog skin creams into essence? They had already avoided them on purpose, but they still wanted to come up to them. He sank his face and prepared to counterattack, but he heard Sun Ningxin on the side speak with a smile. Auntie, I'm just envious of my cousin's good academic performance, so I came over to ask for some advice. It's not in your way. Can you take cousin around somewhere else? This is the old mansion. It's not your home. What do you care where I want to go? Lu Fangfang rolled her eyes. Sun Ningxin politely nodded. Indeed I can't control it, but my cousin and I are talking about studying. Can you and your cousin come over? To understand? After saying that, she didn't care what Lu Fangfang said and took Chen Yan's arm to walk elsewhere. Cousin, let's talk about our own. Don't care what other people say. Some people are just too poor in their studies, so they try to discredit and belittle those who study well. Don't care. Chen Yan held back his laughter. This little girl, she was so close to bursting out the ID numbers of those two. Sun Ningxin, what are you saying? You say it again for me. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Fangfang looked like she had her tail stepped on and immediately screamed. With a cold face, Lu Fangfang came to her in 2 steps. Lu Fangfang, whose mouth are you going to tear apart? Sitting in the position of school manager for years, Lu Fanghua carried an air of superiority. Lu Fangfang opened her mouth and wanted to open her mouth to curse, but her aura was suppressed by Lu Fanghua. She turned around and returned to Luo Tianyi's side. T-on-e, we don't have to be civilized with them. One was born without a father or mother. The other one's father ran away with a mistress just after he could walk. We're lowering our stature by talking to them. Lu Fanghua was furious, rolled up her sleeves and walked forward. Lu Fangfang, tell me again. Seeing this, Chen Yan and Sun Ningxin immediately went forward to pull her back. Mom, Aunt, don't be impulsive. Right at this moment, an old voice rang out. What happened? Chapter 32 Piano Grade 10. Cousins playing one after another. As soon as Lu Fangfang saw the old master coming, she immediately complained and said, Dad, Lu Fanghua wants to beat me. The old master walked down the stairs on his crutches without haste, looked at Lu Fanghua seriously and asked, Fanghua, what's going on? Dad, Lu Fanghua called out, before lowering her sleeves and narrating what had just happened. Dad, no matter what mistakes Big Brother and that surnamed son made, that's their business. It has nothing to do with the two children. I can't stand it when Fong Fong talks about the two children like that. The old man turned his head to look at Lu Fangfang. Fangfang, is what your sister said true? Lu Fangfang sank her face, her voice lowered. Really? How dare you? You're simply too mouthy. The old man tapped the cane in his hand. Still don't apologize to Xiao Yan and Ning Xin. Dad Lu Fangfang pouted. Apologize. The old master glared, his face red from anger. Chen Yan, son Ningxin, I'm sorry, she said without a trace of anger, not even looking at Chen Yan or Sun Ningxin. The old man reluctantly relented and looked at Chen Yan and Sun Ningxin, revealing a kind smile. Xiao Yan, Ningxin, you two don't be angry either, okay? Good. Grandpa, Luo Tianyi watched from the side, holding a fire in his heart. They were all grandchildren. Why should the old master be able to give Sun Ningxin and Chen Yan a smile? She pulled up a smile and came to the old master's side. Grandpa, I just passed the 10th grade piano exam the other day. I'll play a piece for you. Ding. Detecting someone bragging within the scope of probing. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. When the system voice fell, Chen Yan felt that his fingers seemed to become lighter. He held back from laughing out. The old master looked at Luo Tianyi and smiled kindly. Good. Then please ask Tianyi to play a song for me. When people reach this age, they are extra inclusive of those from the next generation. Luo Tianyi let out a smile and immediately ran to the piano, contemplating for a moment. His fingers lightly touched the keys. As the melodious music started, the living room was silent. What she played was Autumn Whispers, and according to the playing level, she couldn't even rank 6th grade. With this, how dare she brag about her 10th grade piano? Everyone listened quietly, until the performance was finished. A round of applause rang out from the scene. The old man also smiled like a spring breeze, as if Lu Fangfang had come back to life. She praised loudly without caring about the eyes of the bystanders. Baby, you're great. Luo Tianyi turned around and raised her chin proudly at Chen Yan and Sun Ningxin. The corner of Sun Ningxin's mouth twitched. Isn't it just that you know how to play a piano piece? What's so great about it? I also know guzheng. I just don't have it at home. Chen Yan glanced at her and was dumbfounded. At this moment, Luo Tianyi came to Chen Yan. Cousin Chen Yan, just now, Grandpa was angry because of us. I have coaxed Grandpa. Shouldn't you also perform something to make Grandpa happy? Chen Yan laughed lightly. He originally didn't want to target this arrogant and bragging cousin. However, it seemed that his cousin had no intention of letting him off the hook and had to embarrass him. Since this was the case, there was no need to save face for his cousin. Since cousin wants to see me perform, I'll play the piano for Grandpa as well. The old man was a bit surprised. Chen Yan had grown up outside since he was young. He had always sent people to keep a secret eye on him. He had never heard that he had learned the piano. Little Rock, you know how to play the piano? Chen Yan smiled and nodded. A little bit. The old man immediately laughed and was about to speak. But Lu Fangfang spoke first. Xiao Yan, not when the little ants look down on you. In your condition, can see the piano is not easy, which have the money to learn. Your cousin just offered a song, so don't make a fool of yourself. Her words were like a discordant note, breaking the peaceful atmosphere in the living room. The old master was cold. Fangfang, don't say anything if you don't know how to speak. Since Xiao Yan has said that he knows a little bit, let him try. You're a person in your 40s. What's the point of bothering with a child in general? Dad, Lu Fangfang wanted to argue. Luo Tianyi immediately came to her side and pulled her hand. Mom, since cousin wants to play, let him play. It just so happens that I also want to hear cousin's repertoire. After saying that, she looked at Chen Yan again, the corner of her mouth quirking. Cousin, in front of me, a grade 10 piano master. Don't be nervous. Chen Yan laughed lightly in disdain. Is it necessary? He took 2 steps forward and looked at the piano. Cousin, you said that you're a 10th grade piano, but the piece you just played is only at most a 5th grade in difficulty. Why don't you play another one that's a bit more difficult, so that I'll be deterred for a bit? Luo Tianyi's eyes flashed a trace of panic, and she hurriedly explained with a smile. Let's forget about it. Grandpa wants to listen to you play. In case I play a harder one, and you don't dare to go on it again. What if Grandpa blames me? Chen Yan grunted. If you don't dare to play, just say so. Why are you looking for so many reasons? Are you afraid that you can't play? Luo Tianyi gritted her teeth. Her eyes were fierce. Cousin, You're the one who wants to find excuses not to play. Are you going to play or not? Don't waste everyone's time if you don't. Chen Yan laughed lightly and came to sit in front of the piano. The piece I'm going to play is the first movement of the G major sonata. Please enjoy my performance. The first movement of the sonata in G major? Luo Tianyi's eyes changed abruptly. Sun Ningxin immediately took out her cell phone and clicked on Dunyang. After searching for a bit, she covered her mouth in surprise. My god, what cousin is going to play is actually a 10th grade piece. 10th grade. Everyone looked at Chen Yan in shock. Grade 10 was the highest grade in the existing piano ratings, and without a dozen years of hard practice, I'm afraid it would be hard to reach this achievement. Little Rock, are you really going to play this 10th grade piece in the key of G major? The old man asked in a shocked voice. Without waiting for Chen Yan to reply, Luo Tianyi said in a conspiratorial manner, Grandpa, cousin must be teasing you. The first movement of the sonata in G major is not considered easy in all the 10th grade repertoire. He's never learned the piano, so how could he possibly play it? Cousin, Chen Yan immediately interrupted. Just because you can't play it doesn't mean I can't either. Do you dare to shut your mouth first and let me play it properly? Luo Tianyi hummed. Fine, then you play it. I'd like to see who you're disgracing if you can't play it. That's not for you to worry about. Chen Yan took a deep breath and landed his hands on the piano keys. Actually, Lu Fangfang and Luo Tianyi were right. It was indeed his first time touching the piano. In the past, he even struggled to stay alive. So where did he get the money to learn the piano? But not having touched it doesn't mean he doesn't know how to play. The cheerful and energetic playing sound spread in the living room. Everyone was shocked once again. Luo Tianyi looked like he had seen a ghost and kept muttering. How can this be? How is this possible? How could he possibly play this piece? Chapter 33, Packing Up the Little Ant Mother and Daughter. The Old Master's Will in Public. After the song was played, Chen Yan slowly got up. Good. Sun Ningxin shouted while clapping, and everyone else in the living room followed suit. The old master had a smile on his face as he looked at Chen Yan with satisfaction. Luo Tianyi gritted her teeth in indignation and said angrily, Impossible. This tune is so difficult. How could you possibly play it? He. Chen Yan faintly turned his head. Just because cousin can't play it doesn't allow me to play it? There are so many people here watching. Can it be faked? If you feel unconvinced, you can still play something harder than mine. How about it? He took a few steps away from the piano and made a gesture of invitation. Luo Tianyi's eyebrows twitched. How would she dare to play again? If she really found a piece that was harder than the first movement of the G major sonata, wouldn't she reveal herself in an instant? With a dark face, she quickly walked to Chen Yan and raised her hand to rummage through Chen Yan's pockets. You fatherless, motherless bastard. How can you play better than me? There must be something fishy about you. Chen Yan was quick, grabbed her wrist and broke it, then pressed her head and smashed it on the piano. When a discordant sound rang out, Chen Yan said in a cold voice, Don't think that just because you are my cousin, you can be unscrupulous in front of me. Chen Yan, let go of me. I'm going to expose you as a liar. Luo Tianyi struggled and shouted. Lu Fangfang also came back to her senses and quickly ran to the piano, raising her hand to grab Chen Yan's face. Fangfang, stop. The old man tapped his cane and roared in a low voice. Lu Fangfang didn't listen at all, and her sharp nails had already arrived in front of Chen Yan. Chen Yan decisively let go of Luo Tianyi and grabbed Lu Fangfang's wrist with lightning speed, his other hand following suit. Splat! A crisp slapping sound spread. Lu Fangfang staggered 2 steps, her ears buzzing. She covered her face and said incredulously, You dare to hit me? How dare you hit me? You're even going to hit me? What's wrong with me hitting you in return? Chen Yan said expressionlessly. Lu Fangfang was hysterical. I'm your sister-in-law. Your elder. Elder? Humph. Chen Yan crooked his mouth and let out a light laugh. Have I spent a penny of your money or eaten a grain of rice from your house? What qualifications do you have to call yourself an elder in front of me? Lu Fangfang was furious. She turned her head and glared angrily at Lu Fanghua. Elder's sister, take a closer look. This is the student who came out of your jiahao. Lu Fanghua coldly grunted. I don't think there's anything wrong with what Chen Yan did. Being wronged and not resisting is not what jiahao students do. Lu Fangfang was so angry that she stomped her feet and turned to look at the old man again. Dad, don't you care if your grandson beats me? That's because you owe a beating. The old master's face sank like water. I told you to stop. Did you listen to me? Dad. She still wanted to say something, but she saw the old master raise his hand. Don't say anything. Today I called you all over. It's because I'm going to make a will in front of you. If there are any contradictions, hold them in your heart. Come to the sofa and sit down. The old master led the butler to walk over and sit down first. Several other people also took their seats one after another. Butler, read the will. The old master rested his hands on his cane, not angry and authoritative. The butler walked forward, unfolded the folder in his hand, and cleared his throat. Will, I, Chen Zhenbang, am now 76 years old. ID card. Place of origin, blah blah blah. After my death, the entire family property will be divided into 3. The eldest grandson, Chen Yan, will get 40%, the eldest daughter, Lu Fanghua, will get 30%, and the second daughter, Lu Fangfang, will get 30%. This will has been notarized by the Yuncheng notary office and is true and valid. The housekeeper closed the folder. Chen Yan was a bit surprised. He just got such a grandfather through the system, and in a turn of events, he gave himself 40% of the inheritance. Everything seemed like a dream. Lu Fangfang steeply got up. Dad, I'm not convinced. Why give 40% to Chen Yan but 30% to my big sister and I? If you want to give your grandchildren inheritance in intergenerational way, Tianyi and Sun Ningxin should get a share too. The old master remained expressionless and spoke blandly. Because of certain reasons within the family, Chen Yan lived in an orphanage since he was a child. Our Chen family didn't take care of him a bit. These inheritances, consider it as compensation for him. Then you didn't compensate him like this. Lu Fangfang loudly retorted, then glanced at Lu Fanghua, eldest sister. Don't you have any opinion at all? If you don't think about others, you have to think about Ning Xian as well. Lu Fanghua smiled blandly and said frankly, I accept this will. I also accept it. Sun Ningxin smiled along with it. Lu Fanghua froze. Then he heard Lu Fanghua continue. How much of the inheritance Dad is willing to give to Ningxin? That's Dad's business. And Dad is right. Xiao Yan hasn't lived in the Chen family since he was a child. And it's the Chen family that owes him a debt. If your family Luo Tianyi also grew up living in such a harsh environment since he was a child, I could even give up my inheritance rights and give it all to Tianyi. She turned her head to look at Sun Ningxin again. Her eyes full of love. My family Ningxin will only need to inherit my inheritance in the future. She doesn't need to think about what others should or shouldn't get for themselves. The old man lightly coughed twice. Well, things are settled. How is it settled? Dad, I'm still not convinced. Lu Fangfang interrupted the old master again and looked at him with tearful eyes. Dad, ask yourself, who has been doing filial piety in front of you for so many years? I admit, Chen Yan was a little bitter when he was a child, but he has never done his filial piety in front of your bed for a single day. Why are you taking so much property to compensate him? Doing filial piety? Oh, my good sister, how can you lick your face and say that? Lu Fanghua took over. Think carefully about how you've done your filial piety? Do I need to say more? Lu Fangfang's face was suffocated in red. Since sister has a number in her heart, I think there is no need for me to say more. I advise sister to accept the will, lest in the end, she can't even get these 30%. Lu Fanghua said indifferently. The old master also looked at Lu Fangfang with a cold face. Your sister is right. If you don't want to lose your inheritance, don't make things difficult for yourself. After saying that, he slowly got up. The restaurant has prepared a meal. Let's go eat together. Not eating. Bad luck. Lu Fangfang picked up her bag and pulled Luo Tianyi out. When she reached the door, she turned around and glared at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, you're not done beating me. After saying that, she pulled Luo Tianyi out the door. Lu Fanghua got up and came to Chen Yan's side. Softly said, your little aunt is just like that. Don't be angry with her. Let's go. Let's go eat first. Good. Coming to the restaurant. On the table was a sumptuous dinner. Several people were seated one after another. The old man peeled a lobster for Chen Yan. Xiao Yan, it's been hard on you outside all these years. Chen Yan took it with both hands. Thank you, Grandpa. The old master looked at him gratefully, his eyes full of love. No need to thank you. This is your home from now on. You can come back to stay anytime. Grandpa has plenty of food here, the old master said with a smile. Good. Chen Yan nodded. It's been bitter for you outside all these years. The old master sighed. Chen Yan nibbled a mouthful of lobster. It's nothing bitter. Just get used to it. By the way, Grandpa, where did my dad and my mom go? Chapter 34, Cousin Happy Please Jerk. Going to school and meeting Scallion Cake again. Just after Chen Yan's question was finished, the entire restaurant fell into a dead silence. The old master's face also became incomparably ugly. Little Rock, eat well, don't ask what you shouldn't. Lu Fanghua whispered. Chen Yan shrunk his neck and lowered his head to eat in silence. This matter doesn't blame Little Rock. He didn't know. The old man let out a long breath and stood up with complicated eyes. You guys go on eating. After you finish eating each of you go home, so you don't have to go upstairs to say goodbye to me. He leaned on his crutches and left hunched over. Chen Yan glanced at Lu Fanghua. Lu Fanghua gave him a wink and shook his head. He immediately shut up. A dinner party ended unhappily. Coming out of the old mansion, Chen Yan asked in a low voice, Auntie, what's going on with my dad and my mom? Lu Fanghua sighed. Don't ask about this matter. That's a topic that the entire Chen family is forbidden to talk about. You just need to know that your dad made a mistake and was expelled from the family. And your mom, forget it, don't mention it. The family loves you, so don't think so much. She patted Chen Yan's shoulder. Chen Yan frowned. Unfortunately, he didn't have the means to read his fortune. Otherwise he would have said anything to see who his parents were. When they reached the car, Lu Fenghua smiled and said, Xiao Yan, go back and drive slowly. You too. Chen Yan also smiled. Sun Ningxin waved her hand. Cousin, bye-bye. When you have time to go to my house to play in the future, it's just that you can also tutor me in my homework. No problem. Chen Yan nodded. He got into the car and left the old mansion. On the way back, he didn't drive fast. In his memory, there was absolutely no trace of his parents. This matter is 80% going to be a mystery. Eyes to the cell downstairs. He is to the garage parking. The phone suddenly rang non-stop. It is the key moment. He did not pay attention. First parked the car. He closed the garage door and went home. Lying on the bed and took out his cell phone to take a look. They were all from Luo Yunshu. After a cursory glance, it was all about the fact that he beat up Luo Tianyi and slapped Lu Fengfang tonight. Luo Yunshu was very comfortable and praised his behavior. It seems like her life in that home wasn't exactly satisfactory. Chen Yan, I just arrived home before I saw your message. Just after sending it, Luo Yunshu replied with a message. Luo Yunshu, come out I'll treat you to a drink and jerk off. Thank you for avenging the grudge that's been building up for me for years. Chen Yan, not so much. How big a grudge can you have? Luo Yunshu, it's a big one. If you want to know, come out and drink and jerk with me. I'll tell you more about it. And if you're late, you can still go sleep in your cousin's bed. Chen Yan, forget it. I have to go to school tomorrow, so I won't play with you. Luo Yunshu, Che, no fun. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not coming out? Chen Yan, no. Good night, cousin. He hurriedly replied a sentence and directly turned off the screen. Thinking about what happened at his cousin's house in the morning, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He and his cousin were not related by blood, and if he got too close in case he really broke through the moral line, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to be an acquaintance in the future. Abandon distractions and hurry to sleep. He covered his head and forced himself hard to sleep. The next day, Chen Yan drove his Ferrari to school as usual. As soon as he entered the class, the first thing he saw was the onion cake with a face like a grinder. After the previous conflict at Kaiyue Mall, she didn't come to school for a few days in a row. Why did she suddenly want to get up and come today? Chen Yan took a closer look and could vaguely see the bruises hidden underneath her heavy lipstick. At the same time, it also saw how she would end up soon. Coincidentally, at this time, she also saw Chen Yan, and her angry eyes were filled with hatred. Chen Yan, how dare you come over? Ding Ding roared and walked quickly towards Chen Yan. The entire building seemed to tremble with the tread of her huge feet on the ground. The few surrounding students saw this and dodged away. Chen Yan also took a few steps back and said in a cold voice, MS, Bing, this is a school. Why can't I come over? It's all your fault. If it wasn't because of you, how could I? She said halfway through her words, a fierce light in her eyes. Could what? Just then, Qin Shubao hung back and walked in, looking at her with a mocking expression. Don't tell me that because of Master Chen, you were raped? That's a great thing. You have to celebrate it by beating a gong and drums. And by the way, you have to give me, Master Chen, a big red packet. Didn't I used to hear you say that you have a cousin who was the boss of Kaiyue? She must be very rich. Bing's face was green for a while and white for a while. The Kaiyue boss's cousin was all made up by her. Her cousin was a tiny store manager. The person who really had Kaiyue boss's cousin was clearly Chen Yan. When she thought of this, she was even more upset in her heart. Chen Yan, wait for me. The pain you made me feel, I want you to pay back 10 times 100 times. She roared angrily and went back to her seat. Qin Shubao turned his head to look at Chen Yan. Master Chen, that crazy didn't do anything to you, did she? Do you want me to find some people to educate her properly? No need. Chen Yan waved his hand. Someone will educate her soon. Qin Shubao was confused. Not long after, the class bell rang. Chen Yan returned to his seat. Since he took the first place test, the subject teachers were more lenient with him. He made some small movements in class, and as long as he didn't affect other students, no one was willing to mind him. In the blink of an eye, one class passed. When the bell rang, the teacher left with his textbook in his arms, and his classmates all got up to move around. He slowly stood up and stretched. Suddenly, a roar came from behind him. Chen Yan, I'll kill you. The Bing held a sharp dagger in his hand and stabbed it towards his chest. This scene stunned all the students, but in the next second, Chen Yan turned around fiercely and accurately grabbed Bing Xiao's wrist, then flew up with a kick in the right direction. Bing Xiaoxiao was kicked off on the spot, knocking down several tables and chairs one after another, and the dagger in her hand was snatched off by Chen Yan. She shouted in shock, Chen Yan, why did you react? Chen Yan sneered. As early as when he saw her this morning, Chen Yan had realized that she had brought a dagger to school and would come over to stab him after the first class. The feeling of turning on a plug-in was cool. All of them could accurately predict the timing of someone else's move. All the students came together. Assassinations on high school campuses are rare. Bing Bing was surrounded by the crowd and became furious. What the are you looking at? Get the hell out of my way. Qin Shubao came with the phone. Master Chen, the police have been called. The police will be here soon. Chen Yan patted his shoulder. Well done. He gave a hefty laugh. It's my good fortune to be able to work for Master Chen. As he was talking, another cold light lit up. A sharp dagger went straight to Chen Yan's back heart. Chapter 35, Assassination Encounter. Anti-Godmother's Needle Point. Master Chen. Qin Shubao shouted and flew up. Baird. The sound of a school uniform being scratched rang out. Chen Yan jerked his head back and saw Qin Shubao using his arm to help him block Jia Zhengluo's stabbing dagger. As drops of blood fell on the ground, Qin Shubao's eyes became hideous. Jia Zhengluo, I blanch your mother. He flew up and kicked Jia Zhengluo out, continuously knocking over several desks. Jia Zhengluo fell and the dagger in his hand flew out. Qin Shubao, you're sick, minding your own paralyzing business. Jia Zhengluo roared hysterically. His appearance at this moment was very different from usual. He hurriedly picked up his dagger and rushed towards Chen Yan once again. If you don't want to die, get thee out of my way. Chen Yan, I'll kill you. Chen Yan's eyes were filled with a ferocious light as he stepped forward, grabbed his wrist, and viciously kicked at his knee. Jia Zhengluo lost his balance and fell to the ground on one knee. Chen Yan followed the trend and clutched his wrist, wrenching it backward. Dang lang, the dagger fell to the ground again. Chen Yan looked at Qin Shubao. Qin Shubao, what's your situation? Qin Shubao covered his arm. His face wrinkled. Nothing much, just a small cut. I'll go to the infirmary to bandage it. He looked at Huang Liang. Huang Liang, accompany me. Ha, me? Huang Liang froze for a moment. Just now, when he saw that Bing Bing wanted to kill Chen Yan, he ran over to watch the fun. But who knew? He was unexpectedly caught in the act. Going or not? Qin Shubao blared down. Go go go. Huang Liang hurriedly nodded his head and accompanied Qin Shubao towards the door. How could he dare to refuse? The situation at the scene was basically under control. Chen Yan lowered his head and asked in a cold voice, why did you and Bingsu assassinate me? Who told you to come? Jia Zhengluo gritted his teeth. It's me who hates you so much. Both are poor students. Why do you get to be number one in your grade? I'm not convinced. Chen Yan's face was expressionless. Such a lame reason. How dare you think of it? Did you learn 9 years of compulsory education for nothing? Say, who the hell is it? His wrist slightly increased in strength. Jia Donglu roared in pain. It's me who wants to kill you. You have the ability to kill me. At this time, the police came. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Jia Zhengluo who was tackled by Chen Yan and Bingsu who fell to the ground and was being held down. Seeing the police coming, a flash of panic flashed in the eyes of the two. Since you won't talk, go to the police station to explain if you have any problems. Chen Yan let go of his hand and let the police who arrived take the two away. He followed all the way to the class entrance. Suddenly, Su Qingliang gasped and appeared in front of him. Chen Yan, I heard that you were in danger. How is it? Didn't hurt anywhere, right? She was so nervous that she completely didn't notice the way the bystanders were looking at her. The school beauty of Su University, caring about a boy in front of so many students. This was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about if placed in the past. Suddenly so envious of Chen Yan. If Su the school flower can care about me so much, let me be stabbed twice, I'm also willing to. Come on, don't think about useless things. The other Su big schoolgirl has her own mistress. Sigh. Sad. A few male students stood in the distance and discussed. Chen Yan smiled and said, you care about me so much? Su Qingliang steeply reacted, backed up 2 steps. Her small face flushed. It's good that you're fine. I'm going back to my class. Chen Yan especially wanted to laugh. It's not like when he confessed to him in front of so many people. Su Qingliang walked a few steps towards her class and turned back to ask, can you give me a tutorial at noon today? No problem. Chen Yan gave an okay gesture. The class bell rang. Chen Yan followed back to the class. This was another physics class. Prince Chi walked in with a textbook. He swept Chen Yan a glance and started the class with a sullen face. Halfway through the class, school manager Lu knocked on the door. He turned his head to look and saw school manager Lu standing outside the door, and immediately fixed his eyes and shrunk. He didn't make up the school manager behind his back this time either. Teacher Wang, have Chen Yan come out for a moment. Prince Chi looked at Chen Yan. The school manager asked you to go, so go now. Chen Yan nodded and got up to go out of the classroom. In the corridor, Lu Fanghua had a nervous face. How are you? Not hurt, right? No, Qin Shubao carried it for me. Chen Yan said calmly. It's good if you're not hurt. Qin Shubao sighed. I'll talk to him alone later. Our family doesn't owe favors for no reason. Lu Fanghua breathed a sigh of relief. Turned toward the stairway. Come with me to the office. Someone wants to see you? See me? Who is it? Chen Yan frowned. Come with me and you'll know. Lu Fenghua's face was slightly cold. Chen Yan was a bit confused and followed her, heading towards the office. Just as he pushed open the door of the office, there was a puff of smoke inside. Chen Yan fixed his eyes to see that it was his godmother, Jian Yao, who was resting her legs on the desk with a lady's cigarette in her hand. In front of her, there stood two men with low heads. Seeing Chen Yan come in, Jian Yao immediately got up. Chen Yan, are you alright? Chen Yan walked in. It's fine. His gaze swept over two burly men, none other than Growth and Holdingwa from Jian Yao's men. The two of them were now bruised and swollen, looking exceptionally wretched. Godmother, what's the situation? Chen Yan asked. Jian Yao said in a cold voice, I let the two of them secretly protect you. Last time in the park, when you were not feeling well in your chest, the two of them didn't show up in time, and this time, they even made you almost get assassinated. If I don't clean them up a bit, I'm afraid that they won't even put me in their eyes in the future. Growth Holding lowered his head and didn't say anything. Chen Yan let out a laugh. You've wronged them here. I was in the classroom when the incident happened. It's not like the two of them could follow me to the classroom. Besides, didn't you say before that you don't need to send me a bodyguard? Jian Yao sank her face. You were almost assassinated even if you sent bodyguards, let alone not sending them. Listen to me from now on, let them follow you around. Don't. Chen Yan waved his hand repeatedly. Godmother, I'm just an ordinary student. You're asking me to bring two bodyguards. It's a bit too much. Little Rock is right. Lu Fenghuo also walked in with a cold face. Who knows if this time, your enemies hired someone to assassinate Chen Yan. Hearing these words, Jian Yao's eyes narrowed, killing intent in her gaze. Surname Lu. I know you look down on people like us who can't see the sunlight, but don't think that you're any good either. Xiao Yan lived so bitterly earlier. Have you ever cared for a single day? At that time, I couldn't take care of myself. There was a strong enemy outside and inside, Lu Fenghuo retorted, but not waiting for her to finish. Jian Yao immediately said sarcastically, that's not the reason why you don't care about Chen Yan. Fine, whatever you say, it's my fault for not caring for Chen Yan in the earlier years, but now, I'm capable of taking care of him, and he doesn't need you as an unseemly godmother anymore. Lu Fenghuo gritted her teeth and said angrily, what a handful of unloading and killing mum. I'm still not leaving. What can you do to me? Jian Yao hugged her arms. The two sides were pinpointing each other. The flavor of gunpowder was strong. Chapter 36, Making Peace Between Aunt and Godmother. Giving Su Qinglian tuition at noon. Hey. Chen Yan hurriedly blocked between the two. Godmother, Aunt, you two stop arguing for now. You're both very important to me. I can't leave anyone. Auntie, although what my godmother did in the past were all unseemly things, she has no words for me. Wanting to send me bodyguards is also for my safety. Godmother, my aunt's idea is also right. This is a school. It's really inappropriate for you to throw underground rules into a school. Then what do you say? Both women looked at him at the same time. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and his sweaty hairs stood up. The feeling of being stared at by two very imposing women. This, you two discuss. Just don't fight. I'll go back to class first. Chen Yan dropped a sentence, turned around and ran. How to talk between godmother and aunt. That's their business. It has nothing to do with himself. As long as you don't stand in the middle, you won't be caught in the middle, and the two of them will be able to be a bit more sensible. As for hands-on, it is certainly not going to do it. Are the upper class people? Do it how to drop the price? Back to the class. This morning, he almost never came out. At noon, and Su Qinglian went to the cafeteria together. After eating, the two went to the pavilion behind the teaching building. This side was secluded, and occasionally people would come on dates. Today it was quite a coincidence that no one came over. The two sat at the stone table and opened their textbooks. Chen Yan is now at the level of a top lecturer. Lectures are easy to understand, and can easily give many examples. Su Qingliang also easily listened in, and even felt that Chen Yan's lectures were much better than the teacher's. How good would it be if I could have met such a good teacher earlier? She glanced at Chen Yan and said secretly in her heart. Afterward, she looked at the textbook again seriously, just as the two of them were using their skills. In the distance, Class 19's class president, Lai Ming, ran over in a hurry. Classmate Chen Yan, he called out. Chen Yan slowly raised his head, looked at his constipated face and asked, what's the matter? Classmate Chen Yan, I know that you and Captain Zhang Yi know each other. Please help me talk to him and ask him to stop blocking my family. My family's project is going to be impossible. His words were full of pleading. Chen Yan laughed. First of all, I don't have Officer Zhang's contact information. Secondly, this is a conflict between you and him. And lastly, what's going on in your house is none of my business. Lai Ming's face was incomparably ugly, and he ran to Su Qingliang again. Su student, can you help me? How can I help you? Su Qingliang asked back, then snorted coldly. When you led the whole class of boys to find trouble with Chen Yan, did you think that there would be today? Lime, we are at least in the same class, so help the class president. At this time, another person came outside the pavilion. It was none other than Lulu, who had stood Su Qinglong apart yesterday. Because of helping Lai Ming, Su Qinglong had cut ties with her yesterday at noon. What's wrong with the class? I have to help him because I'm in the same class? You are also in the same class as him. Why don't you help? Su Qingliang asked 3 times in one sentence. Lulu was bitter. Isn't it that I can't help? I would have helped if I could. Right now the only one in our class who can help the class president is you. Think about the 3 years you've been in the class. The class president has always taken good care of you. You, stop, less moral abduction in front of me, delaying my studies. Su Qingliang interrupted her. You can leave if you have nothing else to do. Lulu became irritated. Su Qinglian, do you have any human feelings left? For the sake of a male student from an outside class, you have to abandon your own class. Humph, aren't you also someone who sold out your friends for a man? What qualifications do you have to accuse others? Chen Yan sneered. Lulu's eyes trembled for a moment, then instantly regained her composure. What are you yelling about? Don't slander people. Slander? Then explain. Why is your hairband the same model as big class leader Li's bracelet? Why are your shoes also the same model? Why? Chen Yan sniffled. Both of you use the same brand of shampoo? To say that you two are not related at all. Does anyone believe it? You guys go back. No matter how much you beg us today, we won't help. Don't delay our studies, Su Qingliang said with a cold face. Lulu was so angry that she stomped her feet. Su Qinglian, count on you. I don't have you as a friend from now on. I already don't have you as a friend yesterday. Take your time and don't see me off. Su Qinglian was expressionless. The two of them returned without any success. Chen Yan and Su Qingliang organized their moods and resumed their tuition. Time passed quickly. There was still half an hour left in the noon lunch break. That's all for today. Chen Yan closed the book and said. Su Qinglian nodded and looked at the densely recorded words on the notebook and said with a smile, Thank you Qingyan, you are really a good teacher. Ha ha, thanks for the compliments from big schoolgirl Su. Let's go back. Good. The two went back to the teaching building together. The afternoon class was boring. Chen Yan took 2 naps, and at the end of the night, school was over. He packed up his desktop as usual and went out with 2 empty hands. But this time, the one waiting for him at the class entrance was not Su Qinglian, but Growth and Holding. Young master, from today onwards, the 2 of us will be responsible for picking you up from school. Ha! Chen Yan somewhat didn't control his expression. The 2 of you picking me up from school. Who allowed it? It's the result of the consultation between boss and school manager Lu. Growth Vajra said. Looking at the bruises on their faces, Chen Yan pinched his temples. It was better not to refuse. Otherwise, they didn't know how much abuse they would have to suffer when they went back. In the future, when you come over to pick me up at night, remember to bring a mask. In case I'm recognized by other students, it won't do me any good. Yes, the 2 nodded heavily. At this time, Su Qingliang came out. The moment she saw Growth and Holding, she froze for a moment. Chen Yan, they are the bodyguards my godmother found for me. Wasn't I in danger this morning? Chen Yan made a perfunctory remark. Oh, Su Qingliang didn't look any further. Finding bodyguards for you is also a good thing. At least it's safe. Let's go, Chen Yan said. The 2 of them kept a subtle distance as usual and went downstairs together. Chen Yan, I'm going to a charity bazaar on Saturday afternoon. Can you accompany me? Su Qingliang asked. Chen Yan nodded. No problem. Send me the address. The 2 chatted while walking outside. Soon arrived at the school entrance. Su Qingliang got into the car. Bye. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chen Yan waved his hand. Right at the moment the car door closed, an unfamiliar scene appeared in front of his eyes. Su Qinglian was tied to a chair, and based on the clarity, it should be tonight. Lime, don't go. He wanted to call out to Su Qinglian, but her family's nanny car had already driven out. Chapter 37, Su Qinglian kidnapped, chased to the abandoned factory in the east of the city. You too, follow me to the car. Chen Yan shouted and went straight to the parking lot. Growth and Holding State also quickly followed. The sports car only had 2 seats. Chen Yan sat on the driver's seat and turned the key door. The 2's cars were not parked in the parking lot. They looked at each other, and then jumped into the sports car together. 2 big men who ran 200 pounds crowded each other on the passenger side. It looked extraordinarily funny, but Chen Yan did not have the heart to laugh. A foot of gas scampered out. According to the picture he just saw, the place where Su Qinglian will be pulled to is an abandoned factory named Jiamei in the east of the city. He didn't see the rest of the picture too clearly, only remembering that there were at least 6 or 7 thugs there. Call my godmother, he instructed the 2 men next to him as he focused on driving. Holding out his cell phone, he immediately dialed Jay Niao's number. Waiting for a few seconds, the call was connected. Hey, Holding Gua, Godmother, now immediately bring a few people good hands to the Jiame waste factory in the east of the city. Chen Yan spoke nervously. Jian Yao immediately pursued. What's the point of going there? What's wrong with you? I didn't do anything. Someone kidnapped your future goddaughter-in-law. Quickly take someone there. Chen Yan said loudly. Okay, I'll move immediately. The phone hung up. Chen Yan's face was horribly gloomy. Su Qinglian is the kind of person who loves people. Chen Yan already had a good feeling about her, but in the past, due to her status, she didn't dare to have that kind of extravagant hope. Some days ago, because of the system, Su Qinglian took the initiative to confess to him. Although the two have not established a relationship until now, but they know each other well. Just wait for high school graduation. The two will be officially announced, and then hand in hand into the college campus. Chen Yan's car drove very fast, but the others were nearly 2 minutes ahead of them, and the kidnapped car drove fast, until he entered the urban and rural areas. He saw the tail lights of the front car. He was about to catch up with it with a kick of the gas, when a big pit suddenly appeared in front of the road. Sung Jang Jang. A burst of sparks erupted from the bottom of the car, and then the engine fault light came on. Chen Yan looked at the front. It was a whole section of bumpy road. Even if he disregarded the engine's death, he simply couldn't go there. This is still a few hundred meters from the Jiame factory. Let's run over. The holder jumped out of the car. Growth also followed and jumped down together. Chen Yan sank his face. This is the only way. The three of them ran towards the abandoned factory with full horsepower. After running not too far, Chen Yan began to pant. He recited in his heart, I'll have to find a good bragging runner to exchange techniques when I take the time. Not long after, they arrived outside the abandoned factory. This factory didn't even have a gate, and several people easily touched in. Just then, Chen Yan's phone suddenly rang, giving him a fright and hurriedly adjusting it to mute. Picking up the phone, Lai Ming's voice came from the opposite side. Chen Yan, how are you thinking about what I begged you for during the day? Are you going to help me with this favor or not? Just as he finished speaking, Su Qinglian's voice came back from the receiver. Chen Yan, leave him alone. He dares to kidnap me. Call the police. Splat. A crisp slap sounded. Shut the hell up. Lai Ming yelled hysterically. Don't you make things difficult for Lime. Chen Yan immediately said. Lai Ming cackled. Lime? What an affectionate name to call out. Since Su Lime has shouted it out, I'll be honest with you. She's in my hands now. If you don't want her to be abused by a group of us men, you should quickly call Zhang Yi and ask his family to lift the blockade on my family. And don't try to call the police. I'll be guarding Su Qinglime. If I know you called the police, I'll drag Su Qinglime to die with me. Good. Chen Yan hurriedly calmed him down. If you have anything to do, come at me. Don't hurt Lime. Don't you just want the Zheng family to lift the blockade on you? I'm going to the police station right now to find Officer Zhang. Don't be impulsive. Dawn was silent for a moment. My time is precious. I will only give you 20 minutes at most. After 20 minutes, if I don't receive a call from home, Su Lime will be ruined. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. Chen Yan sank his face and walked inside with Growth holding. Going around the first building, they saw the Su family's nanny car. The door of the nanny car was open, and there was no one inside. Young master, the two of us will go in. You wait outside, Growth said. Chen Yan shook his head, didn't say a single superfluous word, and directly walked inside. Inside the factory, it was desolate. Everything that should be dismantled was cleaned up. Chen Yan's trio kept walking in the shadows for fear of being discovered. Not much farther inside, turning 2 corners, there were dim lights floating vaguely. He padded over and hid behind a corner to look inside. Inside, besides Su Lime, there were 7 people. Lai Ming, Su's driver and 5 physically tough thugs. Chen Yan advanced on his cat's back and walked inside from the dark. I've cooperated with you to kidnap people. Where's the money? But you promised me $5 million after it's done. Su family driver said with an eager face. Su Qinglian's mouth was sealed with tape. She glared at the driver with a grimace on her face and kept making whimpering noises. The driver turned his head and coldly looked at Su Qinglian. Miss Qinglian, don't glare at me either. I can't be blamed for this. I've been working as a chauffeur for you in your house for 3 years, and your house only pays me $10,000 a month, which is really too little. I owed more than $2 million in gambling debt outside, looking for your parents to help, but your parents see death. You can't blame me. Oh. Su Qingliang was emotional. The driver ignored him and looked back at Dawn. Dawn yawned. I'll definitely give you the money. Don't be anxious. At most, wait for another 10 minutes or so. My family will settle things and you can take the money and go far away. Chen Yan touched behind them in the dark. Just as he was about to quietly feel his way out, a sharp sound of brakes came from outside. What's that sound? Dawn immediately tensed up and drew her dagger to Su Qingliang's side. A few of the beaters were also fully focused on the front. Chen Yan was stopped by Holding, staring at him with serious eyes and shaking his head. He sank his face and continued to hide in the darkness. "Driver, go out and see what's going on," Dawn said in a cold voice. "Why don't you let your men go?" The driver retorted. Dawn immediately glared at him, and several of the beaters rolled up their sleeves. The driver gritted his teeth and walked outside with a stiff upper lip. He had just stepped out of the line of sight of a few people when he suddenly shouted, "What kind of people are you?" Ah! The screams spread in the abandoned factory, and one scalp was numb from hearing it. Immediately afterward, the sound of high heels rang out, becoming clearer and clearer. At the end of the line of sight, a woman in a red cheongsam dress with a calm demeanor walked out unhurriedly. Chapter 38, Cooperating to Rescue Su Qingliang. "I don't understand the world of young people." Lai Ming's face suddenly changed and he yelled, "Who are you?" Jian Yao's steps were smooth, walking straight this way without a hitch like a model. She said without a ripple, "I am Jian Yao, but I prefer people to call me the Underground Queen of Cloud City." Underground Queen? Everyone present was shocked. Even Su Qinglian's eyes widened. How could she have never imagined that the first person to come to her rescue would be the Underground Queen? Her family and the Queen didn't have any interactions at all. "Ah, what are you doing here?" Dawn shouted in a trembling voice, her dagger on Su Qinglian's neck. Su Qinglian was too scared to move. Jian Yao said in a cloudy voice, "I naturally came here to save people. Let that girl go." She was still walking forward, her eyes sweeping over the faces of the several beaters. "Now get lost immediately. I'll spare you from death." The bodies of the several beaters trembled. Being in the same underground, they were very clear about Jian Yao's strength. The Queen of Cloud City Underground. That was a ruthless person who had fought her way out of the blood and water. "The few of you get on me. She's not the Underground Queen. Get on!" Dawn hysterically yelled. A few people were obviously a bit hesitant. "Think about your families. If you don't go on, I'll do it to your families right away." Dawn was close to frantic. A few of the fighters hesitated for a moment and stood out, blocking in front of Jian Yao. Jian Yao was still walking forward. Her expression did not show a trace of nervousness. The fighters looked at each other and raised their fists to charge upwards. Suddenly, a black shadow fell from above their heads. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and one of the beaters was smashed unconscious without warning. The black shadow stood up, and his mountain-like muscle mass was revealed. It was Duo 1, the fiercest in close combat among the four great Vajra. A few fighters were startled and hurriedly turned around, waving their fists at Dorwin. Duo Wen's eyes showed a cold light, and he raised his millstone-sized fist to blast out heavily. The one closest to him instantly flew backwards and landed on the ground, rolling around a few times, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Then, he swung his backhand. Another person was sent flying on the spot, slumping and smashing on the ground, struggling twice and fainting. The remaining two people took advantage of the situation, and their fists landed on Duo 1. But the next second, they were confused. Dorwin stood still, not in pain, not even the slightest change in his expression. Boundless fear spread in the hearts of the two. Duo 1 raised his hand and grabbed the hair of the two men and knocked them hard in the center. The two instantly went limp and fell to the ground on all fours. Chen Yan hid in the shadows, the corners of his mouth slanting to the ground. Is this still a human being? It was clearly a humanoid tank. In less than 5 seconds, the 5 fighters were all useless. If you let him go to the underground to fight blackboxing, I can't imagine. Seeing that the beaters were all hit, Lai Ming panicked even more, tightly gripping the dagger in his hand, yelling, "Stop where you are, or I'll drag Su Qingliang to die with me." Seeing this, Chen Yan didn't care about growth and holding, and immediately ran out. When Jian Yao noticed him, she let out a laugh and stopped to look at Dawn. "Young student, your fighters have all been eliminated by me. I advise you to let them go and save your skin from suffering." "No, I won't let go," Lai Ming yelled with red eyes. "Get the hell away from me, or I'll really kill her." Jian Yao let out a light laugh. "Is killing her good for you? Looking at you, you're only 18 or 19 years old. Your life has just begun. Why kill yourself? What do you know?" Lai Ming shouted excitedly. "It's this. From the day I went to high school, my heart was hooked away by her. See her being bullied by that poor hangman. I brought the whole class of male students to back her up, and even dragged the family industry to be blocked by people nearly bankrupt. She didn't even care about. I'm so to her. It's all her own self-inflicted death." Chen Yan still has more than 10 meters to get behind him. Jian Yao continued to cooperate, sneering, "So you want to drag her along with the funeral? What's the difference between your behavior and, luckily you are not my son. If you are my son, I'll give you a regiment bar and throw it in the toilet and flush it. You give me one more curse." Lai Ming raised his dagger and pointed at Jian Yao. "I'll kill you." Before he finished speaking, Chen Yan appeared abruptly and grabbed his wrist and wrenched it towards his arms. Lai Ming screamed in pain and the dagger fell to the ground. "I let you kidnap. You dare to kidnap whoever you want. I blanch your mom." punch after punch, kick after kick. Chen Yan used every trick he could think of on Dawn. It was different from the violent stuns of a humanoid tank. Each of his moves ran towards more pain. From the moment he appeared, the screams didn't stop. Su Qinglian stared blankly at Chen Yan's figure, her eyes wet. Growing and holding came out from the darkness, and Jian Yao wore a kind smile and gave them a wink. The two immediately untied Su Qinglian, and at this time, Chen Yan had finished venting. He slowly stood up, and at the same moment, Su Qinglian crashed into his arms, hugging him and crying loudly. Chen Yan scared me to death. Chen Yan held his hands up in a surrender position, although he and Su Qinglian had a heart-to-heart. After all, they weren't officially together yet. On the opposite side, Jian Yao and the other three golden lights had smiles piled on their faces as they looked at him in unison. He softly said, all right, didn't I save you? It's okay. Su Qingliang seemed as if she didn't hear him, still stifling her head and crying. Ahem, Lime, loosen up a little, I'm going to lose my breath. Chen Yan coughed twice. Only then did Su Qinglian realize that something was wrong, and hurriedly loosened her hand and wiped her tears. That, just now was me being too scared. It's okay. Chen Yan scratched his head and smiled. Jane Yao on the other side, looking like they didn't see a good show falling, she slowly walked up. Little girl, go back and tell your dad. Let him find you a driver again and polish his eyes. I see Chen Yan is good. Why don't you recommend it to your dad to try? Su Qinglian was shocked. Just now, she was thinking about Chen Yan and forgot that there was someone else beside her. She hurriedly bowed at Jian Yao. Thank you, queen. What do you call the queen? Jane Yao waved her hand, always with a smile on her face. I'm Chen Yan's godmother. In the future you'll be just like him. Call me godmother. Dry. Godmother? Hey, Jian Yao responded. Su Qingliang blushed immediately. Godmother. Ah, no, auntie. Chen Yan and I are still just classmates now. We don't plan to fall in love for now, but Chen Yan called me and said for me to come over to save my goddaughter-in-law. If you're not. Jian Yao's smile gradually tightened. Su Qingliang instantly tensed up. Alright, godmother, don't scare the kids. Chen Yan walked up and relieved her. Both of us have discussed it. We won't fall in love before we graduate from high school. We'll prepare for the exams first, and we'll talk about it after we get into college. Alright, I don't understand your young people's world. Alas, I'm old. Jian Yao sighed. Chen Yan hemmed and hawed, immediately ran behind her and squeezed her shoulders. How can godmother be old? In my eyes, godmother will always be young. Screw you. Jian Yao laughed and cursed, turning back to ask suspiciously. I'm wondering, how did you know that my goddaughter-in-law would be tied up here? Chapter 39. Send Su Qinglian home. Goddess personally deliver breakfast. Chen Yan said bluntly, I can count. Don't fool me with those godly words. Jian Yao blankly glanced at him, but didn't continue to pursue the matter. She swept her eyes at Lai Ming and the few thugs and asked, what are you going to do with these people? If we call the police, we'll withdraw first. Call the police? Chen Yan's eyes turned abruptly cold. Calling the police would be too cheap for them. Godmother, you guys are better at this kind of thing. Let you handle it. Good. Jian Yao raised her hand, holding Gua, Growth and Duo One each lifted two people and headed out. I'll go back first if there's nothing for me to do here. You guys should go back to rest early too. Jian Yao followed behind and turned to walk out. Chen Yan hurriedly said, Godmother, the oil pan of that Ferrari of mine is fragmented. Find someone to tow it away and fix it for me. I don't have time. Got it. Jian Yao didn't return her head. Her voice was a bit lazy. After they left, Chen Yan looked at Su Qinglian. Let's go. I'll send you home. Su Qinglian gently nodded and followed him out of the building, driving the nanny car home. On the way, Su Qinglian said, Chen Yan, I'm really thankful to you this time. If not for you, I can't even dare to imagine what they would do to me. Chen Yan raised the corner of his mouth. You also suffered because of me. What are you talking about? If you want to say it, it's me who should say sorry to you. Su Qingliang shook her head, then asked, how did you know that I was tied up here? Didn't I tell my godmother everything just now? I can count. Chen Yan said easily. Besides, in the park before, didn't you see it with your own eyes? Su Qingliang recalled. It seemed to be really such a thing. Alright, then I'll believe you for once. The two arrived downstairs at Su's house. Looking upstairs at Su's house, lights are on. The windows can still reflect the figure pacing back and forth. Chen Yan said, hurry home. I guess your parents should be waiting anxiously. Good. You go home and be careful. Bye. Su Qinglian pulled open the car door and jumped out of the car at a rapid speed. Chen Yan just unbuckled his seatbelt, saw her running away, hurriedly shouted, hey, your car keys. Su Qinglian had already hurriedly run into the building, completely failing to hear the shouts behind her. Chen Yan had no choice but to throw the keys on the car seat and took a cab home. Another day passed in the twinkling of an eye. Thursday, Chen Yan went to school. Without the Ferrari, He took the bus to the school entrance as usual. The Koenigsegg is really too eye-catching. Usually it is better to drive less. Just after getting off the bus and walking not far, he saw Zhang Yi with a companion looking around at the entrance. As soon as he saw him, Zhang Yi immediately walked up and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen Yan, the results of the survey came out." Chen Yan asked with a sullen face, "Who ordered them?" Zhang Yi said, "It's the boss of Zenith Industries, Qian Shengtian." Zenith Industries? Qian Shengtian? Chen Yan instantly raised his eyebrows. "I don't know him at all." Zhang Yi was not surprised and continued, "Yesterday, we just found out the culprit behind the scene and immediately carried out an arrest. But only when we arrived at his home did we realize that he had already fled abroad on a plane with his family as early as the night before. At this time, even if Chen Yan was more stupid, he could figure out that someone wanted to get him killed on purpose, and Qian Shengtian was just the other party's white glove. We found out that he has a huge amount of extra money in his overseas account, enough for him to dash abroad for many years. Only, the remittance account is still unclear. So we came over. Want to ask what powerful people have you offended recently?" Chen Yan thought about it and started breaking his fingers. Shen Zilian and the four fools of Cloud City who follow him. The Dawn Group. The next door class 22 class president's family's Xinlong antique house. And then my sister-in-law Lu Fangfang. The rest of. Basically no one that can be called powerful. Okay, after we go back, we will continue to trace according to the direction you provided. Don't be anxious. As long as someone amongst them has a crooked mind, they will definitely be caught by us. Okay. Chen Yan quickly entered the school gate, and Zhang Yi also left with his companions. On the way towards his class, he was worried. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to his godmother, asking her to help check on Qian Shengtian as well. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the police, but there were some means that the police couldn't use, and if he let his godmother find clues, there would be countless means to find out the real culprit behind the scenes. "Godmother, I have arranged for people to investigate. This matter will not be easily closed." Chen Yan, "Thank you, Godmother." "Godmother, you are still polite with me. By the way, that little girl last night, you sent her home. Did her family say anything?" Chen Yan, "I don't know. I didn't follow her upstairs." "Godmother, you kid stupid how did not follow up? Maybe the parents look good, just leave you there for the night." Chen Yan, "Godmother, you're kidding. She's a daughter." "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to school." He put away the phone and walked quickly towards his class. Into the class. The first thing I saw Qin Shubao hanging an arm, leaning back on a chair. After he was injured yesterday, he didn't come to class for a day. As soon as he saw Chen Yan, he immediately stood up, smilingly ran over and asked, "Master Chen, did you find the murderer behind it?" Chen Yan shook his head. "No, impossible." Qin Shubao frowned. Onion Cake and Jie Zhenlu are not the kind of people who can hide things. A little bit of scare will be able to put down all those who know. They are put down, but put out people I do not know at all. Chen Yan shrugged. "Who is it?" Qin Shubao asked. Chen Yan said, "Zenith Industries, money ascends to the sky." As soon as his words fell, a gasp came from the doorway. Turning back, he saw Su Qingliang holding a pink lunchbox, walking over under everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Qin Shubao said with a small smile, "Master Chen, you get busy first. I won't bother you." He ran away in a huff. Su Qingliang came to Chen Yan and offered the lunchbox in her arms with both hands. "Chen Yan, thank you for saving me yesterday. This is the breakfast I made for you. Try it." Chen Yan smiled and took it. "Thank you." A hush sounded around them. This scene just happened to be seen by Fang Jiqiong, who had only just entered the door. Fang Jiqiong gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with indignation. On what grounds? Ever since Su Qingliang confessed her love to Chen Yan was always so smooth no matter what he did. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists so tightly that her arms were trembling. Chen Yan was completely unaware of this. Lifting the lunchbox, looking at the heart-shaped fried egg inside, and the golden chicken wings, rubbing his hands. "I'll be polite then. Eat." Su Qingliang stood aside with a smile on her face. This envied so many people. The goddess personally delivered breakfast and stood by the side to eat with her. What a great honor. You don't need to rush. Eat slowly, Su Qingliang softly reminded. At this time, Fang Jiqiong came over smilingly. "Student Chen Yan, do you have time? I want to ask you a question." Chapter 40, Fang Jiqiong looking for scolding for nothing. Going to the boring conference of the Literary and Educational Association, Chen Yan was instantly on guard. Fang Jiqiong, this asshole is very bad. Before the two of them had such a big conflict between them. This moment to find up. Certainly not good. He coldly said, "Are those two holes under Fang's eyebrows for farting? Can't you see that I'm eating?" "You." Fang Jiqiong's face changed. She thought that Chen Yan would refuse, but she never thought that Chen Yan would directly humiliate her with his words. "Chen Yan, have you ever talked like this?" I am coming to ask you questions with an open mind. You cannot say anything if you don't want to. What's the point of scolding people? Chen Yan spat out a piece of chicken bone. Ms. Fong, I'm a snob. I like to see people talking about people and ghosts talking about ghosts. You said you came to ask for advice, but you are empty-handed. Do you ask for advice like this? I don't think I was cursing just now. If it's okay, please stay away from the wheel. Face touching the bar like $100 twice in front of a small pink light. Don't pollute the environment where I eat. Chen Yan, you are a. Fang Zhiqiang eyes quenched poison like looking at him, ruthlessly stomped 2 feet, turned to leave. Su Qinglan laughed softly from the side. Chen Yan, when did you become so good at cursing? Classmate Lime, I solemnly reiterate, I didn't curse. Chen Yan had a serious look on his face. Just as the meal was finished, he snapped the lunchbox shut. I'll go brush it out after class again and send it over to you. The love breakfast you made is really delicious. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day in the future. Su Qinglian's small face blushed, smoothly took the lunchbox. I'll take the lunchbox away. She ran out of the classroom with small steps. Chen Yan wiped the oil on his mouth and realized that many boys in the class were looking at him. The envy in their eyes could not be blocked. Su Qinglian had just left in front of him when Lu Fanghua came. Chen Yan, come out with me for a moment. Chen Yan dropped the trash in his hands and quickly ran out the door. On the corridor, Lu Fanghua said with a serious face, this Saturday morning, the Cloud City Cultural and Educational Association is going to hold a meeting for all the students who scored 650 or more on the mock exams in the whole city. Go back and wash your school uniform carefully. I'll pick you up on Saturday morning. Cloud City Literature and Education Association? Chen Yan frowned. What the hell is that? How come I've never heard of it? Lu Fanghua sighed softly. Her face was full of helplessness. It's a group of old scholars who spontaneously formed a civil society. They lobbied a lot of bosses and invested money to all high schools within the scope of Cloud City every year. And all the major high schools naturally have to give face to the gold masters. But it's just one morning. Just squeeze it out a little. Good. I'll go back and rummage through the spare school uniforms and wash them. Chen Yan nodded. Is there anything else? No. According to the usual practice in previous years, the highest score in the whole city has to speak on stage as a student representative. So prepare yourself. Lu Fanghua said. There is also yesterday's matter I also with the police side inquired about. Hidden behind the person I will help you to check. You feel at ease to study on the line. Okay, there's nothing else to do now, right? No, go back. The morning's lesson soon ended. At noon, Chen Yan took Su Qinglian to the pavilion behind the teaching building to make up for the lesson, and inadvertently talked about the matter of the Cultural and Educational Association. Su Qingliang said with some regret, I've heard of the Cultural and Educational Association before. It's just a pity that my score is a little bit worse, so I can't go with you. Chen Yan smiled. It's good that you don't go. If you do, you'll just be listening to those old scholars' official talk. It's boring. Besides, the college entrance exam is the real battlefield. It's not like anyone who goes to a meeting can get into Qingbei. You're right. I should study hard without any distractions now, and strive to raise my score upwards in the last 20 days or so. Su Qingliang clenched her fists with a solemn face. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. Chen Yan had just opened his eyes in the morning when he received a call from Lu Fanghua. Xiao Yan, I'm downstairs at your house. Okay, I'll clean up and go down. Wait for me for 5 minutes. He rolled over and got off the ground, hurriedly ran to the bathroom to wash up and put on the set of school uniform that he had washed and made a little white. In his 3 years of high school, other students bought 2 sets of uniforms a year. He is a poor student. The school gave him 2 sets free of charge at the beginning of the first year of high school, and then if he needs to buy his own, he has not bought in order to save money, and insisted on his 3rd year of high school. Wearing the school uniform, he looked at himself in the mirror, turned around and went out the door. Going downstairs and getting into the car, Lu Fanghua sized him up. Not bad. My great-nephew is just handsome. That's a must. Chen Yan purposely raised his head. Is the speech ready? Lu Fanghua asked. Chen Yan patted his pocket. I prepared it out last night. Don't worry. I'm sure I won't drop the ball for you. With the attribute of being the nation's #1 schoolteacher added to it, writing a manuscript wasn't a piece of cake. The car drove for more than 20 minutes and arrived at the Tonto Hotel. The meetup was set here year after year, meaning that the scholars were all the way through. 6th floor conference room. When Chen Yan arrived, dozens of students had already come here. Lu Fanghua pointed to the area where Jiahao High School was located. Chen Yan nodded and walked over in silence. The seats were arranged according to the rankings. In the past, the #1 in the whole school had always been Yuan Hua. Only in the last monthly exam, Yuan Hua was overtaken by Chen Yan. Chen Yan just took his seat. Yuan Hua muttered in a low voice. Don't think that you're great after taking the first place test once. There are some things that you have when you were born, and if you didn't have them when you were born, you don't want to get them in this life. Chen Yan laughed lightly. He was a little confused. How Yuan Hua had such a big hatred for him. Isn't it just an exam ranking? If he had known so much trouble, he might as well have answered a few more questions wrongly in the first place and gave up the number one position. He was too lazy to pay attention to Yuan Hua. Not much longer. The group of old scholars came. Several people came to the front of the stage. Sitting in the center was an old man with a goatee and gold glasses. He cleared his throat, greeted the students, and then read the manuscript as it was written. Chen Yan listened for a few minutes, and his eyelids began to fight non-stop. This kind of nutrient-less meeting was more boring than a class. He yawned. Yuan Hua snorted coldly. You really haven't seen the world. How can you yawn in such an inspiring meeting? Chen Yan glanced back. There were not a few people in the same situation as him. Hey, look behind you. There are many like me. Those who can hear passion in this old guy's magical voice are probably only you. Mr. Yuan. Humph. Well, frogs can't talk about the sea. Yuan Hua turned his head and stopped looking at Chen Yan. In a while, you'll know the difference between us. The old man mumbled for an hour. Chen Yan always wandered in a half-sleep, until a burst of applause sounded. Only then did he get up in a frightening spirit. Next, please invite Yuan Hua, senior class 8 of Jiahao Middle School and a guaranteed student of Qing University, to come up to the stage and make a pre-test speech on behalf of all the outstanding students. Chapter 41. Yuan Hua chased out to practice in S, and was happy to mention the ability of the divine healer. Chen Yan froze. Shouldn't he be the one to speak? How come Yuan Hua changed? Yuan Hua slowly got up, squinting at him with a smug look. Chen students, please give way. Chen Yan smiled in understanding and made a gap for him. He is the eldest son of the provincial Chang family. Does not his face carry more weight than him? Who doesn't even know who his father is? The Cultural and Educational Association must also know some human feelings. Sitting at the end of the Lu Fanghua, I sank. Her hands gripped her skirt tightly, scratching out rows of wrinkles. In the past, when students spoke, they would speak for 3 to 5 minutes at the most and then it was over. But once Yuan Hua went on stage, he spoke for another hour. The host next to him was in a hurry, but did not dare to go up to interrupt, and could only let him cite the classics and speak like a mouthful, waiting for him to finish. The students who can still sit properly below have been 1 out of 10. The host took over the microphone and immediately said, "The Literature and Education Association has prepared a marching banquet for everyone in the downstairs hall. Everyone go downstairs in an orderly manner." One by one, the students yawned and left the conference room. Outside the conference room, Yuan Hua walked up to Chen Yan and sneered. "See, even if you came first in the exam, so what? If I talk to them, they'll have to give me the right to speak." Chen Yan gave him a bored look. "Isn't it just a speech? What's there to show off? It's an honor. You don't understand." "Well, I don't understand, but please Yuan Deja keep the honor. Abstain from arrogance and try to get a good grade in the college entrance exam." "Oh, I forgot. You bailed out. You don't need the college entrance exam," Chen Yan said lightly. "Then I wish you in advance to work hard and achieve another good result in the university campus." He rolled his eyes and walked towards the elevator. In front of the elevator, Lu Fanghua found him with an indignant face. "Chen Yan, there was a bit of an accident this time, and I didn't let you go on stage to give a speech." Isn't it just a speech opportunity? I really didn't care. School manager Lu doesn't need to comfort me." Chen Yan waved his hand and glanced at the time. It was already more than 10 o'clock. In the afternoon, he still had to go to Su Qinglian's side and accompany her to attend a charity banquet. He turned his head and looked at Lu Fanghua. "Manager Lu, I still have something to do in the afternoon. Can I not go to that bull expedition banquet?" Lu Fanghua's face was difficult. "You hold back a little while longer. How can you show up at the table before you go? Or else, let the cultural and educational associations catch the tail and deliberately deduct our subsidies next year." "Well, even if it's for you, I'll cope with it," Chen Yan sighed. When they arrived downstairs, the crowd took their seats, and the old man president of the Literature and Education Association walked from table to table, cheering the students on. Chen Yan cradled a half-full stomach at light speed, and when the old man left from their table, he immediately turned around and skipped. He had to go home and change his clothes. He couldn't go to the dinner in his school uniform. He ran out from the banquet hall, and had just walked not far when Yuan Hua's voice rang out from behind him. "What are you going to do, Mr. Chen?" Chen Yan also ignored him. Talking to trash people, he himself felt degraded. Seeing this, Yuan Hua quickly chased after him. He blocked Chen Yan and said with a proud face, "Chen Yan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Isn't it just that you weren't allowed to give a speech? Why do you have to be so mean to so many students? Big brother, let's go to the hospital if you have a bad head. Which one of your eyes saw me shaking my face with my classmates?" Chen Yan wrinkled his face. "It's not shaking your face. Why did you leave the table early?" Yuan Hua stuck his hands in his pockets and thought to himself, You're the first place winner of this mock exam in Yunchang, and you might feel angry when you weren't allowed to go on stage to give a speech. But I'll tell you, society is like this. Either you have connections or money. You have nothing and are destined to be stepped on for the rest of your life. Chen Yan shook his head helplessly, not wanting to talk nonsense with this sick in the head contraption. He bypassed him and continued to walk outside. Just arrived at the elevator entrance. Chen Yan was waiting for the elevator. An old man came on crutches and trembling. Before he reached the elevator entrance, he suddenly fell to the ground. This scene scared the old man's entourage. A woman of about 25 or 26 immediately jumped on the old man. Dad, what's wrong with you? Doctor, quickly come a doctor. Chen Yan wasn't a doctor and didn't want to mind his own business, intending to send one side around, but a bad smile surfaced on Yuan Hua's face. He saw that the woman who begged for help didn't look like a good person and wanted to use that woman's hand to clean up Chen Yan, so he pushed Chen Yan forward behind his back. His family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He can see patients. Chen Yan was not prepared and stumbled forward 2 steps. The woman raised her head. Originally there was still some hope in her eyes, but when she saw that Chen Yan was wearing a school uniform, she immediately frowned. You know medicine? Chen Yan immediately shook his head. I don't know. It's my classmate's nonsense. He turned his head to look at Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua, who was waiting to watch the show, froze abruptly and quickly retorted with a strained neck. Chen Yan, you can claim that you are the inheritor of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners at school. How can you see death and save a woman just because this big sister questioned you? With that, he turned to face the woman again. Big sister. I really heard him say that he came from a Chinese medicine family. He just doesn't want to take the responsibility. Chen Yan sank his eyebrows, his eyes cold. At this moment, he was truly moved to kill. Is there anyone in the world more shameless and disgusting than Yuan Hua? Less ing making up about me here. Get lost. Chen Yan cursed angrily and turned around. But that patient's family member was like losing his mind and got up to stop him. Little brother, it's my fault for questioning you just now, but can you not be general with me for a while and help me take a look at my dad's condition? The woman had a pleading face. Chen Yan was really helpless and opened his mouth to explain. Big sister, I really don't. His voice just came out. Not far away, suddenly came a thick and with some teasing voice. The beautiful chairman of the Hall Xian group even put her hopes on a yellow-mouthed child. Saying it out loud is not afraid of making people laugh. Song Xian turned around violently. She saw a middle-aged man in a tang suit walking quickly. Behind him, there was also a young guy carrying a medical box. May I ask who you are? Song Xian was a little confused about the other party's identity for a moment. The middle-aged man stood still, and the young follower behind him raised his neck and said proudly, my master is the nation's premier miracle doctor, Yi Fan, nicknamed Yi San Needle. Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan instantly felt more medical knowledge in his mind. Looking at the one lying on the ground again, he already knew what kind of disease he had. Divine Dr. Yi, please save my dad. As long as my dad recovers, I'll agree to any conditions, Song Xian eagerly said. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth rose slightly. Healing the sick and saving people is the responsibility of my generation of healers. If I am lucky enough to cure old Mr. Song, Miss Song can just reward some money. No problem. Song Xian hurriedly got out of the way. Not having pitied Chen Yan, Yuan Hua was upset in his heart and gritted his teeth in indignation. But when he turned his head, he saw Chen Yan watching with interest as Yi Fan administered help. Chapter 42, Anger Spraying Yuan Dishao in Public. Something really happened to the old man of the Song family. Yi Fan came to the patient's side and after just a glance, he took out a silver needle to stab the patient's danzhong point. The patient might be in danger if you stab him this time, Chen Yan said gently. Yi Fan turned his head abruptly, his eyes staring at Chen Yan with death. What did you say? Tell me again. At the same time, Song Xian spoke up. Just now, I asked you to cure you but you didn't. Now you're babbling about something. You've lost your chance to climb up my Song family. She glared, her expression somewhat hideous. Yuan Hua quietly backed up and ran back with a bad smile on his face. And just after arriving at Lu Fanghua's side, he unapologetically shouted, School Manager Lu, Chen Yan is teaching a doctor surnamed Yi how to save people. You quickly go and take a look. Lu Fanghua immediately got up and quickly ran outside. Those students who were still dining were also curious and followed out to see what was going on. By the time they returned to the front of the elevator, Yi Fan had already stabbed the silver needle into the patient's chest. Song Xian was looking at Chen Yan with gloomy eyes. Song Xian, the chairman of the Xian group? Lu Fanghua was shocked in her heart. When she was about to go forward to inquire, Yi Fan suddenly said coldly, Kid, just now you said that it was wrong for me to treat you like this. How is it wrong? You are the nation's premier divine doctor. Can't you even see this little problem? Chen Yan said teasingly. While turning his back, his gaze fell on the patient. In a minute at most, the patient will react with convulsions and vomiting blood. If he doesn't receive timely medical treatment, a light case will be a vegetable, and a heavy case will not live past today. How dare you? Song Shiyan roared angrily. Chen Yan, don't talk nonsense. Lu Fanhua also hurriedly opened her mouth, then turned her head to look at Song Shiyan and humbly said, Miss Song, the student is talking nonsense. Don't be angry. Song Shiyan gasped with a gloomy face, her shoulders rising and falling. Chen Yan smiled and said, School manager Lu, whether I am talking nonsense or not can be verified in 2 minutes at most. You guys wait slowly, I still have something to do, so I will leave first. Saying that, he pressed the elevator button. Song Shiyan clenched her fists. You bastard, how dare you speak up and curse my father? MS. Song misunderstood. I'm a student. Lu Fanghua hurriedly pacified. MS. Lu. Song Shiyan interrupted angrily. Can he speak out of turn just because he's your student? I can let him off for your face, but he must kneel down and apologize to me and my father. Otherwise, today's matter will not be over. MS. Song. Lu Fanghua was still trying to persuade, but Yuan Hua immediately stood out. MS. Lu, today's matter is all because of Chen Yan, and it's time to teach him a lesson. The anger in Lu Fanghua's eyes was about to erupt. Chen Yan suddenly turned around and sneered. Surname Yuan? Is that thing under your nostril I called a mouth? Why is it more tie than an old sow's crotch? You first fooled Song that 250 so that she deliberately targeted me, and then ran to call students and teachers to see my jokes. The school manager wants to say a few words for me. You also horizontal raking vertical blocking not to let you. Your father of the province often how to give birth to you such a pattern of lowly? Yuan Hua's face stiffened. Humiliation and indignation immediately surged to the heart. Chen Yan, you dare. I dare you grandma whistle. I didn't even finish my sentence. So your crotch. Chen Yan immediately interrupted and continued to taunt. I'm not just a little bit better than you on the mock test? You all kinds of trips to me, so cannot accept failure. The future is also a finished goods. Fortunately you licked the face of a blue. I do not want to pick up the bail, or I really worry that you cannot get into the university. Hearing these words, the gazes of the students and teachers were all directed at Yuan Hua again. Lu Fenghua's anger looked like it was about to be suppressed. Ding! Just at this moment, the elevator arrived. The door slowly opened and Chen Yan took a step inside. Stop! Song Shiyan shouted. You haven't knelt down to apologize to me and my dad. If you dare to enter the elevator, my Shiyan group will be with you to the end. Chen Yan turned back and let out a teasing laugh. You'd better watch your father first. Song Shiyan snapped her head down, only to realize that her father's body had begun to convulse and blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. She looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked flustered and at a loss for words. Miss Song, I don't know what's going on. He had heard about old man Song's condition before, and today he happened to run into it. He wanted to take the opportunity to make a profit. Who knew this would happen? Quick, stop that kid. He pointed at the elevator door that was about to close. Since he can guess the symptoms, he'll definitely cure it. Song Shiyan's eyes changed, and not caring about arguing with Yi Fan, she hurriedly ran to the elevator and reached out to block the doors that were about to close. The door reopened and Chen Yan laughed softly. MS. Song is still not going to take care of your father. Why are you stopping me? Song Shiyan sank her face. My dad's symptoms are the same as what you said. You come down and cure him. I still have urgent things to do. Don't you trust that surname Yi? Go find him. Don't bother me. Chen Yan reached out to press the closed door button again. Song Shiyan took the opportunity to pull his arm and drag him outside. You have to be cured today. Hurry up and come out. But after dragging a few times, her face was suffocating red. But Chen Yan remained still. You obviously know medicine. Why do you want to see death? Do you still have some medical ethics? Song Shiyan was so angry that she stomped her feet in place. Chen Yan shrugged. Don't try to kidnap me with morality. I don't care. Aren't you afraid that my Shiyan group will block you province-wide? I want nothing. I'm not afraid of you wearing shoes with bare feet. Come on, block me. Chen Yan laughed again. He has a system. What is he afraid of? If he meets a few powerful blowers, he will be able to live freely. If he really needs the kind of special blowers, Shiyan group is nothing. Song Shiyan was furious. She has just taken charge of the Shiyan group, and many of the company's elders are unconvinced, so she still needs her father to be in charge. Once her father is really in trouble, Shiyan group will definitely be eaten by those who eat people without spitting bones. Then what do you want? What are your conditions? Apologize or pay? As long as I can do it, I will never say anything. Seeing her softening, Chen Yan didn't want to be so meaningless. Apologize. Who wouldn't say light words? Let's be practical. He walked slowly out of the elevator, saying as he walked, $50 million. You give me the money, I'll save him. $50 million? Chen Yan, you're crazy. have you seen what $50 million looks like? Manhwa yelled excitedly. What's the matter with you? Rant again. Give me $500 million and I won't even heal. Chen Yan glared at him. Song Shiyan also immediately looked at him. Manhwa's spine went cold. His provincial standing old man often educated him. Do people should be low-key? To keep the principle, to be respectful and polite, but also told him that he would not use his authority to help him do anything. The past small things he did in the name of his old man to do it also did. But today this thing. He closed his mouth and took a few steps back. Song Shiyan turned back to Chen Yan. No problem. $50 million is fine. Chen Yan, however, shook his head. Don't be in a hurry. $50 million is just the diagnosis and treatment fee. You still have to settle my other expenses. Chapter 43, Extorting the Song family for $100 million. Curing and buggering off to the conference venue. What other expenses are there? Hurry up and say it all together. Song Shiyan asked eagerly. Chen Yan came to the patient's side and pulled out the silver needles on his body. Just now you threatened and intimidated me. The mental damage fee of 10 million. Out of words to humiliate me. The loss of reputation fee of 10 million. As well as intercepting the elevator fee, the saliva consumption fee, and the good intentions as a donkey's liver fee. Miscellaneous add up to 50 million. A total of 100 million. Give money. Song Shiyan clenched her fists, her arms trembling. Your old man will be invited by the king of hell to drink tea in another 3 minutes. Move fast. Chen Yan said smilingly, but there was no movement in his hands. Lu Fenghua's heart tightened and she hurriedly walked forward. Chen Yan, do you really know medical skills? Don't treat it indiscriminately. School manager Lu, don't worry. This little problem, hand to hand. Chen Yan smiled easily. Song Shiyan decisively took out a check from her bag and was about to fill in the numbers. Chen Yan immediately said, I don't take checks. Punch the card. He found the bank card photo in his cell phone. Good. This word was almost squeezed out from Song Shiyan's teeth. She immediately opened the banking software and completed the transfer. Once the money was deposited, Chen Yan grinned. That's right. He rolled up his sleeves and chiseled hard at the patient's back a few times. The muffled thuds were painful to hear. Song Shiyan gritted her teeth. Surname Chen, are you deliberately taking revenge? Yes. Chen Yan didn't stop his hand movements. You cannot use me to cure. I will return the money to you. You're very good. Song Shiyan clenched her fists in death. Cough. A few more violent hammer blows. Old man Song suddenly coughed twice. His miserable white face instantly regained its blood color, and his eyes slowly opened. Chen Yan got up. Alright, I'm done saving people. Goodbye. He quickly ran to the stepladder and darted downstairs. He can't spend time with those people. If he really waits for the old man to completely recover, he won't have to participate in the charity sale in the afternoon. Just as he ran downstairs, Su Qingliang's phone call came. Chen Yan, I just sent you a localization message. Did you see it? Chen Yan said. The meeting just broke up on my side. Now I'm going home to change my clothes and go over. No need to go back. Just come over here directly. I've prepared clothes for you. Su Qingliang said on the phone. That's good. You wait a little longer. I'll go over now, he said and hung up the phone. Coming to the side of the road, he looked at the cars coming and going on the road, showing a slight hint of anxiety. His Ferrari hadn't been repaired yet, and he had come in his aunt's car this morning. At this time, the aunt must still be up there dealing with the aftermath. He could only take a taxi. After waiting for a while, he finally saw a cab. He waved his hand and stopped it, told the driver the address Su Qingliang gave him, and the car sped forward. 20 minutes later, Chen Yan arrived at the site of the charity sale, paying the fare and getting out of the car. He quickly ran into the front door of the hotel, only to be stopped outside the charity sale venue. Do you have an invitation? A security guard asked. Chen Yan said, it's Su Qingliang who invited me here and didn't give me an invitation. Who is Su Qingliang? The security guard frowned and said to him with a cold face, no matter who invited you here, you can't go in without an invitation. Chen Yan's face immediately went cold. He took out his phone and was ready to call Su Qingliang to ask what the situation was. Just at this time, the security chief in charge of security came. Standing behind that security guard, he threw a hand knife at the back of his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you don't know anything, ask around more. Su Qingliang is the daughter of the Wenqing Group's family. The security guard immediately shrunk his neck. The security chief came to Chen Yan smilingly, respectfully said, just now Miss Su told me, there will be a person in school uniform coming over. Let me greet him. May I ask this student, what's your name? Chen Yan. Chen Yan calmly said. The captain nodded. The right name. He stepped aside for half a step. Please come in. Miss Su is preparing the items for the charity sale. She should be able to come to you in a couple of minutes. Don't go far near the entrance. Good. Thanks. Chen Yan smiled and walked quickly into the venue. This charity sale was led by the Cloud City Chamber of Commerce. bringing together most of the top merchants in Cloud City. The venue was very luxuriously decorated. After entering the door, Chen Yan was bored and took out his cell phone to send a message to Luo Yunshu. Chen Yan, cousin, did you attend the charity sale organized by the Cloud City Chamber of Commerce? Moments later, the phone vibrated. Luo Yunshu, no, I'm out of town talking about a project. There are still some things here. I'll talk to you later. Looking at the reply, Chen Yan sighed. He wanted to find someone to chat with, but it seems that he will have to rely on himself to kill the boredom for a while. He looked around and saw a lot of snacks on a table not far away. Just now, in order to rush over, he hadn't eaten enough at all. So, he came to the table and took some food and stuffed it into his mouth. But after just 2 bites, a well-mannered man walked over. Oh ho 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 ho, did I read it right? A poor student whose school uniform is all whitewashed is actually mixing in the venue? Chen Yan turned his head. He didn't recognize this man at all. How many meanings did he take the initiative to come over to provoke him? He frowned and saw that the man was accompanied by 2 other women who were good-looking and dressed in a dusty manner. This is trying to find a sense of existence by stepping on him. How can you run into this kind everywhere you go? Chen Yan lazily ignored him and continued to eat. Hey, that poor bastard. Didn't you hear me talking to you? You are talking to me. Chen Yan put down his stuff and wiped his hands. Sorry, I don't understand dog barking. I didn't understand you just now. Who did you call a dog? The man narrowed his eyes. I'll scold whoever chimes in. Chen Yan grunted lightly. Do you know who I am? And you dare to talk to me like that? The man gritted his teeth in indignation, and the 2 women beside him followed suit. That's right, this is the Pao Pai Group's Pai Xiao Ruan Pai Xiao, an existence in the top 50 of Cloud City's rich business top list. Top 50, is it strong? Chen Yan raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, Su Qinglian's family's Wenqing Group was within the 40th position. His cousin's Kaiyue mansion even squeezed into the top 30, and as for his godmother, that was the top 10. He a top 50. What is there to show off? Pai Xiaoruan raised his eyebrows. What the do you say again? Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death. Chen Yan shook his head helplessly. His eyes swept over him, and then he smiled. If you have that strength, you might as well save it for boosting up your waist and abdominal strength. Pai Xiaoruan, whoever named you, it's quite a match. I guess you have never experienced what it's like to be over a minute. Do you think I'm right? Pai Xiaoruan immediately blushed. How did that poor student know such a secretive thing? He felt like countless eyes were looking at him around him. Annoyed, he raised his palm. You bastard, how dare you slander me? Let's see if I don't whip you to death. If you dare to touch him, your Pai family's business should not be done. Chapter 44, The Big Gold Master Comes. Sends another 100 million. Su Qinglian walked slowly from the back, her face very cold. As soon as he saw her, Pai Xiaoruan immediately softened. With a complimentary smile, Ms. Su, what brings you here? Su Qinglian stood next to Chen Yan and gently took Chen Yan's arm. Chen Yan is a guest I invited. You better treat him with respect. Otherwise, there will be no good consequences for your Pai family. Pai Xiaoruan narrowed her eyes and looked at Chen Yan maliciously. She was really pissed off. A poor student was able to fall for a rich woman like Su Qinglian. He had once tried to pursue Su Qinglian, but the other party didn't even give him a look. He didn't understand. What was so good about that poor student? Chen Yan, go, change clothes with me. I have all your clothes ready. Su Qinglian pulled Chen Yan to one side. Just in time. After changing clothes, I'll bring you to meet my father again. Ha? Chen Yan was confused for a split second. The 2 of them hadn't finalized their relationship yet, and they were about to meet their parents? Wouldn't it be a bit too fast? His brain blankly followed Su Qingliang. Just after walking a few steps, an icy voice came from outside the door. Stop. Chen Yan felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, turned around and his eyes grew long then. Surprisingly, it was Song Shiyan. Song Shiyan walked with 2 bodyguards. As soon as Pai Xiaoruan saw her, he immediately took 2 steps back and smiled fawningly. Ms. Song, I can't believe you're here too. Shiyan Group was a famous big group in the provincial capital of Spring City, ranking in the top 20 within the province. Recently I heard that Shiyan Group was coming to invest in Cloud City, and to my surprise, it was led by Song Shiyan. Song Shiyan slanted a glance at Pai Xiaoruan, her tone cold. You call Pai Xiaoruan. Pai Xiaoruan bowed repeatedly, not the slightest bit of the hardness he had when facing Chen Yan. Oh yes, Pai Xiaoruan, I've seen you once when talking business with your father. Song Shiyan said flatly. It's my good fortune to be remembered by Ms. Song. Pai Xiaoruan bowed repeatedly. Miss Song, may I ask what's the matter? Su Qinglian asked with a frown. Song Shiyan didn't even look at her and raised her hand to point at Chen Yan. Pai Xiaoruan, don't you want to smoke him? Smoke him, with me backing you up. Even if the Su family cut off your family's business, Shiyan Group, will pick it all up for you. Pai Xiaoruan was instantly pleasantly surprised. The The size of Xian group was many times bigger than Wenqing group. If they could hug the leg of the Xian group, their Pai family would hopefully enter the top 30 in Yun City. He once again rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. Seeing this, Su Qinglian immediately blocked in front of Chen Yan and asked with a cold face, "Ms. Song, Chen Yan is my invited guest. If you want to beat him, how can you give me a reason?" "Need a reason?" Song Xian said in a cold voice. Just now, she was extorted $100 million by Chen Yan in one go. If she said it out, wouldn't she be laughed off by the people around her? Su Qinglian wanted to say something else, but was pulled behind Chen Yan. "She's obviously rushing at me. Leave it to me. Can you do it?" Su Qinglian asked with concern. Chen Yan smiled. "Men can't say no." He craned his neck and took a few steps forward. "Ms. Song, if I'm not mistaken, you also have some hard feelings on you, right?" Song Xian's eyes changed. "Let me guess." Chen Yan rubbed his chin and took 2 more steps forward. "If I'm not wrong, you haven't seen what your relatives look like so far, right?" Song Xian's face became even more ugly. It was true as Chen Yan said. She had never seen what color her relatives were. When other women's relatives came, one of them was unbearable. But in her case, she was indeed envious. She visited myriad famous doctors and took medicines that could be pulled by a train car, but still no effect. Chen Yan can see her illness. "Is there a cure?" she was about to ask, but she saw Chen Yan crooked his head and stretched out his neck. "Come on, I sent my face up. Hit it." When Pai Shaoran saw this, he immediately sneered. "Still pretty smart. Good. Today I'll let you taste how much damage a slap can bring you." He swung his arm round, and the smile on his face was incomparably hideous. Su Qinglian covered her eyes in fear. Suddenly, Song Xian shouted in a cold voice, "Stop!" Pai Shaoran stumbled forward 2 steps and looked back at her. "Ms. Song, let it go this time." Her voice was cold. Pai Shaoran was a bit confused. Chen Yan smiled and straightened up, asking, "Is Miss Song sure she won't hit me anymore?" "Sure." Song Xian reluctantly raised the corner of her mouth, but her teeth were clenched in death. Chen Yan moved his shoulders. "Well then, if you don't fight, I'll fight." He swung his arm round and slapped it towards Pai Shaoran's face. Slap. The slapping sound was unusually crisp. Pai Shaoran was slapped and spun in place twice. Chen Yan frowned. No, the angle wasn't mastered. He swung his palm up again and slapped it out twice in a row. Both of Pai Shaoran's cheeks turned red. "Chen Yan, I blanch your mom." He lost his mind and raised his fists. "Stop." Song Xian coldly shouted again. Pai Shaoran was wronged. "Ms. Song, Scram." Song Xian glared at him. Pai Shaoran forced down his anger, grunted unwillingly, turned around and left. Miss Song plays checkers really well. Her ability to jump horizontally on both sides is unrivaled. "I admire you." Chen Yan bowed slightly. Song Xian clenched her fists, trying her best to control her emotions. "Mr. Chen, since you can tell the hidden disease on my body, you must have a way to cure it, right?" Chen Yan nodded. "That's right. Let's talk about the conditions," Song Xian said. Chen Yan thought for a moment. "This time, you abetted others to slap me, seriously hurting my young mind. $50 million. Also, the diagnosis and treatment fee is $50 million. Call that card just now. Are you sure you can cure me?" "Sure, but the tools that need to be used for the treatment need to be provided by Ms. Song herself." "What tools are used?" Song Xian asked. Chen Yan shook his cell phone. "I haven't seen the money yet." Song Xian immediately pulled out her cell phone to transfer the money. After the transfer was completed, she asked in a low voice, "All right, what tools are needed?" Chen Yan looked around and hooked his finger at her. "I can only let you know yourself. Come here." She took 2 steps forward. Chen Yan stuck to her ear and whispered, "After the bazaar, bring whips, ropes, and candles, and wait for me in a good hotel room." She immediately rounded her eyes. "You really want these things for the cure? You love to believe it or not. I don't need me to cure it, and I won't return my money." Chen Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Good, you'll see what you want." Song Xian brought her bodyguards and angrily walked away. Su Qingliang immediately ran forward and asked, "Chen Yan, what did you just say to Ms. Song? Why is her face so ugly?" "It's nothing, but it's just that she's sick and wants me to help cure her," Chen Yan said softly. Su Qingliang was surprised beyond words. "You can still cure diseases?" "Of course, I'm a..." Before he finished his words, he heard at the doorway, Pai Shaoran cried out in pain, "Officer Zhang, there is a who beat me up. You have to do it for me." Chapter 45, Giving Big Brother Pai a mosquito fight. The benefits sale begins. Chen Yan, Song Xian and the others all looked towards the door. They saw Zheng Yi wearing a suit, standing upright at the door. Pai Shaoran was in front of him. Aggrieved, "Officer Zhang, that surnamed Chen committed a murder in public. You must control him." The Zhang family was a top 5 family in the province. Even the Song family had to treat them with respect. Zhang Yi is also famous for justice. As long as he is willing to take action, Chen Yan is definitely ruined. At this moment, he no longer cared about whether his family would incur trouble due to his actions. Chen Yan made him lose so much face. He had to get it back. Following the direction of his finger, Zhang Yi saw Chen Yan. He ran over in 2 steps and said with a smile, "Little brother Chen, you're here too." A greeting shocked everyone in the room. Zhang Yi actually knows that brat's surname Chen. No wonder he dares to be emboldened in front of Song Shiyan. So what if he knows him? You still don't know what kind of person Zhang Yi is? As long as it's disturbing the public peace, he can even arrest his own father. Let's take a look first. I feel like that Chen kid is hanging by a thread. Many people hid in the distance and whispered. Chen Yan faced Zhang Yi and smiled. I'm just accompanying my classmates over to have a look around. Why is big brother Zhang here? Zhang Yi looked helpless. As long as the province organizes a charity meeting, the Zhang family will participate. Recently there are some big businesses over there at home that need to be docked. No one can spare the time, so I can only let me temporarily take the top. As he was talking, not far away, a happy voice came over. Brother Zhang Yi, you're here. Turning his head to look, Song Shiyan ran over smilingly, completely missing the gloomy expression like just now. Zhang Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression a little stiff. Shiyan, you're here too. Well, brother Zhang Yi, the charity sale will start in a while. Sit on my side, Song Shiyan said as she was about to go up and take Zhang Yi's arm. Zhang Yi quickly took a step back to avoid it. We two are just ordinary friends. Don't pull at me. But don't you know what people want? Song Shiyan was full of grievances. Zhang Yi shook his head. I don't know. Song Shiyan's face immediately sank. At this moment, Pai Shaoruan interjected. Young Zhang, just now Chen Yan hit me. Being mentioned by him, Zhang Yi immediately became serious and looked at Chen Yan. Little brother Chen, is what he said true? The corner of Pai Shaoruan's mouth slowly raised. Just then, he saw Chen Yan nodding. It's true. Then do you know that provoking trouble is punishable by detention? Even if there is a close relationship between the two of us, there is no way I can harbor you. Zhang Yi glared. Chen Yan hemmed and hawed. Of course I know, but I slapped him all out of good intentions. What do you mean? Zhang Yi asked. Chen Yan continued. Pai Deshao came to the venue focusing on the 2 little girls around him to show off. Completely did not notice the mosquitoes fell on his face. I was afraid that he was bitten by mosquitoes will affect the image. Had no choice but to take action. You fart. It's clearly you. Pai Shaoruan wanted to argue, but found Song Shiyan and Su Qinglan looking at him at the same time. Their eyes were still a bit unkind. Pai Deshao, do you want me to tell you what happened before I hit you? It just so happens that Officer Zhang is here. Let's also ask him to comment. In the end, which one of us is provoking trouble in the front? Chen Yan smiled without smiling. Pai Shaoruan shivered for a moment, and his IQ returned to its place. He gave an awkward laugh. No, right, it was Brother Chen who just helped me fight mosquitoes. I misunderstood him. Zhang Yi looked at him with cold eyes. This behavior of yours is called misleading the police about the case. It can be detained just the same. Read your first offense. I'll give you a verbal warning once. Next time, I'll send you in to sober up for a few days. Get out of here. Pai Shaoruan winced and resentfully retreated to the distance. Chen Yan, let's hurry and find a place to change clothes. Su Qinglian whispered in Chen Yan's ear. Chen Yan nodded. Good. Zhang Yi stared at Pai Shaoruan as he walked out far away and turned back to talk to Chen Yan again. But he realized that Chen Yan and Su Qinglian were walking towards the door. Little brother Chen. Brother Zhang Yi. Don't look for your little brother Chen. The two of us haven't seen each other for half a year. Why don't you accompany me for a chat? Song Shiyan deliberately pampered herself. Out of the charity sale site, Su Qinglian called for people to bring clothes and pulled Chen Yan to a private room inside. You quickly go inside and change into it. The bazaar will start soon. It's not good for us to go back too late, she said seriously. Chen Yan took the clothes and pushed the door into the private room. Not a moment later, he changed his clothes and came out. Su Qinglian looked at him from top to bottom, and the smile on her face blossomed like a flower. The clothes I personally picked out really look good. Maybe it's because the person wearing the clothes looks good. Chen Yan gave a teasing comment. Don't be a stinker. Hurry back with me. My dad wants to meet you too. Su Qingliang urged. The two of them re-entered the bazaar site. Looking around the circle, Pai Shaoruan had already gone to sit in the corner, and the 2 women beside him also had a sultry look on their faces. Zhang Yi was pulled to the front row by Song Shiyan. Looking at his expression, it seemed like there was still some resistance. Let's go. My dad is in front, Su Qingliang whispered in her ear. Chen Yan followed behind her and walked inside the venue. The two of them walked for a while and came in front of a middle-aged man with a robust figure. The man's features were three-dimensional and angular. Quite a handsome uncle's demeanor. He was Su Qinglian's father, Su Xinghai. Dad, Su Qinglian came in front of Su Xinghai and introduced, "This is my classmate Chen Yan." Su Xinghai extended his hand. "Hello classmate Chen. I'm Su Qinglian's father." "Hello Uncle Su. I'm Chen Yan." Chen Yan shook hands smoothly. Su Xinghai smiled and said, "Thank you for that day. If it wasn't for you, Lime would have been in danger." "Uncle Su, what are you talking about? Knowing that Lime is in danger, how can I stand by and do nothing?" Chen Yan said calmly. The two began to gossip. Su Qinglime stood beside the two, watching the two gossiping. Her heart felt like it was smeared with honey. As they were chatting happily, a host walked up to the front stage. "Honorable guests, dear friends, good afternoon to you all. Welcome to the charity sale organized by the Cloud City Chamber of Commerce." The charity bazaar began. Everyone took their seats one after another. The host spoke the opening speech with a warm expression. Seeing everyone take their seats, she spoke, "Below, we'll officially enter our charity sale session. Please have Miss Manners deliver our first lot of the day, the Phantom Dream Jade Pillow." Two misses of ceremony walked up carrying a jade pillow. The Phantom Dream Jade Pillow was carved by contemporary carving master Diao Dei after spending half a year. The starting bid is $1 million. I bid $2 million. $3 million. The scene began to fiercely bid. Chen Yan looked at the Su family's father and daughter and seemed to have no intention of participating in the bidding. He asked softly, "Qinglime, is there anything you want to buy in this auction?" Su Qinglime came over and whispered close to his ear, "Of course there is. I heard that someone took out a genuine piece of Tang Bowa's artwork, and my father intends to try to auction it off." Just as she finished her words, the front desk dropped the hammer. "Congratulations to Yun High Grain and Oil for winning the Phantom Dream Jade Pillow at a price of $12 million. Next please present our second lot, a Tang Dynasty clay figurine provided by the Xian Group." Two ceremonial ladies carried the clay figurine up. Chen Yan fixed his eyes on it. "There is an article inside this clay figurine. Chapter 46, Hiding Good Goods Inside Mud Figurines. Thanks to the Big Gold Master for sending money." According to MS. Song of the Xian Group. 3 years ago, their family developed a piece of land and dug out a Tang Dynasty princely tomb, and handed over all the antiques inside to the Cloud City Cultural Relics Protection Association, which, as a reward, took out a piece from all the antiques and gave it to her family. And that antique is our lot today. The starting price is $8 million. Please bid enthusiastically." The host's voice fell, and a burst of private chatter came from below. "Are there still clay figurines from the Tang Dynasty? Let's not talk about whether there are clay figurines. Today's auction things are so high-end atmosphere. Clay figurines. Earth flavor is a bit heavy. I guess it's not a good thing. Otherwise why don't we see the Song family send something else? Who doesn't know what's going on with the Song family? The means to make a fortune is not clean. It's not surprising that it can be second best." "You're crazy to say this. Aren't you afraid that Song Xian will really hear about it?" Many people under the stage were chatting in whispers but didn't really raise their cards. Chen Yan listened to their words and suddenly wanted to laugh especially. He had the golden pupil of treasure appraisal, and he could tell with a glance that there was something else inside that clay figurine. Unfortunately, no one on the scene could see it except him. At this moment, Song Xian's face was very ugly. She was sitting in the front row, and even though she couldn't hear what everyone was chatting about, the few sentences that occasionally fell on her ears made her feel embarrassed about her face. She slowly raised her sign, intending to take back this clay figurine at the bottom price. The Song family was so determined to be charitable for once, they must not let the object go to auction. Her sign had just been raised halfway when, at the right rear, Chen Yan raised his sign. "I bid $8 million. As soon as his voice came out, quite a few people looked over, wanting to see which warrior, knowing that it was not a good thing, was still rushing forward. Beside Chen Yan, Su Qinglian had a nervous face. "Chen Yan, what are you shooting that thing for?" Chen Yan had a smile on his face. "Lime, that's a good object." Su Xinghai also frowned seriously. "Little Chen, although I don't know anything about antiques, but so many people around talking about it didn't shoot it, so I guess it's not a good thing. Little brother Chen, this thing is not worth $8 million. You'd better think carefully." At this time, Zhang Yi, who was sitting beside Song Xian, also got up to remind Chen Yan. Song Xian was furious and immediately spoke. "It's already been called for. Is it possible to withdraw it? I've never heard of such a rule." Zhang Yi frowned and was about to talk to the host when Chen Yan stood up. "Thank you for your kind words, brother Zhang. MS. Song is right. I've already called the price, so naturally I have to pay." He glanced at the host again. "Host, no one should continue to bid, right?" The host snapped back to his senses and asked, "Is there any more bidding on the spot?" Looking around, not a single person uttered a word. $8 million a time. Chen Yan calmly left from his seat and walked towards the stage. 8 million twice. Chen Yan pulled out his bank card. 8 million 3 times. Sold. The hammer fell and Chen Yan's card was handed to the host. "Please, go swipe the card and lend me the hammer." The host was a bit confused. In the past, it was always the case that the accounts were counted together after the auction was over. This time, she took her card and glanced in the direction where the organizing committee was. The person in charge there nodded, and she immediately said, "Yes, please." Her voice paused, and she realized that she didn't know Chen Yan at all. "My surname is Chen," Chen Yan introduced blandly. "Okay, Mr. Chen, please wait. I'll go and scratch the card." The host left, and Chen Yan took the hammer and turned it upside down in his hand. "Chen Yan, what are you doing?" Song Shiyan asked with a sullen face. Chen Yan laughed softly. "This clay figurine has already been photographed by me, so what I want to do doesn't seem to need mess. Song to ask about it." At the same time, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated twice. It should be that the transfer was completed. He moved his shoulders, swung his hammer, and smashed towards the clay figurine. The crowd below stared in shock. $8 million to buy things, said smash on smash. This is which family, dude? However, the next second, something that shocked everyone happened. Right after Chen Yan's hammer fell, spider web-like cracks appeared on the surface of the clay figurine. Then, it turned into a fragment and fell off, and a burst of cold light emerged from it. And at this time, the host returned, holding the card in both hands with a shock in his eyes. Both the organizing committees and the guests who came to participate in the charity sale were all shocked beyond words. What was hidden inside this clay blank was actually a jade figurine. Looking at the jade, it seems to be of ice type. The organizing committee is responsible for the treasure master covered his chest. Painfully said, "How did I not find it? But where I am careful a little. Alas, look, it seems to be ice seed." "That's right, it's ice seed. Let's not talk about whether this is a real antique or not. Even if it's just a modern imitation, a piece of ice seed that big would cost at least $30 million or more." The voices of discussion fell into Song Shiyan's ears, and Song Shiyan's face was ugly. This is her home, and the many antiques strictly selected from the fine to go to a number of auctions have failed to auction objects. I did not expect that there is hidden inside such a good thing. Responsible for the treasure master hurriedly ran to the front of the stage, took out a magnifying glass on the jade carving. A look. "It's really from the Tang Dynasty. It's really from the Tang Dynasty." He looked excited. Hearing his words, Song Shiyan immediately stood up. "Chen Yan, I'll take that jade carving of yours. I'll offer $50 million. Chen Yan was stunned and pulled up an absurd smile. "MS. Song, are you kidding me? The price of such a big piece of ice type is already worth $20 to $30 million. It's still an antique from the Tang Dynasty, and you're offering $50 million. Playing with it?" "That's right, that's right." The treasure connoisseur in front of the stage nodded repeatedly, then raised a finger. "I'll offer $100 million. How about it?" Chen Yan was a bit hesitant. At this time, someone under the stage spoke up. "I'll offer $200 million. The scene was silent. The one who spoke was Shenao, the chairman of Cloud City Top 3 and Freedom Industry, whose financial power was no different from Xian Group. Even some old guys from the Chamber of Commerce had to give some face. Chen Yan had just estimated that this jade carving was worth at most $120 million. Someone offered $200 million. "What are you waiting for if you don't make a bid?" "Good." He picked up the jade carving, quickly came to Shenao in front of him, and by the way, he showed his bank card. Shenao is also a ruthless person. Without saying anything, he directly made a payment. Seeing Chen Yan pick up $200 million for no reason, Song Shiyan felt her lungs were going to explode. This is her family out of the treasure. These $200 million originally should also be her family. If she cannot get, Chen Yan also do not want to get. She said in a cold voice, "Chen Yan, today is a charity bazaar. If you buy something at the venue, the money should be transferred to the bazaar's account." Chapter 47, Fake Tong Bowu Paintings. No one believes the truth. Some of those who didn't get the grapes started to follow the sour. "That's right, this money should be paid to the charity account. So many pairs of eyes are watching. You have to be a bit more disciplined." Chen Yan ignored the crowd and came to Song Shiyan's face, respectfully clasping his fists. "Many thanks to the great gold master for the gift of $192 million. Chen Yan is grateful." Song Shiyan clenched her fists, her eyes glaring out. The three words, "great gold master," were they deliberately satirizing her? From the time she met Chen Yan for the first time to now, it was only 2 short hours, and she had lost $400 million for no reason at all. That's $400 million, not 4 pieces. Seeing her furious look, Chen Yan cleared his throat and said with great righteousness, "In order to express my respect to the big gold master, I will take out $12 million in the name of the Xian Group and give it to the charity sale free of charge." "Great gold master, what do you think of my proposal?" "Not good." Song Shiyan waved her arm and gritted her teeth. "Are you going to swallow the remaining $180 million? What's wrong with swallowing it? I'm not in the Chamber of Commerce. There's no need for me to abide by any bull **** charity sale rules." Chen Yan's expression was mocking. I think I'm already generous if I can take out $12 million. In addition, if Ms. Song Shi-yen still wants to be cured, I advise you to pick up some words that I love to hear, or else that $100 million will go down the drain, Chen Yan said, turned his head and left. Returning to his seat, Su Xinghai and Su Qinglian looked at him with gusto. Chen Yan, you are too powerful. Right, how did you tell that mud shell is wrapped with good goods? Chen Yan smiled, because I also know how to appraise treasures. Really? Su Qingliang asked. Chen Yan raised his eyebrows and nodded. The latter few lots didn't attract too much attention. Almost all of them were sold for a few $1 million. Soon, it came to the sixth lot. The host said on the stage, "Here comes the sixth lot. A pair of bamboo drawings by the great Ming Dynasty painter Tang Bohu, brought by the Pao Pai Group." Su Xinghai was instantly energized. This time, he came to the auction. He most wanted to get is this pair of bamboo painting. The ceremonial lady brought up the pair of bamboo drawings and unfolded them in front of the crowd. An exquisite painting was immediately displayed in front of the crowd. Chen Yan rubbed his chin, always feeling that there was something about the bamboo painting in his memory. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled, and suddenly, found the source of the pair of bamboo drawings. He came to Su Qinglian's ear and whispered, "Qinglian, tell uncle not to take the picture. This is fake." Fake? Su Qinglian almost shouted out, and hurriedly asked in a low voice, "The auctions here are all appraised by experts. How can they be fake? Because I know where the real artifacts are." Chen Yan said with great certainty, "You tell Uncle Su, don't be fooled. If he really likes the pair of bamboo drawings, I'll find a way to get it for him." Su Qingliang nodded her head. After what happened just now, she could say she had unconditional trust in Chen Yan. She came to Su Xinghai's ear and muttered in a low voice. Su Xinghai immediately looked over and asked, "Little Chen student, are you sure this is really fake?" "Sure." Chen Yan nodded. Su Xinghai was still a bit hesitant, but Su Qinglian pulled him and said, "Dad, just believe in Chen Yan. Wasn't the hand he showed just now amazing enough?" Su Xinghai thought for a while then nodded. At this time, the bidding had already started on the field. $50 million, $60 million, $70 million. After the price was shouted at $70 million, the atmosphere on the field was obviously not as enthusiastic as before. After a while of silence, Song Shi-yen suddenly raised her card. $80 million. Watching the big gold master raise his card, an idea flashed through Chen Yan's mind at the speed of light. He slowly stood up and shouted at Song Shi-yen, "Big gold master, don't follow the bidding. There's something wrong with that painting. I'll carry a hand for you." $90 million. Originally, when Chen Yan said that there was a problem with the painting, Pai Xiaoruan was still a bit angry, but after hearing Chen Yan's bid, she let out a cold laugh. "Chen Yan, do you still want to be shameless? Saying that my painting has problems, why don't you not auction it?" "That's right, knowing that there are problems with the painting and still want to auction it. I think you are taking advantage of it once and treating these people at the scene as cuties, right?" "That's right, kid, if you want to auction, then bid fairly. Don't bull ***** there." Su Qinglian asked in a low voice, "Chen Yan, didn't you say the painting is fake? Why do you still want to auction it?" Su Xinghai was also confused. Chen Yan smiled. "You'll know soon." Afterwards, he puffed up his chest and said righteously, "Everyone, I really can see that there is something wrong with this painting. The reason why I bid on one hand is because I feel that I have just taken such a big advantage of Miss Song and I don't want to see her get screwed. Chen Yan, I thank you." Song Shi-yen gritted her teeth and raised her sign again. $100 million. Chen Yan sighed. "Big gold master, I really didn't lie to you. There's really something wrong with this painting. I can guarantee on my honor. $110 million. Every time he said big gold master, Song Shi-yan's heart throbbed. There were even more people around him laughing at him. "Young man, all adults, don't come out with tricks like yours to fool people. No one here is going to let you fool them." "That's right. I've never heard of anyone willing to take out so much money to help people for no reason in my life. You'd better save your breath." Chen Yan coldly grunted. "Since you all are saying this, then I would like to understand. None of you are willing to take out money to help people. So why are you organizing a charity sale?" Many people on the scene didn't move. The petty matters in the charity bazaar were not yet suitable to be brought out into the open. Those who were able to come here were all the top businessmen in Cloud City. If their hearts were really this kind, there would be nothing left for them in the business circle. Pai Xiaoruan fiercely stood up, pointing at Chen Yan, "Surname Chen, you don't need to slander me with your empty words. My Paopi group doesn't care to take fake things out for auction. After the charity sale, you'll just go home and wait for our group's lawyer's letter." Honestly, Zheng Yi frowned, but did not say anything. Although he hadn't been in contact with Chen Yan for a few times, he felt that Chen Yan shouldn't be this kind of person who is aimless. Could it be that he had misread the situation? Song Shi-yen took a deep breath, and there was a determination in her eyes. "Chen Yan, no matter what you say, I'm going to auction this painting today. $150 million. She raised the price by $40 million at once. Even if she knew that raising the price by this much would exceed the original value of the painting, she had to do it. It was all about face. Chen Yan sighed once again. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. Since MS Song said so, I won't argue. Yo, it's because you don't have any money, right? No, didn't you just make $180 million? Keep shouting. The following is actually some yin and yang voice. Chen Yan did not say anything, until the host dropped the hammer and announced that the lot was sold. He slowly opened his mouth and said, didn't you all ask me why I know this painting is fake? I will tell you all now, because I know where the real one is. Chapter 48, Pai Xiaoruan is going to suffer when he pokes at the fake painting in public. The crowd at the scene looked at Chen Yan in unison. He only saw that he came to the painting without haste and took a picture, sending the original picture to his master. Everyone, the reason why I said this painting is fake is because the real one is in my master's hands. I'll call her and verify it in person. The picture was sent over in less than 10 seconds, and master returned a puzzled expression. Chen Yan dialed the phone and opened the speakerphone in public. Zhao Linglong quickly picked up. Hey, Chen Yan, what do you mean by the picture you sent me? Chen Yan smiled. I accompanied my classmates to the charity sale today, and I saw Tang Pakfu's pair of bamboo drawings here. I remember the real one is at your place. Yes, Zhao Linglong admitted. A burst of laughter came from the scene. Ha ha ha, where did this kid find an actor? And he even matched it in one panel. Who says it's not? Even the Chamber of Commerce's treasure appraisal masters have appraised it as genuine. Do they really think they can fool people with just 2 words? No one believed Chen Yan and Zhao Linglong's words. Chen Yan wasn't angry or annoyed. He didn't want to publicize his relationship with the king of treasure appraisal in public, and he was also afraid that publicizing it would bring him trouble later. However, he always firmly believed that what was false could not be true. What's the sound on your side? Zhao Linglong asked. Chen Yan laughed and said, I called you in public on speakerphone. The bystanders are laughing at you here when they heard you say that this painting is fake. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a moment. Zhao Linglong was a bit annoyed. How many people who begged heavily to see her were struggling to do so? But today she even let an unimpressive merchant at a small charity sale make a joke of her. She immediately lost her temper. Chen Yan, do you know the source of that painting? No. Chen Yan looked in Xiaoruan's direction. It was sent by a small company called the Foreskin Group. Foreskin Group? Zhao Linglong's voice rose before she snorted. This name, the flavor is a bit heavy. Is their family boss surnamed Pai? That's right. How do you know? Chen Yan asked back. Ha ha, that fake painting came from me. Zhao Linglong laughed aloud. The scene suddenly quieted down, and each one of them looked at Chen Yan with teasing eyes, wanting to see how the one on his phone should round up next. Only the Chamber of Commerce's treasure connoisseur's eyes suddenly became a bit more grave. He vaguely felt that the voice on the phone sounded somewhat familiar. Then, he heard Zhao Linglong say, do you have a violet light in your hand? Use the violet light to shine it on the canvas. I've left marks on all 4 corners of the canvas. The treasure connoisseur immediately found a violet light and followed what Zhao Linglong said. The people present all looked at the stage curiously. The moment the violet light lamp was struck, the 4 corners of the canvas really had a fluorescent reaction. Aged on September 9, 1999. The treasure connoisseur came closer and read out word for word after seeing the text on it clearly. The scene was immediately shocked with the sound of cold air being sucked in. I didn't expect that this is really a fake. 1999. Not to mention the Arabic numerals on it. Let's just say the AD chronology. It's not something that existed in the Ming dynasty either. A single gaze was all thrown at Pai Xiaoruan. Song Shiyan was even more eager to tear him apart with her own hands. One of Pai Xiaoruan's paintings had directly labeled her as a dumbass. At this time, Zhao Linglong on the phone continued. This painting is very close to me, and it has something to do with my travels back then. At that time, I was still young and playful. And one day when I traveled to Yuryun City, I met an old man who was able to completely copy Tang Bohu's painting. At that time, out of a weird mindset, I asked him for a pair of bamboo drawings, took it back to help him make it old, and worried that after making it old, he really took it out to sell it. So I left marks on the 4 corners of the painting. That old man should be the grandfather or fathers of one of the core figures of Pao Pai Group, called Pai Ruojin. Pai Xiaoruan's legs went limp. Wasn't Pai Ruojin his own grandfather? He shook his head incredulously. Impossible. My grandfather told me that this painting is our family heirloom. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't put it up for auction, you guys must be mistaken. The ironclad evidence was in front of him. Even if he tried to argue, no one would believe him. Chen Yan snickered into the phone. Master, I didn't expect your level of counterfeiting to be quite first class. Counterfeiting is also a course. You don't even know how to fake. How can you distinguish those fake goods that are imitated to the extreme? Zhao Linglong let out a laugh. Is there anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing. It's fine. You are busy with your business, Chen Yan said and hung up the phone, turning to Song Shiyan's face. Big gold master, do you know the truth now? He had a pained look on his face. Just now I could tell that there was something wrong with this painting. Thinking that you gave me so much money, how could I block a hand for you? You had to not believe me. Alas. These words undoubtedly gouged a knife in Song Shiyan's already stinging heart. Song Shiyan stood up abruptly, her face filled with anger. Chen Yan hurriedly took 2 steps back. Big gold master, don't be angry with me. I have good intentions. If there's nothing else, I'll withdraw first. Don't forget to call me after the meeting. He wiped his feet and went back to his seat to greet Su Yunhai and Su Qinglian. Uncle, Qinglian, there's nothing else for me to do here. I'm leaving first. After he finished speaking, he headed outside. Su Qinglian hurriedly followed. Chen Yan, I'll join you. The two of them walked towards the outside of the venue. Just as they reached the door, they heard a hysterical roar from behind them. Pai, Xiao, Ruan, you pay for my losses. At the charity sale, once a bid is made you have to pay the given price. $150 million to buy back a fake. Who can feel comfortable in their heart? Chen Yan ran out of the door with quick steps, looked back and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Su Qingliang asked, you just deliberately raised the price just to pit Pai Xiaowan, right? Yeah, he found me in trouble, and he won't let me find it back? Chen Yan glanced inside and scrunched his neck, with a bad smile on his face. Now there's something for Pai Xiaowan to suffer. He strides outside. Su Qingliang followed behind. Just after walking to the entrance of the hotel, that Chamber of Commerce treasure appraiser immediately chased after him. Little friend Chen Yan, please stay. Chen Yan turned around and looked at the other party running fast, frowned and asked, may I ask what's your business? The treasure connoisseur didn't rush to speak. Instead, he took out a business card from his bag. My name is Wei Zhongxian, the chief treasure connoisseur of the Cloud City Chamber of Commerce. I would like to ask little friend Chen Yan if your teacher is the king of treasure connoisseur Zhao Linglong? Chen Yan's expression instantly became serious. Wei Zhongxian hurriedly said, little friend Chen doesn't need to be nervous. I also look up to the treasure appraisal king and often watch her videos. Don't let anyone other than you know about this matter. Otherwise, my master's energy is clear to you. Chen Yan warned in a low voice. Chapter 49 Healing is just an excuse. The real purpose is revenge. After sending Wei Zhongxian away, Chen Yan and Su Qinglian chatted for a few more moments in the hotel lobby. When the charity sale ended, Su Yunhai came out and came to Su Qinglian and Chen Yan with a smile on his face. Little Chen really opened my eyes today. Do you have time to go to my house to sit down later? Chen Yan shook his head. It was estimated that after the bazaar was over, Song Shiyan should be looking for him to cure her. Thank you Uncle Su for your kind words. I have other arrangements on my side. I'll pay a visit some other time. A trace of regret swept across Su Yunhai's face. Alright, then I'll take Lime back first. Alright, you are busy. Chen Yan bowed slightly. After sending Su Yunhai's father and daughter out of the hotel, his phone immediately rang. Hello, Chen Yan said lightly. Song Shiyan's gloomy voice came from the opposite side, room 1408. Come on, okay, wait for me. Chen Yan hung up the phone and turned towards the elevator. 14th floor, room 1408. Chen Yan entered the door with his hands in his pockets, whistling. Song Shiyan brought 2 bodyguards and looked at him with a gloomy face. The gaze was deflected. On the clean white bed, the things he wanted were laid out. I've prepared all the things you want. What's it going to take to cure you? Song Shiyan asked with a red face and gritted her teeth. Chen Yan swept his eyes at the bodyguards. Let them go out. No way. They have to protect my safety. Song Shiyan instantly refused. Chen Yan came to her side and said in a voice of only 2 people. You'll have to take off your clothes during the treatment. If you don't mind the bodyguards having a feast on your eyes, then leave them behind. Do I have to take off? Song Shiyan asked in a cold voice. Chen Yan raised his eyebrows and nodded. You'd better not have any thoughts you shouldn't have, or else I'll get you killed. Song Shiyan threatened in a low voice. Chen Yan let out a light laugh. Sister, you're too confident in yourself. At your age, I feel old even if you give me a great aunt. You still really think you're a meat and potatoes? Catching a man will have thoughts about you. Song Shiyan's face turned green for a while and red for a while, turning her head to look at the bodyguard. You two get out. But miss, the master let go out. The 2 bodyguards nodded their heads and looked at Chen Yan at the same time. Kid, if you dare to misbehave with my young lady, I'll strangle your outer waist. After saying that, the 2 of them went out the door one after the other. Close the door, Chen Yan shouted. A heavy slamming sound came from the doorway. He looked back at Song Shiyan. Take off your top and lie on the bed. Song Shiyan lifted her hand, her movements a little sluggish. Over the years, she was incredibly inferior because of her hidden disease, so she had never looked for a boyfriend, nor had she ever let any man see her undress. Can you turn around first? Her face blushed as if it was about to drip. Chen Yan turned around calmly, no longer looking at it. Song Shi-yen was really good looking, but it wasn't his dish, and he wasn't interested in eating it. After a few moments, a faint voice came from the back. Alright, Chen Yan turned around and couldn't help but exclaim. The panel was really flat, and it was as translucent white as a layer of white surface on it. Chen Yan came to the side of the bed and picked up the rope to fix Song Shi-yen's hands and feet. Chen Yan, what are you going to do? Believe it or not. Song Shi-yen wanted to threaten again. Chen Yan directly interrupted her words. I've said I'm not interested in you. Shut up into it? Binding you is afraid that you will move around and interrupt my treatment. After saying that, he put the candle to Song Shi-yen's mouth. If it hurts badly in a while, just bite on it and hold on. You made me buy the candle just to let me bite it? Or else? Chen Yan gave her a disgusted look. You don't think I want to? Ouch Why is your mind so dirty? When he spoke, Chen Yan inadvertently saw the bun pressed under the panel. This bun. The filling must be very full. The bun skin is holding up the round. It was as if he was instantly in the African savannah, with the roaring of elephants and the chanting of birds in his ears. Although he has no feelings for Song Shi-yen, there are some things that can't be ignored just because he has no feelings. He shook his head to calm himself down, lifted the whip Song Shi-yen had prepared, and shook his arm. Song Shi-yen had gotten sick because her foot sun bladder meridian was blocked in many places. To open it up, several important points of the bladder meridian had to be stimulated. He lifted the cut. Splat! A crisp ringing sound spread out, followed by Song Shi-yen's miserable scream. Ah, Chen Yan, you're going to die. Hitting so hard. Outside the door, the bodyguard heard the sound and slammed the door fiercely. Kid, what did you do to my lady? Believe it or not, we'll rush in and get you killed. Don't come in. Song Shi-yen immediately shouted. He's treating me. You guys wait outside. The way she is now, being seen by Chen Yan, a man, is already shameful enough. If the bodyguards see her again, will she still be alive in the future? Chen Yan let out a light laugh. It seems that mess. Song is still able to prioritize. My means is a little bit ferocious, but the cure this problem of yours can no longer be treated with gentle means. You'll hold out for a little while longer. I guess it'll be done in 10 or 20 minutes. What? It'll take that long? Can't it be faster? Can't. Chen Yan bluntly refused. Think about the fact that you've been tortured by the disease for so many years. Is 10 or 20 minutes still considered long? Song Shi-yen gritted her teeth and her eyes became firm. The bodyguard outside the door was anxious. Before going out, the old master specially cared to look after the young lady. In case something really happened, the two of them would be ruined when they went back. They knocked on the door. Miss, that surname Chen in the end put you what? Do you want us to go in and capture him now? No need. You guys guard the door. You're not allowed to come in until you're called. She shouted. Afterward, she looked at Chen Yan with tears in her eyes. Can't you be a little lighter? Lighter won't cure the disease. Chen Yan took a deep breath and raised his arm again. As a matter of fact, there were milder means than this that Chen Yan could use, but he didn't even want to use them. It was mainly because Song Shi-yen had found him in trouble 3 times before, and he was very unhappy in his heart. He was not a gentleman who was not late for revenge for 10 years. He liked to have revenge on the spot, and by the way, he could still earn $100 million. Snap! Song Shi-yen froze without making a single sound. Beads of sweat had started to appear on her head. MS. Song, let's chat about something random, and also divert your attention. Chen Yan said softly. What do you want to talk about? Song Shi-yen gasped. Chen Yan thought for a moment. I left the charity sale early. I don't know how you ended up dealing with the foreskin group. Pa! Song Shi-yen gritted her teeth, her face suffocating red. How else can I deal with it? Of course it's to make them lose money. Pa! They screwed me out of $150 million. Pa! I'll ask for less. Go out and I'll ask for another $150 million in mental damages. Chapter 50. A relative I've never met comes. Cousin finds a little sister to pick her up. After suffering for a while, he finally survived the last whip. There were 2 more greenish-purple marks on the originally white and smooth panel. Song Shi-yen gasped for air, her expression stiff as she lay on the bed. Drool and tears mixed with sweat drenched the bedsheets. MS. Song, your illness has been cured. Chen Yan pressed his right shoulder while moving it around. In order for Song Shi-yen's illness to be cured as soon as possible, he had hit slightly harder just now. Song Shi-yen weakly asked, is it completely done? Alright. Chen Yan came to her side and helped her untie the rope. Get dressed. He turned his back and stopped looking. Song Shi-yen climbed up, feeling a fiery pain in her back. With tears in her eyes, she said, do you people know how to have compassion? I am such a tender little girl. You lay such a cruel hand on me. Chen Yan sighed, I can't do anything about it. Your meridians are too congested. You can't get through without thunderous means. Blame it on those quacks who had seen you before. Obviously unblocking a meridian can be good, but it turned out that they blocked the meridians for you instead. Song Shiyan frowned, enduring the pain in her spine to get dressed. She sat on the edge of the bed. Alright, I'm done dressing. You can turn around. No need. Let me just remind you, all those years before, your meridians were blocked too much, and once they were just unblocked, these 2 months may come a little fierce. Chen Yan raised his leg and walked towards the door. His hand just hit the door handle. Song Shiyan asked, how fierce? Chen Yan pondered for a while. Come twice in January, once for half a month, and after 6 times, you'll be back to normal. During this time, you must pay attention to replenishing your blood. Oh, Song Shiyan nodded and was about to get up when she suddenly felt some pain in her belly. She covered her stomach and hurriedly ran to the restroom. Chen Yan went out and the 2 bodyguards outside were eyeing him. Kid, where's our lady? Chen Yan looked back. Your miss ah. He had just opened his mouth when a scream came from inside. Ah! The 2 bodyguards immediately made their move and jointly pounced on Chen Yan. Chen Yan's eyes changed, decisively struck. A nesting kick hit one of them, then lightspeed back 2 steps, lifting the leg side kick. These 2 bodyguards had never thought that Chen Yan would react so fast, and they were defeated for a moment. They were knocked back a few steps. Chen Yan's face gradually sank. Professional bodyguards were different. Their resistance to blows far exceeded that of ordinary students. If this was in school, he would have easily put down 2 kids with these 2 moves. The 2 bodyguards patted the dust on their bodies, and their faces became steeply fierce. When they were about to pounce again, another excited shout came from inside. My relatives are here. Ha ha ha, my relatives are here. Both of them froze at the same time. Chen Yan said in a cold voice, I just cured your lady. If you 2 make a move against me again, I'll cure her back in minutes. Da Hua, call the servants at home and tell them to send me a new set of clothes over, and a full set of customized underwear. And by the way, tell them to buy me sanitary napkins. Ha 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 ha, a relative I've never met before has finally come to me. Song Shiyan's excitement was hard to contain. As her personal bodyguards, these 2 bodyguards knew clearly in their hearts what kind of sickness she had. They looked at Chen Yan in surprise at the same time. Chen Yan coldly grunted. You guys still want to continue? The 2 didn't say anything. Chen Yan put his hands in his pockets and walked through the middle of the 2 with big strides. Entering the elevator and going downstairs, Chen Yan came to the roadside. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see a cab passing by. This place was located in the outskirts of Cloud City, surrounded by almost all rich people's leisure areas. Even if he waited for a day, he might not be able to wait for a cab. He sighed and squatted on the side of the road. Just at this time, his cousin came with a message. Luo Yunshu, little cousin. I'm done. You're still at the bazaar? Chen Yan, the bazaar is all over. I came here by taxi today. I can't go back home now. Luo Yunshu, ha ha ha. I'm not going home until tomorrow morning. Why don't you wait for me there for the night? Chen Yan, forget it. Even if I walk, I have 2 or 3 hours to walk home. Luo Yunshu, you wait there. I'll ask my little sister to pick you up. Her name is Tao Xiao Jump. She's a big beauty. Chen Yan, cousin, you are really my savior. Luo Yunshu, go back tomorrow and treat me to dinner. Chen Yan, okay. After waiting on the street for about half an hour, a white Porsche stopped in front of him. The windows fell down, and in the driver's seat was a woman with decent features and a pretty face. Are you Yunshu's cousin? Chen Yan immediately got up. That's right. Your sister Tao Xiao Jump, aren't you? Tao Xiao Jump smiled and picked her chin at him. Get in the car. Okay. Chen Yan decisively got into the car. Just as he closed the car door, he felt a blazing gaze staring at him. Turning his head to look, he realized that Tao Xiaojump's eyes were a bit mesmerized. Not bad. Oh, I didn't expect Yunshu to have such a handsome cousin. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? She said and licked her lips. Chen Yan shivered. I have. Then do you mind having one more? Sister is very understanding of you little boys. Tao Xiaojump moved forward. Full of charm words rushed into the ear. Chen Yan again hit a cold shiver. Sister, you so, my cousin no? What do you care what she does? She asked me to come over to pick you up, so she has to accept the price I pay for picking you up. Little brother, do you want to find a place to test drive it? Tao Xiaojump raised his eyebrows. Chen Yan hurriedly opened the car door. That, little jumping sister, I think I have something else, so I won't trouble you. One foot just landed on the ground. Tao Xiaojump's laughter came from behind. Alright, I was teasing you just now. You're Yunshu's cousin. How could I have any crooked thoughts about you? Get in the car. Chen Yan's movement stalled, and when he turned back, Tao Xiaotian had indeed returned to normal. He reboarded the car, told Tao Xiao to his destination, and the white Porsche catapulted away. 20 minutes later, home downstairs. Little cousin, I'll find you to play with you again when I have the chance in the future. Next time you can't be so squirmy. Bye. Tao Xiaojump threw a wink and turned the steering wheel to leave. Back home, Chen Yan immediately sent a message to his cousin. Chen Yan, cousin, that little sister of yours is a bit open. Luo Yunshu, what? Spoofed by her? She is that kind of person. Usually look at the waves of the sky. The actual is still a chick. If you like, someday sister will ask her out. Give her some drugs to send you to the nest. Chen Yan immediately blushed, inexplicably began to think. Chen Yan, cousin, I still have to study. See you tomorrow. The day passed quickly, and the next evening, Luo Yunshu returned to Cloud City. Luo Yunshu, cousin, last night you said you would treat your sister to dinner. Does it count? Chen Yan, of course it counts. Luo Yunshu, Jingfeng residence. Dress up and come over. Chen Yan put down his cell phone, got up and went to the bathroom to clean up, before promised to invite cousin to dinner. Words must count. Packed up neatly, drove the Koenigsegg straight to the Jingfeng residence. Just parked the car. Look at the parking lot, there is a familiar white Porsche. Chapter 51, holding out a new ability. Tao Xiao Jump encountered a crisis. Chen Yan parked his car and entered the restaurant. Near the dining table by the window, Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiao Jump were chatting fervently. Looking at the way the two of them were laughing happily, they should be talking about interesting topics. Chen Yan walked over. Cousin, sister Little Jump, greeted the two. Tao Xiao Jump immediately moved inside and patted the sofa cushion. Come, little cousin, sit on sister's side. Luo Yunshu also usurped inside at the same time. Cousin, it's better to sit here with me. I'm afraid that if you sit on the opposite side, you'll be eaten by a certain colorful demon with no crumbs left. Chen Yan sat beside Luo Yunshu with some restraint. Yunshu, I realized I'm in love. Tao Xiao Jump leaned on his chin with both hands, a pair of peach blossom eyes staring at Chen Yan. Luo Yunshu's face changed. Tao Xiao Jump, I'm warning you, don't go too far. I invited you over for dinner to thank you for sending my cousin home yesterday, but what if I like your cousin? You be my great aunt. Tao Xiao Jump said with a smile. Luo Yunshu immediately raised her arm and took Chen Yan's arm. Cousin is mine. Don't even think about it. You two are cousins. Hey, how can you be? It's not like it's pro. Listening to the two chatting gradually run away, Chen Yan hurriedly pulled out his hand. Two sisters, we are just eating a meal. You must not pull far away. I just want good study. Day up. Don't affect me. Hear that? My cousin has lofty ideals and aspirations. You'd better throw away the colorful waste in your head. Luo Yunshu stared at Tao Xiao Jump and warned. If I find out that you're using tactics against my cousin, beware, I'll clean you up. Che, who's afraid of you? Tao Xiaotian pinched his waist and held out his chest with a defiant look. It's just a few tricks over and over again. I'm immune to it. Chen Yan asked curiously. Cousin, what are the tricks that Sister Xiao Jump has? Tell me about it. Luo Yunshu slanted a glance at the opposite side. She will use some unseemly tactics. What implanted Trojan horse? Hack your home monitoring. In short, you must not add her friends. Once you add, your life will be completely transparent. She's a thief with no limits. Only you can't think. No, she can't do it. Chen Yan was shocked. So little sister Jump is still a hacker. Such a beautiful hacker is not common. Tao Xiao Jump raised her chin proudly. Luo Yunshu whispered. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Her hacking skills are very powerful. She once won the third place in a world-class competition. If you look around the world, there are less than 100 people who can beat her. When Chen Yan heard this, he immediately smiled and rubbed his hands together waiting for the system to empower him. However, after waiting for a while, the system still didn't respond, and he was a bit surprised. Could it be that what his cousin said was true? Tao Xiao Jump really has such strength? No way. It's not easy to meet a technical stream, so he had to take it down no matter what. His eyes narrowed, revealing a kneeling smile. I didn't expect Sister Little Jump to be so powerful. Then can I mix with you in the future? No problem. Sister can afford you. Tao Xiao Jump patted his chest, and gave Luo Yunshu another smug look. Yunshu, see, a big beautiful woman like me who is technically savvy and beautiful is much more attractive than you. It's just that I don't know which level Little Jumping Sister's technique can reach. Tell me so that I can worship and adore it. Chen Yan posed as a little fanboy. Tao Xiao Jump gently coughed and said in a decent manner. It's not much higher level. It's everything related to computer programs that I understand. Any problem is taken. Ding. Detecting someone bragging within the radius. Is converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan excitedly clapped his hands. Successful. As expected. Anyone would raise their little tail when being complimented. Tao Xiao Jump thought that Chen Yan was applauding for her and reached out her hand. Little cousin, are you willing to be your sister's boyfriend now? My sister is very good at hurting. Just halfway through her words, her phone suddenly rang. Her expression sank steeply, and she took out the phone to look at it. It was from the company's technical department. Hey, what's going on? This girl has something very important going on right now. Delay me and I won't be done with you. On the other end of the phone, a nervous and urgent voice came. Mr. Tao, it's not good. Our company has been hacked. Who's so bold to attack my Tao Xiaojump's company? Tao Xiaojump slapped the table, his eyes glaring round. Did we not organize a counterattack? It's useless. The other party's technology is too strong. Our several waves of counterattacks were easily neutralized. Our first layer of firewall has been broken open by 50%. You come back to take a look. Okay, I'll go back now. She stood up and hung up the phone. What a bunch of losers. She turned her head to look at Chen Yan. Little cousin, don't you want to see your sister's strength? Are you interested in going around the company with your sister? Yes. Chen Yan nodded his head in agreement. The three of them went out of the Qingfeng residence together and drove towards Tao Xiaohop's company. Jumping Fish Technology. Third floor. Tao Xiaojump brought Chen Yan and Luo Yunshu into the office area, and the chief technical engineer immediately approached him. Mr. Tao, you're finally back. Only you can save our company now. Tao Xiaotian seriously said. No need to panic. I'll take a look first. She immediately sat in front of the computer. Her fingertips jumped on the keyboard for a while, and rows of codes flew up. Soon, she frowned. The one who attacked us is the big pretty Rahibai group. Rahibai? The chief technician's face instantly turned ugly. Right. Tao Xiaojump continued to tap on the code. We and Rare Bay are competing for a project. They should be feeling that they can't compete in the open and want to play bury the hatchet in the dark. Once we are breached, there will be no subsequent large companies that will work with us again. Even if we sue them, at most we will only receive partial compensation. Compared to the vast market, those compensations are nothing but a drop in the bucket. Her face grew more and more gloomy, because for every code she patched up, it would be cracked again in less than half a minute. The other party was fully prepared for this operation. Mr. Tao, they've already started to impact our second firewall. The chief technical engineer reported again. Tao Xiaojump grabbed his hair, already confused inside. Luo Yunshu at the side saw her like this and hurriedly said, you should immediately contact those domestic big shots now and ask them to help you think of a solution. It's too late. It's simply too late. Tao Xiaojump said dejectedly. Mr. Tao, then what do we do now? The chief technical engineer asked. Tao Xiaojump sullenly said, I'll continue to resist a try first. Really can't. Close the network. Close the network? The chief technical engineer panicked. This can't be done. Once the network is shut down, many of the companies we serve will have problems with their online business. If we don't shut it down, the secrets of those companies will be stolen. Can't you tell the priorities? Tao Xiaojump's voice raised a few points. Chen Yan had been watching for a while, and probably had a point in his mind. Sister Little Jump, how about giving me a try? Chapter 52, Chen Yan takes over writing code. Firewalls broken one after another. Do you know about hacking? Tao Xiaojiao asked. Chen Yan smiled. Slightly. I dare not say it's better than you. At least it's better than this group of losers in your company. Who are you calling trash? The chief technician instantly became furious. Luo Yunshu came to Chen Yan's side, pulled his arm and whispered, Chen Yan, this is no joke. Are you sure? Chen Yan smiled. You always have to try it to know if you're sure or not. He looked at Tao Xiaojump. Sister Xiaojump, if I'm not wrong, you're just stalling for time right now. There's no solution at all, right? Tao Xiaojump didn't want to admit it, but had to. That's right, I'm really stalling right now. Then let me give it a try, just in case there is a solution. Chen Yan revealed a sunny smile. Tao Xiaotian sighed and got up to give Chen Yan his position. Chen Yan took a deep breath and placed his hands on the keyboard. Countless codes immediately surfaced in his mind. His fingers flew and jumped, and lines of code took off at high speed. At this moment, both Tao Xiaojump and Luo Yunshu were too shocked to speak. Yunshu, this little cousin of yours, is too powerful. Yeah, even I didn't know about it. The corner of Luo Yunshu's mouth twitched slightly. While the two were talking, the chief technical engineer said in a panic, Mr. Tao, our second firewall has also broken. Broken? How could it be so fast? Tao Xiaojump was alarmed. According to her defense means just now, even if the second wall would be broken, at least 10 minutes later, how could? General Manager Tao, it's better for you to make a move. This kid is really unreliable. He didn't even think about patching the firewall. The chief technical engineer said. Tao Xiaojump looked at Chen Yan and began to mutter in her heart. Should she trust this little brother? Sister Little Jump, trust me. I can guarantee the safety of your company. Chen Yan didn't look back and said while knocking on the code. Tao Xiaotu was silent for a few seconds. Okay, I believe you once. Maybe it was because she saw Chen Yan knocking the code with ease. She also wanted to believe once to try. Mr. Tao, the chief technician wanted to say something else. Tao Xiaojump raised her hand. Let Chen Yan get it. I'll take all the consequences. She let out a long breath and ordered. Laborer Wang, you go and keep an eye on the last firewall. If we haven't been able to effectively counterattack before the firewall is breached, we'll Disconnect the network and pull the electric gate. Wang Gong gritted his teeth and turned to Chen Yan. You bastard. Don't play code here if you don't understand technology. Get out of the way to make room for Mr. Tao. Chen Yan was too lazy to bother with him, his fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Seeing this, Luo Yunshu came to his side and asked, Cousin, if it doesn't work, cousin, others don't understand me, don't you understand me? Chen Yan said in a deep voice, since I'm sitting in front of the computer, I naturally have a way to crack the other party's tactics. You have AF** King Wei. Wang Gong cursed. Just now, when Tao was defending, people didn't make much progress for half a day, but as soon as you were replaced, the second wall was immediately broken. How do you expect me to believe you? Do I need you to believe? Chen Yan's voice went cold, and even his expression became icy cold. Sister Xiaojiu, I'll say it again for the last time. I have a way to solve your company's predicament. If you believe in me, let your engineer shut up. Tao Xiaojump also had that momentary hesitation. Engineer Wang was their chief technical engineer and one of the patriarchs who had followed the company for the longest time. His feelings for this company were no less than her as the boss. After pondering for a moment, she looked at Chen Yan's determined look and turned her head to look at Wang Gong. Wang Gong, you take a little rest first. Our company won't collapse so easily. Mr. Tao, you, alas. Wang Gong sighed helplessly and pulled open the stool next to him to sit down. Tao Xiaojump came to Chen Yan's side and asked, Little brother, can you tell your sister about your thought process? Chen Yan said, No time. Tao Xiaodo's face stiffened. Wang Gong on the side mockingly hummed, Playing God, let's see what you do when you play off. The entire office area was silent, with only the sound of incessant code tapping. Chen Yan's eyes were staring at the screen, his fingers were flying fast, and the code was scrolling up line by line. A bead of sweat gradually seeped out from the top of his head. Having just taken over the new skill, his body was still a bit overwhelmed. Frequent high-speed tapping of the code made his knuckle bones a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't stop. He was now fighting to the death. Tao Xiaojump had such a good relationship with his cousin, and had provided him with a super practical skill, so if he didn't perform well, how could he afford to be a good person to Xiaojump? The code continued to scroll upwards, but the firewall's defense performance didn't seem to improve at all. Soon, someone came over to report, Mr. Tao, the third firewall is broken. What? So fast? Tao Xiaojump's eyes grew long. Breaking the first and second firewalls didn't surprise her in the slightest. The first two channels were just for show. As long as it was someone who had studied hacking, they would be able to break through it in a while. However, the third firewall was made by Wang Gong and the others. Even a level 5 hacker would need a few hours to break through. After breaking through the third firewall, the last one was left behind. Wang Gong jumped up steeply. You bastard, don't give up your position yet. Do you really want to see us jumping fish finished? He looked at Tao Xiaotian again. Mr. Tao, don't get your hopes up for this youngster. He can't do anything without hair on his mouth. The survival of our company is at your whim. Tao Xiaojump gritted his teeth and turned his head to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, why don't you let me do it? That's right. Hurry up and return the position to Mr. Tao. No skill in farts. What big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Hurry up and get out of the way. Some people around began to echo. Chen Yan's layout had already completed 80%. If he stopped there, all the previous efforts would be lost. All shut up, he yelled. What's the ing hurry? Be honest. By his roar, the entire office area quieted down. The last layer of firewall was made by Tao Xiaojump personally, and what was stored inside was all the company's core secrets. Compared to the previous firewalls, the fourth one was obviously more difficult to crack. Time passed by minute. The fourth firewall was also being eroded a little bit. Tao Xiaojump was monitoring the data in real time, her face getting harder and harder to see. Luo Yunshu came to her side, grabbed her hand, and whispered, Xiaojump, I know Chen Yan. If he says it can be done, it will be done. Tao Xiaojump nodded, even though she didn't want to believe it either. But at this moment, other than pinning her hopes on Chen Yan, was there any other way? Wang Gong stared at the screen and reminded in a hoarse voice, Mr. Tao, the last layer of the wall has been cracked by 60%. Chapter 53, Saving the Jumping Fish. Sister Little Jump gives shares. Tao Xiaojump sighed and gently shook her head. Her last hope was considered completely dashed. Wang Gong, go disconnect the network. Her voice was filled with sorrow. There was actually not much difference between disconnecting the network and being breached anymore. The only difference was that disconnecting the network could ensure that the secrets of these people who were now working with the company would not be leaked. This battle, she had lost, and lost completely. It can't be turned off. Chen Yan yelled. My layout is 95% complete. Give me one more last minute. Tao Xiaojump shook his head. We don't have a minute left. If we continue, once their rival company completely hacks our system, we'll lose more than just the orders at hand. we'll also have to bear the burden of multiple companies suing us. Sister jump. Just 1 minute. They can't crack it, Chen Yan firmly said. Wang Gong said on the side. Mr. Tao, it will take time to shut down the network. We can't delay. Sister little jump. Believe me, I can really save your company. Chen Yan's voice was incomparably firm. Tao Xiaojump clenched her fist. How could she not want to see the miracle? But now, thinking for a few seconds, her eyes changed. Chen Yan, half a minute at most. I'll bet one last time. Mr. Tao. Wang Gong was emotional. Once half a minute passes, we'll be too late. If it's too late, we'll pull the main power switch. That will cause. Alright, listen to me. Tao Xiaojiao jumped with a sullen face, his hands clenched in death. Mr. Tao, it's 75% cracked. The network security officer shouted. Tao Xiaotu didn't say anything. At this moment, she was gambling with her own life. She didn't know why she trusted Chen Yan so much at that time, thinking that Chen Yan could change the situation, but she had no chance to regret now. Mr. Tao, 90%. The safety officer shouted again. Tao Xiaojump exhaled. Wang Gong, pull the electric gate. It's done. Not a second after her words, Chen Yan shouted in excitement. Immediately after, they heard the security officer report. Mr. Tao, all our firewalls have been repaired. The office area was silent. Tao Xiaojump hurriedly came to the computer and clicked a few times in a row, tears of excitement coming out of his eyes. It's done. It's really done. Luo Yunshu was still a bit confused. Xiaojump, did Chen Yan really help you solve the problem? Solved. Ha ha ha. The company crisis is solved. Tao Xiaojump jumped excitedly. Chen Yan stood up from his workstation without haste. Sister little jump, this is not the only thing. Saying that, he knocked on the keyboard twice. Tao Xiaojump looked at the screen, her eyes getting wider and wider. When there was a delay in the sound from her side, Wang Gong impatiently ran over. The moment he saw the screen, he was also confused. This is the back end of Lashabai server? You actually hacked into Rahibai? Chen Yan let out a light laugh. But it's just a La Rue Bai. Using what Sister Xiaojump told me before, as long as it's related to computers, there's nothing difficult. Tao Xiaojump blushed a little. Originally, she just wanted to show off in front of Chen Yan, but she didn't want to meet a true expert. She scratched her head awkwardly, and then her expression suddenly changed, directly pouting and lunging towards Chen Yan. Seeing this, Luo Yunshu immediately blocked in front of her. Shut up, Tao Xiaojiao. What do you want? I want to thank my little cousin properly. Get out of the way. She struggled. I won't let you. It's all been said. You're not allowed to hit my cousin. If I don't hit on him now, he should have some other woman thinking about him. If you're still my good sister, get out of my way. Watching the two stunning beauties at each other's throats, Chen Yan couldn't help but have his scalp numb. Turning around, he headed out. Sister little jump. Lashabai's side shouldn't have noticed it by now. You guys hurry up and get busy with serious things while you can. In case they find out, my previous efforts will be in vain. He ran to the door, turned back and shouted inside. After shouting, he turned around and ran. Tao Xiaojump's face was pushed by Luo Yunshu as she craned her neck and shouted at Wang Gong. You guys go and stop that kid for me. Wang Gong snapped back to his senses and rushed outside with a few people. Chen Yan saw someone chasing behind her and quickened his pace. He didn't even take the elevator anymore and ran straight for the stairs. By the time he ran downstairs to the parking lot, the group of people had just run out from the main entrance. He leapt into the car, started it, and waved his hand at those people. Don't chase after me. Brother is a god that you can never chase after. Bye. With a foot on the gas, the wheels rolled up a puff of white smoke and scurried out in the eyes of the crowd. On the road, Chen Yan patted his chest. This thing is a mess. Help a favor to be in return. Fortunately I ran fast. Slower bones have to be knocked out of the soup to drink. Back home, Chen Yan sat on his butt on the sofa, just wanted to take an apple to chew it. The phone rang. It is a message to add friends, and the verification information is Tao Xiaojump. He didn't even think about it, and directly rejected it. There is one thing that his cousin did not lie to him. Tao Xiaowiping is not a good man, and must not be added casually. Just put down the phone and opened his mouth. The message popped up again. It is still Tao Xiaojump. Tao Xiaotian, good brother. Add me. I promise not to casually disturb your life. Chen Yan lightly grunted. What's the point of adding if you don't disturb my life? He tapped reject for the second time. Putting down the phone and opening his mouth, the apple was put to his mouth. The phone rang for the third time. He was a bit furious. Tao Xiaojiao, add me and give you 20% of the jumping fish shares. Humph. Woman, do you really think I'm the kind of person who bends over for 5 buckets of rice? Chen Yan lightly grunted and clicked agree. Just after passing the friend verification, Tao Xiaojump immediately sent a message. Tao Xiaojump, little cousin, is the charm of money so great? As soon as I saw that you were given shares you added my sister. My sister is so sad. Chen Yan, little jump sister. I'm not figure your shares. Just see you add me 3 times in a row. Don't want to break your face. Tao Xiaodong, brother said so. Sister is so happy. Are you interested in being my boyfriend? Chen Yan, don't want to use such a method to rely on my 20% shares. Please Xiaojiao sister take time to find someone to send the share transfer agreement to my school. If there is nothing else, I still have to study it. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Tao Xiao jump. Putting down his cell phone and ignoring the message sent by Tao Xiao jump. Chen Yan fiercely gnawed on an apple. So sweet. Turning to Monday. Chen Yan came to his class and Su Qingliang delivered personally prepared boxed lunch. He ate beautifully under the envious gazes of his classmates. Soon after, the class bell rang. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, Hu Qin brought Fang Jiqiang in. Just as she stood on the podium, she spoke in a cold voice. Sun Jing, you and Fang Jiqiang switch seats. Chen Yan froze. Sun Jing was his current deskmate, and he had only been sitting there for a few days before he had to switch, and it was still with Fang Jiqiang. He immediately stood up. Teacher, I object. Chapter 54, Trouble sent to the door on her own initiative. Little sister Jump perseveres. Objection is invalid. Hu Qin's voice was icy cold. Chen Yan's eyes widened. Why? Hu Qin cleared her throat. Being at the same table with you makes it convenient for Ms. Fang Jiqiang to ask you questions. It's not convenient for me. Chen Yan's voice rose a few points and pointed at Sun Jing, who was transferred to another seat. Is this fair to Sun Jing? She could have asked me for advice from very conveniently. Needless to say, this matter is settled. Hu Qin's voice was dull and glared at Sun Jing again. Sun Jing packed up her things with red eyes and went to Fang Jiqiang's position. Soon, Fang Jiqiang came over with her books. Classmate Chen Yan, we'll be at the same table for this last half of the month. Please teach me more. She extended her hand smilingly. Chen Yan looked at her coldly, always feeling that she had something fishy going on. The spirit concentrated slightly. A white mist appeared in front of Fang Jiqiang. In the white mist, Fang Jiqiang received a box of money from Shen Zilian, which looked like at least $1 million. He still wanted to see what Fang Jiqiang had done, but he felt his head going dizzy again and could only pause to view it. However, he knew very well that involving Shen Zilian was definitely related to him and Luo Yunshu. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at Fang Jiqiang's hand that was handed up, snorted coldly, and went straight to sleep on the table. He had memorized all these lessons, so there was no need to act like he was thirsty for knowledge. Fang Jiqiang was a little embarrassed. Retracting his hand and sitting down, he looked at Chen Yan with sinister eyes and muttered in his heart, Chen Yan, just wait, there will be a hard day for you. After sleeping for the whole class, until the bell rang, Chen Yan stretched his back and was about to get up to leave, when Fang Jiqiang held an exercise book and went to his side. Mr. Chen Yan, can I ask you how to solve this question? Can't. Chen Yan bluntly refused. Fang Jiqiang didn't have any displeasure and still put on a smiling face. Chen Yan student, just help me. I was wrong in the past. I've apologized to you. I promise. For the rest of this half a month I'll definitely not make you angry anymore. Chen Yan lowered his eyebrows and swept a glance at her. Do I have to forgive you if you apologize? Get up and go. Leave me alone. Fang Jiqiang lost some face. She was the class teacher's lapdog no matter what, and in the previous 3 years, she had been a bully in the class. When had she ever lowered her voice like this? This damn Chen Yan didn't even give her face. She clutched her exercise book and wanted to be furious, but once she thought that Chen Xiao's $2 million had only been paid in half, she held back again. Mr. Chen Yan, as she was speaking, an excited voice suddenly sounded behind her. Little cousin, I've come to deliver the contract to you. Chen Yan immediately shivered and goosebumps fell all over the place. How? Is Tao Xiao Jump's accent so much like the part of the journey to the west where the flower monk sends tea to the rat spirit? As long as one has long ears, one can hear her unkindness. Seeing that Chen Yan didn't react, Tao Xiao Jump said again cheerfully, Little cousin, sister is sending you a contract. Sister Little Jump. Chen Yan hurriedly raised his hand to protect himself. Can we be normal? Tao Xiao's face instantly pulled down. Che, not even a little bit of fun. This is what we agreed yesterday. Sign it. He took it over and glanced at it. It was the same as yesterday's agreement. 20% of the shares. Fang Jiqiang was also curious and moved forward. Tao Xiaotu immediately raised his hand to stop her. Who are you? Do you know how to be polite? What Chen Yan and I are talking about is a business secret. If you move any closer, do you believe I will sue you? Fang Jiqiang froze for a moment and hurriedly explained. I didn't do it on purpose. Chen Yan had a flash of light, closed the contract out of the seat. Small Jump sister, do not have to take care of her. She is a retard. Did you bring your computer today? Since she couldn't see what Fang Jiqiang did, she was monitored first. Tao Xiao Jump smiled and said, Of course I brought it. In my line of work, I never leave my computer behind. Lend it to me. Chen Yan said, It's in the car. Come down with me. Okay. The two went out of the class one after the other. Going downstairs to Tao Xiaotu's white Porsche, Chen Yan took the computer and started tapping the code. Tao Xiaotu swept a glance. Little cousin, are you knocking on a Trojan horse program? What's it going to do? Chen Yan stared at the screen and sneered. You just saw my deskmate, right? I just let the homeroom teacher transfer me over this morning. The two of us used to have a problem. Now suddenly sitting next to me, I'm not sure in my heart. Give her a precautionary shot in advance. Just that? Tao Xiaojump mockingly laughed. To look like nothing, to have no body type goods. If you do not say, I really thought she was your girlfriend. Sister Little Jump, you can insult my personality, but you can't insult my aesthetics, Chen Yan said seriously. Tao Xiaojump pulled up the corner of her mouth and moved closer to him. Little cousin, I've thought about it. If you promise to be my boyfriend, I'll give you all my shares and let you be the boss of Jumping Fish. Now you can't say that I'm thinking about your shares, right? Chen Yan's finger paused. Are you serious? Tao Xiaojump immediately nodded his head. True, really can't be more true. Oh, Chen Yan responded expressionlessly and continued to strike the keyboard. Sister Xiaojump, I advise you to give up this ignorant idea. When your boyfriend is going to take over your company, he has to find ways to support those employees under your hand. I'm sick. Put nothing to do can receive the two components of the red do not. Go to fight to death to make more of your share. Tao Xiaojump's face stiffened. Little cousin, do you know how much my company's market value is? Done. Chen Yan knocked the carriage return, sent the finished QR code to his cell phone, turned his head and smiled. Sister Xiaojump, there are some things that can't be measured with money. In other words, I'm not interested in money. With my skills, can I still lack money? He put down the computer and picked up the contract again. Sister Little Jump, lend me your pen? Tao Xiaojump took out a fountain pen from her bag. Chen Yan signed his name at the end, closed the contract and handed it to Tao Xiaojump with both hands. Thank you, Sister Xiaojump, for the reward of 20% of the shares. Feel free to contact me in the future. Bye. He pushed the door and got off, walking very calmly. Looking at his back, Tao Xiaojump let out a laugh. Little brother, the more you are like this, what should I do? Chen Yan entered the teaching building and just returned to the senior floor. He saw Su Qinglian standing at the stairway. Her face was still a bit ugly. Lime, what's wrong? He asked with concern. Su Qinglian said in a deep voice. Just now, your class Fang Jiqiong came to me and asked me to stay away from you lately, so as not to delay her from asking you for advice. Chen Yan's expression twitched. Hey, I blanch her a hemp. She's sick. Then, he looked at Su Qingliang seriously. Qingliang, that's a matter, Mom. At the latest at noon, I'll be able to show you her true colors. Chapter 55, acting on his own initiative to find trouble, not knowing that his cell phone has been monitored. I believe you, Su Qinglian said seriously. I'm aware of all the conflicts you had with her before. It's just that hearing her talk like that makes me feel uncomfortable in my heart. Chen Yan smiled. Don't worry, I will make her pay sooner or later. After the two of them exchanged brief words, they each returned to their classes. This morning, Fang Jiqiong had to talk to Chen Yan whenever she had time. Chen Yan pretended to be overwhelmed and put that QR code in front of him. Add me as a friend and I'll share a type of question for you every night. Please don't buzz in my ear. It's really annoying. The corner of Fang Jiqiong's mouth picked up, and she muttered in her heart, she couldn't carry it off after all, could she? Chen Yan, adding friends is still just the beginning. I'm going to return all the humiliation you gave me. She scanned the QR code and added Chen Yan as her friend. Chen Yan put away his cell phone expressionlessly. Friends have been added. If nothing else, don't bother me anymore. Let me clear my ears for a while. Fang Jiqiong didn't reply and clutched her cell phone hard. She was also quite sensible. Since she added Chen Yan's friend, she didn't bother Chen Yan again. On Chen Yan's side, he didn't monitor any of her messages either. Maybe it was because of the morning class. Turning to noon, Chen Yan went to the cafeteria with Su Qingliang as usual. At first, the two of them sitting together would still attract a lot of attention. But now, the people in the cafeteria have gotten used to it. Chen Yan ate while saying in a deep voice, Qing Lime, no matter what Fang Jiqiong said to you in the past 2 days, don't take it to heart. She obviously approached me with a purpose this time. I would like to see what she really wants to do. Su Qinglian's eyebrows frowned. She won't be unfavorable to you, right? We're about to. You mustn't have an accident. Chen Yan smiled. Accidents are not so bad. The bodyguard my godmother found for me is not a dry person. Su Qingliang nodded with a melancholic gaze and said in a low tone, Fang Jiqiong is really disgusting. She still wants to make trouble even at this time. She's not afraid of affecting her own future. I don't care about her. Let's just take care of ourselves. The two of them finished their lunch and went to the pavilion behind the school building together, just sitting down and opening their books. Fang Jiqiong came. Chen Yan, I also have some questions I don't know. Can you give us a lecture together? She sat directly in the middle of the two. Chen Yan frowned. Fong Zicheng, have you forgotten what I told you this morning? Don't bother me. Get lost. Chen Yan, it was the teacher's decision to transfer me to a different seat, and it was also her who asked you to help me study. What kind of attitude do you have with me? Fong Yicheng's voice pulled up a bit. After that, she turned her head to look at Su Qingliang. Su Qingliang, I told you to stay away from Chen Yan. Have you forgotten? Shut up. Chen Yan shouted angrily, slammed the table and pointed at Fong Zicheng. I helped Su Qingliang with her revision because I was willing to do so. Who the hell are you? Hurry up and get out of my way. Don't force me to say something even more unpleasant. Chen Yan. Fong Zicheng stood up, her expression humiliated. I admit that I have offended you in the past, but I want to study well now. Do you have to hold on to the past? You're so narrow-minded. Are you even a man anymore? The teacher has high expectations of me before transferring me to the side of you, so that I encountered will not ask you. You nonetheless do not help me, but also out of words taunted me. Believe it or not, I go to the teacher, tell her that you are not doing your job, and female students are not clear, to give you a disciplinary action. Chen Yan wrinkled his eyebrows. Fong Zicheng's acting skills seemed a bit poor. The emotional control was very poor. Even if you are angry, shouldn't it be gradual? It's not even how it is before she rages, afraid that others can't see that she's acting. This feeling is like watching. Fong Zicheng wasn't done after throwing a tantrum at him and turned her head to look at Su Qingliang. Su Qingliang, are you a? Chen Yan is my deskmate. He's from our class. Aren't there any good learners in your class? Why do you have to pester Chen Yan? Originally, Chen Yan was still planning to watch a child's play, but Fong Zicheng shouldn't have insulted Su Qingliang. He swung his arm round without saying a word and fiercely pumped it out. Splat! A crisp slapping sound rang out. Fong Zicheng stumbled and covered her face and turned her head. Chen Yan, how dare you hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? If you dare to talk nonsense to Lime again, I'll even hit you. Chen Yan raised his arm again. Fong Zicheng immediately took a few steps back, covering her numb face. Chen Yan, you what you? Get lost! Chen Yan angrily shouted. Fong Zicheng sniffled and ran away in tears. After she left, Su Qingliang said, Chen Yan, isn't this a little too much for you? She dared to scold you. Beating her to death is not excessive. Chen Yan said and sat down again. Okay, don't affect your mood for a stupid ass. Let's continue to learn. Good. The two opened the book. Chen Yan patiently explained. Su Qingliang listened carefully. Many complicated knowledge points instantly became much simpler after Chen Yan's parsing. It was easy for Su Qingliang to learn. Suddenly, Chen Yan's cell phone came vibrating. He opened it and looked at it. It was Fong Zicheng's side that had moved. Tapping on the synchronized screen, his phone screen immediately displayed the contents of Fong Zicheng's phone. At this moment, she was chatting with Chen Zilian. Su Qingliang curiously came over. Chen Yan, what are you looking at? Chen Yan put his cell phone between the two. Su Qingliang swept a glance. What is this situation? Didn't I tell you that Fong Zicheng is not harboring good intentions? So I purposely found someone to make a Trojan horse to throw Fong Zicheng's cell phone. If she has any bad intentions, I can still know a little bit in advance. Chen Yan revealed a harmless smile. Su Qingliang let out a laugh. You're so bad. Afterwards, the two looked at their cell phones together. Fong Zicheng, Xiao Shun, I've successfully separated Chen Yan and Su Qingliang. What should I do next? The screen showed that Chen Zilian was typing. Chen Yan looked at Su Qingliang. Have the two of us been separated? Doesn't seem like it. Su Qingliang shrugged her shoulders and laughed, then looked at the phone again. Don't say anything yet. Let's see what they say. Okay. Chen Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled, also looking back at his cell phone. Chen Zilian, find a way to get close to Chen Yan and gain his trust. Then you can wait for my next instructions. Chen Zilian, when it's done, I'll give you the rest of the $1 million as agreed. Fong Zicheng, thank you Shen. I just don't understand why you are spending so much effort to deal with Chen Yan. Chen Zilian, Chen Yan has done me harm. You just keep an eye on Chen Yan. When I need to kick him down the abyss, I want him and that to lose their reputation and never recover. Chapter 56, Cousin Gets Frantic. Surveillance caught a money-grubbing father and daughter. Seeing this message, Chen Yan immediately took a screenshot. The two didn't chat anymore and he exited the surveillance. Su Qingliang asked, Chen Yan, who is that woman Chen Zilian was talking about? If I'm not wrong, it should be my cousin. Chen Yan said. There seemed to be no one else who could make Chen Zilian so crazy, other than cousin Luo Yunshu. Cousin Luo Yunshu? Su Qinglian's eyebrows wrinkled. She's very nice. How could she have a grudge against Chen Zilian? Chen Yan briefly described the grudge between his cousin and Chen Dishao. Hearing that Chen Zilian was thinking of playing dirty tricks because he couldn't pursue him, Su Qinglian's face changed. Such a person is not worthy of cousin Yunshu at all. So hurry up and tell cousin. Chen Yan spared a glance at her, calling cousin so naturally. How much do you want to become family with me? Su Qinglian's face steeply reddened and turned her back. What are you talking about? Who wants to become a family with you? No? Chen Yan moved forward. Don't you say it. Better hurry up and inform cousin. Su Qinglian covered her face and said, good. Chen Yan found Luo Yunshu and sent the screenshot just now. Luo Yunshu? Chen Yan briefly explained the cause of the incident. Chen Yan, cousin. Thanks to Sister Xiao Jump coming over today, I was able to discover the plot in time. Luo Yunshu, Tao Xiao Jump went to the school to look for you? What did she go to see you for? Chen Yan, you don't know? Luo Yunshu, I don't know. Say, what did she do? She didn't do anything to you, did she? Chen Yan suddenly gave a bad smile, his fingers leaping on the screen. Chen Yan, nothing. Just gave me 20% of the shares. I thought you knew. Luo Yunshu, is that all? Chen Yan, she also said that if I become her boyfriend, she'll give me all the shares in her hand. Luo Yunshu sent a frantic emoji, blindly guessing she should be very angry right now. Chen Yan, cousin, don't be angry. I gave a refusal. This time, I sent you a message mainly to remind you that you must pay attention to Shenzilian. Luo Yunshu, I know. I won't chat if there's nothing else. I'm going to make a trip to Jumping Fish. Back to chat. Chen Yan, cousin. You must pay attention to safety. Chen Yan, cousin? Chen Yan, cousin. Go easy on yourself. He smiled and turned off the screen and put away his cell phone. Su Qinglian asked, look at your bad smile. Did you tell cousin or not? Finished. Chen Yan raised his eyebrows. Cousin was furious when she found out. Alas, someone is going to have bad luck today. He got up and faced Jumping Fish's direction, folded his hands and bowed deeply. Fellow Daoist Jumping Fish, poor monk is sorry for you. Amen. Chen Yan, what are you muttering? Su Qingliang asked. Chen Yan straightened up. Nothing, let's continue learning. In one noontime, Chen Yan understood the 3 types of questions, as well as the multiple variants that could be derived from these 3 types of questions. Su Qingliang remembered densely on her small notebook. In the afternoon when she returned to the class, Fang Jixiong seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment of noon and had to be deadpan every now and then. It made Chen Yan think that she had schizophrenia. Forced to do so, he casually organized a little something and sent it to Fang Jixiong. Fang student, learn all that I taught you and leave me in peace for a while, okay? After 3 days of suffering in this sickening environment, things finally took a turn for the worse. At noon on this day, Chen Yan and Su Qingliang were studying. His phone vibrated again. Opening the monitoring software, a middle-aged man's gloomy voice came from the phone. Daughter, do you have any more money left there? Give dad some more. Chen Yan and Su Qingliang looked at each other, listening to the other party's title. He should be Fang Jiqiong's father. For a father to ask his daughter, who was still in school, for money, it seemed that there was something wrong with the Fang family from the root. Didn't I just give you $800,000 2 days ago? Spent it all so quickly? Did you go gambling again? On the phone, Fang Jiqiong's hysterical roar was heard. You dead girl. What are you talking about? When did I go gambling? Father Fang cursed. Then, his attitude softened a bit. It's your Aunt Wang. His son wants to buy a house and asked me to pay for it. You're just going to pay for it? Her family has so much money. Keep it for the baby? Fang Jiqiong questioned in shock. Hush, keep your voice down. Father Fang's voice was a little nervous. This is your Aunt Wang's son looking for me to ask for. You also know, your Aunt Wang has always wanted to get a marriage license with me. Her son crossly pulling vertical blocking disagreed. Today it is not easy to loose the tongue. I must not seize the opportunity. When Dad and your Aunt Wang married, we will find a way to transfer her property to our names, and then kick them out. How nice. You've already bought the house. Why do you still ask me for money? I don't have any money in my hand either. Fang Jiqiong whispered. There was silence on the phone. Chen Yan and Su Qingliang glanced at each other. No one said anything, but both of them had a strong disdain in their eyes. The old saying was really right. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. With such a father full of bad water, how good can the daughter be? Obviously there are still 200,000 in hand. Just refuse to give the old man. Unfilial ah. He took another screenshot. Father Fang has a phone number under his notes. I have to contact him sometime and tell him that Fang Jiqiong still has $200,000 in her hand. There was silence for a full half-minute. I'll think of a way for the money, but you have to promise me one thing. Fang Jiqiong said in a cold voice. What is it? Father Fang asked. Fang Jiqiong said, when we get that old-ass property, I want 60% of it. 60%? Father Fang shrieked. You're too greedy. No, 60% is definitely not good enough. At most 40%. 50%. This is your last chance. There was a hint of threat in Fang Jiqiong's tone. Fine. 50% is 50%. Fang's father compromised. You're really bad at being a daughter. When I sent you to an aristocratic school, it was so that you could catch a rich one, but as a result, you Without waiting for Fong's father to finish complaining, Fong Jiqian directly hung up the phone. Chen Yan let out a long breath. Su Qingliang also followed with a sigh. I really didn't expect that the school committee member of your class is such a person. Knowing a person's face is not knowing his heart. A person who will do anything for money will eventually be revolted by money. Wait and watch the show. Chen Yan let out a light laugh and flipped to the next page of the exercise book. Let's continue to learn ours. Don't let outsiders disrupt the rhythm. His words had just finished when his cell phone vibrated again. Fong Jiqian had sent a message to Shen Zilian. If it was someone else, Chen Yan would definitely ignore it. But with Shen Zilian, you'd better take a look at it first. Studying is no more important than people. What if she wants to count on you? Su Qingliang said. Chen Yan opened the monitoring software. Fong Jiqian, Xin Xiao. Chen Yan has completely fallen. What should we do next? Chapter 57, Conspiracy to be monitored. Finally eat their own fruits. Shen Zilian, find an excuse to stall him after school tonight. Give him some strong drugs to make him lose his mind. And get the evidence that he is a beast to you. Fong Jiqian, Xin Xiao. This is a bit too much. Right, we just cooperate. But you let me sell myself? Shen Zilian, how can you make him lose his reputation quickly without this? You just need to get the evidence and call the police. I'll take care of the rest. Fong Jiqian, okay, I'll think about it. Shen Zilian, I want an accurate answer before one point. If you are not willing to sacrifice, please return the $1 million I gave you before. Fong Jiqian, no need to think. I agree. The $1 million she got before, she has already divided 800,000 to her father. So there is still money to return? Not just by Chen Yan. As long as you can make money and buy out dad's greedy stepson, isn't the property still there? If you want to be a man of the world, you always have to pay a price. Shen Zilian, count on your good sense, and wait for your good news. Fong Jiqian, Xin Xiao, this matter has a great impact on me. I'm afraid that after you utilize me to refuse to pay the final payment. So, please call the money to my card in advance. Shen Zilian, Fong Jiqian, don't try to bargain with me. When have I, Shen Zilian, ever done anything that went back on my word? Fong Jiqian, I am also the first time to cooperate with Xin Xiao. I hope that Xin Xiao to accommodate. In addition, I do not know where to sell that kind of medicine. Trouble Xin Xiao to prepare. Shen Ziren, okay, give me a card number. Money I will call you later. You go to the school door. 15 minutes later, someone to send you medicine. Fong Jiqian, thank you Xin Xiao. Let's have a good cooperation. The entire chat between the two was saved by Chen Yan's screenshot. Looking at their dirty dealings, Su Qingliang looked disgusted. Only $2 million, just to make Fong Jiqian betray herself. Really look down on her. Chen Yan laughed. Lime, you've been living in a rich family since you were young. You may not have much of a concept of $2 million. Let's put it this way. If you give $2 million to a poor person, not to mention letting him betray himself, even if you let him kill someone, he can do it. Su Qingliang slowly lowered her head. Chen Yan opened his prestige and found Luo Yunshu. Chen Yan, cousin, Shen Zilian might be unfavorable to you tonight. Pay attention. Luo Yunshu, don't worry, everything is ready. Just waiting for him to jump into the pit. Seeing the reply, he was much more relieved and turned his head to look at Su Qinglian. Seeing Su Qinglian's face a bit heavy, he asked, Qinglian, what's wrong with you? Su Qinglian whispered, I'm worried that you might be in danger. It's hard to believe that you're still afraid that Fong Jiqian will really take advantage of me? He let out a bad laugh. Less immodest. Su Qinglian let out an angry cry. I am truly afraid that you are in danger. Don't worry, I'm a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. A handless can't do anything to me yet. Chen Yan smiled and said, don't forget, my godmother also assigned me 2 bodyguards. No matter how capable Fong Jiqian is, she can't do anything to the 3 of us. Su Qingliang reluctantly nodded. Come on, let's continue studying. Chen Yan picked up his pen and continued to explain the types of questions in the exercise book. Turning to the evening, near the end of school Chen Yan remembered that he hadn't communicated with Growth and Holding. He immediately sent a message to the two, telling them to hide in the shadows. The two received the message and immediately hid themselves. The school bell rang. Chen Yan went out of the school gate with Su Qingliang as usual. Seeing Su Qingliang get into the car, he waved his hand. Bye. See you tomorrow. Su Qingliang pulled the corner of her mouth worriedly. See you tomorrow. The car door closed and drove away from the school entrance. Chen Yan put his hands in his pockets and prepared to walk home. Fong Jiqian immediately ran to her. Chen Yan, I forgot something in my class. Can you accompany me back to look for it? Chen Yan squinted at her with an impatient face. I don't have time. He turned around and was about to leave. Fong Jiqian hurriedly pulled him back. Please, I don't dare to go back by myself. Just help, okay? Chen Yan frowned. Fine. You move faster. I still have to go home and sleep. Saying that, he quickly walked towards the school building. Fang Jixiong raised a cold smile and took out a bottle of drink from her school bag. Back in the class. The class was already empty. The surveillance in the corner flickered with a dim light, monitoring the entire class. Chen Yan stood in the doorway, arms wrapped around him. Go find it. Move fast. Fang Jixiong nodded in a fake manner and handed Chen Yan the drink in his hand. Chen Yan, this drink was bought for you. You drink it. Chen Yan took it and unscrewed the lid. Fang Jixiong looked at him blearily. Why are you staring at me here if you don't go find something? Chen Yan asked in a cold voice. Fang Jixiong nervously gave a fake smile. Nothing. You want to see me drink my drink before you go? Yes. Chen Yan lifted the drink and shook it, then took it to the light. You didn't add anything in here, did you? Chen Yan, what are you talking about? Fang Jixiong's eyes started to dodge. Didn't add anything? Chen Yan raised his eyebrows. Then why are you nervous? He handed Fang Jixiong the drink. Come on, you take a sip first and I'll see. No, I'm not thirsty. Fang Jixiong stepped back, her heel hitting the door frame. Chen Yan approached, his expression quickly turning cold. Do you really think I don't know about your conspiracy with Shen? Want to drug me? Taste it yourself first. He raised his hand and pinched Fang Jixiong's cheek. Fang Jixiong's mind went blank. She wasn't sure how Chen Yan knew the inside story. When she came back to her senses, the drink had already been poured down 2 sips. She hurriedly pushed Chen Yan away and tried to pick her throat to induce vomiting. But Chen Yan didn't give her a chance. Just as she broke free, she was tackled by Chen Yan again. A whole bottle of drink was all poured down. Chen Yan threw the bottle aside and taunted. University committee. Harming people ends up harming yourself. Chen Yan. Fang Jixiong went crazy, staring at him with red eyes. Why did you still go back to class with me if you knew about it already? In order to see you make a fool of yourself. Chen Yan shrugged his shoulders, while then shouted, Growth. Hold the country. 2 majestic men came out of the darkness. Fang Jixiong's legs began to tremble and covered his chest as he backed away. Chen Yan, what are you doing? Chen Yan grunted coldly. Don't worry, we don't want to touch you. It's too buried. Growth, keep an eye on her. I want to know what she does after drinking the medicine. Growth nodded heavily. Yes, young master. Holding Gua. Send me to Kaiyue Mansion. With this side of things settled, it was time to go see my cousin. The car sped along, and soon, arrived at Kaiyue's downstairs. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw that the hall on the first floor of Kaiyue was piled up with people, and there were a few journalists, who were rushing inside carrying their weapons. Chen Yan heart thumped. I reminded my cousin at noon, but it's hard not to avoid it. He took off his school uniform top, and took out a mask, covered into the mall. Chapter 58. Some people get food poisoning. Luo Yunshu stirs up public anger. In the center of the hall on the first floor, a dozen pale people lay on the ground moaning. Unscrupulous merchants. The ingredients used weren't fresh. Ate us all into the hospital. Damn black-hearted merchants. Was your ancestral tomb drowned in feces? To do something so unethical and smoky. Luo Yunshu stood unperturbed not far away, arms wrapped around her, quietly watching the developments. Chen Yan squeezed past the security guards and ran over. Cousin, what's the situation? Luo Yunshu was startled, and then waved her hand at the security guard who chased after her. The security guard left. She looked around at Chen Yan. Why are you covered like this? Chen Yan said, I'm not sure if Shen is here. I don't want to shatter his dreams so quickly. Let's not talk about me first. What's your situation here? Luo Yunshu said blandly. Shen bribed the song manager of the food city and let the surname song put laxatives in the raw materials. Blanched, drugged again. Doesn't he Shen know any other means? Chen Yan muttered, then asked, so what now? We can't keep dragging it out here, right? Luo Yunshu smiled. Don't worry, everything is under control. Little Jump helped me hack Shen phone. I know exactly how he set me up. You went to Little Jump, sister? Chen Yan was startled, then lowered his voice. You two didn't fight, did you? Luo Yunshu waved her hand. Not so much. What? Afraid I'll hurt her? How could I? Chen Yan hurriedly took half a step back. Luo Yunshu narrowed her eyes. You don't really want to be her boyfriend, right? Chen Yan hurriedly raised 3 fingers. I swear to the lamp. Absolutely not. Hearing him say this, Luo Yunshu's face only looked slightly better. Stay away from her in the future. The one I can't get. She doesn't want to get it either. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth twitched. Cousin, let's talk about this later. How do you plan to deal with the situation at hand? Luo Yunshu said. There's no hurry. The main culprit hasn't come yet. I've preserved all their incriminating evidence. If Shen wants to dig a hole for me, the one who will end up burying it will only be himself. Seeing that she was very sure of herself, Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief. You go back to the crowd and watch the show first. I'll accompany them for a while longer. Chen Yan nodded and retreated into the crowd. After waiting for less than 3 minutes, Chen Yan squeezed in with more than 30 people. 5 of these people were Yun Chang's famous netizen verses, and the rest were all precinct police. Comrade police. I'm reporting live and in real name that Kaiyue Mansion is suspected of selling contaminated food, causing food poisoning in several consumers. Please also take her away. Several Netflix verses instantly surrounded them, like flies that had seen blood. MS. Luo, you're obviously already rich. Why do you still use contaminated ingredients? Trying to be cheap? Where do you put the health of consumers? A black-hearted capitalist like you doesn't deserve to have so much wealth. If you don't treat the people as human beings, you'll be finished sooner or later. These few big verses were very good at finding an entry point. Directly standing in the perspective of the poor to start spraying, it was easy to attract traffic. The police also followed them over and asked, MS. Luo, in light of the food poisoning incident of customers in Kaiyue building, please come with us. Regardless of whether or not this matter is truly related to you, you're still required to make a statement. Luo Yunshu nodded. I understand the process, but can you give me 2 minutes? My secretary is organizing the evidence. Don't worry, I won't resist or flee. Okay, just 2 minutes. The precinct police nodded. Luo Yunshu turned her head to look at the few big verses and asked, are the few of you broadcasting live? Yeah, the few of us together have millions of online viewers. A big V said. Chen Yan sneered. Luo Yunshu, is it interesting for you to ask this? Asking more is just stalling for time, so I advise you to confess to your crime before it's too late, and maybe you can still fight for leniency. The big V's followed suit and nodded their heads one after another. The reporters outside onlookers even aimed their long guns at Luo Yunshu. Seeing this, Chen Yan became even more energized and turned to face the onlookers. Everyone, I'm Chen Yan, the general manager of the Freedom Group, and as a member of the business circle of Cloud City, I feel displeased that there is a stinker like Luo Yunshu in the business circle. Let's unite and boycott Kaiyue Mansion together. Between his words, he made another wink at Manager Song. Manager Song's heart crossed and he stepped forward. I'm the manager of Kaiyue Mansion's food court, and today I'm going to publicly expose Luo Yunshu's evil behavior in front of the general public. She didn't go through the regular quarantine channels for all the ingredients in order to be cheap. I've reminded her more than once but was coerced by her with the safety of her family. Today the precinct police are also present. I'm going to ask on behalf of the general public, can you seriously deal with such a black-hearted businessman? Incited by Manager Song, the surrounding crowd was excited. The big V's also followed and shouted, down with the black-hearted capitalist, let her be judged by the law. Down with the black-hearted capitalist, let her stand trial by law. The crowd of onlookers shouted along, quiet, quiet. The precinct police maintained order and turned their heads to show a hint of difficulty. MS. Luo, should you come with us now? The people at the scene are too emotional. I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Luo Yunshu shook her head and picked up her cell phone. Is the evidence organized? On the other end of the phone, the secretary said, organized. Mr. Luo, want to cast the screen? Cast it. After she agreed, she hung up the phone, then looked at the precinct police and the crowd of onlookers at the scene. Everyone, my secretary has already found the evidence. It will be cast on the screen behind me soon. Please look carefully and see clearly whether this food poisoning is my blackheart or someone deliberately planting the evidence. Hearing her say this, many people became curious. Chen Yan panicked for no reason and hurriedly said, Luo Yunshu, don't play God here. Who knows if you'll get some fake evidence to fool people. Luo Yunshu let out a laugh. What is Dasha Shen in such a hurry for? My evidence hasn't even been released yet, and you're in a hurry to open your mouth. Is it hard to believe that you have something to do with this food poisoning incident? Chen Yan's expression stiffened for a moment. Manager Song also couldn't help but tense up and turned his head to look at Chen Yan. Chen Yan sank his eyebrows. Don't worry, it's impossible for her to have evidence. Luo Yunshu confidently and calmly carried her hands. Just then, the screen at the back lit up and a surveillance video was released. On the screen, Manager Song sneaked into the back kitchen of the food court like a thief and sprinkled some white powder on those ingredients. The crowd at the scene immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Chen Yan's face sank as he cursed. Waste. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at Manager Song. Good, so it's you who intentionally poisoned and planted Yunshu. Let's see if I don't get you killed. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed Manager Song's collar, and warned in a low voice, admit it yourself, or I'll kill your whole family. After the warning, he punched Manager Song's body 2 more times, turned his face and said with a smile, Yunshu, I helped you out. Luo Yunshu laughed coldly. Young Mr. Shen, haven't you acted enough? Chapter 59, Revealing the Crime in Public. Chen Yan flees in a car. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Yunshu, what are you saying? Why can't I understand some of it? Luo Yunshu pointed at the screen. There's no rush. You'll understand in a moment. After figuring out the real culprit of Kaiyue's food poisoning incident, several police officers immediately arrested Manager Song. Luo Yunshu asked, "Manager Song, I usually treat you well. Who instructed you to do this?" Manager Song lowered his head and his eyes kept rolling. "You'd better tell the truth. You can still fight for leniency." Luo Yunshu's voice was calm. Manager Song snapped his head up. His eyes glazed over. "Luo Yunshu, no one instructed me. It's me who hates you. The year before last, my father had a heart attack, but I didn't have time to see him for the last time because I was working overtime. You are a black-hearted and scrupulous capitalist. Why don't you go to hell?" The surrounding people began to whisper. Even though they now knew that the food poisoning incident was a deliberate act, people's opinion of Luo Yunshu still hadn't changed. Luo Yunshu let out a light laugh. "You still want to slander me even now?" Her eyes gradually turned cold, and her voice was much higher. "Your father was hospitalized and you came over to take leave. I granted you half a month's leave at a time, and it's written on your attendance record. Do you want me to take it out and check with you? Do you want me to take it out and check it with you? Do you think that I throw away my record book when I'm done with it and don't archive it?" Chen Zilian's expression stiffened even more. He was terrified that Manager Song would give him away, and hurriedly stepped forward to say, "Yun Shu, since the person who threw the poison has been caught, let the police take him away." Luo Yunshu turned her head and glanced at him. "I've said not to rush. What are you rushing for?" On the big screen, the video finished playing and a few more screenshots of the chat popped up. Chen Zilian's face suddenly turned pale. The content of this screenshot was that he had bribed and instructed Manager Song to poison the food court. "Young Master Shen, do you have any more explanations?" Chen Zilian's eyelids twitched as he roared. "Luo Yunshu, you synthesized this picture. I didn't do any of this at all. You know in your heart whether you did or not." Luo Yunshu laughed. At this time, the screenshot on the big screen changed again. It was his chat with these big verses. He gave these big verses $1 million each to make them vigorously black hat Luo Yunshu, making money and earning a wave of traffic at the same time. The expressions of the several big verses collapsed sharply, hurriedly shutting down the live broadcast in preparation for fleeing the scene. Luo Yunshu smiled and looked at the precinct police. "Comrade, those several online public figures have defamed and slandered me, seriously violating my right to honor. I want to call the police on the spot." As soon as her words came out, those few big verses stopped in their tracks and turned back. "Mr. Luo, we were just momentarily obsessed, so don't pursue it if you're so generous. We're willing to make compensation for this matter." "Compensation?" Luo Yunshu sneered. "If it wasn't for the fact that I have evidence, just based on the words of the few of you, my life would be ruined. I'll tell you plainly, no matter how much compensation you give, I refuse to settle. The internet is not a place outside the law. Do you really think that you can settle the matter by creating a couple of rumors and taking some money out? Dream on." The opposite side of the several big V's legs and stomachs twitched, and they sat on the ground. They knew in their hearts how bad this matter was today, and once Luo Yunshu really pursued it, they would definitely all have to go inside and squat. "Mr. Luo, please give me a high hand and let me go." An anchor crawled over on his knees. "It took me 6 or 7 years to get to the heights I'm at today. I can't have a stain. You asked for it." Luo Yunshu lowered her head and sneered. The police sullenly walked over a few more officers to hold these internet verses at bay. "Comrade, there's still him." She pointed at Chen Zilian. The two police officers were about to step forward when Chen Zilian immediately shouted, "Luo Yunshu, I admit that I lost this time, but you can't sue me." "Why?" Luo Yunshu asked with a smile. Chen Zilian snorted coldly. "Do you think I only counted on you? The evidence of your cousin's crime will soon reach me. Don't want your cousin to be in trouble. Let's do something big." Before the words were finished, a figure walked out of the crowd. Chen Yan came to the front of Chen Ziren, took off the mask. "Shen Dajo, not seen for many days. Think of me or not?" Chen Zirian eyes immediately long. "You, how you will be here? You should not." "Ha ha," Chen Yan laughed. "Shen Dajo, the partner you found is even more stupid than you. She should be eating her own fruits right now." "Comrade police, I want to sue Chen Zilian for finding someone to poison me. The relevant evidence I will send to you in a package organized with my cousin." The two police officers immediately stepped forward. Chen Zilian saw that the situation was not good and immediately ran towards the pile of people. The people close by were yanked down several times by him. A few dry police officers were hindered by the pouncing masses and watched him run out. "Cousin, the car keys!" Chen Yan shouted in a low voice. Luo Yunshu hurriedly gave him the keys. He accelerated and squeezed out of the crowd. "Out the door!" he shouted. "Chen Zilian, don't run!" Chen Zilian glanced back and shouted, "All come out and stop that bastard." A dozen bodyguards ran out from the shadows and crossed in front of Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, I know you can fight. So what? Can you beat so many people on your own? See you within." He laughed and pulled out his car keys, going straight to that McLaren P1. Chen Yan's eyes changed. At the same time, Holding Boy ran to his side. Young master, I'll leave this side to you. I'm going after that. Yes, Holding Boy answered and swung his millstone-thick arm and rushed up. Chen Yan pressed the car key, and not far away, an Audi A7 double flashed brightly. His eyes were long. Although the A7 is considered a coupe, it is still a lot worse than a real sports car. If he didn't encounter complicated road conditions, there was no way he could catch up with the McLaren. Forget it, something is better than nothing. He ran towards the car. Seeing this, Chen Zilian's bodyguards rushed up to intercept him. Get thee out of my way, he yelled and raised his foot to kick the bodyguard's neck. Chen Zilian had already gotten into the car by now. Chen Yan was also fuming, and his hands completely lost their scruples. With a few consecutive heavy blows, the few people blocking in front of him were all put down. He quickly rushed to A7, just got into the car. The McLaren drove past his car. He hurriedly started the car, and with a blast of the gas pedal, the car scampered away. At the same time the two cars drove off. Luo Yunshu and a few police officers came out of the mall. Seeing that the situation was bad, Holding shook off the people around him and jumped into the green bushes to take advantage of the chaos and escape. On the noisy city road, Chen Yan stared ahead with all his concentration, fearing that a slip would be lost again. Fortunately, the traffic is now more crowded. The distance between the two did not pull too far apart. After chasing for a few minutes, Chen Zilian saw the delay in getting rid of Chen Yan. A sharp turn turned into the intersection leading to the national highway. As long as he is not pressed on the spot, he has a way to get off, and must not let Chen Yan catch up. In the back of the car, Chen Yan clutched the steering wheel to death. Once really on the national highway, even if he stepped on the engine smoke, but also do not want to catch up with Chen Zilian. How to do? Chapter 60 Tense chase, finally caught the person. Chen Yan looked serious and his eyes were grave. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Even if he lost the chase on the national highway, it was still better than giving up and not chasing. He followed suit and turned the steering wheel, getting onto the national highway intersection. The two of them went onto the national highway one after the other. Chen Zilian stepped on the gas pedal tightly, and the speed of the car increased again. Chen Yan also accelerated in time. The gap between the maximum speed of 350 and the maximum speed of 250 was instantly apparent. The distance between the two cars gradually widened. Chen Yan had a hint of despair in his eyes. Just as he was about to give up the chase, he suddenly saw the red signal light a few hundred meters away. A touch of red that was particularly dazzling in the dark night. He stepped on the gas again. In the front car, Chen Zilian also noticed the signal light. Sweeping his eyes downward, he cursed, "I blanch you. You dog money signal light also ing against me." Several lanes were occupied by vehicles waiting for the signal. Only the emergency lane was free. If you can successfully pass the signal light, the front dozens of kilometers can be unimpeded. With his strength, wanting to get rid of Chen Yan wasn't easy and pleasant, but now, he could only be forced to turn into the emergency lane. It happened that at this time, there were several dump trucks turning at the intersection. The way forward was blocked. He could only turn right with hatred. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth lifted. The road on the right is a county road. Along the county road a few kilometers ahead, after the industrial park can enter the mountain. The road in the mountains was curvy. With his driving level, it was only a matter of time if he wanted to catch up with Chen Zilian. The heavens have eyes. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud and followed the turn onto the county road. The county road was obviously much narrower than the national highway. There were relatively more heavy vehicles on this side of the industrial park, and the McLaren's speed advantage was severely suppressed. Chen Yan gradually shortened the distance between the two of them with his super high car skills. When they came out from the industrial park, the distance between them had been reduced to less than 100 meters. Chen Zilian looked at Chen Yan, who was fast catching up through the rearview mirror, and clenched his teeth. "Chen Yan, I practiced hard for a week last time I lost to you. This time I must wipe out my previous shame." The car let out a wild roar and plunged headlong into the deep mountains. Chen Yan sneered, "The mountain road is my home turf. Narcissist, you're wasted." He also rushed into the deep mountains right after him. The mountain road at night was hazy with fog. The sound of tires rubbing the ground echoed in the valley. After only 4 or 5 big bends, Chen Yan shortened the distance to less than 20 meters. Chen Zilian looked at the lights of the car that was getting closer and closer and slammed the steering wheel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is my car so much better than yours? Still not as fast as you? Just then, he was lost in thought for a moment, and a section of guardrail violently appeared in front of him. He quickly turned the steering wheel. The front of the car close to the guardrail scraped through, stirring up a piece of sparks. Chen Yan saw the right time to immediately overtake, blocking the front of his car and constantly slowing down, while dialing his cousin's phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Luo Yunshu immediately asked nervously, "Chen Yan, where are you now?" "I'm on the county road to Dawangu. Chen Yan said while looking at the reverse mirror. I've caught up with Shen Zilian. Quickly bring someone over. Good. The phone hung up. Chen Yan immediately slammed on the brakes. Shen Zilian was startled and followed suit by slamming on the brakes. But the distance between the two cars was too close. Even though he reacted quickly, he still didn't escape the fate of collision. The two cars closed along the county road and traveled forward for more than 10 meters, only barely stopped. Shen Zilian immediately jumped out of the car. Cursed, blanch you well, you ing want to die ah. After cursing, he hurriedly drilled into the forest next to him. Chen Yan also hurriedly got out of the car to catch up with him. The two of them drilled into the woods one after the other. In the mountain forest at night, there wasn't a bit of light, and the two of them stumbled and ran in the forest for a few minutes. Finally, Chen Yan caught up with Shen Zilian. Reaching out, he grabbed Shen Zilian's collar and pulled it back, his fist landing right after him. Still ing want to run? Come back here. A heavy punch hit his chest. Shen Zilian was shaken and coughed twice, gasping for air. Chen Yan, please let me go. I can give you money. I have reasons why I can't go in. Don't bull asterisk me about useless things. Go. If you don't leave, I'll whack you again. Chen Yan swung his fist again. Shen Zilian shrunk his neck and was grabbed by Chen Yan and walked downwards. The road back was a bit bumpy. It took more than 10 minutes of walking before they were back on the highway. Crouch down on the side of the road with your hands on your head, Chen Yan said angrily. Shen Zilian shivered and squatted down. He had heard Green Hair say before that Chen Yan was very capable of fighting. He didn't want to suffer. Just after turning into the county road, he called his old man. I think this time his old man is on the way to come. In the roadside and waited for a while. Under the mountain, a few cars to this side. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth raised slightly. Shen Zilian, after I catch you back, let's see how arrogant you still are. Want to pit me and my cousin in your next life. As soon as his words fell, several cars stopped in front of them. The car doors opened, and Chen Yan's eyes instantly grew long. On the contrary, Shen Zilian revealed a saved smile. Dad, you're finally here. The person who came was no other than the chairman of Freedom Group, Shen Ojo. After Shen Ojo got out of the car, the doors of the several cars that followed him all opened. The four fools of Cloud City jumped down with a dozen of their followers, shaking their bodies and walking this way. Seeing this, Chen Yan immediately tackled Shen Zilian. All of you stay away from me. Shen Ojo's gaze fell on Chen Yan, and he was little surprised for a moment. Little Chen, I didn't expect that we would meet again in such a way. Chen Yan laughed lightly. I also didn't expect that Mr. Shen of the Freedom Group could personally show up to save this incompetent son. Listening to the conversation between the two, Shen Zilian was a bit surprised. Dad, you guys know each other? Shen Aozhao arrogantly said. Can't talk about knowing each other, just had a glimpse. After saying that, he looked at Chen Yan. Little Chen, for the sake of the last charity sale where you sold my jade carving, let my son go. I can let it go, and I can also give you a sum of money. Chen Yan sneered. Shen Dong, do you think I'm poor in money? Shen Aozhao's face did not see a single ripple. Then you say, how can you let my son go? Can't let go. Chen Yan raised his chin. Your son found someone to drug me and drugged my cousin's shopping mall. You want me to let him go with just one sentence? I don't want face. How dare you? Green Hair yelled, pointing at him. Do you know what status Shendong is? You little brat dare to talk to him like that. Looking for a whip. Chen Yan's eyebrows moved and looked at Green Hair. Asterisk. Why are you everywhere? Have you forgotten the last time you got beaten up? If you don't stop beeping, I'll give you a fart in the brain. Green Hair crooked neck. A look of indignation. Kid, you'd better talk to me properly, or else you'll have a good time later. This time, they came with a lot of people. Can they still be afraid of Chen Yan? Shen Aozhao asked in a cold voice. I'll ask you one last time. Will you let my son go? No. Chen Yan's tone was firm. Shen Aozhao raised his finger. Rob the man. Chapter 61. All fell. Cousin picked up to her house for ointment. Yes. The four fools of Cloud City immediately stepped forward. Especially Green Hair. The smile on his face was hideous. The last time he was brutally beaten by Chen Yan, he wanted to find a chance to get back at him. God had eyes and gave him the chance so soon. He said to the beaters behind him, did you hear what Shendong said? All of you get on me and snatch Shen Xiao back. Several people walked forward with their weapons. Chen Yan twisted Shen Zilian's arm, pained him wailing, Dad, can you guys talk properly? This little break hurts me. Shenao fanatic cold voice, son, endure a little. He dares not really put you how. The words fell. The nearest hitman to Chen Yan had already swung his throwing stick. Chen Yan saw the right time, and kicked out with a heart kick. The man immediately stumbled backward and crouched down covering his heart. Chen Yan did not dare to delay. Looking at the face of another falling stick, hurriedly grabbed Shen Zilian blocking. Seeing this, the fighters hastily withdrew their hands. Chen Yan took advantage of the chaos to counterattack, and kicked the man's chin. the man's head was tilted, and he fainted. Two hitmen were put down one after another. Shen Aozhao's face was gloomy. Don't send them one by one. Together, snatch Shen Xiao down. Green Hair shouted, then lifted his throwing stick and rushed up. The thugs followed suit and rushed up in a swarm, surrounding Chen Yan. Chen Yan, hurry up and release Shen Xiao, or I'll beat you to death. Green Hair pointed at Chen Yan with his throwing stick. Chen Yan glared. His chest was full of wariness. I can't hide, so I'll have a good time with you guys. He raised his elbow and slammed it towards Shen Zilian's neck. As an elbow strike landed, Shen Zilian's eyes rolled over and he fainted on the spot. Chen Yan dropped him and immediately pounced on Green Hair. Don't you want to beat me to death? I'll beat you to death first today. He snatched Green Hair's throwing stick and swung it down towards him. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and by the time Green Hair came back to his senses, a bone-deep paroxysm of pain came from his body. Ah! He screamed miserably, and then shouted, all get on me. Beat him to death. The fighters rushed up. Chen Yan raised his left arm to protect his head, and swung his throwing stick to continue to hit the Green Hair body hard. Want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Blanched, toward, noisy you. Green Hair was beaten to the point that his eyes were starry. Chen Yan, don't hit him. If you hit him again, he'll be killed. He begged for mercy. Chen Yan didn't care and continued to beat him. You still have the strength to shout. You won't die. A group of people fought into a mess. Shen Aozhao stared at Chen Yan with a gloomy gaze. Red Hair, think of a way to snatch out the self-refinement. Yes. Red Hair bowed slightly, circled around the periphery of the battle circle, found a suitable position, dragged Shen Zilian's feet, and stiffly dragged him out. Quickly, send it to the car. Shen Aozhao immediately gave open the car door. The two of them, Red Hair and Yellow Hair, combined their efforts and threw Shen Zilian into the car. Chen Yan, you hurt my son today. I'm not done with you. Shen Aozhao roared, commanding all the fighters, beat me to death. If you kill him, I, Shen Aozhao, will pay for it. After saying that, he directly got into the car and ordered the driver, immediately send the young master to the hospital. The car turned around, and just as it was about to walk through the crowd, another group of cars came, with police lights. The red and blue flashing police lights were especially obvious in the night. When the fighters saw this, they couldn't care less about their boss's arrangement. They all dropped the things in their hands and got into the car to escape. Several police cars immediately rushed up. The car all blocked. Dry police have gotten out of the car. Rushed a few cars shouting, all give me off the car. Move quickly. The fighters were all caught. Even Shen Aozhao was caught out of the car. Chen Yan, an anxious voice rang out. Chen Yan turned his head to look over. His cousin was running this way in a hurry. Although the headlights shook so much that she couldn't see her expression, she must be very anxious at this moment. At Chen Yan's feet, the Green Hair saw the police coming, excited and hot tears, shouting, this side and, he just opened his mouth. Chen Yan slammed down another stick, directly smashing him unconscious, just now in order to let him feel the taste of being beaten. Chen Yan has been avoiding his vitals hit. The police came, he had no way to continue to murder. Let the Green Hair rest a little. Just after knocking the Green Hair out, a fragrant wind hit his nose. Luo Yunshu jumped over and hugged him. Chen Yan, are you alright? Her eyes were red and traces of tears could still be seen. Perhaps it was the end of the battle and the hormones in his body subsided. Chen Yan's body started to hurt all over and he hurriedly cried out, cousin, it hurts, you let go of me first. Luo Yunshu immediately let go of him. Through the light projected from the car, she saw that Chen Yan's arm had several more bruises, and said painfully, don't take such a risk in the future. Do you know that I'm worried about you? The mall is only losing some money if something happens to you, but what am I going to do if something happens to you? Seeing her sobbing uncontrollably, Chen Yan raised his hand to help her wipe her tears. Okay, cousin, good. Don't cry ah. The precinct police brought those people to the car and came over. Ms. Luo, little Chen students, you two also come with us. Today's matter also have to give you a statement. Into the police station. The two hands all the evidence submitted to the police, and then followed the statement. Waiting from the office out. Already is 1 in the morning. Chen Yan took the police to the ice packs on the face, while walking and laughed. Fortunately, they are locked up, but also did not waste me to take this beating. Shen Ao crazy that old thing, just now not still crazy very? Now he has to be interrogated honestly. Luo Yunshu took out the car keys and came to the car with the broken back bar. Look, what's the car like? It scares me to think about it. If you dare to risk your life again, don't blame me for disowning you as a cousin. Yo, now you know to put a hard word, just when you were crying. You forgot? Chen Yan said teasingly, pulling open the passenger door. Luo Yunshu got in the car with a sullen face. Let's go stay at my house tonight. I have bruise medicine at home. I'll rub some on you. Okay, then I'll work hard for cousin. Chen Yan propped his chin with both hands and bowed down. His back was the hardest hit area from the beating, and he was a little afraid to lean back. Just like this, he propped himself up and arrived at Luo Yunshu's house. And when he entered, Luo Yunshu found him a loose-fitting women's pajamas. I don't have men's models here. You go take a shower first. Come out and I'll give you medicine. Chen Yan looked at it. Forget it. I'd rather wear my school uniform. The water flow in the bathroom clattered. Not a moment later, he washed up and came out. Luo Yunshu had already changed into her loungewear and was sitting at the head of the bed in the master bedroom, with several different kinds of ointments in front of her. Come over and get down. Let's put some medicine on you. She beckoned. Chen Yan walked over and got down on the bed and lifted his clothes. His back was netted with a bruise. Luo Yunshu squeezed out the ointment and gently applied it to him. Chen Yan grunted in pain and turned his head. Cousin, can you be gentle? Coincidentally, his gaze landed right on Luo Yunshu's collar. The melody of the Bird Elephant Sonata rang out at a high pitch. Chapter 62, Going to Class Normally. Meeting growth holders at the entrance. Chen Yan hurriedly pulled the quilt to hide his embarrassment. Cousin, I'm all small wounds. No need to apply medicine. He climbed up, holding the quilt and walked out. I will go to sleep in the guest bedroom. You also rest early. The medicine isn't finished yet. Put the quilt down. Luo Yunshu frowned, pulling up the corner of the quilt and pulling it back. Chen Yan hadn't thought that his cousin would grab the quilt from him, and didn't grab it that firmly. The quilt fell to the ground. Then, the air was suddenly quiet. Luo Yunshu hurriedly looked away, her face feeling like it had been scalded by boiling water. Cousin, you'd better come back and get down. I'll put the medicine on you. Apply the medicine, and get better fast. No need. Chen Yan picked up being and ran out quickly. This night, the home is very quiet. The next day early in the morning, Chen Yan pulled open the door of the guest bedroom and happened to bump into his cousin who went out together. Cousin had changed into a more austere set of home clothes. Good morning, cousin, he greeted awkwardly. Luo Yunshu also awkwardly returned. Good morning. After saying that, she ran towards the entry door and opened it to pick up the takeout. She turned back and said, quickly go wash up, then come over for breakfast. I'll send you to school later. Oh, good, Chen Yan answered. It wasn't until after breakfast that the atmosphere in the house was a bit more normal. The two of them went downstairs together and got into Luo Yunshu's other car. On the way to school, Chen Yan asked, Cousin, after the nasty incident at the mall yesterday, have you thought about what to do? Luo Yunshu sneered. Of course I want to retaliate. Isn't the Shen family greedy for my shopping mall? I'm going to grip a piece of his flesh off as well. It just so happens that Shenazhou is not around, so you can have more room to maneuver. Chen Yan followed with a laugh, but just as he finished speaking, he heard Luo Yunshu sigh. How can it be as easy as you think? In addition to Shen Ozhou, the Shen family also has a capable person named Shen Yubing, who is Shen Aozhou's youngest daughter, and in terms of business acumen, she is not inferior to Shen Aozhou at all. Even if Shen Aozhou sings a lifetime of tears, as long as she is there, the probability of the Shen family's downfall is still very small. Chen Yan's expression also gradually became grave. He had only heard of Shen Yubing's name a few times. Previously, he was not qualified to know about the Freedom Group, so he naturally did not pay much attention to it. He originally thought that Shen Yubing was just a vase that spelled father, but from his cousin's reaction, Shen Yubing was afraid that he was even more difficult than Shen Aozhou. Then do you have any plans? Chen Yan asked. Luo Yunshu let out a laugh, taking advantage of the matter of Shen's father and son disrupting the public peace. First his family's stocks, and if that side is in disarray, let's see if we can snuggle some of his industry over in the meantime. If you need me, feel free to notify me, Chen Yan said. Soon, the two arrived at the school entrance. Alright, I'll send you here, so I won't get off. Still have to hurry to the building to see how the finishing work is going over there, Luo Yunshu said with a smile. Chen Yan waved his hand. Go, be safe. Good. He got out of the car and watched Luo Yunshu walk away. Just as he turned around and prepared to enter the school, he ran into Growth and Holding Gua head on. These two had both been sent out by him last night to do something else. If they were around, it was probably the group of thugs who should be the ones with the bad luck. Young master, I was. Last night, Holding Gua walked up smilingly. Halfway through his words, he saw the bruises on Chen Yan's face and the back of his hands. Young master, what happened to you? His eyes widened and he turned to Growth. Growth, how did you follow the young master last night? Growth stepped forward with a face full of guilt. I was. Last night. Alright, let's not talk about this beforehand. Chen Yan immediately interrupted and looked at Holding Gua and asked, what happened to the person I asked you to keep an eye on? As soon as this was mentioned, Holding Gua immediately laughed out. Young master, you don't know, that little is really ing spirited, trying to seduce me failed, ran to the school's janitorial room, The old man in the janitorial room was so scared by her that he had a heart attack, or I gave the emergency call, and then ran down the street. He described in detail all of Fang Jichun's behavior after drinking the drug, and then sighed, this under the drug. The strength is really big. What happened afterward? Chen Yan asked. Later holding the country continued. Later she was taken away by the security police. I squatted at the door for a night. Until this morning, she was released. I heard that one ear from afar. She said that she was trying to douse her pet with medicine, and only got it into her mouth due to some mistake. Didn't give the truth. Chen Yan sneered. Did she dare to tell the truth? Once she said it, it could be criminalized as intentional poisoning. She could only swallow this dumb loss. Young master, after this matter is finished, the injuries on your body, the holder asked. Chen Yan looked at the back of his hand and asked in a cold voice, have you heard of the 4 masters of Cloud City? I've heard of them. The holder nodded. But they're just 4 little punks who don't know. Were they the ones who moved against you? Chen Yan nodded. Growth immediately became furious. How dare they make a move against you? I'll go back and find someone to waste them now. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait, Chen Yan called out to him. Those people are still in the prison. It is estimated that they won't be able to come out without 10 days and half a month. You go back and tell your godmother that I'm looking at several of their properties, so that she can help operate them. Understood. Growth nodded. The holder asked again. What about them? Just forget about them? Forget it? How can it be? Chen Yan's mouth quirked. I'll settle the score with them when they come out. By the way, don't tell my godmother about the beating I got. I'm afraid she'll skin you too. Thank you, young master. The two bowed at the same time. Chen Yan waved his hand and entered the school. Su Qingliang came to deliver breakfast as usual and wiped her tears with heartache when she saw the bruises on his body. It took him a lot of effort to coax it, and only after he solemnly promised to his face that he would never put himself in a dangerous situation again. He ate all the breakfast that was brought to him. When the bell rang, the seat next to him was still empty. He couldn't help but wonder. According to Jigaku, Fang Jichun was released this morning. Why hasn't she come by now? Ignoring that much, he plopped down on his desk and caught up on his sleep. Every time he woke up between classes, he had to take out his cell phone to take a look. The whole morning, Fang Jichun was like evaporating on Earth, and there were no messages coming in and out of her cell phone. At noon, Chen Yan took Su Qingliang to the gazebo to study. He had just opened his books when the phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was his cousin calling. He immediately picked it up with a smile. Cousin, is it because you want to show off your battle results with me? On the other end of the phone, Luo Yunshu's tone was particularly heavy. Don't laugh first. Let me tell you something. Shen Zilian was released on bail. Chapter 63 Shen Zilian was released on bail. Out straight to the South City. Chen Yan froze at once. That's not right. His situation doesn't meet the bail conditions at all. How could he be released on bail? Luo Yunshu sighed. The prestige number he used, the phone number, the identity information bound is not him. This morning, his family's lawyer took the registrant to the office. The registrant carried down the main crimes. Left to him, only in the shopping mall uproar, has not triggered bad consequences, according to provocation sentenced to only 5 days or more than 10 days or less. Blanche, Chen Yan couldn't help but curse. He can really be a fox, even old ready to top the bag. The other end of the phone followed suit and sighed again. He continued to ask, what about Xiaozhao? Xiaozhao can't be as ghostly as his son. Whack, his evidence is very sufficient. I guess I'll have to sing the tears of the iron window for a few months, Luo Yunshu said. Then, with a twist of words, she added, there are also the 4 masters of Cloud City, just like Xiaozhao, gathering a crowd and suspected of participating in activities of an underground nature. At least a few months to start. Chen Yan helplessly shook his head. The most wanted to press did not press. Caught are some small karami, but also good. Shin Ao fanatic went in. How can the Shin family can also stop for a while? Right, did not you say this morning that you want to go down on the Freedom Group? How is the battle situation? It's still looking pretty good so far. Freedom Group stock has already dropped, Luo Yunshu said. Alright, I'm still very busy over here. I have to keep an eye on the stock market all the time, so I won't talk to you anymore. Okay, Chen Yan hung up the phone. Freedom Group stock falling. It was the only good news in this call, right? But what's the use of just dropping? The big capitalist group, after this wind, will be able to speculate the stock price back again in a few days. Su Qingliang saw his face full of sadness. Immediately came over. Just now see, your expression is a bit ugly. Is there any difficulty? Chen Yan squeezed out a smile. Nothing, you just study at ease. Oh, Su Qingliang shrunk her neck and whispered, if you have any difficulties, you must tell me. I will do my best to help you. Thanks. The two continued to study. A noon hour passed in a flash. Su Qingliang happily put away her books. In these few days, under Chen Yanlian's patient teaching, Those knowledge points that were originally somewhat ambiguous had been fully consolidated. If she was given another paper now, she would definitely answer it better than before. Chen Yan, thank you. Su Qingliang pasted behind him and whispered. Chen Yan smiled. Do you still need to be so polite with me? Su Qingliang raised the corners of her mouth and without a word, she bounced past Chen Yan and walked towards the teaching building. Chen Yan followed behind. Just after entering the school building, his cell phone finally welcomed a long-lost vibration. He took it out and saw that Fang Jiqiong received a call from an unfamiliar number. The phone was connected, and Shen Zilian's voice came from inside. Shen Zilian, I blanch you. You a stinky framed word. A little bit of small things are not ing good. Want to die? Fang Jiqiong complained. Shen Xiao, I'm not sure how Chen Yan knew about our plan. Less ing nagging with me. I'll give you that 2 million back to me 10 times over. Or I'll find someone to ing kill you. Shen Zilian yelled. Fang Jiqiong immediately begged for mercy. Xiao Shun, how can I have that much money? I was pitched like that by Chen Yan. I'll buy. I hate him 100 times more than you do. Please give me another chance. This time I promise to make him never turn over. You ing less with me guarantee so much. I do not believe. Hurry up and give the money. Shen Zilian said impatiently. Fang Jiqiong said. Shen Xiao, I really don't have that much money. You believe me one last time. I promise. This time, I will absolutely kill Chen Yan. I have a plan. Shen Zilian was silent for a while, and whispered, okay, then I will give you one more chance. If you fail again this time, I will ing let you die without knowing how. Thank you Xiao Shun. Thank you, Xiao Shun. Fang Jiqiong thanked him profusely. Shen Zilian's mood returned to calm. The matter of me instigating you to drug has been carried off by someone. If you encounter cross-examination, you know what to do. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. After more than 10 seconds, Fang Jiqiong sent a message to her father. Dad, are you finished? Her dad didn't reply. Chen Yan put away his cell phone and went back to his class. The afternoon was the same as usual. Nothing special happened, just repeating the same process as before. Fang Jiqiong didn't come back either. Just like in the morning, the entire afternoon did not receive any news about her. Until the evening, Chen Yan packed up his things and went out. He ran face to face with Growth and Holdingwa, who came over to pick him up. The two saw him and immediately came forward. Young master, today, the two of us arranged for a few people to keep an eye on Shen Zilian and found that after he left the security he went back to the Freedom Group for half an hour before taking a taxi to the airport and buying a ticket to South City. Growth reported. Chen Yan frowned. What is he doing in South City? Growth shook his head. I don't know. We've sent someone to follow him there, and that side will report their whereabouts every half an hour. Looking at the time, it should be soon. Good. Chen Yan nodded. At this moment, Holdingwa walked up with a few documents in his hand. Young master, after we went back today and told the boss immediately arranged for people to take over the properties under the hands of those 4 idiots. This is the transfer agreement. He handed the documents to Chen Yan. Chen Yan flipped through it. Those 4 big fools hand also not much stuff nothing more than some foot washing city, KTV, small restaurants and whatnot. There is no one that can hold the stage. How much money did Godmother spend to collect these? Chen Yan asked, holding up 4 fingers. $4. How much? $4? Chen Yan couldn't help but let out a laugh. I don't know if the 4 of them will really shed tears when they come out after singing Tears from the Iron Window. Su Qingliang walked from the direction of class 19. The two of them maintained a distance of about half a meter and walked together shoulder to shoulder towards the outside of the school. After sending Su Qingliang to the car, Holdingwa also drove the car around. Young master, the boss said that your car still has a few days before it can be repaired. Let's send you back. Okay. Chen Yan pulled open the car door and got into the car. For some reason, from the moment he sat in the car, Chen Yan had a feeling of uneasiness. He looked at the slowly receding streetlights outside and sighed softly. Growth sat in the back seat. Seeing his gloomy face, he was about to ask, when the phone suddenly rang. Taking it out and looking at it, it was the middleman calling. He immediately grinned. Young master, the person from the South City side wrote back. Chen Yan turned his head. Pick it up and listen. Good. He picked up the phone and pressed the speakerphone. Hey, what's the situation over there? On the phone, a nervous voice came. King Kong, our people have lost contact. Chapter 64, obtaining the ability of 10,000 people. Sinning. Chen Yan's heart thumped. Could it be that the uneasiness just now was because of this? Growth almost roared out. What's going on? How come it's lost? I don't know. The middleman was also confused. Our people had positioning on them, and they were all quite normal after getting off the plane. Just 2 minutes ago, their positioning suddenly all disappeared, and none of them could get through on the phone. Growth asked in a low voice. None of them can be contacted? None of them can be contacted. The opposite party gave an affirmative reply. Growth sank out of breath. What did Chen Yan do after getting off the plane? Nothing, just riding around South City in a car. And I haven't seen him contact anyone. The middleman replied. Okay, I know. Keep staring on your side. In case you can get in touch, notify me immediately. Growth hung up the phone. Chen Yan's eyelids jumped as a haze enveloped him. South City was one of the biggest cities within the Divine State. Cloud City didn't even have the qualifications to look at its back. Chen Yan ran over there. What on earth was he doing it for? He couldn't help but recall the image from some time ago when he watched his cousin's future. Cousin was lying on a cold iron bed, having both her kidneys dug out, covered in blood, and finally dying in peace. Could it be related to Chen Yan? Those people who followed him had no news. I don't know if they were in danger. Don't go home first. Accompany me to have a midnight snack, Chen Yan whispered. Over the years, whenever he encountered something unhappy, he liked to find something delicious to eat. Growth asked, where are we going to eat? Chen Yan thought for a moment. Go to Tulao Hat. He had been working and studying there for 3 whole years, and had long gotten used to the flavors there. It was also as if he was going to see the boss and the boss's wife. He hadn't seen them for half a month, and he didn't know if they would be able to keep busy. Holding Wood turned the steering wheel and went straight to Victory Road, the old man's barbecue. Holding the country parked the car on the side of the road. The 3 people get off together. The front of the barbecue restaurant was full of customers. Only one table was still empty in the corner. Let's sit and take it. Chen Yan pointed to the corner. The 3 of them walked over together. After being seated, Chen Yan went directly to the store. Mr. and Mrs. Peng Liang were busy, and as soon as they saw him coming, they immediately smiled and asked, Chen Yan, why are you here? Bringing 2 friends over for dinner, Chen Yan said while picking up a notepad in his hand. Which things in the store were more to his liking? He wrote them down in his head. In the past, he didn't want to take advantage of people even if Peng Liang and his wife gave it to him for nothing. Now, he was going to eat it all through. Brother Peng, will I be able to keep busy without the store? He asked casually. Peng Liang laughed inside. It's true that you didn't get used to it in those 2 days when you first left, but now it's fine. Your sister-in-law is going to recruit 1 or 2 more waiters after a while. Are you still coming over on your vacation? Chen Yan smiled and said, I shouldn't be able to come. He works part-time mainly to make money, and nowadays the last thing he needs is money. So what's the point of working? That's fine. Take a good rest for a while. You haven't even poured out time to go out and have fun these 3 years. Do you still have enough money in hand? Peng Liang said. Enough. Chen Yan filled out the list and put it down. Just in time, the back kitchen side baked something and shouted at Peng Liang to serve it. I'll go. It's no fun to sit there dry. Chen Yan went to the back kitchen. The chef was also stunned to see him. The 2 of them briefly exchanged pleasantries and he came out with skewers. It was from table 7. Coming out of the store, he went straight to table 7. Before the things were put down, he heard a man on the table say, Brothers, not to brag to you, don't look at my brother. I'm average looking, but there's never a lack of women around me. I'm like having the attributes of 1,000,000 people. As long as I can get into the eyes of the pretty girls, just hook up 2 sentences, they can go out of their way to play with me. Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan couldn't help but stare. Last time it was the extra goodies when serving kebabs to people, and this time it was again. Several people. Your skewers are ready. He placed the skewers on the table and glanced at their table. They were sitting at table 1, which was more than 10 meters away from this side. Even if they blew out flowers on this side, Chen Yan wouldn't be able to receive it at table 1. There was no need to give away small dishes. He took the empty plate and walked back. Growth came over and asked, Young master, what are you still following to be busy? Sit down and rest for a while. Chen Yan shook his head and said with a smile, I'm sitting all day now. I might as well move around. You guys go back to the table and wait for me. Sending away the Growth. Back to the store. Table 5 skewers were ready. He picked up the tray again and headed out. The customers at table 5 were all women. Looking at their dresses, they should be in sales. All of them wore exquisite makeup and looked good. Chen Yan put the skewers on the table. Several people. Your skewers are ready. Enjoy. Several women turned their heads at the same time, and their gazes fell on Chen Yan. Chen Yan immediately had the feeling of being stared at by wolves and couldn't help but shiver. Do a few people have anything else? The woman sitting on his left-hand side took out her cell phone. Little brother, let's add a Wi-Fi. My sister sees that you are handsome and wants to talk to you. And me. Add me too. The woman on the right-hand side also immediately pulled out her cell phone. Chen Yan's scalp went numb. Is this the so-called 10,000 people's favorite attribute? It sounds pretty good, but using it. These women are obviously quite a bit older than him, and they didn't enter his eyes. So how meaningless it is to add wizards. Brother, you work here is also to work and study. Right, sister to pour you a cup of wine. You drink the sister to give you $1,000. How about it? The woman sitting opposite him lifted her cup and poured a full glass of white wine. Chen Yan gave an awkward laugh. Sisters don't joke around. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'm leaving. He took the empty plate and turned around to run. Brother, what are you going to do? Little brother, don't be shy. Sisters just want to have a drink with you. Little brother. Several women stood up and called out one after another. Chen Yan ran into the store and leaned on the bar and covered his chest. I blanch. Too scary. I thought that this was even, but I didn't want to. He slipped a number of efforts. A few women entered the store. Brother, what are you running for? Sisters just want to have a drink with you. Don't be shy. Chen Yan's goosebumps rose. The current picture had a kind of vestigial feeling of the Tang monk entering the Ponzi cave. Female bodhisattvas, collect your divine powers. He screamed miserably and hurriedly hid in the toilet, closing the door and plugging it in. He pushed against the door panel. A thumping tremor came from behind him. Little brother, sisters are not goblins and don't eat people. This way, you come out and have a drink with us. Just one drink. Chen Yan wanted to cry. Sinning nothing to come and eat what skewers Chapter 65 Escape from the Earth. Old man, encourage the growth of holding the country to blow a couple of words. Little brother, good boy. Open the door. Open it quickly. I want to come in. Little brother, you have the ability to tease us. You have the ability to open the door. Don't hide inside and don't make a sound. We're going to crash the door. The door shook more and more. Chen Yan's hands pushed the wall dead on. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of wood breaking. After a while, the sound outside gradually got smaller, and the door panel stopped vibrating. He gasped for breath, the top of his head oozing sweat beads. What's going on here? He relaxed, wiped a handful of sweat, was about to open the door. Outside came knocking. His nerves tightened, hurriedly leaned on the door, hands propped up on the wall. Who? Young master, those women have been driven away by us. You can come out now. Growth's voice came from outside. For the first time since he had known Growth, he felt that the other party's voice was like heavenly music. He pulled open the door and came out in a sorry state. Growth and Holdfast looked at him and couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. Young master, if you let the boss know that you are like this, you will definitely be very satisfied. Well, very satisfied. Growth and Holding State sang in unison. Chen Yan's face was a little red. You two see if the toilet door is broken. If it's not, pack what I ordered. Let's eat somewhere else. After saying this, he quickly walked out the door and directly got into the car. After waiting for 10 minutes, Growth and Holding came out and got into the car with sizzling kebabs. Young master, where are we going to eat? Holding Gui asked. Chen Yan thought about it. Go to the river. It's cool. Good. The car started and went to the riverside. The evening breeze at the riverside was particularly cool, and many people were willing to come here for a walk after dinner. The three of them found a secluded place to sit down. Chen Yan asked, the people over there haven't moved yet? Growth sulked. No. Chen Yan sighed and immediately pulled out his cell phone. He felt the need to call his cousin and talk to her about the situation. Whether it was useful or not, it wouldn't be wrong to defend one hand. The phone dialed, but the other party was slow to pick up. Chen Yan frowned, his heartbeat gradually accelerating. Cousin couldn't be in danger, right? He couldn't help but think wildly. As the phone was about to hang up automatically, the opposite party finally picked up. Hey, cousin, is there something wrong with calling me this late? Cousin, where are you? Chen Yan asked nervously. Luo Yunshu said strangely, where else could I be? Of course I'm at home. Then why did it take so long to pick up? Chen Yan's tone had a slight huff in it. I was taking a shower. Luo Yunshu let out a laugh. What's wrong? It's only been a day since you've seen cousin and you miss her? It just so happens that the foam on my body hasn't been rinsed off yet. Do you want to? A hazy picture appeared in his mind. Chen Yan immediately felt his ears burning. That, cousin, I'm calling you for something serious. He coughed dryly twice. What business? Luo Yunshu asked. Chen Yan took a deep breath and tried to empty his mind. You sniped the Freedom Group today. How was the result? Not good. Luo Yunshu's tone changed instantly, sounding as if she was angry. What's wrong? Chen Yan asked after her. Luo Yunshu helplessly said, originally, the morning was fine, but as a result, in the afternoon, people from the Yi family in South City suddenly intervened, and the Freedom Group instantly rolled over. And if it wasn't for me withdrawing quickly, I'm afraid that I'd have folded in at this moment. South City again. Chen Yan's eyes widened. The opposite side also seemed to have heard a bit of the doorway. What is South City again? What else do you know? Chen Yan said seriously. Shen Zilian went to Nanchang after he came out of the security office this morning. My side found someone to follow him there, and soon after he landed, he lost contact. As the words fell, both of them were silent for a few seconds. Luo Yunshu said in a cold voice, as far as I know, Xin Yubing has a marriage contract with a certain side branch of the Yi family in South City. A small side branch has such power. The Yi family deserves to be a great family with 100 years of inheritance. Shen Zilian running over there. It's 80% no good. Chen Yan's face also became incomparably grave. Luo Yunshu continued, but you don't have to worry too much. South City is so far away from us. Their arms can't reach the side yet. If you run into the Shin family again in the future, just be on guard. Are you sure it's okay? Chen Yan asked rhetorically. Sure, Luo Yunshu said with certainty. Alright, I don't have anything else. I'm just telling you about Shen Zilian's schedule and want to remind you to prepare early. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Since you knew earlier, I have nothing to worry about. Hang up. I'm going to eat. Wait. Luo Yunshu hurriedly stopped. What else does cousin have to do? I want to ask you, when you're going to come stay at cousin's house again? Cough cough cough. Chen Yan choked and coughed repeatedly. Cousin, I'm going to eat first. We'll talk again sometime. See you later. He hurriedly hung up the phone. Beside him, the two of them, Growth and Holding State, were staring at him, and he was a little uncomfortable. What are you two looking at me like that for? He asked in a low voice. Growth said, it's just that I feel that young master is getting more and more manly, and when it comes to the future, there will definitely be an old lot of little girls chasing after you. Yes, Holding followed and nodded. Won't we see it today? Holding State basically doesn't talk much in front of him on weekdays, but when he opens his mouth, how come it's so off-putting? Stop, I don't want to have a second time of what happened today. It's too damn scary, Chen Yan said afterward. Afterwards, he picked up the kebabs. Come on, try his family's specialties. These are my favorites. The two of them were not polite and lifted up their kebabs. Under the moonlight, two burly men sandwiched a physically thin man sitting by the river. Bamboo sticks flying, laughter bursting forth. The river was heaving, reflecting the moonlight. It was a unique flavor. The three of them were chatting, relaxed and at ease. Although there is the so-called master-servant relationship constraints, but not as formal as seen in movies and TV dramas. While chatting, Chen Yan suddenly came up with an idea. The system's ability is to transform the content of bragging. It just so happens that there are two people beside him, so let them brag as much as they want, and he himself will continue here. Wouldn't it be great? Growth, Holding State, do you two usually blow hard? Chen Yan asked for no reason. Growth and Holding froze at the same time. Young master, why are you asking this? Boss is most annoyed with people who brag about being powerful, so don't screw us over. Am I that kind of person? Chen Yan straightened his neck and raised his hand to pat the shoulders of the two. I just want to hear about blowing awesome. You two blow. I'll listen. Growth and Holding State fell into contemplation and held their breath for a while. Their faces were red, but they didn't blow out. Growth said with a bitter face, Young master, you are too difficult for us. The boss does not like to hear people blow. Follow her all these years we have long forgotten how to blow. Or, you mention a head? Blowing can be forgotten. You two can be really waste. Chen Yan said disgustedly, and then looked at Growth. You and I drummed up enough energy to blow. Say you can fly. Chapter 66, punished for cheating by utilizing the system's rules. Two bodyguards take to the baths. I can fly. Growth shouted. Chen Yan's eyes were full of anticipation, and he was about to try to see if he could fly when he suddenly felt his body shaking uncontrollably. Then, a foul odor surged into his nostrils. Looking down, I blanch. What's wrong with me? Ah! Chen Yan shouted in despair. He was a young and handsome guy. How did he become incontinent? At this time, the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding! The host took the initiative to find someone to brag about. Suspected of using the system's loopholes to make improper profits, so he was punished once. This incontinence lasts for 1 minute. If the same thing happens again, the punishment will last for 1 hour, and each subsequent punishment lasts for an incremental amount of time. You didn't say you couldn't brush it yourself when it was bound in the first place. Chen Yan screamed in his heart. When it was not clearly stated, belongs to the system unilateral error. The system produces all the revenue. The right to explain to the system. Hope the host is clear. Nim mother asterisk 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 error. This is a ing overbearing clause. I'm going to report you. The system is going to make the following solutions to synthesize the feedback from the hosts. 1. Unbind the system and take back all the contents that the system has realized. 2. The host apologizes to the system and promises to strictly abide by the system's usage code in the future. And this punishment will end. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The system's voice just stopped and Chen Yan immediately apologized. Although a great man is born between heaven and earth. But, earning benefits, there is no shame. I promise. In the future, I will strictly abide by the code of system usage. System, stop it now. Just after the words were said, the control of the body was restored. Turning his head, he looked at Growth Holding. The duo had already taken many steps backward, covering their noses. Growth asked, Young master, what's wrong with you? Chen Yan was incomparably embarrassed. I am fine. Then how did you? Shut up. Chen Yan took advantage of the night and hurriedly jumped into the river. Even in summer, the river water at night was a bit cool. He squatted in the water, only revealing a head. You guys hurry up and help me find a clean set of clothes to go. The two nodded and left. Not long after, they returned with a new set of clothes. Chen Yan looked around. Fortunately, I found such a sparsely populated place at that time. Otherwise, the face will be lost. Downstream fishing guys. Sorry. He simply cleaned in the water, ran up while no one was around, and rushed to put on his clothes by the shadow of the berm. As for the school uniform, throw it away. There's another set at home. Deal with wearing it. There's still half a month to go before graduation. There's no need to spend money on clothes. Climbing back up the embankment, he looked at the kebabs on the ground. Come on, have a couple more bites? No, no. The two shook their heads at the same time. Chen Yan was also a bit sick to his stomach. The scene just now was always lingering in his mind. Young master, the holder suddenly spoke. Chen Yan turned his head to look at him. What's wrong? Holding Guo said. You just asked me to blow awesome. I did not blow it out. The way I went to buy clothes for you, I finally thought of one. I'll blow it to you now. Stop. Do not blow again. Chen Yan hurriedly stopped. If he blew again, he was going to go squat in the water for an hour. The night fishing enthusiasts downstream would definitely look for him. Ha! The holder froze for a moment. Not blowing again? No more blowing. No more blowing. Chen Yan shook his head repeatedly. Achoo! Probably because he had been in the water for a long time, and when he went ashore and was blown by the wind, he was a bit cold and couldn't help but sneeze. Young master, did you spend too much time in the cool water and catch a cold? Growth said nervously. Let's brother and sister take you to a hot bath. It's not impossible, haha. Chen Yan rubbed his nose and followed the two to the car. Kana Mountain, Cloud City's first-class bathing center. It was much cleaner now. Previously, this place gathered more than half of Cloud City's Gallic chicken. Since the big cleanup, the parking lot here had gone cold. Young master, the sweat sauna here is absolutely first class. I'll bring you to experience it today as well. Growth had a smile on his face. Chen Yan pushed the door to get off the car and followed the duo into the bath. This was the first time he came to such a high-grade bath center. After receiving a number plate and changing shoes, the three of them went straight in. The water in the big pool is sparkling. A trip to the surface. That is called a comfort. Looking at Chen Yan's body with multiple bruises, holding the country sullen face, young master, that group of hands, how to be so ruthless? Look to you hit. Chen Yan also looked down. Indeed, the bruises on his body looked quite scary. I don't know why he was so rigid at that time, staring at the green hairs and beating them even though he was carrying the damage. Thinking about it now, he regretted it. Men, it's normal to have some injuries on your body. Growth smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, these injuries did not let the boss see. Otherwise, the two of them would not be any better. You just say it lightly. I don't know who it was that day. Seeing these injuries on the young master's body, they were scared to pee. The holder slanted a glance and said contemptuously, he usually belonged to the silent type, at least in front of Chen Yan. Once he entered the pool, his words were soaked up and bubbled out. Holding country, you less put there to reveal my short. Your first sight, you do not hemp ah. Growth rolled his eyes, listening to the two of them speak. Chen Yan couldn't help but think, what kind of person is godmother? How did she scare these two big and strong men like this? You two tell me about my godmother. Usually when I see her, she is more gentle, but I see that you all seem to be scared of her. Chen Yan asked. Growth laughed. Isn't it a bit not nice to talk about the boss behind her back? If she finds out, I am afraid of getting beaten up. Chen Yan narrowed his eyes. Fine, then you won't talk about it. When I'm on vacation, I'll go and let my godmother take a look at these injuries on my body. Don't. Growth hurriedly waved his hand, then squeezed his eyebrows at Holding State. Holding State, you've been with the boss the longest. It's better for you to say something. Holding Guo rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. To say that boss what a strange person. I think back then when I first met her, she was still just an accountant of a construction company. He began to reminisce, telling many things in the past as if they were his family's favorites. Even listening to him describe it, Chen Yan felt his heart tremble. I didn't expect that my godmother had gone through so many hardships and dangers when she became the underground queen of Cloud City. Holding Guo also became more and more excited the more he spoke. When I thought about it, I didn't have the status I have now. So why could I stand out amongst the boss's many minions, relying on a ruthlessness, going out to collect accounts, whoever ing dares not to pay? I can carry a knife and whisk it from the North District to the South District, and I've left a lot of injuries on my body. He raised his arm, above several knife scars, to say that I'm also powerful, injured as nothing, smoking a cigarette effort can be well then go on to collect accounts. Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Is converting bragging content, conversion successful? Chapter 67, Bath Rubbing Master contributes iron sand palm, gets dual ability of bath rubbing and massage again. Chen Yan was stunned. Holding this is blowing awesome? Didn't you say just now that you won blow awesome? This man, really hypocritical. At the same time, he felt that those parts of the injury were hot. Growth stood up and said in a disgusted tone, holding state, stop blowing awesome. He looked at Chen Yan again. Young master, let's go. Let's go for a scrub and then go for a press. Good. Chen Yan followed suit and got up. After soaking in the hot pool for such a long time, he felt much more comfortable. The two of them came to the bed by the pool and plopped down on it. Two old men tied with bath towels and wearing slippers walked up. Two for a bath? Well, give us a good scrub, Growth said. A bath master came to Chen Yan's side and looked at the bruises on his back. Young man, how did you get this? Practicing kung fu. Chen Yan found a reason to put it off. Saying that he was beaten by someone was a bit too embarrassing. You still know kung fu? The bath master picked up the bath towel and put it on Chen Yan's back. These days, there are less and less people practicing kung fu. Between words, the master had already rubbed it. At first, Chen Yan was worried that those injuries on his body would be painful, but after the bath towel went around his back twice, other than understanding the stinging and scratching, there was no other feeling. Being waited on to rub bath is more cool than rubbing yourself. Chen Yan very enjoyable leaning on his chin, just casually practicing. The master laughed. Casual practice is also rare. Nowadays, all the children are tender and pampered, unlike when I was young. Young man, to be honest, I've practiced kung fu too. What kind of kung fu have you practiced? Chen Yan asked. Iron sand palm, the bath master said proudly. The system didn't have any hints. Chen Yan was a bit surprised. This dry and thin-looking old man had practiced iron sand palm? What realm have you practiced to? He hurriedly asked after him. The master smiled and said, barely the highest realm. Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Just after the words fell, Chen Yan felt a warmth in his hands. Good fellow. Unexpected harvest. This old man had indeed practiced iron sand palm, just not to the highest realm. At this moment, a series of memories about iron sand palm also slowly surfaced in his mind. It had to be said that Chinese orthodox martial arts were just more practical than the stick's contraptions. Whether it was the actual combat effect or the visual effect, it was simply not on the same level. Master, so you've been practicing iron sand palm for so many years. Do you have any achievements? Achievements? Well, Master dragged his long voice. Does the national rubbing competition champion count? Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan had to laugh again. Does it make sense to brag even about this kind of thing? When a fun listen to it. Just is this ability really useful? Young master, just listen to this old man blowing. He does have 2 skills in rubbing baths, but he will only make a name for himself on this street. Growth plopped down on the side and laughed. And what national bath rubbing competition? I've been mixing for so many years, and I've never heard of such a competition. Chen Yan just smiled and didn't say anything. The old man was exposed and didn't move. After a while, Growth asked, young master, I had a doubt just now. Why did you let me in holding country blow awesome? Chen Yan said, just want to listen to the fun. So are you still listening now? Just now inspired by this old man. I also thought of something I can blow. No need. Next time, Chen Yan hurriedly said. Just now, outside. Maybe everything was okay. Now that he was in the bath, if he came for an hour continuously, it wouldn't take until tomorrow for his name to resonate through Cloud City. The two casually chatted for a while. The bathmaster finished rubbing his back and patted it twice. Young man, turn around. Chen Yan turned over. The old man took a look and marveled. I blanch. Growth was attracted by this voice and turned his head to look. Young master, I didn't pay attention when I entered the pool just now. You are too damn good. Chen Yan was a little embarrassed. Okay, hurry up and rub it. The bathmaster smiled, and then began to use this as the center of the circle, chatting in a circle. After rubbing the bath, the three of them went to massage again. At the massage person's place, Chen Yan obtained top massage techniques again. Only after enjoying all the services that could be enjoyed here did the three of them come out. When getting dressed, the holder looked at the bruises on Chen Yan's body that had already faded to somewhat invisible, and said in surprise, young master, the injuries on your body are healed? Chen Yan looked down. When it healed, he didn't pay attention to it. Maybe it was really like what Holding said. It healed with the effort of smoking a cigarette, going out and settling the bill. Chen Yan got into the car. Young master, can we go home now? Yes. He nodded and looked at the lights outside that were quickly sweeping backwards. Today, I gained so many abilities at once. Just, apart from the iron sand palm, the rest are all very chicken ribs, especially that bull asterisk 10,000 people's enchantment. It can't be used easily. Once used, the scourge is even greater. Seeing that he had reached the downstairs of his home, he turned his head and asked, Holding Gua, do you know under what circumstances people are willing to blow awesome? Holding Gua thought for a moment. Willing to blow when drinking. If young master wants to hear it, I'll blow you the one I just conceptualized. Don't. Chen Yan raised his hand to stop. It's no fun to listen to you guys blowing powerful. I want to listen to strangers blowing. It's best to blow something about property, social status or something like that. So help me think about it. Where should I go? The two looked at each other. If we are this age too good to say, want to hear people blow awesome? Just call classmates out to hold a reunion. But at your age, growth trailed off. What's wrong with my age? Chen Yan raised his eyebrows. Although those classmates of mine can't blow anything. But your line growth, holding, I'll give you two a very important task. Go back and organize a reunion for each of you. Let me know when you've organized it. I'll go over and sit in on it. Growth's face immediately wrinkled out a dozen furrows. Isn't this? His mom looking for trouble for himself? He is a mixed underground. And those classmates have little contact. How to organize? Holding is even more speechless. Young master, I never went to school. No classmates. What should I do? Chen Yan's face was long. The holder's age looks to be in his 40s. How come he hasn't been to school? You are not fooling me? No. When I was a child, my family was difficult and I couldn't afford to go to school. The holder sighed. Alright, then Growth will organize it. Let me know when it's organized. Chen Yan looked at Growth. Yes, young master. His reply was obviously out of breath. Chen Yan didn't care and looked at Holding again and asked, do you still know of anyone who is willing to blow? Preferably the kind that is tied to money. Holding Gua pondered for a moment. Would a stock exchange hall do? Chapter 68 Come to the stock trading floor on the weekend and get 3 abilities in one breath. Maybe it was because it was close to the big exam. In the last few days, the teachers were a lot more amiable. The seat next to Chen Yan was empty until the weekend. Fong Jiqian did not come, and her phone did not send or receive another message. To say that the one who was most anxious was none other than Hu Qin. Fong Jiqian is her favorite student, still counting on her to soar. It was the weekend. Chen Yan got up early and went to the stock trading hall. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by an oversized electronic screen with many red and green stocks scrolling on it. He turned around inside. He was thinking about how he could find someone to brag about, when a laughing voice came from his ears. Old Lu, you're right to listen to me. I can't pit anyone but you. With my experience in the stock market for so many years, which stock can go up, which stock can go down, how much it goes up and how much it goes down, I can tell at a glance. Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan was curious and came over. The person who had just bragged was selling a stock called Tiger Batch Group to his companion. That stock was slowly rising at this moment. Looking at the name of the group, Chen Yan frowned. Tiger Batch Group. How Tiger Batch is the owner? How dare he use such a name? He glanced at that stock and an illusory image suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This stock would plummet after noon, even all the way down. The middle-aged man called Old Lu said worriedly, Old Crooked, I've been watching this stock since you recommended it to me. It's been falling for 3 days in a row. Can it really go up today? Old Crooked said, don't worry, it can definitely go up. If it doesn't, I'll rip my head off and give it to you. Chen Yan couldn't help but let out a laugh. The laughter immediately attracted the attention of Old Crooked and Old Lu. Both of them turned back at the same time, and their gazes towards Chen Yan were somewhat icy. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Chen Yan waved his hand, not wanting to say much. What did it have to do with him if others were cheated or not? He turned around and was about to leave, but Old Crooked was unforgiving. Stand there for me. Chen Yan turned back, his gaze cold for 2 minutes. Old Crooked walked forward, looking angry. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, you don't want to leave. Why are you laughing? Chen Yan sank his face. Why are you laughing? You don't know in your heart. I didn't want to say it, but since you have to make me say it, then I'll say it. He came to Old Lu. This friend of yours is a bit unreliable. This stock he recommended to you can still fall today. Bull asterisk. Without waiting for Old Lu to speak, Old Crooked immediately ran over. You little brat. What are you talking nonsense about? He looked Chen Yan up and down, with a contemptuous face. How old are you? You dare to tell me what to do in front of me? When I was playing stocks, you didn't even play with the umbilical cord. What kind of face is there to compare with Lai here? Chen Yan narrowed his eyes. We can speak properly. Cannot speak on your cesspit cover? 2 words do not leave mum. Show your filial piety. Hey, you little brat. Old Crooked rolled up his sleeves. Old Lu saw this and immediately came up to stop. Old Crooked, don't be impulsive. What are you fighting with a child? Between words, he also made eyes at Chen Yan. signaling him to hide away. Old Lou, get up off me. If I don't teach this kid a lesson today, I'll write my ing name backwards. He jumped higher and higher, but the distance was getting farther and farther away. Che, no guts. Chen Yan snorted lightly, then looked at Old Lou. He could sense that Old Lou was a real person, without so many bad intentions. Just now, when he saw that Old Crooked was going to make a move on him, he was still able to take the initiative to go forward and stop him. He also sent Old Lou a creation. Right? If you believe me, don't buy Tiger Batch's stock. It's sure to fall. If you want to buy it, buy Iron Net Fishing Farm. That stock can go up. Old Crooked looked back. Iron Net Fishing has been lukewarm since the opening of the market this morning. It's been up for 2 minutes and down for 2 minutes. He laughed softly. You little bastard can really pretend ah. Iron Net Fishing Farm stock hasn't changed in how many days? You're here blah 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 to go up. Okay, I'll just stare here. If it goes up this morning, I'll change my last name to yours, and call you daddy. Forget it, I don't want a filial son like you. Chen Yan cast a disgusted glance. Old Crooked turned his head to look at Old Lou. Old Lou, you believe me, Tiger Batch can definitely go up. How much money have I made from buying stocks over the years? You don't know if others don't know? I can fake anything else. Can I still fake the henteing villa? It's all the money I've earned from buying stocks. Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan only felt his pocket crashed. Reaching out, in his pocket was a key. The place recommended by the holder is really good. Old Lou was a little shaken. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth picked up. Since Old Crooked is so capable of blowing, let's use Old Lou to stimulate him. This uncle, stocks are risky. Invest with caution. He came to Old Lou's side and continued. I'm sure you've seen that I've recommended this one to you. It hasn't risen or fallen for a few days in a row. If you buy it, even if it doesn't rise, you won't lose money, right? On the other hand, the Tiger Batch's stock has been green for several days. In case it's still green today, won't we lose money? These days, it's better to trust strangers than acquaintances. Some people like to catch their friends in the pit. Chen Yan laughed derisively. Old Lou frowned and pondered for a moment. His eyes gradually changed. Even though he didn't say anything, Chen Yan knew in his heart that he definitely listened those words in. You little brat, you have to instigate my relationship with Old Lou, don't you? Old Crooked came over and rolled up his sleeves while glaring. I even learned sparring back then and won the province's sparring championship, so I'll let you see what I can do today, he said while raising his fist. Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan laughed lightly and gently moved his shoulders twice. Just, after he raised his hand, he didn't drop it in a hurry. He turned his head to look at Old Lou, and saw that Old Lou was staring at the screen in contemplation, and didn't notice his side at all. Chen Yan smiled and asked, why don't you fight anymore? Isn't it the champion of sparring? Don't you think it's a coincidence? I also just won a sparring championship some time ago, so it's just right that we have two sparring champions, one old and one new, to compete against each other. He unwillingly lowered his arm and said with feigned generosity, how can I, an old-timer, be general with a youngster like you? Forget it. You hurry up and get the hell away from me. Don't delay me and my friend from picking stocks. Chen Yan laughed and said, good, just in time for me to pick. He glanced at Iron Net Fishing. It wasn't far from a big rise. I'll buy Iron Net Fishing Ground. Do you dare to buy Tiger Batch Group? What's there to dare? Just buy it. Old Crooked threw out his arms and started operating on the machine. Just then, Chen Yan's phone rang. Mr. Chen, the rental period of your villa on Henteing Mountain has come to an end. Do you proceed to rent it out? Chapter 69, Stocks Go Up and Down. Old Crooked is going to have a heart attack. No more renting. I'm graduating soon and I'm going to go back to live by myself. Chen Yan replied. The opposite party smiled and said, okay, I will notify the tenant to leave now. Good. The two hung up the phone. Not long after, Old Crooked's phone rang. Taking it out, he saw that it was from the real estate consultant and hurriedly picked it up. Hello, Manager Zhang. Hello. I'm at the stock exchange now. Saying that, he looked at Chen Yan and Old Lou and covered the microphone and went to the side. What exactly the two said, Chen Yan did not know, but at the core, it was nothing more than asking Old Crooked to move out. Old Crooked hung up the phone and came back, his face sullen. Chen Yan's phone rang. It was a message from the real estate consultant. Mr. Chen, the other side said that the stock market is closed at noon to come back to make room for you. We will send someone over to acceptance in the afternoon. If there is no problem, you will be able to move in tomorrow. Chen Yan's fingers flew. Good. The stock market opens at 9:30 a.m., closes at 1500 hours p.m., and is closed from 11:30 to 1300 hours p.m. Chen Yan glanced at the two men's stocks. Tiger Batch Group was about to plummet around 11:21, falling in just 5 minutes. As for his Iron Net Fishing, It will go up around 11:23, stopping in 3 minutes. It was also only 9:45 now, so he was in no hurry. He found a place to sit down, and Old Crooked is still continuing to brainwash Old Lou. Old Lou has been hesitant. After playing the game in the corner for an hour and a half, and seeing that it was almost time for the stock change, Chen Yan came back. Old Crooked coldly grunted. "See, my stock is starting to go red." "Well, then what?" Chen Yan said indifferently. "Then?" Old Crooked sneered. "Is there any need for a then? I've already proved my eye for investment with facts. You still don't believe me when I say you're tender." He glanced at Old Lou again. "Old Lou, do you regret it?" Old Lou was silent. Chen Yan glanced at his watch. It was already 11:20. There was still 1 minute before the tiger batch plummeted. "You continue to be smug. 1 more minute and you won't be able to laugh." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Crooked cursed. "I'm in a great situation. According to my estimation, the next 3 days will go all the way up." "Don't believe you." Before he finished his words, the stock he was focusing on instantly turned green. Chen Yan picked his chin and said with a smile, "Look, I'm right." "No way. How is this possible?" His shouts caught the attention of some people. When the two had gambled on buying stocks earlier, there were a few people nearby watching. Many of them were veteran stockholders, and they all agreed that Tiger Batch should go up today. But the panic-inducing green color silently slapped many self-righteous people in the face. 2 minutes in a row, the decline reached 5%. Old Crooked covered his heart. He just now but put his entire capital into it. Blink of an eye shrunk 5%. He felt like he was going to have a heart attack. And, looking at this trend, it seems that it will also fall. He did not want to wait any longer, ready to go to the hands of the stock sold. Chen Yan saw him to run, pulled him. "Don't be in a hurry, you just see your own. Haven't seen mine." He pointed to the one he bought. The moment his words fell, the Iron Net Fishing Farm stock began to rise like crazy. The rate of increase was shocking. It went up. Surprisingly, this one went up. My goodness, this lad was right. Many people were marveling. Chen Yan smiled faintly. "It turns out that I wasn't wrong, right? You." Old Crooked gritted his teeth, his head spinning. After being dragged by Chen Yan for 3 whole minutes, the changes of the two stocks stopped at the same time. Only, Chen Yan's was up, but Old Crooked's was down. "Young man, what other stocks will go up today? Tell the gang." "Yes, this day is considered to have come. Actually really encountered it can predict the stock trend." "Predicting what? But just a fluke bet, right?" The surrounding people chattered. Chen Yan saw that someone had found a good reason for him and immediately said, "I'm just a fluke. Everyone just keep an eye on what you want to buy." He ran off to sell the stocks. Old Crooked drooped his head, looking disoriented. He originally wanted to pretend in front of his friends, but he ended up putting himself in it. He looked at the stock. His eyes twitched. "Anyway, it has fallen. It will not continue to fall today. It is better to just leave it, in case it goes up later." In the blink of an eye, when the market closed at noon, his phone rang once again. It was the real estate consultant again. "Old Crooked, hurry over to move things. The original owner of the villa is coming back to live tomorrow. Be quick." "Good." He sighed and turned his head to look at Old Lou. "Old Lou, go somewhere with me." The two of them and Chen Yan left the stock trading hall back and forth. When they got downstairs, the two of them took a taxi and left, while Chen Yan went to the nearby garage and drove the Koenigsegg. Sitting in the car, looking at the account changes in his bank card, he let out a laugh. It's better to buy stocks to get money fast. With the stock god's skills, he could clearly see the future trend of each stock, as long as it was operated properly. Wanting to make money wasn't a snap. He drove away. In front of the villa, Old Crooked and Old Lou got out of the cab. "Old Lou, this is the villa I bought," Old Crooked introduced. "I was blinded that one time, and I was even stumbled upon by you. It's really a shame." Old Lou looked at the villa, his eyes full of surprise. "This is your home?" "Yes." Old Crooked nodded his head. The corner of his mouth raised a light smile. "This is all what I have earned from playing stocks in recent years." Old Lou was very surprised. He had been friends with Old Crooked for many years. He knew very well what conditions Lau Crooked's family used to be in. Living in a silo built in the 1970s, 3 meals a day was a problem. But now, "I can afford to live in such a luxurious villa. Looking at it makes people envious." Just as the two were about to enter, a sound of a sports car engine came from behind. Both of them turned their heads at the same time, and they saw Chen Yan driving his car over. He parked the car and jumped down directly with one hand on the car door. "You followed me?" Old Crooked glared, his eyes flicking between the Koenigsegg and Chen Yan. Chen Yan smiled and said, "Why would I follow you? I came over to repossess my house." "Possessing a house?" Old Lou frowned and looked at Old Crooked. "Old Crooked, isn't this your house?" Old Crooked had probably guessed Chen Yan's identity, but he couldn't lose face in front of his friends. He had opened a stock speculation training course, and he was still counting on his friends to introduce students to him. Yes, I am not thinking of living on my own is a bit too wasteful. Thinking of renting out for some money to continue to speculate on the stock market. Oh, old Lu nodded, then hurried to pack it. The two came to the door, and at this time, Chen Yan had already entered the courtyard. Hey, without my permission, who let you in? Old Crooked shouted when he saw this. Chapter 70 Brainstorming Brainwashed Short Drama Clips. Receiving 2 years of rent. Chen Yan glanced at him. I entered my own villa yard. What's wrong with that? Old Lu raised his eyebrows and smiled in a calm tone. Young man, are you mistaken? This villa is my friend's. He hasn't rented it out yet. Even if you're the lessee, you should have waited for him to finish packing, right? Is that what he told you? Chen Yan pointed at Old Crooked and gave an absurd laugh. Yeah, what's the problem? Old Lu blinked one after another with a puzzled face. Old Lu, you go pack up for me first. I'll talk to this young man. After all, he's going to rent my house in the future. I have to make an appointment with him. Old Crooked walked over and patted Old Lu's shoulder. Old Lu didn't think much of it and turned to leave. Old Crooked grimly threatened. Kid, I know, you are the original owner of this villa. I'll move out this afternoon. You give me some face in front of my friends. I know the owner of this neighborhood. Don't want to live in the future. It's best to do what I say. Ding, detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. The system voice fell, and Chen Yan had some more information about the neighborhood boss in his mind. He let out a light laugh. It's this time and still thinking about bragging about being powerful. I really don't know what he's bragging about. You're still laughing? Old Crooked's voice was low. Because of your curse, my stock directly dropped. I have the generosity to not want to get into it with you, and you have a little bit in your own heart. Don't force me to find my boss and ask him to cut off the water and electricity to your villa. Okay, find him. Chen Yan laughed and said, I'm the most ungrateful person. If you can get the boss to come here and pack me hard, I'm still happy. The Old Crooked eyes a little float. I see you are a young man, do not want to be the same as you. You see the good to end it, and then against me. Ing not move. See what you can do to me? Just then, outside the villa, a middle-aged man led a young man this way. Did Qin Shao really say he's coming back tomorrow? The middle-aged man lowered his head. His steps hurried. He was the boss who developed this neighborhood. Shang Jinpeng. The young man next to Shang Jinpeng was Zhang Jing, the neighborhood's property consultant. Yes, Mr. Shang, I just finished contacting Mr. Chen this morning, Zhang Jing said. Shang Jinpeng nodded. Seeing that he was almost at the villa, he suddenly stopped. Xiao Zhang, I forgot something. Go back and fetch it for me. It's on my desk. A dark blue envelope. Okay, Mr. Shang. Zhang Jing turned around and ran back. Shang Jinpeng walked towards the villa alone and quickly. When he arrived at the villa, the first thing he saw was Chen Yan, who was standing face to face with Old Crooked in the courtyard. Chen Shao, you're here. Shang Jinpeng pushed open the door and walked in quickly. Old Crooked looked at Shang Jinpeng with his evil eyes and asked in a cold voice, who are you and who let you break into my villa? Shang Jinpeng froze for a moment and looked at Chen Yan. Chen Shao, it's because he was too deep into the drama and took the villa as his. Mr. Shang, forgive me. Chen Yan smiled. Mr. Shang? What Mr. Shang? Old Crooked frowned. Chen Yan picked his chin. Didn't you say you know the owner of the neighborhood? The person is standing in front of you now, and you can't recognize him instead? He's the owner of the neighborhood? Old Crooked looked at Shang Jinpeng with contempt. Shang Jinpeng started from nothing, worked as a mason, contractor, and finally became a big boss. After becoming famous, he didn't wear a suit all day like other bosses, and he was basically in a work uniform when he didn't meet formal occasions. Kid, are you kidding me? Old Crooked tilted his mouth, then suddenly realized, oh, I know, you were eavesdropping on the side when I was on the phone today, and the reason why you came over was to embarrass me, right? Chen Yan and Shang Jinpeng both froze for a moment. Young Chen, what's going on here? Chen Yan let out a light laugh. He's brainstorming some brain-dead skit bridge. No need to take it seriously. At this time, Old Lu came out. Old Crooked, what all is to be taken away? I don't know what to pack if you don't come in. Okay, I'll be right there. Old Crooked turned around and said, then pointed at Chen Yan and Shang Jinpeng. Both of you, get the hell out of here. Don't force me to bring the boss in to clean you up. Shang Jinpeng's expression gradually sank. If Old Crooked said this about him, he might choose to laugh it off. But saying this about Chen Yan, if he doesn't react, the one behind Chen Yan invites him to tea. He can't stand it. You bastard. You dare to disrespect Chen Shao. Do you want to die? Chen Shao, oh, addicted to lying? I'm warning you for the last time. Hurry up and get lost, or I. Before Old Crooked finished speaking, Zhang Jing ran in sweating profusely. Mr. Shang, the stuff has been brought for you. Shang Jinpeng didn't pick it up, but looked at him coldly. Little Zhang, this tenant you found is a bit crazy. How dare he speak out to discredit young Chen? Zhang Jing's scalp immediately went numb. He was the oldest group of employees in the company and knew a little about Chen Yan's background. He immediately looked at Old Crooked. You old man, don't pack your things, get out for me. Slow down a little bit, old man, knocked off your legs. Manager Zhang. This in the end. Old Crooked still wanted to ask. Not waiting for him to ask, Zhang Jing has come forward. Swinging his arm round to the Old Crooked, smashed down. The Old Crooked stumbled and sat on the ground, holding his head io straight. Old Lu saw the situation and rushed over. This moment, he also counted to understand. The Old Crooked is the villa tenant. The real owner is that today in the stock market to remind him of the young man. Several people calm down. This matter is Old Crooked's mistake. I'll apologize to you all on his behalf. In the end, Old Crooked was also his friend for many years, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Zhang Jing clenched his fists, intending to clean up Old Lu along with him. Chen Yan cleared his throat and said, forget it, it's just irrelevant people. Let them go. Zhang Jing nodded and took a step back. Old Lu picked up Old Crooked, looked at Chen Yan with complicated eyes, and left quickly. After they left, Shang Jinpeng immediately bowed and said, young Chen, it's us who didn't handle this side of the matter well. Please chastise us. The chastisement is waived. Chen Yan waved his hand. Go, take a look inside. Good. The three of them entered the villa together. Inside the villa, the decoration was gorgeous. Young Chen, my next property will soon be open for sale. This is the invitation. Please do not hesitate to attend then. Shang Jinpeng handed over that blue envelope with both hands. Chen Yan took it smoothly. Good. At this moment, his attention was all on the decoration. This style he didn't like very much. Chen Xiao, there is also the rent for you to rent out to the public for the past 2 years. How do you see it is given to you? Chen Yan's heart was happy. Such a big villa. 2 years of rent should be quite a lot. Send me prestige on. Shang Jinpeng immediately operated. With a ding-dong sound, Chen Yan hurriedly opened it to check. 2,400? He immediately frowned. I rented such a big villa for 2,400 for 2 years? Shang Jinpeng's face was a bit difficult. Chen Xiao, you said it first. The rent is going to be 100 a month. He was explaining. Chen Yan phone rang. A look at the caller ID. It was Tao Xiao Jump. Chapter 71. 2 women invited to the gym for female competition. Let's talk later. I'll take a call first. Chen Yan interrupted Shang Jinpeng. Shang Jinpeng immediately stopped talking. Hey, sister Little Jump. Chen Yan picked up the phone and said with a smile. Little cousin, are you free today? My sister wants to go shopping and lacks a bag carrier. On the other side of the phone, Tao Xiao Jump said in a petulant manner. Chen Yan immediately felt goosebumps falling all over the place. From the first time he saw Tao Xiao Jump, that has been trying to tease him in every possible way. It's only been a few days since he saw her, and he wants to ask out again? Little Jump's sister. That. I still have something to do in the afternoon. Let's avoid it, Chen Yan said. Ah, Tao Xiao Jump muttered in a lost voice. But I haven't seen you for several days, and now when I close my eyes, it's all you. So just accompany me to go shopping. Chen Yan hurriedly said. Sister Xiaojiu, you also know that I will be right away, right? I am really sorry. After I graduate, I'll find another time to ask you out to go shopping. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Phew, being too likable is also a kind of trouble. He wiped the cold sweat from his head, turning back to Shang Jinpeng again. Mr. Shang, without further ado, I want to change the decoration here. Do you know any construction team? Yes, this is wrapped up in me. May I ask when you plan to move in? Shang Jinpeng asked. Chen Yan thought about it. Half a month. The best decoration materials are all formaldehyde-free. Halfway through his words, his phone rang again. He was a little impatient, but when he picked it up, it was his cousin calling. Cousin, he picked it up and said. Luo Yunshu asked softly. Cousin, do you have time this afternoon? What is it? You don't want to go shopping too, do you? Chen Yan asked tentatively. No, who wants to go shopping? Luo Yunshu said. No, no one. Say it, what are you looking for me for? Chen Yan asked. Luo Yunshu said. The west side of the city opened a new gym. I organized a fitness card. I want to find someone to accompany me to see. Are you free? Fitness can. Chen Yan agreed. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Luo Yunshu said. Chen Yan thought for a moment. No, you send me the location. I'll drive there now. Okay, the location is at 258, Fumin Street in the west of the city, opposite the post office. Okay, I'll go over now. Chen Yan hung up the phone. Shang Jinpeng smiled and said, Young Chen has a busy business. Chen Yan sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do about it. I can only blame it on my damn charm. Shang Jinpeng and Zhang Jing laughed at the same time. Alright, I'll leave the decoration to you. Let me know how much it costs. No problem. Coming out from the villa, Chen Yan drove his car and went straight to the west of the city. When he arrived at the place, just after parking his car, he saw a white Porsche. Blanche? What's going on with this? He was ready to drive the car out first and find a safe place to ask about it. However, just as he was about to start, two figures suddenly sprang out in front of him. Little cousin, since you're here, don't go. Tao Xiaojump was lying on the car door, looking at him expectantly. He awkwardly drew the corners of his mouth. This image. Having just rejected people on the pretext of studying, he turned around and accompanied his cousin out to work out. Ha ha ha. So embarrassing. Tao Xiaojump, isn't it time to honor your promise? Luo Yunshu came around, grabbed Tao Xiahop's collar and pulled it to the side. Cousin, what's the situation? Chen Yan asked, confused. Luo Yunshu laughed and said, a certain colorful demon had to bet with me to see who could ask you out, and if she loses, she has to pay me 2 million pocket money. I'm worth $2 million? Chen Yan pointed to his nose. Just about right. Your value is in the long run. Luo Yunshu grabbed Chen Yan and got off. Tao Xiaojump gritted her teeth. Little cousin, you caused my sister to lose $2 million. You have to stay with me for a while in the gym to soothe my wounded heart. She came to Chen Yan's other side and gestured to take Chen Yan's arm. Luo Yunshu slapped her away. I'm holding Chen Yan's arm because he's my cousin. What's your status? Between her words, Luo Yunshu's arm tightened a bit. Chen Yan vaguely felt that his arm seemed to be burned by the bun skin. Luo Yunshu, are you still not a person? Now saying that he is your cousin. When you grabbed it from me, didn't you say that you don't have a blood relationship? I don't care. I want to redeem. Chen Yan's other arm was also held. This side of the bun skin is also hot and rolling. Chen Yan felt that he heard the call of the wild and hunched down. Two sisters, you guys let go of me first. Let's go inside normally. Okay? No, the two women said in unison. There was no way. Chen Yan continued to bend over until he entered the gym locker room. He sat aside and calmed down for a while before his mind recovered as before. Changing into the clothes his cousin had prepared for him, he came out. At the doorway, two women in yoga clothes with upright postures came into view. One of the two leaned against the doorframe and lifted her green silk, while the other stood on her tiptoes and caressed her knees. Put! The volcano erupted. Hot lava fell down their nostrils. Cousin, younger cousin, what's wrong with you? Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaojump jumped up at the same time. It's fine. I'm just a little on fire. The two women supported him on the left and right. Coming to the fitness equipment, Chen Yan found a place to sit down with a despondent face. He shouldn't have come today. At this moment, he only wanted to say sorry to his body, but his brain was out of control, always willing to think blindly. Forget it, as long as I sit here and don't move, I won't be embarrassed. He let out a long sigh. It was just a pity that things were often just so easy to go beyond one's expectations. He was sitting still, and the two of them, Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaotu, were one on the left and one on the right. Cousin, see if I have the strength. 40 pounds, say pull up. Luo Yunshu shouted in a low voice. Little cousin, sister is the real deal. Carrying a 20-pound barbell and still doing squats. Tao Xiaoji shouted along. Luo Yunshu inclined her head. Tao Xiaotu, you not speaking doesn't make you dumb. Tao Xiaotu immediately retorted. Luo Yunshu, where did you get the face to talk about me? Let me shut up. You shut up too. The two argued with each other. Chen Yan was caught in the middle, and it was hard. Not far away, a muscular man with a majestic posture saw the sight and had a few more moments of envy and jealousy in his eyes. This kid, who looked dry and thin, how could he get the favor of two beautiful women? He threw down the dumbbells in his hand and took a few steps to come in front of the trio. Two beauties. My name is Cheng Jijie. I see that your training methods are a bit wrong. I can point you out. You, scram. The two women didn't even look at him and spoke at the same time. Cheng Jijie's expression stiffened. However, he had been hanging out in the gym for years, and his face skin had long been practiced. So what if he was rejected once? As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a stalker. So as long as he is shameless, even if he can't get the favor of both of them at the same time, one of them is willing to go with him. He came in front of Tao Xiaojump. Hello beautiful girl, it's easy for you to hurt your waist by exercising like this. I can help you. Chapter 72 Big Man Bragging. Competition weightlifting. Don't use it. Tao Xiaojump didn't even look at Cheng Jijie and continued to perform at full power. Cheng Jijie gritted his teeth. This chick looked like she couldn't handle it, so let's try the other one. He came to Luo Yunshu again. Beauty. Just as he opened his mouth, Luo Yunshu didn't give him a chance to continue. Get up. Don't come in front of me. I'm phobic. Cheng Jijie instantly felt his face shatter. In Yun Cheng's fitness circle, he was at least a little famous. If it wasn't for the fact that the owner of this gym gave him a discounted annual card, he wouldn't have been able to come. He turned his head to look at Chen Yan. It seemed that all the problems were with this young little skinny monkey. Favorably, he didn't do anything and didn't even have a chance to satirize him. He turned his eyes and came to Chen Yan. Little brother, these two beauties are for you. Big brother, can you not stop here to invite people to be annoying? What to do on what to do, okay? Chen Yan said impatiently. Chang Jijia's face completely sank. Being disliked by two women, he was more or less able to maintain a bit of poise, but at this moment, he was disliked by a skinny man, and his violent temper completely came up. You asshole, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? He raised his hand and pointed at Chen Yan. Seeing him lashing out, Tao Xiaojump and Luo Yunshu immediately threw down the things in their hands and stood up to block in front of Chen Yan. What do you want? I don't care who you are. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Chen Yan felt that this big guy on the opposite side was going to blow his mind, so he hurriedly said to the two beauties, two sisters, let him talk first. I want to see what kind of identity he has, being so able to pretend. Say I can pretend? Chang Jijie raised his chin and said smugly, listen to me carefully, I'm the top stream of the fitness circle in Cloud City, known as Hercules Chang Jijie. The system did not respond. He didn't blow awesome? It shouldn't be like this kind of simple-minded and limber. Aren't they all willing to blow a couple sentences in front of a beautiful woman? He finished by posing like a fool. The two women who watched him were about to commit cancer of embarrassment. Chen Yan smiled and asked, how do we know how much strength you have if you just say that? Say, what have you done? Chang Jijie showed his biceps and patted his abs. See, just my shape. It's not something that can be practiced in a day or two. Not too long ago, I practiced weightlifting and lifted the highest barbell of 250 kilograms, and according to my body weight, 1 kilogram short of breaking the world record. Ding! Detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Beautiful. What's coming is coming after all. Although it's not much use, it's enough to clean up this man with bursting self-confidence. Wow, you're awesome. Chen Yan gave a thumbs up. No wonder you look so thick and still so short. Dare I say it's because you were pressed by a barbell. Chang Jijie's face sank. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Chen Yan gently raised his eyebrows. Of course I know. Then do you know the consequences of angering me? Chang Jijie raised his arms. Chen Yan laughed and said, what consequences can there be? It's hard not to beat me to death. Believe it or not, if you move me, I'll lie on the ground. And I won't be finished until I blackmail you to lose all your money. Chang Jijie huffed and puffed and gasped for air. His nostrils were about to run a train. Good job. You're really good. I want to compete with you. Chang Jijie opened his teeth and claws. Chen Yan faintly asked, then what? Then weightlifting. Chang Jijie lowly roared. Do you want some face? Tao Xiaojia immediately spoke. How big are you? How big is my little cousin? Why don't you compete with Bolt in sprinting? Not with Yao Ming in height. That's right. Luo Yunshu also followed and opened her mouth. Someone wanted to pull the stomp on Chen Yan. She and Tao Xiaojiao could temporarily put aside their personal grudges and be united. Just like you. You're only worthy of comparing your cheeks with piggies. Chang Jijie clenched his fists, his arms trembling. Chen Yan had worried that he couldn't control his emotions. It would be bad if he accidentally hurt the two sisters who were protecting him. No problem. I'll compete with you. But let's always have a little bit of a lottery, right? No way. You can't compete. Both women turned their heads to look at him at the same time. He smiled and said, don't worry, it's just a small scene. I can handle it. Then, he walked across to Chang Jijie. Tell me, what's the bet? It's no fun without jackpots. Chang Jijie thought for a moment. If you lose, you can crawl out of here like a barking dog. What about you? Chen Yan asked. There's no way I'll lose. Chang Jijie raised his chin. Chen Yan laughed lightly. Don't talk so confidently. What if you lose? How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. If you lose, you'll also crawl out from here like a dog barking. How about it? No problem. Chang Jijie agreed without even thinking. But it's just a skinny monkey. What can he be capable of? The two came together in front of the barbell. Kid, don't say I didn't remind you. In the Yunchang weightlifting circle, there aren't many people who can compete with me. He rubbed magnesium powder into his hands and pointed at the barbell on the ground. This is what I was playing with just now. 100 kilograms. Consider it an appetizer. Saying that, he came to the front of the barbell, grabbed the barbell with both hands, teeth clenched and neck stretched, veins rippled above his head. The barbell rested on his shoulders and gasped for a few breaths. A standard weightlifting maneuver. 100-kilogram barbell was lifted by him. After holding it up for 3 seconds, he threw the barbell on the ground, wiping the sweat on his head. See, this is 100 kilograms. Can you do it? Chen Yan let out a light laugh. It's only 100 kilograms and you want a jerk. You're quite a vegetable. He went to wipe some magnesium powder and came to the front of the barbell, gripping with both hands. A set of coherent movements down. 100 kilograms of barbell lifted directly over his head. Those who have practiced weightlifting know that weightlifting is divided into snatch and jerk. The snatch, simply put, is a step from the ground directly to the head. The jerk, on the other hand, involves unloading a bit of force with the shoulders before lifting to the top. According to the difficulty of the movement, the same weight of the barbell, the snatch is a little more laborious than the jerk. The corner of Chen Jijia's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't come back to his senses until Chen Yan threw the barbell on the ground. Chen Yan smiled and said, "It's only 100 kilograms. It's not much of a challenge. Let's go for another one that's a bit heavier." Chen Jijia scratched his face and got a bit weak. He was just bragging in front of Chen Yan. He was indeed the top stream of the weightlifting world in Yunchang, but his limit record was only 135 kilograms. If he could really lift 250 kilograms, he would have entered the national team and won many Olympic gold medals. He was about to speak when Chen Yan had already added the counterweight to 150 kilograms. "Come on, add a little bit smaller. Let's start with 300 kilograms. Just now you were the one who lifted first. This time it's my turn." Chen Yan took a deep breath and grabbed the barbell with both hands. Aha! Another set of traveling snatch. He threw down the barbell and looked at Chen Jijie. "Your turn." Chapter 73, Pants Open Line Embarrassing. Looking for brothers to help the scene. Chen Jijie's face was a bit ugly. The corner of his mouth twitched twice, and his gaze at Chen Yan was like looking at a ghost. Obviously Chen Yan was very thin. How could he have so much strength? That was 150 kilograms. Did Chen Yan weigh 150 kilograms? The gazes of the two women looking at Chen Yan were also filled with surprise. At this moment, they felt that Chen Yan was radiating light all over his body. Chen Yan nudged his mouth. "Alright, it's your turn. Come on." "That's right, our cousins are done. It's your turn," Luo Yunshu said. Chen Jijia's face twitched in embarrassment. Just now, he had already blown the awesome out of the water. If he didn't go now, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? But if he went, "Go!" Tao Xiaojump shouted, then smiled and said, "If you can win against my little cousin, I'll agree to let you teach me." Chen Jijia immediately went up. Tao Xiaotian's appearance was considered top-notch amongst all the women he had seen, plus this unrivaled body. If he couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Both legs disobediently came to the barbell. Grabbing the barbell with both hands, he took a deep breath. Hey! The first time he grabbed it, the barbell was only a few centimeters off the ground before it slammed down. It was a slip of the hand just now. A mistake. He laughed awkwardly, squatted back down, and grabbed the barbell with both hands. This time, he used his entire body. Hey dash! Bear! A shattering sound rang out. Chen Jijie immediately let go of the barbell and stood up with one hand blocking the front and one hand blocking the back. It was too embarrassing for his pants to open the line at such a critical moment. Chen Yan and the two women beside him burst out laughing. Yun Shu, see, cartoon, see, quite a big old man, wearing a cartoon. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to laugh and not live. The two sarcastic voices entered Chen Jijia's ears one after another. Chen Jijia blushed. Okay, you guys stop laughing. He gritted his teeth. Chen Yan said, "Brother Chang, you didn't lift it, shouldn't you? Learn to bark like a dog and climb out." "Who said I couldn't lift it? I just have an open line in my pants." He began to find excuses. "If you can't, just say you can't. What reasons are you looking for?" Chen Yan waved his hand in disgust. "If you are really embarrassed and don't want to fulfill your previous promises, it's no problem. I'll spend money to find a few network verses to properly publicize and advertise you, so that you can be a celebrity too." "You?" Chen Jijie gasped. His eyes looked like they wanted to kill. With a hot head, he took 2 steps forward and raised his palm. "I'll kill you." Chen Yan's eyes changed as he raised his hand and slapped it out fiercely. He had never used the iron sand palm that he had obtained from his scrub master, and today he was just practicing with him. As the slap went down, Chen Jijia's belly had a greenish-colored slap mark. He covered his stomach and retreated a few steps, directly kneeling on the ground, screaming nonstop in pain. I'm not playing with you. Ah, it hurts me." Chen Yan hurriedly retracted his palm. He looked at his palm in surprise and muttered in a low voice, "I blanch. Chinese kung fu and little stick stuff are just not the same." Just now, he was afraid of hitting the person with his full strength and purposely restrained his strength. He didn't realize that he had knocked him down. Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaojia were all too surprised to speak. They felt that there seemed to be more and more mysteries on Chen Yan. Top driving skills, 7th level hacking skills, black belt in taekwondo, weightlifting, and now he knows such a vicious trick. Is Chen Yan still a human being? Still want to fight me? I'll ask you one thing. Are you crawling or not? Chen Yan's voice was very cold. Cheng Jijia gritted his teeth. I'll crawl my ass. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Shaolin, come quickly. I've been beaten up. It's at. Hanging up the phone, he endured the pain and crawled up. Wait for me. I've called my brother to come over. He's awesome. When the time comes, don't you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Chen Yan laughed. At that time as the two of us who beg for mercy is not certain. But, before your brother comes, please also fulfill your previous bet. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you another slap. Cheng Jijia instantly broke out in a cold sweat. That slap just now almost killed half of his life. Another slap? He didn't have the courage to take it. He gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground, crawling towards the door. The people passing by saw him and covered their mouths to snicker. Chen Yan followed him to the door. Cheng Jijia immediately stood up. Kid, you don't need to be crazy. In a while I'll make you crawl around the whole gym without stopping. Chen Yan shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Not long after, Cheng Jijia's brother arrived. Let me introduce you guys. My brother, Cheng Xiaolin. Cheng Jijia raised his chin with a smug expression. Cheng Xiaolin walked up and looked at Chen Yan with slanted eyes. You're the one who beat up my brother? Chen Yan laughed lightly. That's right. If you want to take revenge, first report yourself. Cheng Xiaolin craned his neck. My name is Cheng Xiaolin, a close disciple of national martial arts master Wu Shufeng. Ding. Detecting someone bragging within the radius. Converting bragging content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan stifled two coughs. Worthy of being brothers, both of them had the same hobbies. Both so fond of bragging. What? Scared? Cheng Xiaolin lightly hummed. No wonder. My master's name is a unique existence in the Chinese martial arts world. His 8 extreme fist is unrivaled in the entire martial arts world. Chen Yan nodded his head. This indeed. After he obtained the identity of Wu Xiufeng's close disciple, some information about Wu Xiufeng flooded into his mind. Wu Xiufeng was a top-ranking national martial arts master in the country, and his martial arts attainments were quite high. He had won many martial arts competitions. There was once someone who came to his door to kick his ass and was punched into the ICU by him, and since then, no one dared to pick a fight. Brother, Chen Yan stifled a laugh. I want to make sure of something with you. Are you really Wu Xiufeng Wu Lao's close disciple? Yes. Why? Cheng Xiaolin raised his chin. Chen Yan asked again in a low voice. Are you sure that you are not shut out by him? You dare to humiliate me. Cheng Xiaolin was instantly infuriated and assumed the Baji Quan stance. Looking at him, Tao Xiaojump and Luo Yunshu began to get nervous again. Although they didn't know who Wu Xiufeng was, but listening to the way the other party introduced him, he should be a ruthless person. Moreover, the stance that the other party had put up, it looked like he was a practiced fighter. They began to worry for Chen Yan. However, Cheng Xiaolin's stance was nothing more than that in Chen Yan's eyes. His footsteps were weak and his calves were powerless. It looked like a flowery stance that he had learned from the internet. He shook his head and sighed. With these 2 strokes of yours, you still want to touch Wu Lao? Really? As the words fell, he fiercely stepped forward, a top elbow, sending Cheng Xiaolin flying out. Shaolin! Cheng Jijia was startled and rushed over. Seeing that Cheng Xiaolin was just covering his chest and gasping for air, he turned back and pointed at Chen Yan. Why don't you say something before you do it? Chapter 74 Master and brother come to help. Newly recruited toilet cleaning junior brother. That's all old Wu's shut-in disciple has? Without even the most basic reflexes. I really feel sad for Elder Wu. Chen Yan sighed, his tone full of regret. Cheng Xiaolin stood up and looked at Chen Yan with clenched teeth. Do you know that my master and brothers are recruiting disciples in Cloud City? If you don't want to go to ICU, you should painfully kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. And by the way, let me fight back. As he spoke on his side, Chen Yan had already taken out his cell phone and found Wu Xiufeng's number. Hey, my good disciple, what are you calling me for? Diaphragm. On the other side of the phone, there was a hiccuping sound, and you could smell the smell of alcohol through the phone. Old man, someone is picking on me. The address is, kid, I'm talking to you, your ears are blind? Cheng Xiaolin stalked his neck. Chen Yan put away the phone, without saying a word, swung round and slapped it down. Any more beeping, I'll still wipe my hands with your face. Stand there for me. Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaojiao looked at Chen Yan with a dazed face. Chen Yan turned back and snorted coldly. Kids love to lie. They need to be beaten. After waiting for what could be a few minutes, 8 youths ran up with a drunken old man on their frames. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Yan. Those youths came to Chen Yan, junior brother. As soon as master heard that someone is picking on you, he hurriedly asked us to come over to help the scene. Who is picking on you? Seeing these few people, Cheng Xiaolin's gaze froze. He had seen these few. They were all Wu Xiufeng's personal disciples, and when he went to enroll today, he was almost kicked out for speaking loudly. Chen Yan lifted his chin. Just the one across the street, says he's master's close disciple. Several people all turned their heads and looked at Chang Xiaolin. The corner of Chang Xiaolin's mouth twitched. Hello master. Brothers, I am. Oh, I remember. You're the one who went to enroll today and was still yelling blindly at the enrollment desk. The first senior brother came forward with one hand clutching his wrist. Second senior brother followed closely behind. You said your master's closed disciple? How come I never knew that? My master only has one shut-in disciple, and that's our youngest senior brother. You dare to impersonate his identity. Do you want to die or don't you want to live? Aside from the third and fifth senior brothers holding the drunken master, the remaining few senior brothers all came together and surrounded Chang Xiaolin. Senior brothers, I was wrong. You're not right. What's wrong is us. We don't know master's closed disciple. Several senior brothers stroked Chang Xiaolin's head like they were patting a leather ball. Chang Xiaolin almost cried to death. When the senior brothers finished stroking, Chang Xiaolin's face was swollen and oily like a steamed bun. Alright, all of you guys stop. What did he call him? Wu Xiaofeng asked. Big brother clasped his hands. Master, his name is Chang Xiaolin. Oh, Chang Xiaolin ah, broken. Wu Xiaofeng burped. At this moment, both Chang Xiaolin and the group of senior brothers were all incredibly surprised. Master, he's imposting the youngest senior brother. We're still accepting him? Eldest brother questioned. On the contrary, Chang Xiaolin looked like a villain. In his heart, he thought that it must be because Elder Wu saw that he was a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy, and only then did he break the rules and accept him. He looked viciously at Chen Yan and swore in his heart that he would become Elder Wu's close disciple in the future, and then he would ruthlessly rub him on the ground. Wu Xiaofeng yawned. The toilets on the mountain haven't been cleaned for 2 years, so accepting a junior disciple who cleans toilets for you guys. You don't like it? Love it too much. Eldest senior brother was the first to concur. The other senior brothers all followed and nodded their heads. Bring your little senior brothers in a while, and we'll return to the mountain tonight. Wu Xiaofeng burped again. In Chen Yan's impression, this seemed to be the only one who could drink so much in the middle of the day. Chang Xiaolin's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a turd. He was about to leave quietly when his eldest senior brother saw it and grabbed him. Junior brother, what are you running for? I won't enroll. Chang Xiaolin cried out. Eldest senior brother laughed. No way, you have to enroll. I'm really not enrolling. Chang Xiaolin's voice became even more aggrieved. Second senior brother clutched his hand. This can be enrolled. Don't worry, we definitely won't mock you. Eldest senior brother. Youngest senior brother is talking some nonsense. Let him be quiet for a while first. Eldest senior brother nodded and with a hand slash, Chang Xiaolin fainted. Seeing that Chen Yan was fine and there were so many powerful senior brothers, Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaojiu walked forward at the same time, holding his arms on the left and right. Chen Yan's expression stiffened. Before he could say anything, the two women's gazes met again. Chen Yan vaguely felt that a burst of electricity was colliding in front of him. Eldest brother, come and help me, Chen Yan said. Eldest senior brother pulled the corner of his mouth. Junior brother, I just remembered that I didn't wash my clothes. Bye. Second senior brother. Second senior brother carried Chang Xiaolin. Senior brother, our youngest junior brother is asleep. I'm afraid he'll catch a cold. Bye. Third brother. Ah. Third senior brother shouted. The sea, why is it so salty? Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth senior brother? Chen Yan's face became more and more sullen. Whoever shouted ran. In the end, there was only the still somewhat drunken master left. Master, you're the only one left. You love your disciple the most, don't you? Wu Xiaofeng forced both eyes and raised his hands. Apprentices, you wait for me. I can't see or hear anything. Don't leave behind the master. Chen Yan's expression grew more and more gloomy. In the memories he had just loaded out, his master and senior brothers were quite good to him. How come the moment he met a woman? Come to think of it, it's because of the senior. Yan. Chen Yan was a fierce person. Don't look at master's surface scenery, but in reality, he was also a fearful goods. Among these master brothers, the most favored one by the master's wife is him. You guys wait, some other day I'll go and find master mother to judge. Seeing that they were all gone, Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaotu jumped the two of them in a tit-for-tat confrontation. Let go. I don't. You let go. This is my cousin. This is my boyfriend. The two kept scrambling. Just then, a few more good-looking women came over. Little brother, can you add my sister? Sister can be salty and sweet. Her body is light and soft and easy to scram. Less hooking me. Tao Xiaojump just wanted to scold, and found that at some point around him, surrounded by a dozen women, each holding up a cell phone, greedily looking at Chen Yan. Little cousin, what's going on with them? Chen Yan pulled the corner of his mouth. How do I know what the situation is? Today's scene was exactly the same as when he was in the barbecue restaurant. Chen Yan regretted. Why did he make that trip to the barbecue store in the first place? System, can I give up my existing skills? Yes, but please complete the system unbinding first. Alright, pretend I didn't say anything. The women pounced on them, like a group of zombies who had seen their brains. Cousin, run. Chapter 75 Escape from the gym. My damn. Nowhere to go Charma. Chen Yan didn't even change his clothes, turned around and ran towards the elevator. Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaojiao rolled up their sleeves and coldly looked across the street. The two of them were good girlfriends. They could fight over one person and be jealous, but they could also unite over one person. Seeing that the two of them were going to get real, these women calmed down a bit. Get lost, all of you. Tao Xiaojump roared. She was usually soft and weak, but once she was in trouble, she was also a female Tyrannosaurus. Luo Yunshu was 3 times inferior to her. Chen Yan arrived downstairs and was confused. The car keys and cell phone are still in the gym. He could only find a corner and silently squat down. After waiting for 20 minutes, Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaojiao came down after changing clothes. As soon as they went out, they saw Chen Yan squatting in the corner in a particularly sorry state. Cousin, why don't you get in the car? Luo Yunshu asked. Chen Yan lamented. My car keys and cell phone are still up there. Cousin, help me go up and get them. Luo Yunshu nodded. How many cabinets? No. 39. Yunshu, you go quickly. I'll stay here with my little cousin. Tao Xiaojump impatiently urged. Luo Yunshu glanced at Chen Yan with some concern, then looked at Tao Xiaotian and said, You're not allowed to make a move on my cousin, or we won't be able to be friends. Tao Xiaotian waved her hand. Don't worry, don't we even have that much trust in each other? Luo Yunshu's gaze sank, and she quickly ran back. As soon as she left, Tao Xiaotu smilingly came to Chen Yan's side. Little cousin, will you discuss life with your sister in a while? Sister Little Jump, please keep a little distance from me, okay? Chen Yan moved back. Little cousin, don't be so shy. It's not the first time we've met. Sister Little Jump doesn't have bad intentions. Tao Xiaojump continued to walk forward. Chen Yan was cornered. Don't come over, he roared with some desperation. If it was anyone else, he didn't even bring hesitation. Raising his hand and offering his iron sand palm, the buns were beaten out of their fillings, but in exchange for Tao Xiaojump, this beautiful woman gave him 20% of the company shares, and then greeted with iron sand palm. Is not some. Tao Xiaojump raised his hand, his expression as if the white bone lady saw the tang monk. Just as she was about to get her way, Luo Yunshu's voice came from behind. Tao Xiaojump, what are you doing? Stay away from my cousin. Tao Xiaotu stood up with a flutter and looked at Luo Yunshu with her back. Yunshu, how come you're back so soon? If I had come back later, my cousin would have been eaten up by you? Luo Yunshu took 2 steps forward and pushed her aside, throwing the clothes in her hand onto Chen Yan. Cousin, here you go. Chen Yan pulled out the car keys and ran towards the car, holding the clothes. It wasn't until he sat in the driver's seat that he had a feeling of being saved. Watching from afar the 2 women downstairs talking about something with their teeth and claws open, Chen Yan sighed. Alas, this damn charm of mine. After a while, Luo Yunshu came back and exasperatedly got into the car. Let's go cousin, send me home. Then little jumping sister. Just as his words came out, he felt a gaze full of murderous aura fall on him. You still want to think about her when you're around me? No, 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 cousin, you've misunderstood. Chen Yan hurriedly waved his hands and said. Luo Yunshu's expression loosened up a bit, leaning back on the seat and sticking her shoulders. There's something slightly going on over at her company. She needs to go back and take a look. Let's go back to my house. Good. Chen Yan kicked the gas and the 2 of them drove towards Luo Yunshu's place. When they arrived at their cousin's house, as soon as she entered, Luo Yunshu was like she had no bones, and she directly plopped down on the ground. Ah, exhausted me to death. It hurts all over my body. In the afternoon, in order to fight with Tao Xiaojump that little jealousy, she had worked out a bit too much. Cousin, do you know how to massage? Help me press it. Chen Yan looked at her with lowered eyebrows, crying and laughing. All 20-something people, can't you imagine the consequences before doing anything? Have to be whole into muscle strain to finish. Brain is a good thing. Luo Yunshu has, but not much. He pressed Luo Yunshu's spine with both hands and gently pushed forward. A crunching sound came out from the cracks in the bones. It was immediately followed by a pig-killing roar. Cousin, I asked you to press for me. I didn't ask you to murder. Luo Yunshu's eyes were red. Chen Yan hurriedly withdrew his hand. He had top-notch massage skills nowadays, and every stroke was guaranteed to be just right. Cousin, try moving around, he whispered. Luo Yunshu still wanted to argue and climbed up, ready to reprimand twice, but realized that the soreness in her back had indeed lessened quite a bit. She gradually laughed out. Cousin, your technique is good. I'm going to take a shower. In a while properly help me press. My arms and shoulders are with sore. Chen Yan nodded. Good. He sat on the sofa. Not a moment later, he heard a gush of water coming from the bathroom. He took out his cell phone and played with it for a while. About an hour or so passed and Luo Yunshu walked out in her pajamas. Cousin, I'm done washing. Oh. Chen Yan put away his cell phone and followed Luo Yunshu into the master bedroom. How about you press for convenience? Lie on your back. Good. Luo Yunshu flopped onto the bed. Chen Yan came to her side and pointed his fingertips on her shoulder well points. The best method to use for sore shoulder muscles was to press the shoulder well point. While pressing, Chen Yan grabbed her arm and started to do a clockwise drawing circle motion. Cousin, who did you learn this massage technique from? After being pressed by you like this, the shoulder seems to be a lot easier. Chen Yan smiled. Just casually learned it from a short video. He couldn't say that he went to the bathing center. If he let his cousin know, he probably wouldn't be able to avoid an interrogation. Then you're really a learning genius, Luo Yunshu praised, then laughed and said, Tao Xiao jump that little probably isn't much better. But there's no one like you to press her like this. Just think about it. Ha ha ha. In the end she lost to me after all. Ah choo. In the office of the chairman of Jumping Fish, Tao Xiao jump sneezed, then covered his stomach and screamed miserably. Ah, ouch. Ouch, ouch, it must be Luo Yunshu, that little servant girl who badmouthed me behind my back. Ah, hard to bear. At this time, someone knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Tao, the trial run of our software was successful. Do you want to go take a look? Go! Tao Xiaojump drooped his head and walked out with a bitter face. After pressing for more than an hour, Chen Yan asked, Cousin, is it done? Luo Yunshu didn't respond. Cousin? Chen Yan looked down. He saw Luo Yunshu favoring her head with her mouth open, sleeping very sweetly. He let out a helpless sigh and glanced out the window. The sky was already getting dark. He looked at Luo Yunshu again. This sleep was estimated to last until tomorrow morning. If he lay on his back like this, when he woke up in the morning, his neck would definitely be ruined. He pressed Luo Yunshu's arm, intending to help her turn over. Just as he exerted himself, he felt that something seemed to be pinching under his knees. Looking down, it was the metal buckle on Luo Yunshu's pajama strap. Looking up again. Chapter 76, Fong Jiqiang returns to class. National weightlifting team approaches. I blanched. The next morning, Chen Yan jumped up full of anger. Grudgingly, he held the bedsheet and quilt cover and walked outside. Just as he opened the door, he bumped into Luo Yunshu head-on. He pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. Cousin, good morning. Good morning to you too. Luo Yunshu smiled. She looked down at Chen Yan's arms and asked, What are you doing? You came to stay at cousin's house and still have to help clean up. Yes. Chen Yan laughed. How embarrassing is it to stay and clean for you? He quickly stepped around his cousin and ran to the balcony, stuffing the bed sheets and covers into the washing machine. Luo Yunshu looked at his back and frowned slightly. Then, as if she thought of something, she narrowed her eyes and gave a bad smile and followed him. Cousin, you didn't dream about me last night, did you? She laughed wickedly. Chen Yan pressed the start button and waved his hands repeatedly. No, absolutely not. Is that so? His cousin took 2 steps forward and asked him a quiet question. His ears immediately turned red. Cousin, I'm going home to read. Bye. He grabbed the door and fled. Seeing his wretched appearance, Luo Yunshu giggled out loud. It was Monday. Chen Yan came to school in his Ferrari. Yesterday afternoon, Godmother let Hold the Country to send the car back. According to Hold the Country said, the whole car on the bottom of the broken oil pan. Other places are not broken. The result is also repaired for more than 10 days. These foreign brands of luxury cars are letting the people of the country spoiled out of the stink of the problem. If one day he can become a major shareholder of these luxury car brands, what to say also want to go to the headquarters of a trip, so that those ugly-faced capitalists taste what is called the real iron sand palm. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to abet others to blow awesome. The painful lesson from last time was just too disgusting. When he arrived at his class, he had just sat down when Su Qingliang came in holding his breakfast. Chen Yan. She gave an excited laugh and placed her breakfast in front of Chen Yan. Eat? I added a big chicken leg for you this morning. Oh? Chen Yan's eyes lit up and hurriedly lifted the lunchbox. The fragrant braised big chicken thigh was across the rice. He lifted it up and nibbled on it. Fragrant. Then he glanced at Su Qingliang again and asked, Why did you suddenly think of adding chicken legs for me this morning? Su Qingliang smiled. It's not because you've been working too hard during this period of time. I practiced 2 sets of test questions on Saturday and Sunday, and my scores were much higher than the original. So that way, I also have hoped to wrestle my way to a higher institution. Really? Then congratulations, Chen Yan said. Su Qingliang carried her hands behind her back and shook her shoulders. That's not still because of you. If not for your careful teaching during this period of time, how could I have improved so fast? The two chatted for a while longer. It was getting closer and closer to class time, and there were gradually more students in the class. Now that they saw Su Qingliang again, the classmates seemed to be emotionless. Chen Yan finished eating and returned the lunchbox to Su Qingliang. do you still have to continue going to study at noon? He asked softly. Su Qinglian thought for a moment. Keep studying, there are still the last 10 days. I'll see if I can move up a bit. She picked up her lunchbox and left. Just as she went out, the class bell rang. Chen Yan glanced at his side. It was still empty. Could it be that Fong Jiqiang really isn't coming? Strange to say, since Xin Zilian contacted her once that day, she had completely disappeared, and there was no letter for so many days. After a while, the door opened and Hu Qin brought Fong Jiqiang in. Fong Jiqiang came to Chen Yan's side. Chen Yan, did you install a monitoring Trojan horse in my cell phone? Chen Yan lightly grunted. Ms. Fong, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Be careful of trouble coming out of your mouth. Fong Jiqiang hummed and didn't say anything else. Chen Yan frowned. His attention began to focus. Fong Jiqiang definitely came back with a purpose this time, and he was curious to know what this guy really wanted to do. A picture appeared in front of his eyes. Fong Jiqiang looked around and started rummaging through his desk. Chen Yan was a bit curious. What was she rummaging through? Wanting to take another look, his head started to spin. Hastily stopping peering into the future, he silently asked in his heart, System, when will this future reading skill of mine be stronger? Don't you have a system mall or something like that where I can go and exchange some reinforcement points? No. Peeking into the heavens belongs to the Taoist secret method. You don't have Taoist air, qi, in your body, so naturally you can't maintain it for a long time. Then how can I have the air? Think for yourself. The system's words were really not watered down at all. Chen Yan pondered slightly. Since Taoism was mentioned, he must go to a Taoist temple when he has time. It just so happened that there was a local Taoist temple in Cloud City, so as long as he found one or two who loved to blow inside, wouldn't the air come? It's happily decided. Chen Yan smiled. The first class passed quickly. During the break between classes, Chen Yan was ready to go out and move around. If Fong Jiqiang, the spoiler, hadn't been sitting beside him, he could have stayed put all morning. He had just gone out when he bumped into the director of instruction. Classless. Ever since the last time he was lectured by his aunt in the teaching office, Classless hadn't appeared in front of him for a long time. Chen Yan, come with me for a moment. Classless had a smile piled on his face and looked very flattering. Chen Yan asked, what does the director want with me? Classless smiled. It's not that I'm looking for you for something, it's someone who wants to find you. Who is it? Chen Yan asked curiously. The national weightlifting team. Chen Yan immediately frowned. The weightlifting team's looking for him? It's hard to believe that someone took a video in the gym that day. Let's go. They're waiting in the teaching office. There was no class and laughed again. Chen Yan nodded and left after him. The two of them went straight to the teaching office. As soon as they entered, they watched a wide-bodied and round person walk up with a smile on his face. Young student, you are Chen Yan, right? Chen Yan nodded. That's right. He took out his cell phone. Hello, I'm Qin Wintang, the head coach of the national weightlifting team. Saying that, he found out the video he saw online earlier and played it to Chen Yan. It was indeed a video of him lifting weights in the gym. Looking at the shooting angle, it should be very far away. If I'm not mistaken, the weight you lifted should be 150 kilograms, right? Qin Wentang asked. Chen Yan nodded. That's right. Qin Yuantang instantly got excited. I didn't expect that you were so skinny that you can lift a 150 kilograms barbell. Have you tried to see how much you can lift at the highest? Chen Yan thought for a moment. 250 kilograms. This is my limit. Qin Wentang's eyes widened in disbelief. After looking at him carefully from top to bottom again, he asked, Chen student, how much do you weigh? 132 pounds. Chen Yan said. Qin Wentang sucked in a breath of cool air. 66 kilograms. Belonging to the 70 kilogram class, the current world record for the 70 kilogram class was 201 kilograms. If Chen Yan didn't lie, then he, Mr. Chen, are you sure what you said is true? Qin Wentang asked. Chen Yan nodded. Yes. How about showing you one to see? Chapter 77, Breaking the World Record. Teacher's mistress calls for care. Under the leadership of Yao Wu class, Chen Yan, Qin Wentang, and his assistant all came to the school equipment room. Chen Yan came to the barbell and changed to 240 kilograms. Forget about 250 kilograms. That's my limit. It's easy to get hurt. Can I get 240? Chen Yan looked at Qin Wentang. Qin Yuantang nodded repeatedly. 240 kilograms is fine. That's more than the world record of 39 kilograms. The world record in weightlifting was not that easy to break, especially in the 70 kilograms class. Every time the record is broken, it basically just goes up by 1 kilogram and half a kilogram. If Chen Yan can really lift 39 kilograms in one breath, estimated, there is basically no chance of seeing someone break the record in his lifetime. The assistant detected that it was indeed 240 kilograms and nodded to Chen Yan. Chen Yan went and smeared some magnesium powder, came to the barbell and took a deep breath. 240 kilograms was very close to the limit. He couldn't even snatch it. He could only follow the most stable jerk movement. With a burst of power, he lifted the barbell to his shoulders. This one action alone had already startled Qin Wintang and his assistant. Neither of them made a sound for fear of disturbing Chen Yan. Chen Yan took a deep breath and stood up with his legs. After 2 lurches, his arms steeply pushed upward with force, and his legs formed a bow stance to stand firmly. With a roar, the barbell was lifted above his head. Holding it steady for 3 seconds, Chen Yan threw the barbell on the ground. Too strong. Too strong. I can't believe I've seen a world record. Qin went on walked up excitedly. On the side, class had not stared at Chen Yan with wide eyes in shock. He didn't care much about weightlifting, and it was only when he heard the world record come out of Qin Wintang's mouth that he felt deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, there was such a great god hidden inside the school. Chen Yan was a good student and could even break the world record in weightlifting. How could such a student not be discovered before? Student Chen, may I ask if you can come with me for training for the time being? The weightlifting world championships will start in 20 days. If you attend on behalf of our national team, you'll definitely be able to bring back a big trophy. Qin went on was a bit incoherent. Chen Yan smiled. Sorry, I still have to take the exam. It's no problem. If you can get the world championship, there are plenty of channels to submit. Qin Wintang continued. Looking at your movements, you should have had a little bit of training before, but it's not systematic. We'll provide you with systematic training. Maybe we can even bring up your performance again. Chen Yan shook his head again. Forget it then. For me, the exam is obviously a bit more important. If you guys really want me to compete for you, just wait until I finish the exam. Mr. Chen, are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? Qin Wintang continued to promise to tempt. If you can get the world championship, many universities that you might not be able to get into will give you the green light. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly. Coach Qin, guess how much I scored on my last practice test? How much? Qin Wintang asked. There is no class walking up. Coach Qin, Chen Yan scored 746 points on his last mock test. 746 points not counting. How much? 746. Qin Wengang felt his breathing stop. If I remember correctly, isn't the full score only 750? That's right. There was no class nodding. Looking at Chen Yan again, Qin Yuantong's gaze became much more complicated. Originally, he still wanted to tempt with favors. Now it seems really unnecessary. With this score, any school in the country could bail out. He said with some embarrassment, I really didn't expect that Chen is still a college bully. Chen Yan shrugged. That's thanks to the scum lining up. Classmate Chen is still quite humorous. Qin Wangdang said. Then, he sighed lightly. In that case, I can only wait for you to finish your exams first. After speaking with Chen Yan for a while longer, Qin Wintang left an address. This year's weightlifting world championships kicks off on June 21st. According to the usual practice, we will go over 2 days earlier. You need to arrive at the South City National Team Training Base before June 18th. Where? Chen Yan frowned. South City. Qin Wintang said. Oh, I know. Chen Yan's expression grew serious. Shen Zilian had gone to South City before, and the person Shen Yubing married was also in South City. He had thought of trying to stay as far away from South City as possible, but he didn't want to have to go there after graduation. Participating in the World Championships was a way to win honor for the country, and as a citizen, he definitely wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Let's just pray that we don't run into Shen Ziliang in South City, a city that big, with a population of over 10 million. He didn't believe it could be that coincidental. Alright, then we'll go back first, Qin Wintang said. Chen Yan in class with or without escorted the two of them all the way out of the school gates. Classmate Chen, I really didn't see that you're so deeply hidden. Class Yao Wu was not stingy with his appreciation. Chen Yan smiled and waved his hand, but it's all just floating clouds. When he returned to the class had already been in session for a while. Class with no class slightly owed him a goodbye. He entered the classroom and exchanged a glance with Mr. Prince Chi. Prince Chi's eyelid twitched. Mr. Chen Yan, I know you're a good student, but isn't this a bit disrespectful to the teacher? You think? Just halfway through his words, he abruptly stopped his mouth and looked towards the door again. There was no one at the door. You think you are the director of teaching? Say when to come to check the class when to come. In the corridor. There is no class walk not 2 steps. Before reaching the back door, his face steeply sank. I tell you, even if the director of instruction comes, he should. Teacher Wang, come out for a moment. Prince Chi's words hadn't finished when a voice that gave him the creeps rang out. Turning his head, the director of instruction was looking at him coldly from the doorway. He couldn't help but shiver. The whole class laughed. Chen Yan lightly grunted. For Mr. Wang, he had long been used to it. It wasn't once or twice that he had blatantly choreographed the school leader. Only, Just recently, this time frequent cases, successively falling head over heels in one issue after another. Mr. Wang was also a strange person. Turning to the noon break, Chen Yan and Su Qingliang finished eating and came to the pavilion behind the teaching building. He had just opened his book when his phone rang. Taking it out, he saw that it was the call from his senior Nyang, who specialized in hitting the national martial arts masters. Hey, Sifu maiden. Chen Yan picked up the phone. A bright laughter immediately came from the opposite side. Little Rock. Ah, if I don't call you, you really can't think of the senior auntie. Ha ha, it's the disciple's fault. Chen Yan laughed. Less bowl asterisk 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 asterisk. I still don't know what kind of person you are. All you have is a mouth worth money. Senior Nyang gave a light snort, and then her words changed. I heard your master and a few senior brothers say that you were targeted by two beautiful women in Cloud City? You heard them talking nonsense. Chen Yan's voice steeply raised a few points. One of those two people is my cousin, and the other is the major shareholder who gave me shares. How could it be as evil as what master and senior brothers said? By the way, senior mother, master drank a bit too much when he went to look for me that day, and the senior brothers didn't know how to stop them. They all turned a deaf ear to your words. You have to educate them.